Chapter 2776, Chapter 2765 Vagabond. Handsome! Take off your clothes, said Natasha as she walked up to Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei did not pretend to be reserved. Although there were differences between men and women, Natasha was only an 11 or 12-year-old girl. On the other hand, he only took off his sleeves and exposed his arms. Soon, Jiang Fei's wound was exposed. Natasha used scissors to carefully cut open the cloth that Jiang Fei had tied to his arm. Then, she helped him clean the wound, apply medicine, and finally finish the bandage. The whole movement was very skillful. Natasha, have you learned the nursing course? Jiang Fei asked curiously. No, Natasha said. Then have you helped other people with their wounds before? Jiang Fei asked again. No, this is my first time. Handsome, did I hurt you? Natasha asked. No, you're too skilled with this movement, Jiang Fei said. I don't know. I seem to be born with a lot of things. At that moment, Natasha returned to her little girl state. Her mature personality did not seem to last long. When Natasha was more mature, she was still in her little girl state. Oh, Jiang Fei nodded. However, now was not the time to explore this curiosity, so he did not ask further. Natasha, is your brother coming back soon? I have to leave, Jiang Fei said to Natasha. Brother is really coming back soon. Natasha looked at the time. Then, he'll be leaving first, Jiang Fei said as he cleaned up the waste that was produced when Natasha bandaged him, including the blood-stained gauze and so on. Handsome, will you come and visit me again? Natasha asked. Yes, in 2 days. He'll come and visit you in 2 days, Jiang Fei promised. Pinky swear, Natasha said as she stretched out her little finger. Pinky swear. Jiang Fei hooked his finger with Natasha's. Then, he walked out of Natasha's house with the waste. After Jiang Fei left for about half an hour, Natasha's brother returned. Natasha, have you been good today? Her brother asked with a smile. I've been good every day. Natasha laughed. Yeah, I've been pretty good today. I haven't played any games. Her brother laughed. Brother, I'm hungry. Natasha's expression was a little strange, so she changed the topic with hunger. Okay, I'll go and cook for you now. Her brother was also a little absent-minded, so he did not notice Natasha's strange behavior. On the other side, Natasha helped her brother cook dinner. After they finished eating, she found an excuse to go back to her room. She was afraid that if she spent too much time with her brother would find out her weakness. Natasha, did you use the medical bag? Her brother shouted downstairs. Yes, there is a teaching of bandaging on TV today. I practiced with Nana, Natasha shouted in the room. Nana was her doll. Oh, be careful when you use the scissors. Don't hurt yourself. Her brother did not mind. Then, he continued to remind her. It might be very chaotic outside these 2 days. If you have nothing to do, go somewhere else. Don't open the door even if someone knocks on it. Do you understand? I understand. I won't open the door even if someone comes, Natasha promised. However, in her heart, she added, except for the handsome guy who comes to look for me. While Natasha was talking to her brother, Jiang Fei was currently homeless. As he did not have any money or legal identity code on him, it was impossible for Jiang Fei to stay in a hotel or hotel. Therefore, the only place where he could stay was the bench in the park. At this moment, Jiang Fei was sitting on the bench in the park in a daze. He was thinking about what he should do next. He did not come to the Gamma space to be a vagabond. He had to find a way to get in touch with the development team. He had to understand how they interfered with the three-dimensional space. Only then could he think of a way to cut off the connection between the three-dimensional space and the Gamma space completely. How can I get in touch with the development team? Jiang Fei scratched his head as he thought about it. He knew that the development team member was Natasha's brother. However, he did not want to get to know her brother through Natasha, because if that was the case, Natasha's brother could easily connect Jiang Fei's identity to her. Not everyone in the Gamma dimension was willing to accept a low-dimensional creature to their world. Moreover, based on Natasha's description, her brother did not want Jiang Fei to come to the Gamma dimension. If he was hostile towards Jiang Fei, once Jiang Fei's identity was exposed, his actions in the Gamma dimension would be in big trouble. Hey! Move your butt! This territory is mine! Just as Jiang Fei was deep in thought, a vagrant appeared beside him. Hiss! Jiang Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. The sensitivity of his spiritual power in the gamma space had been greatly suppressed. Even when a vagrant appeared beside him, he did not notice it. What are you looking at? Get lost. This place is mine, the vagrant said to Jiang Fei. This bench was where he slept every day. However, when he came today, he found that it was occupied by another guy. Hee. Jiang Fei did not argue with the vagrant. He stood up and walked to another place. There were many benches in the huge park. Wait a minute. When the homeless man saw that Jiang Fei was so easy to talk to, he immediately rolled his eyes and called out to him. What are you doing? Jiang Fei asked. What are you doing? You've been sitting on my bed for half a day. Aren't you embarrassed? The homeless man shook his shoulders and came to Jiang Fei's side. He saw that Jiang Fei was easy to bully, so he was obviously trying to blackmail him. Your bed? Jiang Fei looked at the homeless man in front of him and smiled. He had just stood up and left because he did not want to argue with this homeless man. He was not afraid of him. As the saying goes, good shoes don't step on smelly dog shit. Jiang Fei had this kind of mentality. That was why he was unwilling to pay attention to this homeless man. In the end, he did not expect this guy to take advantage of him. That's right. My bed? The homeless man pursed his lips and said, Call it. See if it agrees. Jiang Fei said with a cold smile. Hey, kid, you're looking for trouble, aren't you? If I ask you to pay, you pay. Cut the crap. I'll slap you, the tramp said angrily. Pa! Jiang Fei took a step forward. Before the tramp could react, a big mouth was already on top of him. Jiang Fei used all his strength. Although his carrier looked ordinary, it was a clone warrior that was prepared for war. Its physical fitness was no different from that of a special forces soldier. With this slap, the homeless man turned around 3 times. Are you hitting me? The homeless man was stunned. At that moment, he felt that the sky was filled with little stars. Chapter 2777, Chapter 27. What are you doing? Jiang Fei asked as he looked at the tramp. Beggar! Although the tramp received a slap in the face, he still stood up straight. All right. Beggar! Why are you still so arrogant? Jiang Fei smiled. Hey, what's wrong with being a beggar? It seems like you're not the same. The tramp gave Jiang Fei a sideways glance. He thought to himself, although you're dressed a little cleaner than me, your clothes don't really fit you. One look and you could tell that you stole it from somewhere. Moreover, would anyone who had a meal break sleep on a park bench in the middle of the night? Jiang Fei followed the homeless man's gaze and looked at the clothes he was wearing. This was the clothes that he had taken off one of Lena's subordinates. Although it was about the same. That guy was fatter. Therefore, the clothes that he was wearing were a little loose. Hee. Alright. I'm also a beggar. Jiang Fei nodded. He needed information. These homeless men were on the streets all day long. These people must know a lot of things. Jiang Fei did not have high hopes about the internal situation of the development team. However, he might be able to find out from these people where the development team worked and how the people at the entrance were doing. Kid, if you're a beggar, you have to admit it. It's not embarrassing. The vagrant looked like he had been through this before. He even wanted to come over and pat Jiang Fei on the shoulder. However, when he thought of the mouth just now, he retracted his hand that he had stretched out. Isn't that embarrassing? What's embarrassing? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. This guy had already asked for a meal. He was actually quite proud. Hey, you don't understand, the tramp said, as he wanted to teach Jiang Fei about the benefits of begging. However, Jiang Fei was not in the mood. Stop! I want to ask you something. Jiang Fei waved his hand. I'm not done yet, the tramp said unhappily. Then, do you want me to beat the beat for you to say it? Jiang Fei said as he raised his hand. No. Brother, let's talk it out. What do you want to ask? The tramp was so scared that he shrunk his neck. The slap just now had made the back of his molars loosen. He did not want to do it again. Let me ask you, what's the most popular news on the streets recently? Jiang Fei asked. What's the most popular news? The homeless man rolled his eyes and thought for a moment. Then, he said, it's that game that allows you to experience the three-dimensional world. This game has been popular for a period of time. It's said that people who can afford to buy a terminal are playing it. Then, do you want to play it? Jiang Fei asked casually. Heh, not interested. The homeless man rolled his eyes. Oh, what do you mean? Jiang Fei asked. I'm very busy all day long. I don't have time to play that. said the homeless man. What are you busy with? Jiang Fei was stunned. Begging. The homeless man rolled his eyes and said. He was busy looking for food all day long. How could he have the mood to do anything else? Moreover, even if he had the mood, what was the use? Did he have the money to buy a terminal? Even if someone gave him a terminal, he would probably sell it in exchange for a good meal. Hee. Jiang Fei laughed. The beggars were so simple that he did not know what to say. Then, do you know where the publisher of this game is? Jiang Fei led the conversation back to the main topic. Tisk! Look at your scholarly appearance. You're even a publisher. Who doesn't know that this crappy game was created by the Life Extension Center? Those guys live in luxury all day long. If they have nothing to do, they just mess around, the homeless man said disdainfully. Life Extension Center? Jiang Fei was stunned. He had heard this term mentioned more than once. Yes, said the tramp as he nodded. What does it do? Jiang Fei asked. Hey! Have you lost your memory? Or are you really an idiot? The tramp rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei. This guy really did not know how to remember things. He had already forgotten about the slap just now. Just answer whatever I ask you. If you continue to talk nonsense, will you believe me? Jiang Fei glared at the tramp. The tramp gave in again. Okay. 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 You ask. You ask. The tramp nodded and bowed. Tell me, what is this Life Extension Center about? Jiang Fei asked. Sigh. I'm not too sure about the specifics. When I was young, I didn't really listen to the lectures when I was in school. It said that the people in Gamma Space have low fertility. That place is responsible for artificial breeding. Anyway, it's a place for rich people to go. I'm not sure either, the tramp said. He did not even have a wife. The topic of fertility was basically out of his reach. Oh, Jiang Fei nodded. However, in his heart, he felt that this place was not as simple as the homeless man had said. If it was really a place like Earth that treated infertility or did IVF, how could this Life Extension Center be related to the development team? These two departments had nothing to do with each other. However, if Jiang Fei asked the homeless man about the Life Extension Center, he would not know anything. You haven't told me where the publisher of the game is. Jiang Fei changed the topic again. It's in the administrative district east of the Central City District. However, I advise you not to go there. There are annoying patrol officers everywhere. If they see you there, they might beat you up, said the homeless man. Why did they beat me up? Jiang Fei was stunned. Hey! People who worked in that place were either rich or noble. Would they be happy to see us like this? These powerful people hated us. How could those patrol officers not please them? Therefore, if we go there once, those bastards will beat us up once, said the homeless man with a shrug. He had gone there to beg before. However, after being beaten up a few times, he had learned his lesson. I see. Jiang Fei nodded. It seemed that if he had to go to the development team, he would have to change his identity. Why don't you have an identity code? At that moment, the homeless man suddenly cried out. H? Jiang Fei was stunned. Why don't you have an identity code? The homeless man rubbed his arm. There was something that looked like a QR code on his forearm. This might be the identity code he was talking about. Jiang Fei could not answer for a moment. Who exactly are you? How can there be someone who doesn't have an identity code? The tramp stood up in an instant. Moreover, from his posture, it seemed like he was about to shout. Bang! Jiang Fei struck out with lightning speed and knocked the tramp unconscious. Oh no! It seems like there's still something wrong with this carrier. Jiang Fei quickly calculated in his mind. Although he had obtained a carrier with good physical attributes, this clone was, after all, created illegally by Lena and the others. There was no legal identity at all. Therefore, it was very difficult for Jiang Fei to move freely in the gamma space. For example, right now, he could be exposed in a dark environment in front of a homeless person. If he were to face someone else, his identity would be even easier to expose. Chapter 2778, Chapter 2767. Mess. How should I deal with you? Although Jiang Fei was very worried about his identity being exposed, the most important thing now was to deal with this vagrant first. If he was allowed to wake up and shout at him, Jiang Fei would be in trouble. After thinking about it, Jiang Fei finally had no choice but to stuff him into the inheritance space. Although he already knew that the inheritance space was not exclusive to him, no one in the gamma space should be able to control the entrance and exit of the inheritance space. Therefore, it was safer to throw the homeless man into the inheritance space than to kill him to silence him. After all, it was not difficult to kill the homeless man. However, what about his body? Once the police found him, it would be troublesome to track him down. However, if the homeless man went missing, there would be no problem. After all, no one would care about a homeless man. If he disappeared for a few days, or even dozens of days, no one might find him. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei immediately activated his spiritual power and wrapped the vagrant up before stuffing him into the inheritance space. Phew. Looks like I can't do this kind of work in the gamma dimension for long. Jiang Fei muttered to himself after throwing the vagrant into the inheritance space. He opened the entrance to the inheritance space in the fourth dimension. The amount of spiritual energy that was consumed was much more than when he was in the three-dimensional world. However, in order to ensure his safety, the amount of spiritual energy that was consumed was worth it. At least now, the tramp who knew that Jiang Fei's identity was abnormal had been dealt with. In order to avoid being discovered by others, Jiang Fei left the bench. He went to another corner of the park and found a bench to sit on. Next is the identity code. I need to give myself an identity code. However, I still need to find someone to confirm the identity code. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Now, the vagrant had been thrown into the inheritance space. Whether it was getting him out, stuffing him back into the inheritance space after asking questions, or Jiang Fei returning to the inheritance space to ask questions, the amount of mental strength that was consumed was very shocking. Therefore, it was best not to use the inheritance space. However, if he did not use the inheritance space, if Jiang Fei wanted to find someone to verify it, he would have to go to Natasha. After all, Natasha was the only person that Jiang Fei was familiar with in the gamma space. She was also the only person that he could trust. As for Lena, Jiang Fei did not even think about it. Right now, there were at least 8 or 10 agents around Lena. This silly girl was as naive as her father. She thought that her plan was flawless. In fact, they had been targeted long ago. If Jiang Fei went to find her now, he would be courting death. Now, Jiang Fei was eager to stay as far away as possible. When Lena and her father clashed with the magistrate, he might be able to take advantage of the chaos to get some benefits. After making up his mind to find Natasha, Jiang Fei lay down on the bench and wanted to rest. Hiss! It's quite cold. The night wind in the park blew, causing Jiang Fei to shiver. Although his current physical fitness was not bad, he was still an ordinary person after all. The cool night wind still made him shudder. After wrapping his clothes tightly, Jiang Fei lay down on the bench and narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he was no different from a real vagrant. In a daze, Jiang Fei gradually fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already bright daylight. Mom! This person is so pitiful! A young mother walked past the park with a little girl. The little girl looked at Jiang Fei, and then at the breakfast that was like a hamburger that she had just opened the packaging. What should you do if you meet a poor person? The young mother asked. Give him some help. The little girl ran in front of Jiang Fei. Her mother followed behind her cautiously. Although she wanted to educate her daughter, she was also afraid that the homeless man would hurt her. Uncle, are you hungry? The little girl asked with a smile. Before Jiang Fei could say anything, his stomach started growling. When this clone was in the petri dish, there was nutrient solution bubbling. However, yesterday, in order to inspect the goods, he was removed from the petri dish. After Jiang Fei obtained the carrier, he spent another day outside. During this day, it could be said that he did not have any teeth. His stomach was already extremely hungry. Here you go, Uncle! The little girl broke the hamburger in her hand into 2 halves. She kept a small portion for herself and passed the large portion to Jiang Fei. Uncle, because I have to go to school and have not eaten breakfast, I can't give you all of it. You eat first. When I finish school, I will bring you another portion, said the little girl with a smile. Thank you. Jiang Fei returned the little girl a smile. Then, he smiled and said to the young mother, Thank you. You are very good at teaching your daughter. The reason why Jiang Fei said that was because the little girl did not give him all the food in her hands. A good deed was definitely not to give her all. It was to help others as much as she could. If I had to help others when I could not even eat by myself, that would not be called kindness. That would be called stupidity. Moreover, the little girl spoke very methodically, and her thoughts were very clear. That was why Jiang Fei praised the young mother for being very good at teaching her daughter. Dot! The young mother did not say anything. She gave Jiang Fei a smile and left with her daughter. After watching the strange mother and daughter leave, Jiang Fei took a bite of the hamburger in his hand. Jiang Fei did not know what its real taste was like. But from his own experience, its taste was not very different from the beef hamburger in the three-dimensional world. Of course, this was also related to Jiang Fei's understanding of the four-dimensional world. Just like how Jiang Fei could not understand the fourth dimension, he could not understand the taste of the four-dimensional world. His mind could only connect to the things that he came into contact with. By associating with the things in the three-dimensional world, the feedback of the feeling was basically the same as the three-dimensional space. For an adult like Jiang Fei, half a hamburger was not enough to fill his stomach. It was not even enough to fill his stomach. However, Jiang Fei was very satisfied. At least, from the performance of the mother and daughter. The people in the gamma space were no different from the people in the three-dimensional world. Perhaps there were bad people among them, but there were also good people. For the whole morning, Jiang Fei had nothing to do. He sat on the bench in the park. Moreover, Jiang Fei's luck was not bad. In the whole morning, he actually received some change and some scattered food. It was obvious that the people here really treated Jiang Fei as a vagrant. Moreover, there seemed to be quite a number of people who were kind-hearted. It was already past noon. Jiang Fei strolled out of the park and went around to the vicinity of Crystal Street. After about an hour, a young man left Natasha's house. He took a car to somewhere else. This young man should be Natasha's brother. Chapter 2779, Chapter 2768 Help. After Natasha's brother left, Jiang Fei did not rush to appear. He waited for another half an hour or so before walking out from the corner. Ding dong! Jiang Fei rang Natasha's doorbell. Who is it? Natasha's voice came through the door. Natasha, it's me, Jiang Fei replied. Ah, handsome, you're here. Natasha immediately opened the door and let Jiang Fei in. Just like before, Natasha stuck her little head out and carefully observed the situation around her. Then, she came back and closed the door. Handsome, where did you go yesterday? Natasha pulled Jiang Fei's arm and asked. Hee, I sat in the park all night, said Jiang Fei with a bitter smile. Age? Handsome, you haven't eaten yet, right? Asked Natasha with a concerned look. No. Jiang Fei was indeed hungry. Handsome, go to my room and wait for me. I'll be right there, said Natasha to Jiang Fei. Then, she turned around and ran away. Jiang Fei went upstairs and entered Natasha's room. A few minutes later, Natasha came in with a large tray. Handsome, I don't know how to cook. You can have some snacks first, Natasha said to Jiang Fei. Although she occasionally helped her brother in the kitchen, she really did not know how to cook by herself. Thank you, Natasha, Jiang Fei said to Natasha. You're welcome. Handsome, eat up, Natasha said with a smile. After that, Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony anymore. He was indeed hungry. Natasha brought a total of 15 to 16 packs of snacks. However, these snacks, which were not very hungry, all entered Jiang Fei's stomach in the blink of an eye. After drinking 2 more cups of hot water, Jiang Fei finally had food in his stomach. As he enjoyed this long-lost feeling of fullness, Jiang Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. After all, he did not have the power of the three-dimensional space. As a strong adult man, he had been hungry for a day and a night. After staying up all night on the park bench, Jiang Fei was actually in a bad state. However, because of his hunger, he could not sleep at first. However, now that he was full, the tiredness immediately swept over him. Handsome, you should sleep for a while. My brother is not coming back tonight, Natasha said to Jiang Fei. Oh, he is not coming back? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, my brother said that he has something to do tonight. He has to work overtime, Natasha said. I see. Jiang Fei nodded. At that moment, he felt that his eyelids were fighting. He really could not open his eyes. Handsome, go to sleep. If there's anything, I'll call you, Natasha said. Okay, then I'll sleep for a while. If there's anything, call me, Jiang Fei said to Natasha. Okay. Natasha nodded her little head. Then, Jiang Fei leaned on the floor and fell asleep. He was really too tired. When Jiang Fei opened his eyes again, a lovely smiling face was right in front of him. Ah! When he opened his eyes, he saw a face right in front of him. Jiang Fei was shocked. Ah! Handsome! You're awake! Natasha had just fallen asleep while leaning against Jiang Fei. I woke you up, Jiang Fei said a little embarrassedly. It's okay. Handsome. Let's eat, Natasha said with a smile. Eat? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes. My brother asked his colleagues to send me food. I said it was not good, so they bought me another serving. Then, both of us will have food. Am I very smart? Natasha looked up at Jiang Fei and said. Her expression was practically saying to Jiang Fei, Praise me quickly. Praise me quickly. Yes. Natasha is really smart. Of course, Jiang Fei would not be stingy with his praise. Natasha smiled embarrassedly, but her face was full of satisfaction. Let's go. Let's eat. Natasha pulled Jiang Fei's hand and went to the restaurant on the first floor. As soon as they entered the restaurant, Jiang Fei saw 2 sets of food on the table. Although it was said to be 2 sets, this set of food was obviously bought for Natasha as a child's meal. The taste was not only the amount of food, but also the amount of food. For an adult like Jiang Fei, that was not enough to eat. However, now that Jiang Fei was living under someone else's roof, he was too embarrassed to tell Natasha. So, the 2 of them sat down and began to eat. Fortunately, Natasha was very smart. She quickly realized that Jiang Fei's set of food was not enough to eat. So, she ran to the kitchen and took out a large pile of snacks. This finally filled Jiang Fei's stomach. Thank you, Natasha, Jiang Fei said sincerely. Handsome, why are you being so polite with me? It was not easy for you to come to our world. Of course, I have to entertain you. When I went to your place, didn't you take me everywhere to play? Natasha tilted her small head and said with a matter-of-fact expression. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. But the gratitude in his heart for Natasha did not diminish. Handsome, you can stay at my house tonight. However, my brother will come back tomorrow. If that happens, I can't keep you. If my brother finds out, you will be in danger, Natasha said to Jiang Fei. Okay, I will leave at dawn. Jiang Fei nodded to show that he understood. Natasha's brother was a member of the development team. Once he found out that he, a creature from the 3-dimensional space, had actually entered their world, he would definitely be surrounded by the entire city. Handsome, I have some pocket money. Although it's not a lot, I'll give it to you first. That way, you won't have to stay on the park bench tomorrow, said Natasha. But I don't have an ID number. I don't think I can stay in a hotel. Natasha, do you know how to get an ID number? Jiang Fei asked the question that was bothering him the most. Handsome, don't you have an ID number? Everyone gets one when they're born. Oh, right. I forgot that your body is an illegal clone. Natasha frowned. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, an ID number is indeed difficult to get. How about this? Handsome, you wait in the park for a day tomorrow. I'll ask my brother if he has any ideas. Will that make him suspicious? Jiang Fei asked. No, I have ideas, Natasha promised. Thank you, Natasha, Jiang Fei said sincerely. It's okay. I'm very happy to be able to help you. Handsome, Natasha said with a smile. Then, I'll come to see you tomorrow afternoon? Jiang Fei asked. Tomorrow afternoon is not good. My brother usually takes a day or 2 off after working overtime. You can see it then. As long as I put this doll on the windowsill of my room, it means that my brother has gone to work. You can come to see me, said Natasha as she pointed at her favorite doll. Nana! Chapter 2780, Chapter 27. After eating, Jiang Fei fell into a deep sleep on the sofa in the living room. His body was already injured, and he did not have a good rest last night. Therefore, he was extremely tired. However, the next morning, before the sun rose, Jiang Fei quietly left Natasha's house, as he did not know when Natasha's brother would return. He was afraid that he would be stuck at home. Before he left, Jiang Fei did not disturb Natasha. He only took out the package of the meal that they had eaten together, as well as the packaging of the snacks. Fortunately, Jiang Fei left early. The next morning, Natasha's brother came back with dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious that he had not slept the whole night, because he had worked overtime for the whole night. Natasha's brother was quite hungry. Therefore, he went to the kitchen to find some of Natasha's snacks to eat. However, when he opened the refrigerator and the cupboard, he saw that the pile of snacks that had been piled up like a mountain was now almost half the size of a mountain. This is strange. Although Natasha usually eats snacks, she can't eat so fast. The brother frowned. However, he did not go upstairs to wake Natasha up. He just took a few packets of snacks. Then, he sat in the living room and started eating. After eating some things, Natasha's brother went back to his room to catch up on his sleep. It was not until the sun rose that Natasha's brother was woken up. Handsome brother, Natasha shouted as she ran downstairs. She was originally looking for Jiang Fei, but she found her brother, who was opening the door with his sleepy eyes. You're shouting so early in the morning. Although your brother is very handsome, you don't have to call me so directly. Right? Said her brother with a smile. Because Natasha was usually very obedient. Therefore, he never thought that this handsome brother was not referring to him. Actually, her brother knew about Natasha calling Jiang Fei handsome. However, her brother did not expect that Jiang Fei from the three-dimensional world had already arrived in the gamma space. Therefore, he did not think about Jiang Fei at all. Ah, brother. Natasha originally wanted to say, brother, you're back. However, on second thought, if she said that, then there would be no way to explain the words, handsome brother, just now. Therefore, she immediately covered her eyes with her hand and shouted at her brother. Brother, you're not wearing any clothes. Ugh. Natasha's brother looked down and saw that she was only wearing underpants and a vest. Although they were biological siblings, Natasha was already more than 10 years old. He could not wear such casual clothes at home. Bang. Her brother hurriedly closed the door. At the same time, Natasha was relieved. If she had not reacted quickly enough, she might have been exposed. Soon, her brother put on his clothes and opened the door again. I'm sorry, Natasha. I was too sleepy. Her brother said to Natasha apologetically. This made Natasha feel a little guilty because she was the one who had deceived her brother. However, Natasha did not dare to tell her brother the truth because she knew very well that if her brother knew that Jiang Fei had come to the fourth dimension, her handsome brother would be dead for sure. Brother, I'm hungry. Natasha changed the topic. I'll make you breakfast now. Her brother nodded. Then, he washed up briefly and went into the kitchen. After Natasha washed up, she ran to the door of the kitchen. She watched her brother cook breakfast while she chatted with her brother. Brother, why did you work overtime yesterday? Natasha asked casually. Hey, it's still that stupid thing with the sheriff. Her brother did not hide it from Natasha. Is the sheriff really planning to rebel? Natasha asked curiously. Sigh. Now it can be said that the evidence is conclusive. We are just fishing for another fish. If it was not for that fish being too cunning, we might have already started to reel in the net. Her brother said as he cooked. The fish that he was talking about was actually the person that Jiang Fei had made up to inspect the goods. Because this person did not exist. The development team and the magistrate were all trapped. They had spent a lot of manpower and resources to dig out this person who did not exist. However, this person did not exist at all. This meant that their efforts were futile. For this reason, they even delayed the time to arrest the magistrate. Is the evidence conclusive? Natasha asked. Yes. There are 100,000 clone warriors. Even if the sheriff has a mouth all over his body, he will not be able to justify his crime. The brother said. Clone warriors? Natasha's eyes lit up. Yes. The brother nodded. He and Natasha were just chatting. Because he was very close to his sister. And her sister did not go out all day. There was no possibility of leaks at home. Therefore, he often shared these secrets with his sister. Elder brother, do you think those clone warriors will run out? Natasha suddenly asked. Run out? The elder brother was stunned. He really hadn't thought about this question. Yes. Natasha nodded. How can they run? These clones have no souls at all. If the sheriff could really get 100,000 souls, his rebellion would have been successful long ago. The elder brother said with a smile. The sheriff had the armory in his hands. If the 100,000 clone warriors were given souls, he would be able to arm an army immediately. But then again, if the sheriff really had the ability, then the consul who knew everything would not be so calm. He would definitely act earlier. I mean, what if he can't get his hands on 100,000 souls? 1 or 2 won't be a problem. Right? Natasha said. That's true. Her brother nodded. It was not easy to get 100,000 souls. But it was not difficult to get 1 or 2. But what was the use of 1 or 2 clone warriors? Although the clone warriors were strong against the Archon's army, they were not the same as a few or 100 of them. In fact, the Archon and the development team had already found out that the magistrate was using clones. The ones who were ambushed and killed were the same. But there were not many of them. So they were not a threat. So, what if they run out? Natasha asked. It doesn't matter if they run out. These people don't have ID codes. They will soon be exposed and caught by the patrolman. The brother said with a smile. Then can't they get their own ID codes? Natasha began to coax. It's not an easy thing. The ID codes are linked to the central management system. When we were born, the hospital printed on our arms and uploaded the data to the central management system. If these clones want to get their own ID codes, they will have to hack into the central management system and forge an identity for themselves. In addition to typing in the hospital, the brother said with a smile. But Natasha took his words to heart. Chapter 2781, Chapter 2770 Magic Tricks. Brother, what if your arm is burned and your ID is destroyed? Natasha asked curiously. That's easy. As long as you go to the hospital for a blood test, they will put your ID on again, her brother said with a smile. I see. Natasha nodded. Girl, why do you ask this? Her brother asked curiously. I'm just asking. Didn't you talk about this? Natasha immediately retorted. Hee hee. That's true. Let's not talk about this stupid thing. Natasha, do you want to go out and play tomorrow? Her brother asked with a smile. Go out and play? Natasha was instinctively excited. But after a moment, she quieted down. What's wrong? Natasha? Her brother asked curiously. Natasha was very excited just now. Obviously, she wanted to go out and play. What did she remember? Why was she unhappy again? I still have a lot of homework to do, Natasha said with a pout. You're worried about that. It's okay. I'll explain it to your teacher when the time comes, her brother said with a smile. Forget it. I'll just do my homework at home. Brother, you've been so busy recently. I won't keep you any longer. Go do your thing. And when you're done, we'll go out to play, Natasha said. Girl, you've really grown up. You're actually so sensible. Her brother looked at Natasha with great relief. But he didn't know that Natasha gritted her teeth and didn't go out to play because she was worried about her other brother. Che, I am very sensible too, Natasha said with a wrinkled nose. Yes, yes, yes. We, Natasha, are the most sensible. The brother patted Natasha's little head lovingly. In the following day, apart from resting at home and catching up on sleep, the brother spent the whole day with Natasha, talking to her, watching TV, and spending the whole day with her. It could be said that he was too busy during this period of time and lacked compensation for his sister's companionship. The next morning, his brother, who had originally planned to take a day off, was urged to go to work by Natasha. Then, Natasha picked up her favorite doll, Nana, and placed it on the windowsill of her room. Natasha called me again. I don't know if she got the answer. Hiding in the corner, Jiang Fei found the doll on the windowsill of Natasha. The day before, Jiang Fei was actually doing okay. At least during the day, he did not go hungry. Because Natasha gave him some money, Jiang Fei could at least buy some things to fill his stomach. However, there was one thing. At night, Jiang Fei had nowhere to go. The shops on the street closed their doors one by one. There were no shops or restaurants that were open all night near Crystal Street. Even if Jiang Fei wanted to find a place to stay, there was no place. Although there were many large and small hotels here. However, because he did not have an identity number, Jiang Fei did not dare to enter. With no other choice, Jiang Fei returned to the park and made do on the deck chair for the night. Fortunately, he had eaten his fill during the day, so his stamina could keep up. The night was not as difficult as before. Moreover, the wound on Jiang Fei's arm was beginning to heal. After all, it was only a superficial wound. After applying the medicine, he recovered quickly. Sigh. Spending someone else's money to buy a gift for someone else. Isn't that a little insincere? Jiang Fei said as he looked at the hamburger in his hand. He had just gone to the fast food restaurant to buy this for Natasha. It could be considered as breakfast for Natasha as well as a way to thank Natasha for taking care of him. In fact, at first, Jiang Fei wanted to buy a doll or something as a gift. However, after thinking about it, Natasha did not go out and suddenly had a doll. This must have aroused her brother's suspicion. Buying food was different. After eating, he threw away the packaging. It was as if it had never been there before. No one would notice. With a burger and a drink, Jiang Fei rang Natasha's doorbell. Who is it? Natasha asked carefully. Natasha, it's me, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Ah, handsome. Natasha immediately opened the door and pulled Jiang Fei in. Then, she carefully observed him for a while before closing the door. Natasha, what are you looking at? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Because every time he came, Natasha was like this. It's always like this on TV. When we meet secretly, We must be careful to avoid being discovered, Natasha said seriously. Hee. Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. If he could avoid the enemy's eyes just like that, it would be too much of a joke. In fact, every time Jiang Fei came to Natasha's house, he would walk around the neighborhood a few times. He would only dare to come when he was sure that everything was safe. Otherwise, if he was trapped in Natasha's house, not only would he be finished, he might even implicate Natasha. Handsome! Why are you smiling? Natasha said with some dissatisfaction. Nothing. Nothing. Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. Then, he raised the hamburger and drink in his hand and said, Look, I brought you delicious food. Wow! Hamburger! And drink! Natasha's attention was immediately attracted to it. Do you like it? Jiang Fei asked. I like it. I like it. Give it to me. Natasha jumped up and down, trying to snatch the food from Jiang Fei's hands. Natasha, do you like these very much? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Of course, but my brother doesn't allow me to eat these junk food. Natasha pouted and said. Junk food? Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect the fourth dimension to talk about this. Yes. Natasha took the burger and drink. Then, she took a big gulp of the soda before she closed her eyes in satisfaction. Hey! Natasha, can I help you with a magic trick? Jiang Fei suddenly said. What magic trick? Natasha was still a child after all. She was more curious. Look! Jiang Fei took the burger from Natasha's hand. Then, he took a few plates from the kitchen and opened the burger. Handsome! What are you doing? Natasha asked. Look! Bread, meat, vegetables, cheese. Isn't this breakfast very sumptuous? Is the nutrition very balanced? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Yes. My brother makes it for me every day. It's pretty much like this. Natasha nodded in confusion. Does your brother let you in soda water? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. He said that it's very healthy. Natasha nodded. Then does your brother let you drink orange juice? Jiang Fei asked again. Yes. It's good for your body to drink more fruit juice. Natasha nodded again. Look. Shake the orange juice and soda water together. Isn't that it? Jiang Fei pointed at the carbonated drink in his hand and said. I think so. Natasha nodded in confusion. So, don't worry about what your brother said. Just eat it. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Okay. Natasha nodded happily. After Jiang Fei's analysis, the junk food did not seem to be as bad as it used to be. Therefore, she immediately started eating happily. Do I mislead my little friend? Jiang Fei saw Natasha happily eating her burger. But he was thinking to himself. Chapter 2782, Chapter 2771. Two plans. Very soon, Natasha finished her hamburger and a large glass of soda. Although Jiang Fei knew that it was not good for children to eat such things, it was okay to eat it once in a while. It's so delicious. Natasha wiped her mouth in satisfaction. If you like it, I'll bring it to you in the future, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Okay. Handsome. You're not allowed to lie, Natasha said as she raised her little face. Let's pinky swear. Jiang Fei hooked his finger with Natasha's. Handsome. Let's go watch TV, Natasha said as she pulled Jiang Fei's arm. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and then watched TV with Natasha. However, as soon as the TV was turned on, Jiang Fei did not even have the time to see what was on the TV. He could feel the change in Natasha. In terms of appearance, Natasha was still the same as before. She was a little girl of 11 or 12 years old. However, in terms of temperament, she was completely different from the little girl from before. Jiang Fei knew that this was the activation of another personality of Natasha. Under this personality, Natasha appeared to be more mature. I have already asked about the identity code, Natasha said to Jiang Fei. Oh, how do I get it? Jiang Fei immediately asked. This was the question that he was most concerned about. After all, without the identity code, he would not be able to move an inch in the gamma space. He would not be able to get close to the development team. It's more troublesome. You need to go to the hospital first. Only the hospital has this kind of equipment, Natasha said. What happens after you go to the hospital? Jiang Fei asked. You need to pretend to have a burn on your arm. After the treatment, they will reprint your identity number. However, there is a problem. Your identity does not exist. This body is an illegal clone warrior. So, when they find out that they cannot find out about you, they will immediately call the police, Natasha said. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Now, you have two choices, Natasha said. Tell me about it, Jiang Fei said. First, find a way to hack into the central management system and forge a copy of your identity. Then, go to the hospital and ask them to print out your identity number in the name of treating your injury. Because your information does exist. After you verify the DNA, you will get a new identity number, Natasha said. This might be a little difficult, Jiang Fei said. First of all, he knew nothing about the technology of the gamma space. It was impossible for him to hack into such a level of network. It was even more impossible for him to create a fake identity for himself there. The second method is to go straight to the hospital and use the excuse of treating burns as an excuse to sneak in first. After they have treated your injuries and examined your DNA, you will think of a way to control all the doctors. Then, you will use their authority to directly spray a code on your arm, Natasha said. Do you think it will work? Jiang Fei asked. Because it is done directly, your information will not appear in the central management system. In this way, although you can hide from some of the checks, most of the checks require identification. You will not be able to pass, Natasha said. I see. Jiang Fei understood what Natasha meant. It was like asking Jiang Fei to forge an ID card. If the police were to take a look at it with their naked eyes, it would naturally be fine. However, if they were to use the equipment to verify it, Jiang Fei would immediately be exposed. This was because he was not in the information of the central management system. Currently, I can only think of these two methods. If you can think of more, you can try it, said Natasha. Okay, I got it. Jiang Fei nodded. Be nice to her, Natasha suddenly said. What? Jiang Fei was stunned. However, at that moment, Natasha's temperament suddenly dropped and she became a child again. Handsome, can we watch cartoons? Natasha said as she hugged Jiang Fei's arm. Sure, as long as you like it. Jiang Fei nodded. At this moment, he was still recalling the Natasha from before. This time, Natasha's second personality seemed to be clearer. Although her second personality had appeared before, her personality was not as strange as before. However, as Jiang Fei came into contact with Natasha more and more, especially when the two of them were in the gamma space, Natasha's second personality seemed to be growing rapidly. Jiang Fei watched TV with Natasha for a whole day. He and Natasha did not eat much at noon. They just ate some snacks. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Fei could not stay any longer. Natasha, your brother will be back soon. I have to go, Jiang Fei said to Natasha. Yes. It's so late. Natasha looked at the time and nodded reluctantly. It's okay. He'll come back to see you in a day or two, Jiang Fei said with a smile. When brother is not around, he'll put Nana on the windowsill, Natasha said. I know. Next time I come, he'll bring you delicious food, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Handsome brother. You're so nice. Natasha smiled sweetly at Jiang Fei. All right. I have to go. Goodbye. Jiang Fei waved at Natasha. Then, he packed up the food and left Natasha's house. After leaving Natasha's house, Jiang Fei went to the restaurant to eat something. Natasha had saved a lot of pocket money before. It was enough for Jiang Fei to live in the Gamma dimension for 10 days to half a month. Especially since he could not stay there. Although it was a little uncomfortable, it saved him a lot of money. It seems that if I want to get an identity number, I have to be hard on myself, Jiang Fei thought as he sat on the bench in the park. Regardless of the method, if he wanted to get an identity number, he had to go to the hospital. However, a normal person's arm had already been printed with an identity number when they were born. It was impossible for someone to not have an identity number. Therefore, Jiang Fei's only excuse, it was a burn. Only then could he explain why the ID code on his arm had disappeared. As he rubbed his left arm, Jiang Fei was also thinking about which path he should take. The first path was almost impossible. Unless someone helped him, Jiang Fei would not be able to complete it on his own. After all, hacking into the central management system was not something that an ordinary person could do. The second option was simple. But the fake ID code was not very meaningful. Jiang Fei's ultimate goal was to sneak into the development team's office. The security there was very strict. It was necessary to verify the ID code. If he did not have a legal ID code, he would not be able to enter at all. What should I do? That night, Jiang Fei fell asleep in his confusion. Chapter 2783, Chapter 2772 Night Raid. The next morning, Jiang Fei woke up from the bench in the park. He rubbed his eyes, and went to the fountain in the center of the park to wash his face. The conditions were simple, so he could only make do with personal cleaning. Let's go to the hospital to check on the situation first. After Jiang Fei found a small restaurant and ate something, he prepared to go to the hospital to check on the situation first. Although he currently did not have a way to obtain an identity number, there was no harm in scouting the place first. The location of the hospital was very easy to find because there were not many people in the entire Gamma space. There was only one hospital that was responsible for fertility and could print an identity number. Jiang Fei walked through the central city district. As he walked, Jiang Fei also observed the city. It actually looked no different from a three-dimensional world. There were all kinds of buildings and the same hurry crowd. On the way, Jiang Fei did not take a car. He just strolled over and asked as he walked. When Jiang Fei found the center hospital, it was already afternoon. The center hospital was built outside the center of the city. It was located between the rich and poor areas, because everyone had to play the game. All births were carried out here, only when they were born. These people could enjoy the equality of everyone. After leaving the hospital, they would eventually return to their own world. Although the rich and the poor lived under the same blue sky, they were two completely different worlds. This is it! Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he looked at the huge hospital. First, he went to a small restaurant nearby to eat something. As this place was close to the poor district, the price of the food immediately dropped. Of course, the quality of the food could not be compared to the quality of the restaurants near Crystal Street. Fortunately, Jiang Fei did not care much about these things. After he ate some food and filled his stomach, Jiang Fei strolled to the hospital. Hospitals were the same everywhere. They were all open. As long as there were no major epidemics, anyone could enter this place. When Jiang Fei entered, he did not encounter any obstruction. Hello! Where is the burn department? Jiang Fei casually pulled a nurse over. 4th floor on the right. The nurse was very busy. After answering Jiang Fei, she left in a hurry. 4th floor. Jiang Fei secretly noted it down. Then, he first found the hospital's floor index and briefly looked at what each floor was for. Then, he did not go to the elevator. Instead, he went up the stairs to the 4th floor. After coming out of the stairwell, there was a big sign in front of Jiang Fei. On his right was the burn department. Ta. The corridor was very quiet. There did not seem to be any patients in the burn department at the moment. Jiang Fei's footsteps were particularly clear in the quiet corridor. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived outside the burn department's examination room. He looked inside and saw a doctor holding something that looked like a case book. He was using a pen to write on it. I wonder if I can meet an unlucky person with a burn on his arm. It would be good for me to see the procedure. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. However, he was not the son of God after all. He did not have the ability to get what he wanted. After walking outside the burn department for about 10 minutes, not a single patient came to the 4th floor. Ta. Jiang Fei exited the burn department's ward. Across the elevator on the 4th floor was a waiting area for family members. There were many seats there. After Jiang Fei arrived, he sat down. Strange. Why is it so quiet in such a big hospital? Jiang Fei muttered to himself in confusion. After another 10 minutes, the elevator door opened. A few people surrounded a patient and headed straight for the burn unit. Jiang Fei immediately stood up. Under his observation, Jiang Fei noticed that the unlucky guy's burn was on his thigh. There was no injury on his arm. It was likely that he did not need a coating device. Disappointed, Jiang Fei sat down again. However, the sky gradually darkened. Although a few more patients came during this period, the burns were not related to the arm. Looks like I did not gain much today. Jiang Fei sighed and went down the elevator. At this time, the sky was completely dark. Jiang Fei's stomach was a little hungry. After finding a place to eat something, Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. It was already too late for him to rush back to Crystal Street. Moreover, there was no need for him to rush back to Crystal Street to spend the night. After all, even if he went back, he would still be sleeping on the lounge chair in the park. Right now, Jiang Fei was hesitating whether he should go back to the hospital for the night or find a park nearby. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Fei decided to find a park nearby and make do with it for the night. Although the environment in the hospital was better, at least there was no need to be outdoors, which would prevent the cold wind from disturbing him. However, he was fine all by himself. If he stayed in the hospital all the time, it would attract the suspicion of others. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Jiang Fei decided to go to the park and endure it for the night. Previously, when he was eating, Jiang Fei discovered that there was a small park just a few hundred meters away from the hospital. Although it was not as good as the Central Park on Crystal Street, there were still quite a number of benches. It was enough for him to spend the night. As he strolled around, Jiang Fei entered the park. The sky was almost dark. The facilities in the park near the slums were far inferior to those in the rich areas. The street lights in the park were particularly dim. A little further away from the street lights, it was pitch black. Moreover, it was obvious that the park was unattended. There was trash everywhere on the ground. Jiang Fei tried to find a relatively clean bench and sat down. "I'll make do tonight. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow to check on the situation." After making up his mind, Jiang Fei wrapped himself tightly in his clothes and lay down on the bench. Just as Jiang Fei was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard the rustling of footsteps. "Huh?" Jiang Fei opened his eyes immediately. Who had come to this dark park in the middle of the night? "Boss, it's him. Are you sure he has money on him?" "Yes. I saw it when he was having lunch in the afternoon. They were all large denominations. There were quite a lot of them. That's really strange. He has money to sleep in the park? Who cares? He doesn't want us to spend it." "That's true. You guys go around the back and pat him on the back." "Boss, do you have to be so ruthless? It's troublesome to be alive. Let's just kill him." "All right. How many steps do you think this kid can take?" 20 steps is too much." As he listened to these people's conversation, Jiang Fei broke out in cold sweat. He did not expect to be targeted by others when he finished his meal. The so-called white wolf was a sudden attack from behind. It would use a rope to strangle one's neck and then forcefully drag one back. It was like carrying a bag. Generally, those who were physically fit could walk 10 to 20 steps, while those who had practiced could walk 30 to 40 steps. Generally, a person would have to pass out of breath within 10 steps. Chapter 2784, Chapter 2773. The True Master of Violence. As they spoke, the two boys had already arrived behind the bench where Jiang Fei was lying on. The boss had also walked in front of Jiang Fei. "Hey! Wake up!" The boss kicked Jiang Fei's leg. If Jiang Fei really fell asleep at this time, he would definitely sit up in a daze. Then, he would be ambushed by the boy behind him. Once he was strangled by the rope, it would be difficult for him to break free. It would be difficult to break free again. Carrying the white wolf was a notorious move. The first person who was strangled by the rope was dragged backward. His body leaned back, and his legs could not step on the ground. He could not exert any strength at all. The probability of successfully breaking free was almost negligible. At the beginning, most people would panic when their necks were strangled. However, this 1 or 2 seconds was the prime time to save yourself. After missing this opportunity, because of the lack of oxygen, you would become weaker and weaker. In the end, you could only die on the spot. However, Jiang Fei had heard the conversation of these people. Of course, he would not give in easily. "There are 3 of them. Their combat strength is unknown, but they should not be too strong." Jiang Fei quickly analyzed the situation in front of him. Although there were 3 people on the other side, they should be local ruffians or gangsters nearby. From the looks of it, they must have come for the small change on Jiang Fei's body, and the person who would take a fancy to this small amount of change. It was unlikely that they were people who could put on a good show. "My left arm is still a little clumsy, but it won't be a problem to move it." Jiang Fei moved his left arm slightly to confirm his body's condition. Then, he opened his eyes. Swoosh! A cold light flashed. Although this carrier was not very strong at the moment, don't forget what Lord Jiang was doing. He had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, even if the carrier was just average. However, his battle experience was still there. Moreover, although this carrier was still in the normal range, it also had the strength of a special forces soldier. It was easy to deal with these punks. Jiang Fei was scared just now because he was afraid that he would be schemed against. If he slept a little deeper, it would be hard to say. After being ambushed, he would suddenly encounter a white wolf. Jiang Fei was not sure if he would miss the opportunity in his panic. If he were to die at the hands of these guys, Jiang Fei would be wronged. Although he could return to the inheritance space after he died, this carrier would be useless. The only choice he had left was the crippled beggar that he had locked up in the inheritance space. If it was the carrier, Jiang Fei would not be able to move around in the gamma space. Although he had the identity code, the identity of a beggar was not much different from that of a black farmer. Moreover, he was a weak and sickly cripple. How was Jiang Fei supposed to move? In the midst of his lingering fear, Jiang Fei had the intention to kill these guys. Gulu. Before he could get up, Jiang Fei flipped over and rolled down from the recliner. Then, he rolled on the ground and arrived at the feet of the boss. "You'll go!" Jiang Fei shouted angrily. At the same time, he knocked his knee against the boss' ankle. Crack! A weak sound of bone cracking could be heard. Arg! The boss let out an inhuman scream. They had planned it well. They had thought that it was foolproof. However, they did not expect the other party to turn the tables on them. After the successful attack, Jiang Fei grabbed the boss belt and pulled hard. The boss, who had a broken ankle, could not stand properly and fell down. Jiang Fei also stood up. "Get him!" The two brats who were hiding behind the recliner rushed forward. Bang! Jiang Fei stepped forward and punched one of them on the nose. F***CKU. The other person swung his fist at Jiang Fei. However, these brats did not know any fighting skills. They used the F***king fist that was used in street fights. Jiang Fei took a wrong step and dodged the punch from the man. Then, he elbowed forward and hit the boy's chest. Under the intense pain, the boy felt his vision go black, and he almost fainted. Bang! 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 Jiang Fei attacked consecutively. In just a few moves, the three boys were all lying on the ground. Moreover, there were many fractures on their bodies. In a head-on fight, with the advantage of physical strength and rich combat experience, Jiang Fei completely defeated these hooligans. D****. You still want to plot against me? Jiang Fei reached out and took out a knife from the boss' waist. The boy's ankle bone had just been smashed by Jiang Fei. It was so painful that his facial features were twisted. Therefore, he did not even have the time to take out the knife from his waist. Come on, brothers, let's send you on your way. Jiang Fei's face was full of warm smiles. However, looking at the eyes of these hooligans, they were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. The hooligans emphasized that the more ruthless they were, the more ruthless they would be. However, if they really encountered a guy like Jiang Fei who killed people like they were numb, they would also be afraid. With a slash of the knife in Jiang Fei's hand, he cut off a piece of clothing from the boss' body. Ah! The kid cried out loudly. Call your sister. I didn't cut your flesh. As Jiang Fei spoke, he thrust the tip of the knife forward and cut a 3-inch long cut on the kid's body. H. This time, the screen was right. Which one of you has fire on you? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. I. The two punks nodded. Lend it to me. Jiang Fei took out 2 lighters from the 2 punks' bodies. After that, Jiang Fei cut a few pieces of the punk leader's clothes and tied them to his arm. The position was exactly where the ID number was printed. Pa! Jiang Fei directly pried open a lighter and poured all the fuel inside onto the gangster's arm that was tied with a piece of cloth. Big brother! Big brother! What are you doing? The gangster was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Playing a little game. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and then lit another lighter. PFFT. The moment the lighter came close, the gangster's arm was lit up. Because of the fuel, the fire was raging. At the same time, the leader's screams were heard. Arg! The leader shouted until there was no sound. Don't just watch! Put out the fire for your boss! Jiang Fei said to the 2 hooligans. Oh! The 2 hooligans were scared silly. They had finally met the Real King of Hell today. The 2 hooligans managed to put out the fire on their leader's arm. However, they could not take the leader's arm anymore. Not only was his skin burnt, but his skin was also burnt. The burnt cloth was stuck to his flesh. The pain was needless to say. Send him to the hospital. Why are you looking at me? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and threw the piece of cloth into the small pond far away. Chapter 2785, Chapter 2774. Retribution. Oh! Yes! The 2 underlings were already in shock. With Jiang Fei's reminder, the 2 of them carried their leader and ran to the hospital. Fortunately, the hospital was not far from here. The leader of the hooligans only howled a few times before he was dragged into the hospital. What happened? A young nurse rushed out and asked. Can't you see that your arm is burned? The thug roared. He was venting his emotions. After all, he had been scared out of his wits just now. It was already good enough that he did not pee. Quick! Send him to the burn unit. The young nurse did not care about the thug's attitude. After all, it was common for patients' families to bring their emotions to the hospital. Very soon, the hooligan leader was sent to the burn department on the 4th floor. At this time, Jiang Fei followed him at a leisurely pace. The 2 hooligans' attention was on their leader. Therefore, They did not notice that Jiang Fei had followed them. As for the other medical staff, although they saw Jiang Fei, they did not take it to heart. After all, there were too many patients and patient family members in the hospital. How did this happen? The doctor began to ask as he examined the injuries. He was burned. Are you blind? Although the two hooligans were scared to death in front of Jiang Fei, they were now arrogant. These people were typical bullies. The best treatment was to slap him with a big mouth. Let me ask you, how did he burn like this? The doctor's attitude was very good. F***CK. This is how he got his fever. The two hooligans looked at each other. Neither of them dared to mention Jiang Fei's matter. After all, this matter had already left a shadow in their hearts. Sigh. The doctor sighed. Even if the two hooligans did not say anything, he could not do anything about it. However, after the examination, he found that the boy had been badly burned. There was not a single good part of his arm left. Moreover, the surface of the skin had been completely burned. The fat and muscle tissue inside had been destroyed. There was even dirt that had entered the muscles. Let's clean it up first, the doctor said with a frown, because too much of the remains of the clothes had mixed into the meat. If they didn't clean it up, it was very easy to get infected. Then, a few nurses began to help the doctor treat the wound of the head of the hooligan. The two hooligans were also forced out. Later, let's mess around here. We might even be able to extort some money. The two gangsters had really recovered from their wounds and forgot about the pain. When they turned their faces away, they were already holding back their emotions. All right. Tonight, we were all scared out of our wits. We'll extort a huge sum of money as compensation. The other gangster also nodded. Then, let's. Ouch. The previous gangster was just about to come up with an idea when he raised his head and saw Jiang Fei. He was so scared that his soul had already left his body. How could you? F***CK. The second gangster was brave. The moment he saw Jiang Fei, he shouted loudly and turned around to rush into the stairwell. At that moment, the gangster who was running away hated his parents for not giving him 2 more legs. When he ran, even a rabbit would be his grandson. You? The terrified gangster pointed at Jiang Fei for a long time, but he could not utter a single word. F***CKU. Get lost. Jiang Fei glared at the hooligan. As if he had been pardoned, the hooligan quickly crawled into the stairwell and ran away. As the saying goes, the gods and ghosts were afraid of the strong. Although these hooligans were always shouting and dared to rob and kill people in the middle of the night, they were still afraid of people like Jiang Fei. After the two hooligans ran away, Jiang Fei strolled to the door of the clinic. He looked through the crack of the door and saw that the head of the hooligan had been drugged and his wound was being treated. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. After more than an hour, the head of the hooligan's wound was finally cleaned up. The doctor gave him some medicine and then bandaged it up. Is it done? Can I go now? The head gangster deserved to die. He didn't even say a word of courtesy. Don't worry. Your ID number has been destroyed. You have to reprint it, the doctor said. I'm grateful, the head gangster said with a stiff neck. We have to take some blood to confirm your identity, the doctor said. Sure. The head gangster stretched out his hand. The nurse pricked the head gangster's fingertip with a needle. After taking 2 drops of blood, she turned around and sent it to be tested. About 10 minutes later, the nurse returned with the results. Then, the doctor took a special instrument. This instrument was connected to the central management system. After confirming the head gangster's identity, the doctor reprinted the ID number on his other arm. Okay, you can leave now, the doctor said to the head gangster. The medical treatment here was completely free. Leave? Why? The head gangster curled his lips and said, You have nothing else to do. Just go home and take care of it, the doctor said. Huh? Then you stabbed me just now for nothing? My blood was wasted. The head gangster was obviously trying to extort people. Then what do you think we should do? The doctor frowned and asked. Call that nurse over. Either I stab her too, or you pay for it. As he said that, the head gangster took out a dagger from his calf and stabbed it on the doctor's desk. You? How can you do this? The doctor was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a person who would repay kindness with enmity. He and the nurse had just healed him, and now he was doing this. Hey! This is how I am, the head gangster said with a pout. Doctor, this is... At this moment, the young nurse came in. When he saw the young nurse come in, the head gangster turned his body and picked up the dagger with one hand. He wrapped the young nurse in his arms and aimed the tip of the dagger at the young nurse's choking voice. Ah! The young nurse was so scared that she screamed. Don't do anything rash. The doctor stood up immediately. This young nurse was his fiancée. How could he not be anxious? Pay up! 10,000 yuan for a drop of blood, the thug extorted proudly. You will be punished for this. The doctor frowned. Although he could take out this money, who had so much cash on them? But now that he was asked to withdraw the money, how could he let this thug be alone with his fiancée? Retribution? Where is the retribution? The gangster leader said disdainfully. If he really believed in retribution, he would have turned over a new leaf. Retribution is coming! At this moment, Jiang Fei rushed in from outside the door. You? When he saw that it was Jiang Fei, the gangster leader's blood turned cold. He instinctively wanted to fight for his life. The dagger in his hand stabbed directly at the nurse's neck. Bang! Jiang Fei took a step forward and arrived in front of the thug leader. Then, he grabbed his wrist. You? One of the thug leader's arms could not move. The wrist that was holding the dagger was grabbed by Jiang Fei again. He felt as if his wrist was being clamped by a large metal pincer. He could not move at all. Chapter 2786, Chapter 2775. Unexpected news. Crack! Following the sound of bones cracking, the gangster leader's wrist was broken by Jiang Fei. Clang! The dagger fell to the ground and was kicked aside by Jiang Fei. You want retribution, don't you? Jiang Fei smiled and said to the gangster leader. You? At that moment, the gangster leader could not speak properly. On one hand, it was because of the sharp pain in his wrist. On the other hand, it was also because of fear. Although he looked extremely vicious just now. However, as the saying went, the wicked needed to be tortured by the wicked. This gangster leader could be ruthless to the doctor and the nurse. However, if he met someone even more ruthless, he would be finished. If I keep you, you will be a disaster. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he held the head of the gangster leader with both hands and exerted a little force. Crack! Following a soft sound, the head of the gangster leader's neck was snapped by Jiang Fei. Plop! The dead body fell to the ground. Ah! The young nurse screamed in fear. Shut up! Jiang Fei shouted in a low voice. The young nurse immediately covered her mouth in fear. It's okay. This kid deserved to die. Keeping him alive would be a disaster. Today, I beat him away. Who knows when he will go to harm others? If he doesn't meet someone like me, who knows how many people will be harmed? Jiang Fei said to the doctor and nurse. But you can't just kill him like that. The doctor looked troubled. Although Jiang Fei had saved them, he had still killed someone. What else can I do? Call the police? How long do you think this kind of person can be sentenced to? After being locked up for a few days, do you think I'll let you go? Some bad people cannot be changed. If you don't think about yourself, you have to think about her. Right. Jiang Fei glanced at the nurse. Sigh. The doctor sighed and said to Jiang Fei. Thank you for today's incident. Don't worry. We will never tell anyone about this. Okay. The nurse nodded repeatedly. Okay. That's good. Jiang Fei nodded and turned to leave. Wait. The doctor called out to Jiang Fei. I still don't know your name. How can I thank you? The doctor asked. My name is Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he carried the body of the gangster leader and walked out. My name is Jonathan. If there is anything that you need my help with, I will do my best, the doctor said to Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not ask the doctor to type the code because it was meaningless. The doctor did not have the authority to modify the central management system. All he could do was to give Jiang Fei a fake code. However, this was actually useless to Jiang Fei. Of course, if Jiang Fei had taken care of the gangster leader's body, then this Dr. Jonathan could actually put the gangster leader's identity number on Jiang Fei's body. That way, Jiang Fei could also be considered to have an identity in the gamma space. However, this was not Jiang Fei's first choice. This was because this gangster leader was like a beggar that he had thrown into the inheritance space. They were at the bottom of society. Even if Jiang Fei had obtained their identities, he would not be able to enter the development team's office building. It was precisely because of this consideration that Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to get Jonathan to repay his kindness. After he brought the gangster leader's body into the stairwell, he directly threw the body into the inheritance space. That was the safest way. Phew! Although the pressure of opening the inheritance space in the gamma space was a little high, it was a good thing that the thug leader was already dead. If he brought a body in, the pressure on Jiang Fei would be a little less. After coming out of the hospital, Jiang Fei returned to the park. However, after all the trouble, he no longer felt sleepy at all. It would be great if I could get the identity I want in the central management system now, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. However, it was too difficult for him. After sitting in the park for the whole night, Jiang Fei went to the pool in the center of the park to wash his face. Then, he went to a nearby snack bar to have some breakfast. How can I implant the information into the central management system? Jiang Fei was thinking as he ate his breakfast. Hey! Did you hear? What did you hear? Ralph and his 2 underlings were beaten up. F***CK. Someone dared to beat up Ralph. Hey, you don't know? Ralph is in a terrible state now. His entire arm was burnt to a crisp. Who did you hear that from? I met one of his underlings this morning. That kid was so scared that he almost lost his mind. Are you serious? There's such a rude person around here? Heh. It's hard to say. As he listened to the conversation of the people at the table behind him, Jiang Fei finally knew the name of the leader of the hooligans for the first time. However, although the 2 of them were talking about this matter, they did not know that Jiang Fei, who was drinking porridge beside them, was the tyrant they were talking about. Hey! I have another piece of news. What news? Leviathan Company is coming to our place to recruit security personnel. Really? Absolutely. Hey, I just can't take the hardship. Otherwise, I would definitely have to sign up. Yeah. If I can be accepted, I might be able to enter the rich district. Although I'm a security guard, at least I can leave this poor rural area. I wonder where the security guard is going to be. Hey! I really know that? Oh. Where to? The Life Building? Huh? As the saying goes, if you don't mean it, you'll hear it. Although the 2 guys were just talking nonsense, Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. The Life Building was the building where the development team was located. Behind this building was the Life Extension Center that was always mentioned. Security? That sounds interesting. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Then, he thought to himself, looks like I really need to ask Jonathan to repay my kindness. Previously, Jiang Fei was unwilling to use his identity as a gangster leader because he was at the bottom of the society. He was not qualified to enter the Life Building. However, things were different now. Leviathan Company had come to recruit people. As long as Jiang Fei had a legal identity, he had a chance to become a security guard in the Building of Life. Jiang Fei did not care about his position as a security guard. As long as he could enter the Building of Life, it would be enough. Moreover, his identity as a security guard would allow him to gain a lot of authority in the building. This was very valuable to Jiang Fei. This breakfast was really worth it. Jiang Fei was very happy. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Fei went straight to the hospital to find an empty corner. Then, he fell asleep. As he was relieved, Jiang Fei slept very peacefully. It was not until the afternoon that Jiang Fei finally woke up. Then, he went straight to the burn department. Chapter 2787, Chapter 2776 Robbery. After arriving at the burn unit, Jiang Fei stuck his head in and looked inside. May I know who you're looking for? An unfamiliar nurse asked when she saw that Jiang Fei did not have any burns on his body. Is Dr. Jonathan around? Jiang Fei asked. Dr. Jonathan has already gotten off work. He'll be here tomorrow morning, the nurse said. Oh. Jiang Fei nodded and went to look for a place to eat. During the day, Jiang Fei began to wander around the city again. He needed to understand the city. Although the gamma ray space was not large, it would take a lot of time to completely understand it. At night, Jiang Fei did not dare to go to the park to sleep. If he was tricked by others, he would suffer a great loss. After all, he had already seen the hope of success. On the hospital bench, Jiang Fei slept for the entire night. Although there were not many family members accompanying him, there were a few of them. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not appear to be particularly out of place. The next morning, Jiang Fei went to the burn unit's ward. After waiting for about 2 hours, Jonathan arrived late. After all, he had to go to work at midnight. When he saw Jonathan again, his face was still a little pale. It was obvious that he had not recovered from the previous shock. His fiancée had taken a long leave of absence because Jiang Fei had killed someone. In order to keep Jiang Fei's secret, Jonathan did not tell anyone. He only said that his fiancée was not feeling well and needed to rest at home for a period of time. You? As soon as Jonathan sat down, Jiang Fei walked in. When he saw Jiang Fei, Jonathan's face changed. It was not that he was guilty. It was just that he saw a guy who killed people easily. Instinctively, he was a little afraid. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Although I took care of that kid, am not a bad person. Jiang Fei sat on the chair opposite Jonathan. Is there something you need me for? Jonathan asked after he had calmed down. There is indeed something I need your help with, Jiang Fei said. What is it? Jonathan asked. When are you working the night shift? Jiang Fei did not answer. Instead, he asked, Night shift? The day after tomorrow, Jonathan said after thinking for a moment. All right. He'll come and look for you the night after tomorrow. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he stood up and left. Dot! Jonathan looked at Jiang Fei's back as he left. He did not say anything. After a moment of silence, he pressed the button next to him and began to call for the patient waiting for treatment. After making an appointment to look for Jonathan the night after tomorrow, Jiang Fei began to tour around the city in the Gamma space again. However, there was a small problem. He did not have much money on him. How can I do this? I can't possibly ask Natasha for money again. Right. Jiang Fei was also very worried. Although he could sleep in the hospital, he still had to spend money to eat. Natasha did not have much pocket money left. Without an ID number, I definitely can't do any serious work. Looks like I have to do a few shady deals. Jiang Fei quickly decided on a plan to get money. After using the last bit of money to eat dinner, Jiang Fei finally looked forward to the arrival of the night. Come on! It's my turn to look for trouble with you today. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and then walked towards the dark alley in the slums. Although the people in the rich district were richer, the security there was also very good. There were patrol officers everywhere. And occasionally, there were military police. Although the gangsters were fierce, they were not idiots. They would not go there to seek death. Therefore, they usually operated in the slums, bullying those at the bottom of society like them. It was very late at night. Walking back and forth in the dark alley. This was very rare in the slums because the people in the slums had been taught by their parents, since they were young, not to go out at night. Even if they came back late, they had to take the main road. Never enter the alley. If there were conditions, once it was dark, stay outside. Do not go home, because the road was too unsafe. Kid, where are you going? As expected, Jiang Fei had only walked 2 alleys when the person he was looking for appeared. Home. Jiang Fei pretended to be timid. Home? Hand over all your valuables. A small man walked out from the shadows. I don't have anything valuable. Jiang Fei was telling the truth. Other than the clothes on his body, he did not have any other valuables. No money? The short man obviously did not fall for Jiang Fei's trick. He waved his hand behind him and said, Search! Okay. A few bad boys rushed out from the small alley and surrounded Jiang Fei. They're all out? Jiang Fei asked. Ah! One of the bad boys answered subconsciously. All right. Since they're all out, then hand over all the valuable things. Jiang Fei's lips curled into an evil smile in the darkness. F***CK. We've run into a black sheep. Brothers, be careful. The little guy was stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately reacted. It was not that there were no situations like Jiang Fei's, but no one fought alone. Basically, it was the gangsters from other streets who had crossed the line. Therefore, when they heard the little guy's words, the other bad boys immediately became cautious. They looked around carefully, afraid that they would be ambushed. Don't worry. I'm alone, Jiang Fei said with a low laugh. Kid, call your people out. The little guy did not believe Jiang Fei at all. I don't need too many people to deal with you. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he suddenly exerted strength with his legs. His entire body was like a cannonball. He rushed in front of a bad boy. Bang! With just one punch, Jiang Fei hit the bad boy's carotid artery. He fainted on the spot. Bang! 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 Then, Jiang Fei used his fists, palms, and feet. In the blink of an eye, these bad boys were all on the ground. All right. Now can you hand over all the valuable things? Jiang Fei said with a smile. I don't. A bad boy wanted to say that he did not have any money, but Jiang Fei directly kicked him away. Give. This is mine. After learning from the past, the other bad boys did not dare to refuse. After all, they still had to give after suffering a beating. What was there to be unhappy about? Not bad. Jiang Fei nodded. He received money. It was not much, but it was enough for him to eat for 3 to 5 days. Goodbye. Jiang Fei waved his right hand and left. Damn it! Who is this kid? The little guy asked as he watched Jiang Fei leave. I don't know. It's too dark. I didn't see his face clearly. The other bad boys shook their heads. Even if they had seen him clearly, they would not have recognized Jiang Fei. After coming out of the alley, Jiang Fei returned to the hospital. That place had now become his free hotel. Chapter 2788, Chapter 27. With the money, Jiang Fei had a better time these few days. During the day, he wandered around the city. When he was hungry, he would go to a restaurant to eat something. At night, he would return to the hospital to sleep. Time passed in a flash. It was a long time since Jonathan was on the night shift. After the night was over, Jiang Fei arrived at the burn unit's ward. Then, he went to the clinic. Knock! 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 Jiang Fei knocked on the door. Come in! Jonathan's voice was heard. Jiang Fei pushed the door open and walked into the clinic. At that moment, Jonathan was fighting against a patient's medical record. Behind him, a young nurse was packing up. That young nurse was a stranger. Jiang Fei had never seen her before. Lucy, go to the material room. Help me see if there's any type L7 bandages left. When Jonathan saw Jiang Fei, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he found an excuse to send the young nurse away. Okay, doctor. The nurse turned around and left. I need your help with something, Jiang Fei said directly. Is it about the ID number? Jonathan asked. How did you know? Jiang Fei's expression was calm. The last time you killed that scoundrel, I saw your arm. There was no ID number on it, Jonathan said. Do you want to know why? Jiang Fei asked. No. Jonathan waved his hand. He knew that the more he knew, the faster he would die. Then you have guessed why I'm looking for you. Right, Jiang Fei asked. To forge an ID? Jonathan asked. There's no need to forge it. Jiang Fei shook his head. But I can only help your aunt. I don't have the authority to modify the central systems database, said Jonathan. You don't need to modify the database. You just need to type in the identity number of the gangster from last time, said Jiang Fei. Use that gangster's identity? Jonathan confirmed. After all, that gangster was at the bottom of society. He did not know what use Jiang Fei had for this identity. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. All right then. Very soon. Jonathan did not waste any time. He directly pulled the device behind him. Just roll up your sleeves. Jonathan operated the device quickly. He needed to pull up the information of the gangster and find his identity number. Okay. Jiang Fei sat down and rolled up his sleeves. Found it. Very quickly, Jonathan found the information and identity number of the gangster leader. Ralph. Lives in the ghetto. G6 Street. Unemployed. Multiple criminal records. Jonathan read the information of the gangster leader. Jiang Fei frowned slightly. This gangster leader actually had multiple criminal records. He did not know if it would affect his application to the Leviathan company. Big brother, are you sure you want to use this ID? Jonathan asked. Come on! Jiang Fei took a deep breath. He did not have much choice now. The recruitment for Leviathan was about to begin. He did not have the chance to find another person with a suitable identity to impersonate him. Moreover, according to Jiang Fei's original intention, he was not willing to kill the innocent. Then, it'll begin. Jonathan nodded. Then, he controlled the device to print the ID number on Jiang Fei's arm. Very soon, the ID number was printed on Jiang Fei's arm. Don't get wet for 2 days, Jonathan instructed. Thank you. Jiang Fei nodded at Jonathan. If you need any help, feel free to come to me, Jonathan said to Jiang Fei. He was really grateful to Jiang Fei. I won't bother you anymore. Jiang Fei smiled. Then, he turned around and left the burn department's ward. After having the ID code, Jiang Fei did not stay in the hospital anymore. He went straight to the slums and found a small hotel to stay in. The small hotels in the slums were not as strict as the big hotels, although they also needed to verify the ID code. The equipment used was relatively simple. There were only basic data and no corresponding photos. Even if there were, it was meaningless because few people in the slums had the habit of going back to the administrative center in the central city to update their personal information. Therefore, many of the photos left in the data center were still of infants. The identity information that accompanied them was usually recorded in a written record at any time. Therefore, when Jiang Fei checked into the small hotel, he did not encounter any obstacles. After paying the money, he moved in. The environment of the hotel was average. However, There was at least a bed and soft bedding. This was much more comfortable than the lounge chairs in the park or the hospital benches. Jiang Fei slept until noon the next day. After getting up, Jiang Fei stretched his body. This could be said to be the best sleep he had ever had since he came to the Gamma Dimension. I wonder when the recruitment for Leviathan will start. After washing up, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. In the past 2 days, he had also asked around. The recruitment for Leviathan would last for a total of 5 days. Yesterday was the first day. After leaving the hotel, Jiang Fei had a simple meal and then went straight to the recruitment location. It was already afternoon. Regardless of when the recruitment would start, it had already been half a day. When he arrived at the recruitment site, Jiang Fei found that the place was full of people. Although security was a profession that was looked down upon in the wealthy district, it was a rare job opportunity in the slums. Relying on his good physique, Jiang Fei pushed and squeezed his way to the front. Although the people around him were dissatisfied, they did not dare to say anything because of Jiang Fei's large build. Next, when Jiang Fei squeezed his way to the front row, he saw that the examiner had rejected one of the applicants. Don't you guys from the slums have anyone that can fight? You guys are there to be security guards, not to guard the gates. Why are you so skinny? A kid in uniform disdainfully looked down on these poor people who came to apply for jobs. In fact, he had gone out of the slums before. Now, he had become a small leader, although he was still despised by people in the rich district. After he returned to the slums, he became arrogant, especially when he kept saying, "Your slums." His disdainful tone made people want to slap him. What kind of person is this? He's only been in the rich district for a few days, and has become a dog for others for a few days. He has already forgotten who he is. Yeah, he kept saying that he's from the slums. I don't know who he is. When he was young, he even went from house to beg for food. Although the people below were whispering, no one dared to speak out. Everyone was afraid of offending that kid. After all, they also wanted to enter the rich district, although they kept saying that they were dogs for the rich. But at least the rich people's dogs could eat their fill. If they stayed here, they could only eat chaff and swallow vegetables. Is there nothing that can fight? If you can take 3 punches from me, you can pass the first round. That kid continued to shout from above. Chapter 2789, Chapter 2778, Instant Kill. There's no one here? Why are you so cowardly? The boy in uniform continued to shout. However, it seemed that he really had some skills. Therefore, although the audience was dissatisfied, no one dared to go up. Let me do it! A big guy walked out from beside Jiang Fei. This guy was half a head taller than Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei's body was a clone warrior. His physique was definitely beyond the standard of a normal person. In the end, this big guy was even stronger than him. After the big guy went on stage, he asked the uniformed guy, "You can get in after taking 3 punches from you." "Right. The uniformed guy was stunned by the question. He did not dare to say yes because he did not have the right to do so. The ones who really kept their word were the people sitting behind him. He was just an errand boy. "If you can take 3 punches from me, you can pass the first round. Whether you can be accepted or not depends on your ability," said the boy in uniform after he slightly eased the awkward look on his face. "All right. Then I'll beat you down, and you should be accepted," said the brawny man as he took a step forward and reached out his hands to grab the boy in uniform. Thud. Jiang Fei gave a conclusion with just one look. As the saying goes, when an expert extends his hand, one would know if there was a person. Who was Jiang Fei? He had basically fought his way here. He had fought countless battles, big and small. When the brawny man stretched out his hand, he could tell that the brawny man had never practiced before. He was just a street fighter. "Hey!" At the same time, the uniformed boy shouted. Then, he turned his body and dodged the brawny man's hands. He threw a punch at the back of the brawny man's waist. "So sneaky?" Jiang Fei frowned. Although the little guy's skill level was average, he was clearly trained. He was very agile when he dodged the brawny man's attack just now. Moreover, this punch was very fierce. His fist was not like the one he usually held. Instead, the joint of his index finger was pointed out. He only used this point to hit the brawny man's back. Bang! The little man's fist hit the left side of the burly man's waist. HMM. The burly man groaned. Then, he held his waist and fell down. His entire body was bent like a shrimp. His expression was extremely painful. "It's just a recruitment screening. Do you have to be so ruthless?" Jiang Fei frowned. He saw that the people sitting behind the little man were also frowning. But they did not say anything. Although these people from the rich district thought that the little guy was a little too fierce. In their eyes, these poor people at the bottom were the representatives of rudeness and barbarism. Therefore, although they hated him, they did not say anything. You grew so big for nothing. You can't even take a punch. Trash. The little guy was showing off on the stage. He did not want the recruitment to have any results. That was why he was deliberately ruthless and did not let these people pass the test. Some people were willing to pull in their fellow villagers after they had a better life. But some people couldn't bear to see them go through the same hardships as him after a few days of better life. Because if that happened, his sense of superiority would be gone. Under normal circumstances, such people wouldn't be able to make much progress. They could only be said to have a slightly better life than before. After all, such narrow-minded people wouldn't be able to achieve much. This uniform kid was the most obvious example. Although he had left the slums, he was still living like a dog in the rich district. He would only be able to show off when he returned to the slums. It was as if he had also become a rich man. Therefore, he did not wish for his fellow villagers to be like him and leave the slums. This was because he was at the lowest level in the rich district. If his fellow villagers were also chosen, then once they entered the rich district, they would be on equal footing with him. His sense of superiority no longer existed. A bunch of trash. No wonder you can only live in such a dirty environment. The boy in uniform continued to shout on the stage. That's enough. Aren't you afraid that the wind will hurt your tongue? Jiang Fei really could not stand listening to it anymore. Who? Stand up for me. The boy in uniform was furious when he heard that. He was scolded every day in the rich district. However, when he was in the slums, there were still people who dared to scold him. How could that be? Hula! Before Jiang Fei could step out, the people around him had all moved away. In an instant, Jiang Fei was betrayed by a group of people. Hee. Jiang Fei smiled as he looked at the people around him. As the saying goes, there must be something hateful about a poor person. Just a moment ago, these people could have been playing around. But someone had stood up for them. In the end, he turned around and betrayed the person who stood up for them. Kid, are you not convinced? The boy in uniform shouted at Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei's body was still stronger than his, the big man just now had been hit by him in one move. How could he care about Jiang Fei? The boy in uniform had come from the slums. He knew this place too well. Although the gangsters here fought all day long, none of them had undergone professional training. Back then, he was also a gangster on the streets. If it was not a coincidence, he would not have been able to enter the Leviathan company and become a full-time security guard. Moreover, his fighting skills were only trained in the Leviathan company. Therefore, in the eyes of the boy in uniform, no matter how strong the people in the slums were, they were idiots who did not know how to fight. Even if they were strong, they were definitely no match for him. Why are you saying so much? Why don't you give it a try? Jiang Fei said as he walked up to the stage. I don't need to tell you the rules. Right. Take 3 punches from me, and you will advance to the next round, said the boy in uniform. Come on! Jiang Fei nodded. Don't say that I'm bullying you. You go first, said the boy in uniform confidently. I'll make my move first? Jiang Fei smiled and said. Then you won't have a chance. You're F***king. The boy in uniform wanted to say that Jiang Fei was F***king Boolsh***. However, before he could say the last word, Jiang Fei was already in front of him. Bang! 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 3 muffled sounds rang out. Jiang Fei's attack was completed in one go. He first took a step forward and used his right shoulder to hit the boy in uniform's chest. Then, he pushed his body upward and grabbed one of the boy's arms with both hands. Following that, Jiang Fei turned his body sideways and moved the uniform boy behind him. Then, he exerted force with both of his arms and pushed his shoulder upwards, lifting the uniform boy up. Following the second muffled sound, the uniform boy was thrown to the ground like a broken sack by Jiang Fei. Following that, Jiang Fei leaped up and smashed his entire body into the uniform boy's chest. He then hit the uniform boy with his elbow. 3 of the boy's ribs were broken on the spot. In an instant, Jiang Fei beat the boy into a cripple with a speed that almost no one could react to. It was not until the boy spat out a mouthful of blood that everyone reacted. Chapter 2790, Chapter 27. Ah! A female interviewer who was sitting at the back of the table screamed. After all, it was a little scary to see blood flowing out of the uniform boy's mouth. Clap, clap! Jiang Fei stood up and clapped his hands. Then, He asked the 3 interviewers who were sitting behind the table. Am I considered to have passed the first round? The 3 interviewers looked at each other. The female interviewer's face was still a little pale. The 2 male interviewers looked at Jiang Fei with a strange expression. Although they were dissatisfied with his behavior of subduing the boy. The guy in front of them was too cruel. Boy, what's your name? Just when the 3 interviewers were at a loss, a middle-aged man walked over. Ralph. Jiang Fei said the name of the gangster leader that he had replaced. Congratulations. You've been accepted, the middle-aged man said. Do you have the final say? Jiang Fei asked. Generally speaking, it counts. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Kid, don't talk nonsense. This is a high-level executive director of our Leviathan company. This time, he is in charge of the recruitment. A male interviewer hurriedly ran over and said. There was no lack of flattery toward the middle-aged man. Oh, what do I have to do next? Jiang Fei asked. They will bring you back to the company later. When the time comes, you can follow them to complete the entry procedures. Then, you can begin the training, said the middle-aged man. Oh, Jiang Fei nodded. Bring him to complete the entry procedures later. After that, send him to Kirov, said the middle-aged man to the male interviewer. Yes. The interviewer nodded. Then, the middle-aged man turned around and left. Hey, kid, consider yourself lucky. Let's go, the male interviewer said to Jiang Fei. Then, he walked out of the hall while the other 2 interviewers had already left. On the other side, Jiang Fei followed the male interviewer out of the hall. Very soon, the other interviewers who were surrounding the place had also dispersed. After all, the people who had been recruited had already left. What were they still doing here? The uniformed kid, who was finally defeated, lay alone in the empty hall. His eyes were glazed over as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. After an unknown period of time, he completely lost his breath. Although he was proud of his superiority, the uniformed kid had forgotten that he was still a poor person in the slums. Those rich people who were high and mighty did not care about his life at all. It was a pity that he did not understand this until the day he died. The ghetto had long been used to the death of a person. Soon, a few people from the hospital came and took the kid's body away. Then, it was as if nothing had happened. A poor man had died. To the gamma space. It was like an ant had died. No one would care about it. Jiang Fei followed the 3 interviewers and arrived at the core area of the wealthy district. The life building here could be said to be the iconic building of the entire city. Kid, don't wander around. Follow me. The interviewers led Jiang Fei into the building and then walked towards the personnel department. I'm finally here. Jiang Fei was a little excited. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to his goal. Wait at the door. Don't wander around, the interviewer reminded him. Then, he pushed the door open and entered the room. You? Success or failure depends on this. Jiang Fei was a little nervous. He did not know if his fake identity could be fooled. If he was exposed, he would be in big trouble. Not only had his plan to infiltrate the life building failed, but he would also have to face the pursuit of the military police. Although he had some newly learned spiritual skills, if he was caught in the endless pursuit, he would not have the chance to complete his mission. Come in. After a long time, the interviewer opened the door and shouted at Jiang Fei. Oh! Jiang Fei replied and walked in. The office was quite large. It could accommodate 20 to 30 people working together. The interviewer brought Jiang Fei to a cubicle where a female staff member was working. It's him. Mr. Donner has personally accepted him. Please help him with the entry procedures, the interviewer said to the female staff member. Donner, is this the name of the middle-aged man just now? Jiang Fei secretly memorized the information. What's your name? The female staff member looked at Jiang Fei and asked. Ralph, Jiang Fei said. Roll up your sleeves and reveal your identity number, the female staff member said to Jiang Fei as she filled out the form. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and rolled up his sleeves. Beep. The female staff member picked up a device and scanned Jiang Fei's arm. Then, some data appeared on the projection screen in front of her. You people from the slums, why don't you update your personal information? The female worker frowned. Ralph did not have much personal information, other than the basic information about his birth. It was just a few criminal records left behind by the local police station. However, Ralph was usually convicted of petty crimes such as fighting. As for the image in the projection, Jiang Fei took a look. Fortunately, Ralph did not update his personal information. Therefore, his profile picture was still a slightly dirty baby. This allowed Jiang Fei to avoid the risk of being exposed. 7 criminal records? Are you sure you can get in? However, the following words of the female staff member made Jiang Fei's heart skip a beat. Logically speaking, it should not be possible. However, isn't this the personal selection of Mr. Dona? The interviewer shrugged. In order to curry Dona's favor, he had to think of a way to get this done. Actually, if Dona knew that Jiang Fei had so many criminal records, he would probably just wave his hand and tell Jiang Fei to scram. However, because Dona could not do such a thing in person, and the interviewer was trying to curry favor with him, the female staff mistakenly thought that Jiang Fei was Dona's trusted aide and did not want to offend the company's higher-ups. Therefore, under all sorts of coincidences, Jiang Fei, who was originally not going to be hired, actually passed the test so easily. Sign it! The female staff handed over a form. Oh! Jiang Fei signed Ralph's name. The work card and identity card will be given to you after your training ends. The basic salary will also be paid next month. You will start your training tomorrow. The basic salary will also be calculated from tomorrow onwards. The female staff explained briefly to Jiang Fei. Okay. Got it. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not care about the salary. As long as he had a suitable identity, he could move freely in the light building. That was enough. Chapter 2791, Chapter 2780, Drugging. Alright. I've completed all the procedures here. Take him to the training department. The female staff member said to the interviewer. Follow me. The interviewer said to Jiang Fei. In fact, this job was not supposed to be his responsibility. As long as he told Jiang Fei where to report, he could go by himself. However, in order to curry favor with Mr. Donner, the interviewer was willing to be a volunteer. Therefore, he was willing to be a volunteer. Jiang Fei followed behind the interviewer. The two of them went through the elevator and arrived at the 7th floor of the light building. So deep? Jiang Fei was stunned. Tisk! The interviewer rolled his eyes and thought to himself. A country bumpkin who has never seen the world. However, on the surface, the interviewer was still quite polite to Jiang Fei. This light building has a total of 55 times. The ground floor is 45 floors, and the underground floor is 10 floors. So impressive. What do you do for each time? Jiang Fei asked curiously. You are here to be a security guard. There is one thing you must remember. The interviewer did not answer Jiang Fei's question. What? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Don't be so curious. The more you know, the faster you will die. The interviewer sneered. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. At the same time, he was even more convinced that there was a secret here. Come on! After exiting the elevator, the interviewer led Jiang Fei through the corridor where they had a taste of the food. At the end of the corridor was a room. The sign at the door said that it was the training department. Wait for me. The interviewer was the same as before. He first informed Jiang Fei and then went in first. After about 10 minutes, the interviewer opened the door and revealed his head. Come in. Okay. Jiang Fei replied and walked into the training room. It was actually not what Jiang Fei had imagined. According to Jiang Fei's imagination, this place should be like a huge gym. There should be a lot of tough guys training inside. However, the room was actually not that big. It was only about 10 square meters in size. There was a huge office desk inside. Behind the desk, on the boss chair, sat a girl with short hair. Judging from her age, the girl was about 25 or 26 years old. Her short hair that reached her ears made her look very capable. Are you the new one? The girl asked. Her voice was very neutral. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. The training will last for a week. The first 3 days will be cultural classes, and the last 3 days will be physical fitness classes. The combat teaching will be conducted regularly after you enter the job. The girl explained the process to Jiang Fei briefly. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Fill this form out. The girl threw a form over. Huh? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. This form was almost like a contract to sell one's body. The darkest part of it was that during the training process, each person had their own fate. If you want to do it, just sign it. If you don't want to do it, then get lost, the girl said impatiently. Okay. Jiang Fei signed Ralph's name. Although it was a 100% overlord clause, there were not many poor people who could refuse this opportunity to leave the slums. Although Jiang Fei did not care about this. What he cared about was his identity as a person who could move freely in the life building. Therefore, he could not refuse this indentured contract. Okay. The training starts tomorrow. Come with me. It'll take you to the dormitory. The girl stood up and said, Then he'll go back first. The interviewer said with a smile. Okay. The girl answered without turning her head. Then, she opened the door and walked out. Follow her. The interviewer pushed Jiang Fei, who was stunned for a moment. Oh. Jiang Fei hurriedly followed her. The short-haired girl did not leave the -7th floor with Jiang Fei. They walked around the floor in a roundabout way for a while. Then, they arrived at the door of a room. If you hear the bell, it means that it's time to eat. Come out and wait at the door. Someone will come to deliver the food. Wake up tomorrow morning when you hear the first bell. Wait at the door when the second bell rings. The short-haired girl said to Jiang Fei. Got it. Jiang Fei nodded. Go in. The girl said and turned to leave. She did not say anything else. Jiang Fei pushed the door lightly. The door was not locked and was easily pushed open. It's actually a single room? Jiang Fei was stunned. He originally thought that he would be staying in a group dormitory. He did not expect the living conditions to be so good. The layout of the room was similar to the layout of an express hotel. There were all kinds of functions, but they were all relatively simple. However, for Jiang Fei, the environment was already very good. After all, he had slept on a park bench in the Gamma space for a few days. I wonder what the training tomorrow will be like. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. However, since he had come, he would take it as it was. After he washed his face, he lay down on the bed. After an unknown amount of time, the doorbell rang. Jiang Fei walked to the door and stared at it for about 3 minutes. A person pushing a cart walked over. It seemed that he was delivering food to the door one by one. However, no one came out from the room where Jiang Fei was staying. It seemed that he was the only person in the area. After receiving the food, Jiang Fei returned to his room. His food was simple, but it was not too bad with meat and vegetables. After a simple dinner, Jiang Fei was ready to rest. As it was the 7th underground floor, it was impossible to see the sun or the stars. Moreover, there was nothing in Jiang Fei's room that could record the time. Therefore, he did not know what time it was. The only thing that he could guess was that the other party had just delivered dinner. It should be 6 or 7 o'clock at this time. However, all of this was just Jiang Fei's own guess. Forget it. Let's go to sleep first. As there were no entertainment facilities in the room, Jiang Fei felt bored sitting there. Moreover, after he had eaten his fill, Jiang Fei felt a wave of tiredness. He could not open his eyes. The effect of the drug is starting to take effect. At this time, in a surveillance room, the short-haired girl was observing Jiang Fei. Ever since Jiang Fei entered the room, his every move was under the surveillance of others. As his mental strength was greatly suppressed, Jiang Fei did not notice anything. He did not even notice that someone had drugged his meal. Do it! The short-haired girl said and turned to leave. Soon, 3 burly men came to Jiang Fei's room. They used a sack to carry Jiang Fei away. Because he had been drugged, Jiang Fei slept like a log. He had no idea what had happened. The 3 burly men carried Jiang Fei directly to the elevator. They took the elevator all the way to the top of the building. There was already a helicopter waiting there. The short-haired girl was in the helicopter. Bang! Jiang Fei was thrown into the helicopter by the 3 men. However, the 3 men did not follow him. A moment later, the helicopter took off. Together with the short-haired girl and Jiang Fei, they flew out of the city. Chapter 2792, Chapter 2781. Roommates. As the Gamma space was not very large, the helicopter soon landed in a farm. When the helicopter landed, a group of people came forward. They were obviously here to pick up the helicopter. Get the people down and follow me, the short-haired girl said to the people, and then walked towards the only building in the farm. It was a very simple 2-story building. One look and one could tell that it was the farmer's residence. After the short-haired girl entered the building, she did not walk upstairs. Instead, she went around to the garage at the back. After some operations, the ground of the garage cracked open, revealing a path to the underground. Then, the short-haired girl walked in. The people carrying Jiang Fei followed her in. Then, the ground returned to its original state. Even if an outsider came here, they would not realize that there was another world under the garage. In the underground building, Jiang Fei was thrown into a room. The room was not very big, only about 20 square meters. However, there were 5 bunk beds. This meant that there were 10 people living in the room. Bang! Jiang Fei was thrown on the ground. Why is this kid sleeping so soundly? Why isn't he awake yet? The burly man who had just carried Jiang Fei laughed. Who knows? Another burly man shrugged and went forward to untie the rope on the sack. Whoosh! The moment the sack was opened, a hand reached out like lightning and grabbed the burly man's neck. Bang! Jiang Fei leaped up and twisted his body. He went behind the burly man and grabbed his throat. Speak! Who are you people? Why did you kidnap me? Jiang Fei asked. Hee hee. You really are something. No wonder Mr. Daughter thought so highly of you. He actually recruited you personally. The short-haired girl walked in. What do you want? Jiang Fei frowned. He had just woken up in the helicopter and heard the short-haired girl's voice. Therefore, he was not surprised at her appearance. It's nothing. Your training has begun, the short-haired girl said. Why did you use such a method? Jiang Fei asked. You have so many questions. Has no one ever told you that the more you know, the faster you will die? The short-haired girl frowned. All right. Jiang Fei pushed forward and released the brawny man. Cough cough. The brawny man who had been released coughed violently. What a waste! The short-haired girl looked at the muscular man in annoyance and said, All of you can leave now. Yes. The few muscular men nodded and walked out. Aren't you afraid that I will harm you? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Why would I be afraid? What reason do you have to harm me? The girl asked calmly. Because you kidnapped me, Jiang Fei said. I just brought you to the training base, the girl said. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not show any desire to attack. You are very smart. The girl took out her hand from behind her back. She was holding a pistol in her hand. Why are you being so mysterious? When will the training begin? Is it cultural class first? Jiang Fei asked. The training has already begun. Moreover, you have passed the first stage with full marks, the short-haired girl said. Oh right. I still don't know your name, Jiang Fei suddenly asked. You don't need to know my name, the short-haired girl said with a cold face. Then how should I address you? Jiang Fei asked. You can call me instructor, the short-haired girl said. All right, instructor. What should I do next? Jiang Fei asked. You can rest here first. Your companions are currently undergoing training. They will be back in a while. From tomorrow onwards, you will undergo training together with them, the short-haired girl said. Yes, I understand. Jiang Fei nodded. Now that he was out of the life building, he could only go back through training. You can stay here then. The short-haired girl turned around and left. Jiang Fei looked around the room. Due to the small space, there was almost nothing in the room except for the bed. There was only a row of cabinets near the wall. There were numbers on the cabinets that corresponded to the bed number. There were 5 bunk beds and 10 beds in the room. At this time, 8 of the beds had bedding. Only 2 of the upper beds were empty. Jiang Fei looked at the bed number. The number of the empty beds were 7 and 9. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Fei finally chose bed number 9. Then, he went to cabinet number 9. Caw! After opening the cabinet, Jiang Fei found that there was indeed a set of bedding inside. Other than that, there were some personal toiletries. Taking advantage of the fact that his roommates had not returned yet, Jiang Fei made his own bed. Looks like he'll have to stay here for a while, Jiang Fei thought to himself. After lying on the bed for about 3 hours, Jiang Fei heard footsteps coming from the corridor outside. The footsteps were very uniform, but he could also hear that there were quite a number of people. There were about 7 or 8 people. Bang! The door was opened, and 8 people walked in. Yo! Are you new? The leader was a young man. He looked very energetic, especially his bright eyes. Yes! Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he was also looking at these people. What surprised Jiang Fei the most was that among the 8 people, there were 2 women. Men and women sleeping together. These people are not afraid of anything happening, Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, he did not show it on his face. Since you have already picked a bed, you can sleep there. This young man seemed to be the leader of the dormitory. After he spoke, everyone else nodded silently. Hey, new guy. What's your name? The one who slept on Jiang Fei's lower bunk was a slightly chubby boy. My name is Ralph. As usual, Jiang Fei still said the name of the gangster leader. After all, he was now using the identity of the gangster leader. My name is Hillman. From District S9, said the little fatty with a smile. All of them who came to work as security guards were from the slums. District S9 was considered relatively poor in the slums. It was really hard for Jiang Fei to imagine. How does a place like that raise a fat kid like Hillman? That is our dormitory boss, called Orlando. He is the rich area. Little Fatty was very warm to introduce Jiang Fei to these people in the dormitory. From the wealthy district? Jiang Fei was slightly taken aback. He did not understand why Orlando, who came from the wealthy district, would want to be a security guard. What's so surprising about that? After the training ends, he will definitely be our leader. Then, he will rise all the way to the top and eventually become the head of the security department. The reason why he is training with us is so that he can learn more about the grassroots. The little fatty, Hillman, explained. Chapter 2793, Chapter 2782. The last good time. I see. Jiang Fei nodded. Do you see that? Hillman quietly pointed at the slightly chubby woman with dark skin. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Her name is Eleanor. She's from Area S8. You'd better not provoke her. When he mentioned Eleanor, Hillman clearly lowered his voice. He seemed to be very afraid of this short and chubby woman. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded to show that he understood. Her name is Nada. She's from Area S9 just like me. My goddess. Unlike before, when he mentioned Nada, Hillman actually revealed a pig-like face. Jiang Fei followed Hillman's gaze. Nada's looks were actually average. However, compared to Eleanor, she was definitely a beauty. Although her skin was a little dark, her facial features were still considered pretty. Her figure was also considered tall. Overall, she was considered pretty good. However, she always had a cold expression on her face. It was as if everyone owed her money. Jiang Fei looked at Nada and frowned. He had a feeling that something was not right, but he could not tell the exact details. The four over there are Eric, David, Adam, and Mikhail. As for the remaining four people, Hikari just pointed at them and told Jiang Fei their names. He did not elaborate on the rest. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded at the four people. The four guys also smiled at Jiang Fei. After that, Jiang Fei continued to chat with Hillman. This guy was a chatterbox. When he opened his mouth, he did not close it. During the entire process, Jiang Fei was like the comedian in crosstalk. He almost said a few okay words. The rest was just Hillman talking non-stop. Ring! 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 At that moment, the bell outside the door rang. It's time to eat! It's time to eat! Hillman, the little fatty, who had been talking eloquently, jumped up. Then, he took a big stride and rushed to the short cabinet next to him. His actions were as smooth as flowing water. Jiang Fei had fully experienced what it meant to be a flexible fatty. Pa! The cabinet opened. Hillman took out a lunchbox from inside and threw it to Orlando. Boss! Take it! Hillman shouted. Bang! Orlando reached out and caught the lunchbox firmly in his hand. At the same time, he smiled and said, Thank you. Swish! Hillman threw another lunchbox to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei also reached out and caught it. After that, Hillman reached out with both hands and grabbed two lunch boxes. Then, she jogged all the way to the front of Nida. Here! Hillman handed over the lunch box. Thank you. Although Nida took the lunch box, her face still had a look that said that she was 1,000 miles away from others. Hee. Although Nida's face was cold, Hillman seemed to enjoy this thank you very much. Cut the flatterers. The four kids next to him disdained Hillman, who only fawned on a few people. But they didn't say anything unpleasant. Obviously, they were used to it. The four kids came to the low cabinet. When they were about to take the lunchbox, Eleanor walked over. Bang! With a twist of her butt, Eleanor used her fat body to push David, who was bending over to take the lunchbox, to the side. Ouch! David's head hit the cabinet door, and a big bump appeared. However, he did not dare to say anything in front of Eleanor, who was pouting her big mouth. Not bad. This fat lady looks pretty strong. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. If Eleanor was not really capable, David would not have swallowed his anger so easily. Go! 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 Let's go eat! Although Hikari helped a few of them to pick up their lunch boxes. However, on the way to grab their lunch boxes, he could not care less about the others. Jiang Fei saw him twist his body a few times before running to the door. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. This little fatty is really something. Jiang Fei laughed to himself. Let's go! I guess you don't know where the canteen is either. It'll take you there, Orlando said to Jiang Fei. Thank you, Jiang Fei said to Orlando with a smile. This guy who came from the wealthy district seemed to be quite approachable. We are all roommates. There's no need to be so polite, Orlando said and turned around to ask Nada. Are you coming? Yes. Nada was still expressionless, but she nodded slightly. Let's go! Orlando led Jiang Fei and Nada straight to the canteen. David and the other three followed behind. As for Eleanor, she was almost catching up to Hillman. A few minutes later, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the canteen. It was not very big. At most, it could accommodate 50 people at the same time. This. At this time, Hillman was already ordering dishes crazily. He had almost ordered every single meat dish. The accommodation here is free. Just pick what you like to eat, Orlando said to Jiang Fei. Are there only 9 of us who have received training? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. There are only a few of us in this batch. Perhaps in a few days, another batch will be sent over. Each batch will have a maximum of 10 people, Orlando replied. I see. Jiang Fei nodded and ordered a few random food items. He did not have very high requirements for food. During the meal, Jiang Fei had been observing his roommates. It was clear that Hillman always wanted to be close to Nada. However, she did not seem to be very interested in him. In other words, Nada was not interested in anyone. Eleanor was not very popular. She was eating alone. Nada would occasionally speak to her. After all, there were only the 2 of them. David and the other 3 were clearly a small group. They always stayed together, but did not seem to be very willing to accept new people. Jiang Fei spoke to them a few times. These people always seemed to ignore him. On the other hand, Orlando was someone who could talk to everyone. Moreover, he came from a wealthy district. He would definitely be the head of security in the future. He might even be able to lead Jiang Fei's group of people. Therefore, including Eleanor, everyone tried their best to maintain a relatively friendly relationship with Orlando. While observing, Jiang Fei also ate his own dinner. Then, he followed these people back to the dormitory. Brother, cherish this wonderful night. From tomorrow onwards, your hard days will come, said Hillman as she patted Jiang Fei on the shoulder. Yeah, I'll have to train with you guys tomorrow. Jiang Fei smiled. You don't seem too nervous? Asked Hillman. Why should I be nervous? How can I go out to work without training? Jiang Fei smiled. I hope you can still say that after tomorrow's training. Hikari shook her head. Then, she washed up and went to sleep. Jiang Fei looked at the others, including Orlando. Everyone was basically in the same rhythm. It seemed that the training during the day had made them very tired. Since everyone else had gone to sleep, Jiang Fei had nothing to do. Therefore, he simply washed up and lay on the bed and fell asleep. Chapter 2794, Chapter 2783. Thorn Leader. The next morning, Jiang Fei and his roommates were woken up by the ear-piercing ringing of the bell. Quick! 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 Ralph, don't waste time. Hurry up and get dressed and follow us. Orlando kept urging them. As it was a military-style management, if Jiang Fei, the newbie, was late, they would be punished together. Okay, Jiang Fei replied. Then, he quickly put on his clothes and rushed out of the dormitory with the others. Everyone followed behind Orlando. They quickly passed through the long corridor and entered a passage. The passage was a gentle slope that seemed to lead directly to the surface. Following behind Orlando, Jiang Fei ran while silently counting. When they reached the end of the passage, Jiang Fei roughly estimated that it should be about 5 kilometers. As a secret door opened, Jiang Fei and the others walked out of the underground building and came to the surface. This is... Jiang Fei looked around. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten. He could vaguely see that they were in a small valley. Because Jiang Fei had been brought to the underground building blindfolded, he did not know that he had been sent to a farm. Therefore, after seeing this small valley, he could not guess what it was like outside. Very good. Today's speed is 2 seconds faster than yesterday's. It seems that everyone has improved. A man who was as strong as a bear walked out from behind the tree. Hello, instructor. Orlando led a group of people and shouted in unison. Jiang Fei did not understand and also shouted. All right, let's begin today's warm-up. The bear-like instructor nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he pointed at the end of the valley and said, 3 round trips. Let's go! Yes! Everyone shouted and ran forward. The small valley was not very big. It was only about 5 kilometers in length. 3 round trips meant 30 kilometers. Moreover, it was a difficult mountain path. The amount of exercise was not light. Even though Jiang Fei was using a special forces carrier, after 3 round trips, his entire body was drenched. D*MN. Brother, your physique is not bad. You can handle it on your first day here, said Hikari. panting heavily. You? Luckily, I've loved running since I was young. Jiang Fei casually found a few mouthfuls. Yo? A newbie? The bear-like instructor finally noticed Jiang Fei. Yes, instructor, Jiang Fei replied loudly. Nice to meet you. Newbie. 3 more round trips. The bear-like instructor suddenly said with a dark expression. Sir, do you want to come with me? Jiang Fei was now a typical troublemaker. What did you say? The bear-like instructor was stunned. He had not even gotten to the point where Jiang Fei dared to talk back to him. I said, do you want to run with me? Jiang Fei repeated. Now! You don't know what this place is. Do you? The instructor laughed coldly. Ever since he had taken over this job, no student had dared to speak to him like that. It's where Leviathan security guards train, Jiang Fei said. Since you know, do you understand the consequences of contradicting me? The instructor laughed coldly. Expel me? Do you even have the authority to do that? Corporal punishment? If I don't listen, there's nothing you can do about it. So, I guess all you can do is fight? Jiang Fei said, as he gave the instructor a sideways glance. Good boy. This is the first time I've seen a troublemaker like you. Today, I must teach you a lesson. The instructor took a step forward and was about to grab Jiang Fei's collar. Pa pa pa. Jiang Fei's hands were like lightning. At the same time that he separated the instructor's hands, his left hand left 2 bright red marks on the instructor's face. Good boy. You're courting death. The instructor was furious on the spot. Being slapped in the face by the academy was a huge disgrace. Seeing the bear-like instructor pouncing over, Jiang Fei did not panic at all. He moved slightly to the side and dodged the instructor's pounce. At the same time, he hooked his left foot on the instructor's ankle and pushed with his right hand. Thud thud thud. The instructor's center of gravity instantly lost balance. He staggered forward for more than 10 steps. He only managed to stabilize his body after he held onto a large tree. Instructor, how can such a person participate in the training? Jiang Fei turned to look behind another tree and asked. Hee. As expected of the person that Lord Dona values. She really is something. The short-haired girl walked out from behind the tree that Jiang Fei was staring at. Jiang Fei had noticed her from the beginning. He also knew that her identity was definitely not ordinary. At the very least, she was above this furry bear instructor. That was why he deliberately showed off his abilities in front of this woman. Of course, there was also a reason why Jiang Fei was disgusted by the hairy bear instructor. From the very beginning, Jiang Fei did not understand. The Leviathan company was recruiting security guards. Was it like training special forces? If it was really that harsh, then the little guy at the recruitment fair, wasn't he a little too weak? Therefore, Jiang Fei judged that this kind of overloaded physical training should not be a compulsory course for the Leviathan company's training. It was most likely that the furry bear was deliberately torturing these academies. Although Jiang Fei was dissatisfied with this, he did not bring it up. However, when the furry bear deliberately picked a fight the second time and asked Jiang Fei to run by himself, Jiang Fei could not stand it anymore. Therefore, he deliberately showed his hand in front of the short-haired girl and let the furry bear make a fool of himself. All right, take them down. The short-haired girl waved her hand at the bear. Yes. The bear did not dare to say anything more. It turned around and left with the other students. They still had to train their combat skills today. Who exactly are you? After the others had left, the short-haired girl came up to Jiang Fei and asked. Ralph, a gangster from the slums. Jiang Fei shrugged and said, a gangster does not have such good skills. The short-haired girl did not believe Jiang Fei at all. As the saying goes, an expert knows the ropes. Although Jiang Fei's actions just now looked simple, his timing was very precise. All of the actions were done in one go. There was no pause in the middle. The furry bear did not even have time to react before it was thrown out. If you fight too much, your skills will naturally improve. Jiang Fei bit off Ralph's identity. Alright, I don't care where you learn these fighting skills from, but it's best if you don't have any bad thoughts when you come to Leviathan. The short-haired girl warned. Bad thoughts? I'm a guy from the slums. What bad thoughts can I have? Being able to eat my fill was my greatest wish. If I could eat better and live better, I would have nothing else to ask for, Jiang Fei said. I hope what you said is true. The short-haired girl nodded. Then, what training do I need to do next? Jiang Fei asked. You don't have to participate in physical fitness and combat training. Just go and learn the rules, the short-haired girl said. With Jiang Fei's skills, those instructors would not be able to defeat him. What else could they teach him? Chapter 2795, Chapter 2784. Endorsement. Learn the rules? Jiang Fei was stunned. What else? This is the central city. You will be working for Leviathan Company. Do you think you are still in the slums? The short-haired girl rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. Alright. Instructor. Where do I go for lessons? Jiang Fei said. Come with me. The short-haired girl brought Jiang Fei back to the underground building through the underground passage. Jiang Fei followed behind the girl. Along the way, they passed through several corridors. Finally, they came to a small room. This is the standard manual for the security personnel of Leviathan Company. The girl took a book from the bookshelf and threw it to Jiang Fei. Bang! Jiang Fei caught the book and looked at it. This thing was 1 finger thick. It looked like it had at least 200 pages. You have to memorize it all, the girl said. Memorize it all? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. That's right. Memorize it all. If you fail the exam, you still have 2 chances to take the second exam. If you fail 3 times, you will not be able to join Leviathan Company, the girl said. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Alright. You can read here. When the bell rings outside the door, you can go eat by yourself, the girl said and left the room. Jiang Fei looked around. The room was only about 10 square meters. The things in the room were very simple. Other than a bookshelf, there were only 2 tables and a few chairs. There was nothing else. Oh my god! Is this to memorize the text? Jiang Fei flipped through the book in his hand. Phew! Fortunately, there are more illustrations. Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief after reading the contents of the book. He had extremely strong mental strength and could almost have a photographic memory. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to memorize a book. However, what about the others? If this was a book with more than 200 pages, those people who came from the slums would not be able to enter the Leviathan Empire even if they were exhausted to death. Jiang Fei quickly flipped through the contents of the book and quickly memorized it. The book only talked about the rules of how to treat people. After all, there were many high-ranking officials and dignitaries among the people who entered and left the life building. If these security guards offended those people, the Leviathan Company would definitely have to take advantage of them. Although it could be settled in the end, it would definitely cost a lot of money in the middle. This is really boring. With his powerful mental strength, Jiang Fei only used half an hour to memorize the entire book. Therefore, he became bored while staying in the room. Jiang Fei stood up and strolled to the bookshelf. The bookshelf was filled with a cabinet full of books. Jiang Fei picked up one of the books and began to flip through it. Hey! This is really profitable! After flipping through a few books, Jiang Fei was overjoyed. He did not know who placed the books in the bookshelf. The contents of the books were very complicated. But there were many technical books. Many of the techniques used in the Gamma space were things that Jiang Fei had never come into contact with before. Now, he had finally grasped the opportunity. With his powerful mental strength, Jiang Fei's understanding of unfamiliar knowledge was very strong. Even if he could not understand it temporarily, he could still use his powerful memory to memorize these things. He would practice them when he had the opportunity in the future. In the morning, Jiang Fei read 4 to 5 books and memorized the contents of the books. Ring! 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 At that moment, the bell outside the room rang. Jiang Fei walked out of the room and went straight to the cafeteria. As Orlando had brought Jiang Fei to the cafeteria once yesterday. This time, he found this place very easily. Jiang Fei prepared a meal for himself. Then, he found a seat and sat down. Before he could eat, a little fatty rushed in. D*M*N. You're actually faster than me. Hikari was stunned when she saw Jiang Fei. Hee hee. Go get your food. Jiang Fei smiled and lowered his head to eat. Soon, the other students came to the cafeteria one after another. All of them were covered in dirt. It was obvious that they had been abused by the instructor. Brother, how have you been since we left? After Hillman finished her meal, she moved closer to Jiang Fei. I chatted with that beautiful instructor for a while. Then, he gave me a book to memorize. Jiang Fei said honestly. Have you started memorizing the rules? At this time, Orlando had finished his meal and walked over. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. It seems that you are indeed very strong. You were actually able to get their approval and thus get rid of the training on physical fitness and combat skills. Orlando seemed to know quite a lot. I was just lucky, Jiang Fei said humbly. Don't stand on ceremony. This is the Leviathan Company. If I could get rid of this by using the back door, I would not have been tortured together with them, said Orlando as he shrugged. Hee hee. Jiang Fei smiled but did not say anything. After lunch, Orlando and the others had to go back to their training in the afternoon. Jiang Fei continued to live a carefree life. He strolled back to his previous room. Since he had nothing to do, he wanted to learn more. Even if he did not use it, he could be prepared. If he ran into it one day, it would be better than going blind. Jiang Fei spent most of the afternoon reading. During this afternoon, he memorized 4 more books. One of them was about computer operations. As the doorbell rang, Jiang Fei was about to go out to eat when the door opened. A short-haired girl walked in. "How many books have you memorized?" the girl asked curiously. "Almost all of them," Jiang Fei said casually. "Oh." The girl raised her eyebrows and said, "Don't brag. If you can't pass the exam in the end, you won't be able to get into the office. Why brag? It's just a book. 4/5 of the books are pictures. How hard can it be to memorize them?" Jiang Fei said with a relaxed expression. All right. Then, you will take the first test tomorrow. Is that all right?" The girl obviously did not believe Jiang Fei's words, so she deliberately gave him a slap. "Sure." In the end, Jiang Fei did not fall for it at all. "All right. Then, you will take the test tomorrow." The girl originally thought that Jiang Fei would give up. She did not expect him to actually agree. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you fail the first test, then the difficulty of the second test will increase," the girl said to Jiang Fei. "It doesn't matter. I will definitely pass it in one go." Jiang Fei smiled. "All right. Remember what you said? Go and eat." The girl looked at Jiang Fei with displeasure. Initially, she had a good impression of Jiang Fei. However, she did not expect him to be so boastful. Chapter 2796, Chapter 2785 Examination. During dinner, Jiang Fei was delayed by the short-haired girl. When he arrived at the canteen, his other roommates had already arrived. "How was it?" "It must have been a tiring day." After Jiang Fei finished his meal, he sat down next to Hikari and the others. "Yeah, I was almost killed by that furry bear. Unlike you, who graduated straight away," Hikari said with a face full of envy. "You guys should be done soon." "Right?" Jiang Fei asked. "We still need at least a month," Orlando said. "We still have a month." Hikari had a mournful expression on her face. They were all students from the slums. Naturally, they did not know as much insider information as Orlando. Therefore, including Hikari, the others also only knew that their training would last for another month. "It's only a month. I'll be over very soon. Besides, it's just theoretical study after that. It won't be that tiring," Jiang Fei said. "Forget it, brother. It's more than 200 pages. I might not be able to memorize it in a week." Orlando rolled his eyes. "More than 200 pages? What's that?" Hikari asked with a confused look. The others also came over. "This is it. You guys can take a look at it during normal times." Jiang Fei took out the code of conduct. "*MN. It's so thick." Hillman rolled her eyes as she read it. If she could memorize all of it, wouldn't that be a death sentence? "It's most likely an illustration. There's not much text." Jiang Fei flipped through a few pages and showed it to the people. "Brother, you're not going to read it anymore?" Orlando was very surprised when he saw Jiang Fei take out the book for them. "Oh, I've already finished memorizing it. You guys can keep it for tomorrow's exam. If you read it earlier, you'll be prepared," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "You're done memorizing it." Everyone's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Although most of the book was flower arrangement, it still had more than 200 pages. After all, this kid had just arrived yesterday. Today was his first day of training, and he had already been pricked. In the end, not only did he not get punished, he even skipped physical fitness and combat training. Now, he was even better. He had even memorized the rules. Did this guy come with a cheat? Compared to you, you're more like a relative. Orlando looked at Jiang Fei and smiled helplessly. "I'm just lucky," Jiang Fei said humbly. "All right, brother. Don't stand on ceremony. When you enter the job in the future, you have to protect us," said Hikari as she patted Jiang Fei's shoulder. "I'll try my best." Jiang Fei smiled. At the same time, he thought to himself, hopefully, we'll have the chance to meet again. According to Jiang Fei's guess, if he passed the test tomorrow, he should be officially hired. Although he did not know which floor he would be assigned to, he should be able to start working in the life building within 2 to 3 days. At that time, he could find an opportunity to enter the development team's floor and investigate the situation. If there was a chance, Jiang Fei would directly destroy the connection between the gamma space and the three-dimensional universe. He would completely cut off this place from the three-dimensional world. After that, he would leave the legacy space. Therefore, these roommates were just passers-by to him. It was very likely that they would never have the chance to meet again. After eating, Jiang Fei and his roommates returned to the dormitory. Then, they simply washed up and went to sleep. Jiang Fei had a good day. Although he had used a lot of brain power and memorized a lot of things, Orlando, Hikari, and the others were exhausted. Therefore, they basically fell asleep as soon as they touched the pillows. Looking at the ceiling, Jiang Fei did not feel too sleepy. As for the next action plan, he did not know how to proceed. He needed to officially enter the job and understand the situation on the ground before he could make a decision. In a daze, Jiang Fei gradually fell asleep until he was woken up by the sound of the bell the next day. Quick! 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 Orlando urged everyone as usual. Brother, why are you with us? Hikari looked at Jiang Fei as he ran to the valley with them. I don't know where to find that beautiful instructor. So of course, he'll follow you first. Jiang Fei said. Hee. You're really free, said Hikari enviously. Soon, the group passed through the long underground passage and arrived at the small valley. Gather. Warm up as usual. Instructor Harry Bear was still the same as before. However, Jiang Fei did not run away this time. After the other students ran out, he just stood there and looked at Harry Bear calmly. Quick! 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 Instructor Furry Bear kept urging Orlando and the others as if he had not seen Jiang Fei. Actually, Furry Bear was also feeling bad. Jiang Fei was right here. What could he do? Chase him away? If he did not run, what could he do? He could not beat him. So he could only pretend that he had not seen him. Alright, Ralph. Follow me. The short-haired girl appeared in the valley. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and followed the short-haired girl. Phew. Instructor Harry Bear heaved a sigh of relief. It was indeed difficult for Jiang Fei to stay here. If he had a conflict with Jiang Fei, it would only hurt his prestige in the hearts of the other students. After Jiang Fei followed the short-haired girl back to the underground base, the two of them came to a room outside. Are you sure you want to take the exam? The short-haired girl asked. Yes. Jiang Fei smiled. Okay. Come in with me. The short-haired girl opened the door. Can you tell me your name? Jiang Fei asked again. If you can pass, I will tell you, the short-haired girl said. In fact, she had no intention of telling Jiang Fei her name because in her opinion, even if Jiang Fei was valued by Lord Dona, he was also a vulgar person from the slums. Such a person did not deserve to know her name. However, the pride of the aristocrats did not allow the girl to directly reject him on the grounds of discrimination. That was why she said so. In the girl's heart, Jiang Fei would not be able to pass the exam because 200 pages of content. It was impossible to memorize all of it in one day. It's a deal. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He actually did not have any feelings for the girl. He only wanted to know what the girl's name was. In fact, he wanted to fight for his reputation. This girl always had an arrogant look on her face. She did not even want to tell him her name. This made Jiang Fei very unhappy. Therefore, he planned to win the bet. After getting the girl to say his name, he would still call her instructor and not use her name. After entering the room, the girl turned on a computer-like device. Questions began to appear on the big screen. The time is 1 hour. You will pass if you complete 80 points. The girl said to Jiang Fei and stood aside. It was obvious that she was preparing to invigilate the exam. Chapter 2797, Chapter 2786, Return to the Tower of Life. Can I begin? Jiang Fei asked the girl. Anytime, the girl said. Then, you'll begin. Jiang Fei nodded and pressed the answer button. Following that, rows of questions and options appeared in front of Jiang Fei. He quickly selected the answers. The speed was so fast that the girl even felt that he was randomly choosing the answers because Jiang Fei's answer speed was simply too fast. Most people would not even have time to read the questions. He had already chosen all the answers on his side. The original time for the exam was 1 hour. However, Jiang Fei only used 17 minutes to complete all the questions. Instructor, I have finished, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Okay. The girl's gaze shifted away from Jiang Fei's face. At that moment, she frowned because she felt that Jiang Fei was a standard troublemaker. Previously, He had contradicted instructor Harry Bear. Now, he was treating the exam as a child's play. This was simply too despicable. The girl did not think too much about Jiang Fei's accuracy in answering the questions. Not to mention that Jiang Fei could not memorize the 200 pages of content in one day. Even if he could memorize it, with the speed of answering the questions just now, he did not even have time to see the questions clearly and chose the answer. With such speed, how could he answer correctly? However, when the girl's gaze moved from Jiang Fei's face to the display screen, her eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Full marks? The girl was completely dumbfounded. This was simply impossible. You cheated, the girl said subconsciously. Instructor, this is my first time here. This device is yours. Okay? How can I cheat? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. That doesn't count. Let's try again. The girl operated the machine and chose another set of slightly harder questions. Then he'll start. Jiang Fei turned around and said, Okay. The girl stared at Jiang Fei's hands and said, Duh. Jiang Fei began to answer the questions quickly again. His hands were as smooth as flowing water as they flashed across the keyboard. In this set of questions, besides the multiple choice questions, there were also fill-in and question and answer questions. Therefore, Jiang Fei's time was slightly longer. Even so, in 22 minutes, Jiang Fei still finished all the questions. Still full marks? The girl rubbed her eyes. If it was all multiple choice questions, then full marks was understandable. However, in this set of questions, there were not only multiple choice questions, but also fill-in-the-blank and question-answer questions. If you wrote one wrong word in these two questions, you might lose points. However, Jiang Fei's answer was exactly the same as what was written in the book. Of course, the system would give him full marks. Can you tell me your name now? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. The girl looked at Jiang Fei as if she had seen a ghost. She could not even speak properly. Jiang Fei smiled and did not say anything. He just looked at the girl and waited for her to say his name. My name is Nicole, the girl said. I understand. Instructor. Jiang Fei nodded. You? Of course. Nicole knew that she had been played. The boy in front of her was simply too despicable. He had tried so hard to get her name. But in the end, he did not even use it. This was a provocation. Instructor. What's wrong with you? Jiang Fei smiled. Humph. Nicole snorted. She could not say anything. Could it be that she had forced the lowlife in front of her to call her name? Instructor. Why are you angry? Jiang Fei pretended to be stupid. Stop talking nonsense. Follow me, Nicole said angrily. Yes, instructor. Jiang Fei deliberately emphasized the word, instructor. Humph. Nicole rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei and took the lead to walk outside. She had already made up her mind. When she returned to the light building, she would directly send this bastard to the top floor. She wanted him to stay as far away from her as possible. Nicole's office was underground. In order to not see Jiang Fei, she had really put in a lot of effort. After passing through the long corridor, Jiang Fei and Nicole came to a room. You stay here. Go eat when it's time. When you're done, come back. When it's time, it'll bring you back, Nicole said to Jiang Fei, because her work in the valley had not been completed yet. Naturally, she would not go back to the light building alone for Jiang Fei. Oh, Jiang Fei nodded. He had also been locked in a small dark room. For the next 2 days, Jiang Fei spent most of his time alone in the small dark room, except when he was eating and chatting with his roommates. On the third day, at noon, Jiang Fei was about to go for lunch when Nicole appeared at the door. Let's go, Nicole said with a cold face. Where are we going? Jiang Fei asked. Back to the light building, Nicole said. Can we eat before we leave? Jiang Fei was a little hungry. No, Nicole refused flatly. She was very unhappy with Jiang Fei. How could she let him eat? She deliberately chose this time to come over so that Jiang Fei would not be able to eat in time. She wanted to starve him. When a woman liked you, she would take care of you meticulously. When a woman hated you, her revenge would follow like a shadow. All right. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. He had no choice but to lower his head. In order to join the Leviathan company, he could only pinch his nose and accept it. Put this on! You can throw a black cloth cover to Jiang Fei. Oh! Jiang Fei directly put the cover on his head. He was transported here in a sack. When he returned, he definitely could not let him remember the route. Grab this! Nicole handed over a stick for Jiang Fei to grab, while she held the other end of the stick. As they walked all the way to the ground, Jiang Fei had stepped into many pits. Clearly, this was also Nicole's revenge. Fortunately, Jiang Fei's body coordination was very strong. Otherwise, he would have been half dead from the fall. When they returned to the ground, Jiang Fei heard a loud buzzing sound. Clearly, the helicopter was already waiting for them. After Nicole brought Jiang Fei onto the helicopter took off and brought them back to the top of the life building. "Alright, take that off," Nicole said to Jiang Fei after they entered the building from the top. "Phew, it's so frustrating to carry this thing. I can't even breathe properly," Jiang Fei complained. "Humph, if you have any ulterior motives, this is not the one to trap you," Nicole threatened Jiang Fei. "What ulterior motives can I have? As long as you guys are fed, it's fine. If you guys don't even give me food, it's hard to say," Jiang Fei said, pretending to be a scoundrel. He had always maintained this attitude. The main reason was to cater to Ralph's identity. If he was courteous the entire time, it would become a flaw. Chapter 2798, Chapter 2787. Scouting for information. "It's for the best if you don't have it," Nicole nodded. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, "You will be on duty on this floor next. Now, follow me to go through the formalities." "The top floor?" Jiang Fei asked. "That's right." Nicole's lips curled into a smile. "Then where do I live?" Jiang Fei asked. "Your dormitory and canteen are on the 7th underground floor," Nicole said. F***CK. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Although there was an elevator, it was quite a hassle. "Stop talking nonsense. Follow me," said Nicole as she opened the elevator door. Jiang Fei followed behind Nicole. Both of them entered the elevator and descended to the 7th basement level. The security staff's office and dormitory area were on this level. After following Nicole all the way back to her office, Nicole sat on her chair and said to Jiang Fei, "Give me your work card and identity card." "Oh." Jiang Fei handed over his own identity card. This was given to him by the company when he first started working. DDD. Nicole inserted the work card and identity card into a device and entered some information into it. After that, Jiang Fei's work card and identity card were activated. With this, Jiang Fei could take the elevator to the floor where he was on duty. He could also open or close some of the doors in the public area there. "Your room is still the same as before. Do you still remember where it is?" Nicole asked. "I remember." Jiang Fei nodded. Although he was tied up once, that room was still pretty good. At least it was a single room. This was more in line with Jiang Fei's needs. If he had a group of roommates, it would not be easy for him to move around. "The cafeteria here also serves food according to time. There is a bell notification. When the time comes, you can go and eat by yourself," Nicole said to Jiang Fei. Previously, someone had sent him food to add ingredients to his meal. Now that Jiang Fei had officially entered the job, who would serve him? "I understand." Jiang Fei nodded again. "Alright, take this. There is your schedule on it. Don't be late," Nicole said as she handed Jiang Fei a tablet-like thing. "Okay." Jiang Fei took the tablet and looked at it. He did not need to be on duty today. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. was his first shift. As for the specific things, do it according to the code of conduct. You have already memorized it. There's no need for me to say more," Nicole said to Jiang Fei. "Can I leave now?" Jiang Fei asked. "Yes. When you have nothing to do, you can go back to the dormitory to rest. You can also go to the entertainment area on the 5th basement level. If you have nothing to do, you'd better not wander around on the streets," Nicole said. The entertainment area on the 5th basement level was prepared for Jiang Fei and the rest of the security personnel from the slums, such as chefs, cleaners, and others. They came to work in the life building, so they had to have some entertainment activities. Otherwise, if they waited too long, they would be suffocated. However, in order to prevent these pariahs from colliding with the upper class of the rich district, they built a separate entertainment facility for these people on the 5th basement level to reduce their activities on the surface. After Jiang Fei came out of Nicole's office, he first went back to his room. He swiped his ID card and the door opened. Jiang Fei sat down on the bed. "I'll wait for my shift tomorrow. I can take the opportunity to learn more about the situation on the top floor," Jiang Fei thought to himself. After lying on the bed for a while, Jiang Fei felt a little bored. He did not know anything about the interior of the life building. Therefore, it was not good for him to plan his next move. Let's go to the 5th floor first. There are many people there. Maybe we can hear some valuable news. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and sat up. After that, Jiang Fei went to take a shower first and then changed his clothes. From this point of view, Leviathan Company was actually quite good to Jiang Fei and the other workers in the slums. In the closet in the room, other than a few sets of work clothes, there were also a lot of casual clothes. Although they were not custom-made, they still basically fit him. After changing into a sports vest and a pair of sweatpants, Jiang Fei walked out of the room and took the elevator to the 5th floor. After coming out of the elevator, Jiang Fei found that there were a lot of entertainment items on the 5th floor. Not only were there places to sing and dance, there were even gyms and swimming pools. The treatment is not bad, Jiang Fei muttered, and then went to the gym to take a look. There were not many people in the gym. The entertainment facilities on the 5th floor were designed according to the concept of the rich. However, the problem was that the people playing on the 5th floor were all from the slums. Would they have the concept of fitness? In comparison, there were more people in bars or singing places. After a few casual practices, Jiang Fei walked out of the gym. He was here to get information, not to work out. As soon as Jiang Fei entered the bar, a group of girls had their eyes fixed on him. These girls usually worked as cleaners in the life building. Now, they were here to play during their break. Jiang Fei's body was cloned according to the standard of a special forces soldier. His body was definitely top-notch. In addition, he had just trained in the gym twice. His body was slightly covered in sweat. At this moment, he was like a human-shaped hormone generator. Therefore, when Jiang Fei walked into the bar, he immediately became the focus of the women's eyes. Young man, you look so unfamiliar. When Jiang Fei had just sat down, a flirtatious woman, who looked to be in her 30s, sat beside him. I just joined today, Jiang Fei said. No wonder. Young man. The flirtatious woman smiled and said to the bartender, 2 glasses of deep sea blue. Put it on my tab. Okay. The bartender agreed and quickly brought 2 glasses of wine to the two of them. Thank you. Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the glass and drank with the woman. This time, Jiang Fei came over to ask for information. This flirtatious woman looked like she was having a good time. She must have been exposed to a lot of information on a daily basis. Perhaps there was something that Jiang Fei was interested in. Little handsome, which floor are you on duty? After drinking a mouthful of wine, the flirtatious woman asked. The top floor, Jiang Fei said. Yo, little handsome, did you offend the girl Nicole? The flirtatious woman asked. How you know? Jiang Fei was stunned. That girl is very narrow-minded. Moreover, she is the manager of the security department. You have to be careful in the future, the flirtatious woman said to Jiang Fei. However, she then smiled and said to Jiang Fei, but I am quite familiar with her. If you need me, I can help you put in a good word for you. How about it? Chapter 2799, Chapter 2788. The first day of work. If I offend her, will I be sent to the top floor? Is there anything special there? Jiang Fei asked curiously. If I offend her, I might not be sent to the top floor. However, there is something different about the top floor, the seductive woman said. What's different about it? Jiang Fei asked. It's such an important matter. I can't tell you about it here, the seductive woman said as she took a sip of her wine. Then where should I tell you about it? Jiang Fei asked. If you come to my room tonight, I will tell you. The seductive woman threw a card at Jiang Fei and turned to leave. Hee hee. What is this? A romantic encounter. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Buddy, and I is not easy to deal with. However, this woman is not easy to deal with. Be careful not to be squeezed dry, said the bartender as he walked over. Oh! Jiang Fei was stunned. However, the bartender did not say anything more. Can you tell me about her background? Jiang Fei casually took out a piece of paper from his body. This was the note that he had snatched from those hoodlums. Jiang Fei pressed the note under the cup and pushed it towards the bartender along with the cup. All right. Since you and I are fated, let's have a few more words. The bartender smiled slightly and walked over. As long as there was money, he was fated to be with anyone. Am all ears. Jiang Fei smiled and said, That woman just now was not a cleaning lady from the slums. She was the supervisor of the service area. The bartender's words stunned Jiang Fei. Wasn't the 5th underground floor specifically for the people from the slums to have fun? Since that woman was from the wealthy district, why was she here? As if he could see the doubt in Jiang Fei's heart. The bartender continued to say, This woman's name is Max. She is a stamp collector. Stamp collector? Jiang Fei was a little confused. You macho men are her stamps, said the bartender as he gave a knowing expression. Jiang Fei did not say anything. He had seen and eaten in the three-dimensional world before. There were many women with money and free time who had this kind of hobby. Therefore, after listening to the bartender's introduction, Jiang Fei was not surprised. However, her biggest characteristic is that she likes to cause trouble, the bartender continued to say. Cause trouble? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. There were all kinds of trouble. Moreover, he did not seem to be on good terms with Nicole, the head of the security department. As one of the few female department heads in the Leviathan company, the conflict between the two women was basically public. The bartender stopped talking, because the bartender was also from the slums. If he said too much, he might offend someone and lose his job. Thank you. Jiang Fei nodded. Although the bartender did not say it explicitly, after Max learned that he was a newcomer in the security department, she showed great interest in him, even if she was a stamp collector. However, she could not exclude the fact that she had gotten close to Jiang Fei and caused trouble for Nicole. If he was involved in the fight between the two women, although Jiang Fei was not worried about his safety, once he was fired, it would be difficult for him to sneak into the life building again. If he wanted to avoid provoking that Max, Jiang Fei could not let go of the information she had told him. What if she could really tell Jiang Fei some secrets about the life building? Then, it would be much easier for Jiang Fei to sneak into the development team's office. For the time being, although Jiang Fei had already started working and had to start tomorrow, he did not know which floor of the life building the development team was on. Forget it. He'll just try to pull her out first. After thinking carefully for a while, Jiang Fei finally gave up the idea of looking for Max. As it was his first day at work tomorrow, Jiang Fei did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble. He wanted to check out the situation first. What if he could find some clues? Even if he could not, he could slowly search for clues. When he really could not, it was not too late to ask Max about it. As for now, he was not at the point of no return. Jiang Fei did not want to take too big a risk. Nicole was obviously a petty person. If she found out that he was a newcomer in the security department, on his first official day of work, he would be sent to bed by his sworn enemy, Max. With Nicole's temper, it would be a miracle if Jiang Fei was not fired. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei gave up the idea of looking for Max right away. He ordered another glass of wine and returned to his room on the 7th floor of the basement. Lying on the bed, Jiang Fei fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he was woken up by the ear-piercing sound of the bell. It was impossible to sleep in the security guard's room. After being woken up, Jiang Fei did not continue to stay in bed. He went to wash up and changed into his uniform. At this time, Jiang Fei looked at the time. It was only 7 o'clock. Let's go and eat something first. Jiang Fei came out of his room and went straight to the cafeteria. Although it was still quite early, there were already many people in the cafeteria. Obviously, they were like Jiang Fei. They were all prepared to finish their meals and then go to take over the work. After ordering some food, Jiang Fei ate a little and left the cafeteria. Then, he took the elevator and went straight to the top floor. Although Nicole had suggested that he arrive half an hour earlier, Jiang Fei had deliberately arrived more than an hour earlier because he wanted to talk to the security guard who was taking over his shift. Although he did not look for Max yesterday, he could tell from her words that Jiang Fei could also tell that this top floor was indeed not ordinary. The elevator of the life building was very fast. It did not take long for Jiang Fei to reach the top floor. After exiting the elevator, Jiang Fei looked around. There were no signs to guide him on the top floor. After exiting the elevator, there were 2 roads, one on the left and one on the right. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and walked to the right. What's going on this floor? Why is there no one here? Jiang Fei felt that the top floor of the life building was a little deserted. Not to mention the office staff. He could not even find the security guard that Jiang Fei was supposed to take over. As he was walking back and forth, someone suddenly called out to Jiang Fei from behind. Hey, kid, are you the new one? Jiang Fei looked back and saw a man who looked to be in his early 30s standing behind him. He was also wearing a security uniform. It was obvious that he was the person that Jiang Fei was supposed to take over. Yes, senior. Jiang Fei was very polite. Hee hee, you're quite sweet. The man smiled and said to Jiang Fei. My name is Eddie. I'm your partner that you usually don't see. Oh? Jiang Fei was stunned. Oh what? We take turns working shifts. Of course, we don't usually see each other. Eddie rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei. Senior, is there anything you need to pay attention to while you're on duty at the top floor? Jiang Fei asked. Actually, it's nothing much. It's normal to be on duty during the day. Go around and take a look. If you encounter any suspicious people, catch them if you can. If you can't catch them, call for help. Don't be too reckless. Eddie generously imparted his experience to Jiang Fei. Chapter 2800, Chapter 2789. The Mysterious Sound. Is it normal during the day? What about at night? Jiang Fei accurately heard the part that Eddie did not say. At night. Eddie's face revealed a strange expression. What's wrong? Jiang Fei asked. If you're on duty at night, you have to do one thing, Eddie said. What? Jiang Fei asked. Be less curious, Eddie said. What do you mean? Jiang Fei did not understand. Just walk around the patrol route. Don't look back if you have nothing to do. If you hear anything, don't look back out of curiosity. Everything will be fine, Eddie said. What if you turn back? Jiang Fei asked. That's hard to say. I can only say that you're my fifth partner, Eddie said with a smile. Jiang Fei did not say anything. The meaning behind Eddie's words was obvious. The four unlucky fellows before Jiang Fei were definitely either dead or missing. Don't worry too much. I've been on duty at the top level for almost 4 years. Look, I'm not doing well. You just have to listen to me. If there's nothing wrong, don't look back and be less curious. That's not a problem, Eddie said. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Jiang Fei bowed to Eddie very seriously. Sigh. There's no need to be so polite. We're all colleagues. It's only right to help each other, said Eddie with a smile. After that, Jiang Fei followed Eddie on patrol and chatted for a while. When it was 9 in the morning, Eddie had already left. Jiang Fei was the only person left on the entire top floor. As there were only 2 security guards on the top floor, Jiang Fei and Eddie, the two of them worked in shifts of 3 to 8 hours. Now that Jiang Fei had replaced Eddie, Eddie would come back to replace him at 5 p.m. Therefore, Jiang Fei's first shift was during the day. According to Eddie, there should not be any problems. However, when he got off work at 5 p.m., Jiang Fei would have to come back to disband Eddie in another 8 hours. In that case, he would have to experience his first night on the top floor. What exactly is going to happen? Jiang Fei muttered as he patrolled the corridor. As it was daytime, and it was the top floor, the colorful lights were very good. Even if the lights were not turned on, the entire top floor was very bright. Soon, more than 7 hours had passed. No one had come up to the entire top floor. It was so quiet that it was a little creepy. It was still daytime. If it was nighttime, the atmosphere would definitely be even scarier. Around 4:50 in the afternoon, the elevator finally responded. However, the person who came up was not a staff member of the life building, but Jiang Fei's colleague Eddie. All right, let's go eat. After eating, have a good rest. After all, you have to be on duty at the end of the night, Eddie said to Jiang Fei with a smile. Then, I'll be leaving first. Jiang Fei nodded. Although he was still about 10 minutes away, when the shift was over, he could just come earlier. Go ahead. Eddie waved his hand. After that, Jiang Fei took the elevator back to the 7th floor, the building where the security department was located. After going to the cafeteria to eat something, Jiang Fei returned to his room. There were still more than 6 hours left. He had to hurry up and sleep. Although he wanted to sleep, Jiang Fei could not fall asleep while lying on the bed. His nerves were currently in a high state of excitement. All he could think about was the strange possibility of the top floor. Although Eddie and Max did not go into too much detail, Jiang Fei instinctively felt that something was wrong. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei finally fell asleep in a daze. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Fei was woken up by the alarm that he had set. After washing his face, Jiang Fei looked at the time. It was already 12:20. There were still 40 minutes before the shift change. After going to the cafeteria for a simple midnight snack, Jiang Fei took the elevator to the top floor. Yo, it's pretty early, Eddie said with a smile. I came to talk to you in advance, Jiang Fei said. Don't be nervous. Walk around with me first. It's just a formality. After that, it'll be off work, Eddie said. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Fei quickly thanked him. Let's go. You're welcome. Eddie brought Jiang Fei along and started patrolling along the corridor on the top floor. During the entire process, Jiang Fei finally noticed that Eddie had his head lowered the entire time. He did not even dare to look to the sides. Very quickly, they finished walking in a circle. Eddie was just as he had said. He did not turn his head the entire time. Even if he heard some movement in the corner, he would definitely not check it out. Brother, why are you hiding? Jiang Fei asked curiously. I don't know either. Just don't look up. Just bear with it. It will be fine when the sun comes up. Eddie took the elevator and left. He did not want to stay here at night. When Eddie left, Jiang Fei was the only one left on the entire top floor. Where are you going? Jiang Fei felt a little bored. Therefore, he walked the patrol route again. However, Jiang Fei was different from Eddie. He did not keep his head down all the time. Although he was also patrolling according to the route, Jiang Fei was always looking around. After walking 2 rounds, Jiang Fei returned to the place where he was resting. There was a table and a chair right across from the elevator. It was for the security guards to rest. Squeak! Squeak! Not long after he sat down, Jiang Fei heard a bone-chilling sound. It was as if he was scratching glass with his fingernails. What's going on? Jiang Fei did not completely listen to Eddie's suggestion. He did not stay at the elevator entrance. Instead, he quietly moved in the direction of the sound. Jiang Fei's footsteps were extremely light. He almost did not make any sound. Soon, he arrived outside the room where the sound came from. Squeak! Squeak! The ear-piercing sound continued. Who is it? Jiang Fei was confused. For such a scene, a timid person would have been scared to death. However, Jiang Fei was an exception. He had seen everything in the 3-dimensional world. Jiang Fei had seen many souls after death. Moreover, he had also seized a few souls from the Gamma dimension. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not afraid even if there were ghosts. Let alone ghosts. When he arrived at the door, Jiang Fei gently pressed on the doorknob. The doorknob lowered. Clearly, the door was not locked. As Jiang Fei pressed on the doorknob, the door was unlocked. Dot! Jiang Fei opened the door very slowly. There was almost no sound. The door was opened by a crack. The lights in the room were a little dim. Jiang Fei looked outside and did not find anything. However, the moment the door opened, the creaking sound stopped. Although Jiang Fei did not make any sound when he opened the door, he did not forget that the corridor was brightly lit. The room was very dark. As soon as the door was opened, light entered. Obviously, Jiang Fei had already alerted the other party. Chapter 2801, Chapter 2790 Danger. Jiang Fei looked into the room through the crack in the door. It was just an ordinary office. There was no one inside, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Click! Jiang Fei pressed the switch at the door, and the light in the room was switched on. After the light was switched on, Jiang Fei could see everything in the room. However, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The desk in the room was covered in dust. It was obvious that no one had used it for a long time. The sound just now came from here, Jiang Fei muttered. Then, he checked the room again and turned off the lights and closed the door. After returning to his seat at the elevator entrance, Jiang Fei was very confused. What was that sound? Ever since the door was open once, the sound had never appeared again. Not only that, the entire night was unusually quiet. It was until the next day at 9 o'clock in the morning when Eddie took the elevator to relieve his shift. How was it? Did you have a good night? Eddie asked when he saw Jiang Fei sitting there safe and sound. It was all right. It was just that there was a strange sound in the room, Jiang Fei said. Just ignore it, Eddie said. I went to take a look. There was nothing suspicious. Moreover, after I looked, the sound disappeared, Jiang Fei said. What? You went to take a look? Eddie's face suddenly showed a look of panic. What's wrong? Jiang Fei asked curiously. No, nothing. Eddie waved his hand repeatedly. However, he did not want to say anything more. What exactly is wrong? Jiang Fei asked. Don't ask anymore. After you go back, quickly ask Nicole to transfer you to the middle floor. You can't stay on the top floor or the neighboring floors anymore, Eddie said to Jiang Fei. Why? Jiang Fei was even more confused. Don't ask anymore. Go ahead. Eddie waved his hand. It was obvious that he did not intend to say anything else. Okay. I'll go eat first. I'll take your place in the afternoon, Jiang Fei said. Don't come. Let Nicole arrange for someone else, Eddie said with a strange expression. Okay. Jiang Fei did not understand. Then, he took the elevator downstairs. On the 7th floor, Jiang Fei walked out of the elevator. He first went to eat, and then returned to his room. What's going on? Should I go look for Nicole? Jiang Fei frowned, looking at Eddie's expression. He did not seem to be joking. Could it be that there was something strange about the top floor? Forget it. Let's go to Nicole's place and ask her about the situation. Jiang Fei would rather believe it than not. He went to Nicole's office. Knock. 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 Jiang Fei knocked on Nicole's office door. Come in. Nicole's voice was heard. Instructor. Jiang Fei still addressed her as before. What are you doing here? Nicole seemed to be very reluctant to see Jiang Fei. Eddie asked me to apply for a transfer with you, Jiang Fei said. Transfer? Nicole was stunned. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. What did you do? Nicole asked. I opened the door last night. Jiang Fei then told Nicole everything that happened last night. Oh. It's nothing. You can go back to work. Ignore him. Nicole did not care at all after listening to Jiang Fei. She did not say anything about transferring Jiang Fei. But from what Eddie said, it seems like it would be very dangerous for me to go to the top floor again, Jiang Fei said. Dangerous? What danger? You're working as a security guard. If you're afraid of danger, don't earn this money, said Nicole as she rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. All right. Jiang Fei saw that Nicole had no intention of transferring him. Therefore, he could not be bothered to waste his breath on her. He walked out of Nicole's office directly. Forget it. Let's go have a drink. As he was feeling depressed, Jiang Fei could not fall asleep when he returned to his room. Therefore, he decided to go to the bar on the 5th basement floor to have a drink. After changing into casual clothes, Jiang Fei went upstairs. As soon as he entered the bar, a figure came up from behind Jiang Fei. Pa! Jiang Fei almost subconsciously grabbed the other party's wrist. Then, he twisted his wrist and twisted the guy who suddenly touched his shoulder away. Ah! You're hurting me! Following a woman's scream, Jiang Fei finally saw that the person who ambushed him from behind was actually Max, who he saw yesterday. I'm sorry. I'm used to it during training. Jiang Fei quickly let go of Max. You're really something. We had an agreement last night, but you stood me up. It's even better now. Just hit me directly, Max said relentlessly. No. No. It's just a subconscious reaction, Jiang Fei quickly explained. Max was also a management member of Leviathan Company. There was no benefit in offending her. It was just a subconscious reaction. What about last night? Why didn't you come? Max asked. I had diarrhea last night. Jiang Fei could only find an excuse without thinking. Humph. You're lying to me. Max gave Jiang Fei a flirtatious look. Then, she changed her tone and said, But it's okay. It's my fault for liking you. Jiang Fei really did not know what to say. This Max was clearly attached to him. Let's go and have a drink with sister. Well, consider it as an apology to sister. Max took the opportunity to put his arm around Jiang Fei's. Then, he led him to the bar counter. Double Red Mary. This time, Max changed his taste. Sister, you said yesterday that there was something strange on the top floor of the life building. Can you tell me about it now? Jiang Fei asked. Originally, it was not possible. But just because you call me sister, I'll tell you about it. Max smiled slightly and leaned on Jiang Fei. Now, Jiang Fei was waiting to hear the news. So, he was too embarrassed to push her away. This top floor. It is indeed a little strange. It is said that several security guards have died. However, I did not ask about the specifics. After all, I do not really like that little hoof, Max said. Several security guards have died? Jiang Fei frowned. What is it? What problem did you encounter? Max asked. Jiang Fei then told Max about what had happened. Why is my life so bad? I just met a handsome guy. Could it be that tonight is going to be ruined? Max looked at Jiang Fei and said reluctantly. Is it that exaggerated? Jiang Fei asked. I don't know if it's that exaggerated. I just know that 5 of the security guards on the top floor have died. Only one named Eddie survived there. The rest did not have a good ending, Max said. How about this? Jiang Fei frowned even more. Chapter 2802, Chapter 2791 bolstered his courage. After returning from the bar, Jiang Fei lay on his bed and could not fall asleep. He did not believe in the theory of ghosts and gods. When he was in the 3-dimensional space, Jiang Fei was the strongest. In his opinion, the so-called ghosts and gods were just super strong people that ordinary people could not understand. On the other hand, a simple ghost, or rather, a soul, was nothing to be afraid of. It was just a ball of pure, conscious spiritual energy. As a top-tier spiritual master, Jiang Fei was naturally not afraid of ghosts or souls. However, the strange night on the top floor seemed to be very strange. Jiang Fei was very confused about it. Since Nicole refused to transfer him, he was not willing to give up this job. Then, Jiang Fei could only pretend to be a famous detective. At 5 in the afternoon, Jiang Fei took the elevator and returned to the top floor. "Why are you here again?" Eddie said anxiously when he saw Jiang Fei. "I offended Nicole. She refused to transfer me," Jiang Fei said. "Sigh." Eddie sighed. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, "The first half of the night is generally fine. Just hold on a little longer. Just sit here and don't go anywhere. Wait for me to replace you. Okay?" "Oh." Jiang Fei nodded. Although this Eddie was timid, he seemed to be quite warm-hearted. "Then, he'll be leaving first. He'll try to come earlier tonight. After you make do with it, hurry up and tell Nicole about the transfer tomorrow. If it doesn't work once, then do it twice," Eddie said. "Okay. I got it." Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Eddie took the elevator and left. Because it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the shift was over. The sky was still bright at this time. Naturally, there was no problem. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Although the top floor could enjoy more than 10 minutes of sunlight, it still won the night. "I don't know what can happen." When the sky completely darkened, Jiang Fei sat on the chair and muttered to himself. Time passed by slowly. Everything was normal. Nothing had happened until midnight. When the needle pointed to 12 o'clock, Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, there seemed to be a slight sound at the end of the corridor. However, at that moment, the elevator door opened and Eddie walked out. "Phew! Thank God you're okay," Eddie said to Jiang Fei. "Why are you here so early? There's still an hour before the shift ends," Jiang Fei said to Eddie. "I'm just worried about you. I didn't even eat when I went back. I took a nap and came up," Eddie said. "I'm fine here," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "Forget it. Leave now while you're free. Just come and replace me at 9 o'clock tomorrow," Eddie said. "Okay. After I get off the day shift tomorrow, I will go and talk to Nicole about the transfer." Jiang Fei nodded. It was already the middle of the night. Nicole had already gotten off work. She was a manager. It was impossible for her to stay in the office all day. On the other hand, Jiang Fei had to go to work at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. At that time, it would be another story whether Nicole would come or not. Therefore, he could only wait until after work in the afternoon to go and look for Nicole. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was working the day shift tomorrow. It did not matter even if he stayed on the top floor. As long as he did not catch the 1 o'clock shift at night, it would be fine. After handing over to Eddie, Jiang Fei took the elevator back to the 7th floor underground. When he returned to his room, Jiang Fei felt a little sleepy. After all, he had worked the night shift yesterday. Moreover, he had not slept during the day. Lying on the bed, Jiang Fei fell into a deep sleep until he was woken up by the sound of the bell outside the door in the morning. After going to the cafeteria for breakfast, Jiang Fei went to the top floor. After all, Eddie had come to replace him early yesterday. Naturally, he could not deliberately delay the handover until 9 o'clock. When he reached the top floor, Jiang Fei found Eddie sleeping on the table. "Eddie!" Jiang Fei called out. "Ah!" Eddie was clearly shocked. "Go back to sleep. I'll take your place," Jiang Fei said. "You?" Eddie stretched lazily. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, "You just don't listen to me. If you listen to me, other than going around for a few rounds as a routine, you can just lie here and sleep. There's nothing wrong with that. You must be so curious." Eddie looked at Jiang Fei and shook his head. Hee. Jiang Fei smiled and did not say anything. "After this shift is over, you should hurry and look for Nicole. If you still come to take over at 1 o'clock in the evening, I really won't be able to save you," Eddie said. "Okay. I'll try my best," Jiang Fei nodded and said. "Then, I'll take my leave first." Eddie nodded and took the elevator downstairs. Jiang Fei did what he was supposed to do in this shift. Other than his routine patrol, he sat at the elevator entrance. As it was the day shift, nothing happened. "This is strange. Is there no company or organization on the top floor?" Jiang Fei was very confused. He had been on duty on the top floor for 2 days, but he had not seen anyone alive other than Eddie. If the top floor was in a state of desolation, Why would there be 2 security guards here? With doubts in his heart, Jiang Fei stayed up until 5 in the afternoon when Eddie came over to take over. Brother, hurry up and request for a transfer. If not, just resign. It's not worth it for a few dollars, Eddie said to Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and took the elevator downstairs. After going to the cafeteria for a meal, Jiang Fei arrived at Nicole's office. Please come in, said Nicole when she heard a knock on the door. Instructor, I'm here again. Jiang Fei pushed the door open and walked in. Why are you here again? Nicole frowned. I request a transfer, said Jiang Fei. I can't arrange it. No one can replace you now, said Nicole. But I'm in danger now, said Jiang Fei. Nicole nodded. She knew that the security guards on the top floor were always in trouble. After thinking for a moment, Nicole took out a pistol from the drawer and placed it on the table. Take this for self-defense, said Nicole to Jiang Fei. Sister, the top floor is haunted. Can this thing fight ghosts? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. It's tough to fight ghosts, but it's not bad to give you courage, said Nicole as she pushed the pistol over. All right. Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony. With an extra weapon, he felt more at ease. He picked up the pistol and took a look. This gun was an energy ammunition. The magazine was full and could fire 50 energy beams. After Jiang Fei put away the pistol, he turned around and left Nicole's office. Then, he returned to his own room. After a drowsy sleep, Jiang Fei realized that it was already a little past 12 o'clock. So, he put the pistol on his waist. Then, he covered it with his clothes and took the elevator to the top floor. Chapter 2803, Chapter 2792 had finally arrived. Why are you here again? As soon as Jiang Fei stepped out of the elevator, he saw Eddie frowning. I can't help it. Nicole won't approve my transfer application, Jiang Fei said helplessly. Why'd you quit if she doesn't approve it? Is your job more important or is your life more important? Eddie asked. It's not as dangerous as you say. It's okay. My life is very tough. Jiang Fei laughed. Sigh. You people just don't believe in evil. Eddie sighed. Then, he muttered, as the saying goes, it's hard to persuade a damn ghost with good words. All of you are like this. You won't believe me even if I tell you. Forget it. I'm too lazy to say it. I wish you good luck. After saying that, Eddie shook his head and walked into the elevator. Although there was still some time before the shift change, he did not wait any longer and directly took the elevator and left. Dot! Jiang Fei shrugged as he watched the elevator door close and then go down. He wanted to see what kind of trouble the top floor could cause today. After a routine inspection, Jiang Fei returned to his seat. It was already late at night. It was quiet all around. Jiang Fei pricked up his ears and stopped for a moment. There was no unusual sound. Time passed by. Jiang Fei looked up at the clock hanging above the elevator. It was already 1 o'clock at night. Logically speaking, it was time for him and Eddie to take over the shift. The surroundings were still normal. Nothing that was better happened. Hey, could it be that nothing happened today? Jiang Fei thought to himself. The night passed quickly. The sky gradually brightened up. Until 9 a.m. Eddie came to take over the shift. Nothing happened on Jiang Fei's side. Look, I'm fine. Right. Jiang Fei said with a smile after Eddie came. Dot! Eddie ignored Jiang Fei and sat down on the chair. What's wrong? Are you angry with me? Jiang Fei asked. Dot! Eddie acted as if he did not see him. Then I'm leaving. Jiang Fei was helpless. Eddie ignored him. He had nothing more to say. He went straight down the elevator to the 7th floor. After eating something, Jiang Fei went to sleep. At 5 in the afternoon, he came to relieve the shift. Eddie still ignored him. He did not even look at Jiang Fei. Is there a need for that? I just did not listen to you. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. But Eddie still ignored him. He just left. This time, the night shift was still as usual. When it was 5 minutes to 1 in the evening, Eddie came and took over Jiang Fei's shift. This time, Eddie did not come early. He just took over the shift on time. The entire process was still ignored by Jiang Fei. Forget it. I'll just ignore it. Jiang Fei walked him in. He did not bother to kiss Eddie's cold butt anymore. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fei continued to take over the shift. Then, he got off work at 5 o'clock. Everything was normal. At 1 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Fei came to take over the shift again. Eddie still ignored him and went downstairs to leave. Seriously? Was it all just a bluff? Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he sat on the chair. Very soon, the hour hand passed by a little. However, at that moment, the squeaking sound from the previous room came again. Huh? Jiang Fei's eyebrows immediately stood up. It's coming! Jiang Fei thought to himself. After 2 days of silence, the voice finally came again. Jiang Fei subconsciously touched the gun by his waist. Ever since it had been in his hands, it had never left his side. Let's go! Let's see what kind of person you are. Jiang Fei was brave after all. Although after coming to the Gamma space, most of his presence had been taken away, his courage did not diminish. Jiang Fei took a few steps and arrived outside the room where the sound came from. This time, he did not open the door quietly. Instead, he kicked the door open. Click! Jiang Fei pressed the light switch in the room. Ah! A figure in the room screamed. It could be seen that this guy was about to enter the ventilation duct on the wall. Oh! So this is where you ran from! Jiang Fei suddenly realized. No wonder he did not notice it the last time. The last time he opened the door, he was very careful. Then, he stuck his head in and looked inside. He was hesitant again, which gave the guy time to retreat. Today, Jiang Fei directly kicked open the door. However, he did not give the guy time to escape. The guy had just taken down the partition of the ventilation duct. Before he could get in, Jiang Fei turned on the light. The sudden shock made the guy scream. At that moment, Jiang Fei suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He suddenly squatted down and a figure behind him jumped into the air. Jiang Fei looked up and saw that the person was holding a thin rope. The previous attack was clearly aimed at his neck. If he was strangled, Jiang Fei would really be in danger. Clang! The figure who missed immediately took out a sharp knife and stabbed at Jiang Fei. At the same time, the kid who was originally planning to escape also took out a dagger and pounced on Jiang Fei. Good kid! Jiang Fei laughed to himself. Since it was not a ghost, but two people, there was nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Fei, who was originally squatting, threw himself forward. Then, he took out the pistol from his waist. He turned the safety on, aimed, and raised his hand to shoot. Jiang Fei's actions were done in one go. Whoosh! A purplish-red light beam shot out and hit the chest of the figure behind him. That guy did not even make a sound before he fell to the ground. F***CK! The guy who had originally planned to drill through the ventilation duct saw that Jiang Fei had a gun in his hand. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. However, when he saw that Jiang Fei's actions were professional, his companion was killed in one shot. He was so scared that he wanted to run away immediately. How could Jiang Fei let him off at this time? He turned off the safety of the pistol. Then, Jiang Fei tucked it back into his waist. Then, he leaped forward and appeared behind the kid. Bang! A foot landed on the kid's butt. The kid took 2 steps forward and directly hit the wall. Don't move! Jiang Fei went forward and grabbed the kid's wrist. Then, he forcefully twisted it. The kid's body could not help but bend down. Master, please spare me! Master, please spare me! At this time, the kid could only beg for mercy. There was too much difference between the two of them. He had no ability to fight back. Crack, crack. Jiang Fei pulled the wires off a broken electrical appliance next to him. Then, he tied the kid up in a few moves. Plop! Jiang Fei threw the kid, who was tied up on the ground. Then, he came before the guy who was shot. Rip! Jiang Fei tore off the black cloth that was covering the guy's face. Chapter 2804, Chapter 2793. Information. Huh? After tearing off the black cloth, Jiang Fei laughed helplessly. He knew the person who had fallen to the ground, Eddie. After seeing Eddie, Jiang Fei instantly understood many things. The few security guards who had died earlier were probably also done by Eddie. However, he had disguised everything as gods and ghosts. And the security guards who died were all people from the slums. For the rich, the death of a poor person was a trivial matter. So whether it was Leviathan or the building of life, no one is deliberately to pursue this matter. They're just gonna rehire some guards and fill the positions. Which, in their opinion, doesn't matter who they pay, and they're just gonna have to replace it. Kid, tell me. Eddie was already dead. The light beam from the pistol had burned a big hole in his chest. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only ask the remaining kid about the whole thing. As he asked, Jiang Fei walked forward and flipped the kid over. He turned the kid to face him. At this time, the kid's hands and feet were tied together. The stick in the middle was like a roasted pig. What? What do you want to know? The kid was already terrified. What's your name? Jiang Fei asked again. My name is Ruer, the kid said. Ruer, what's your relationship with Eddie? Jiang Fei asked. We've been neighbors since we were young, the kid said. Tell me, what kind of activities are the two of you doing here? Jiang Fei asked. I am a thief, Ruer said as he carefully glanced at Jiang Fei. A thief? Jiang Fei nodded. That made sense. Ruer's achievement was that he and Eddie were guarding the house. With Eddie as a spy, he could also open the door for Ruer. The two of them naturally came and went freely in the life building. What's going on the top floor? Why isn't there a company here? Jiang Fei asked. There used to be a company here. However, something happened and they were all taken away. The office was also sealed. After that, no one came here. Eddie saw that there was no one here and there were many good things in the room. So, he discussed with me to see if he could steal them out. Ruer said. How long have you guys been stealing? Jiang Fei asked. About 2 years, said Ruer. That long? Jiang Fei was stunned. There are too many things. I can't get them all, said Ruer. The entire top floor of the life building had been sealed up. As a thief, he could not bring equipment in. He could only steal things with his 2 hands. Moreover, people like them lived day by day. Every time they stole enough money for a few days, they would be able to get it. When they ran out of money, they would come back again. So, it continued for 2 years. Were the few security guards who died all your doing? Jiang Fei asked. Without me, it was all Eddie's doing. I'm just a thief. I would not dare to kill anyone, said Ruer. Now that Eddie was dead, he naturally blamed the guy for the felony. Anyway, there was no evidence to prove it. Are the two of you going to steal the top floor? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. Yes. Ruer nodded. Kid, do you know what will happen if you lie to me? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. I didn't. Before Ruer could finish his sentence, Jiang Fei tore off the wire of a lamp next to him. Then, he stabbed the wire that was flashing with sparks directly into Ruer's leg. Crackle. Although the contact was only for a moment, Ruer's ankle was burned. Moreover, his entire body began to twitch. Don't lie to me. Jiang Fei still had a smile on his face. When Ruer was talking, his eyes were wandering. It was obvious that he was lying. Big brother. Father, please spare me. After a long while, Ruer finally recovered. At that moment, one of his legs was basically crippled. Moreover, when he looked at the smile on Jiang Fei's face, Ruer knew that he had finally met a true ruthless person. It's easy to spare you. Tell me everything you know. I just went to work. Now, I still have more than 7 hours to play with you, Jiang Fei said with a smile. I'll tell you. This time, Jiang Fei did not need to ask. Ruer told him everything. Tell me. Jiang Fei nodded. Other than the top floor, we have also gone to the 3 lower floors. However, other than that, we have not succeeded, especially the subtop floor. The security there is very tight. Other than the 30 or so security guards, there are also more than a dozen military police, Ruer said. Just below us? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Yes. Ruer nodded. Do you know what that is? Jiang Fei asked. He had noticed before that he could not install the elevator on the subtop floor. It was probably because his identity card did not have the authority to enter that floor. Moreover, both sides of the stairwell leading to the subtop floor were also locked from the inside. There was no way to enter from the stairwell. I heard that it is a unit related to the game. I don't know, said Ruer. Huh? When Jiang Fei heard this, his ears immediately perked up. Did he not come to Gamma Space for the game development team? Big brother. My father. I'm not lying. Ruer was extremely afraid of the wire in Jiang Fei's hand. The road to the subtop level has been blocked. How did you get there? Jiang Fei asked. That. Ruer pointed at the ventilation pipe. I see. Jiang Fei suddenly understood. Although the subtop level was already heavily guarded, the development team did not know that people from the 3-dimensional space had entered the Gamma Space. Therefore, they did not have special defenses. Moreover, not everyone could enter the life building. Therefore, this level of defense was considered very strict. From the fact that the other party paid so much attention to the location of the development team, Jiang Fei could tell that this game was definitely not as simple as a game to the Gamma Space. If it was just an ordinary game company, if they developed the game just to make money, they would definitely not have such tight security. When Jiang Fei was on Earth, He had played many games. He had never heard of any game company that was like this. From this, it could be seen that this development team was definitely not ordinary. Even for the Gamma space, it was very important. What did you see on the subtop floor? Jiang Fei continued to interrogate Ruhr. I did not see anything. The vent on the subtop floor is only one exit. Moreover, it is in the corridor. There are 2 security guards facing the vent. Moreover, there are military police with guns beside it. How would I dare to go down? Ruhr said with a sad face. Then, what else do you know? Jiang Fei asked. That's all I know, said Ruhr. So, you're useless? Jiang Fei said as he stabbed the wire in Ruhr's mouth. He had shown that he was too concerned about the subtop floor. Therefore, he had to kill him to silence him. Chapter 2805, Chapter 27. After killing Ruhr, Jiang Fei was silent for a moment. He was considering whether to throw the bodies of the 2 into the inheritance space and pretend that nothing had happened, or to make this matter public. After thinking about it for a long time, Jiang Fei decided to expose this matter. If he put the bodies of the 2 into the inheritance space, the best outcome would be that Eddie would go missing. After that, the Leviathan company and the life building did not pay much attention to the matter. In the end, the matter was settled. However, if Jiang Fei reported the deaths of the 2 people and the news of them stealing from the prison, Jiang Fei might face some problems during the next investigation. However, this only concerned the process of his arrest, whether or not he had overreacted. And the 2 people who died were not only pariahs from the slums, but also thieves. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei's methods were a little overboard, it was unlikely that he would be held accountable. On the contrary, he had solved the mystery of the missing security guards. Moreover, he had helped the company to catch the 2 thieves, especially Eddie. This guy stole from his own company and even killed his colleagues to get rid of such a malignant tumor. It was definitely a good thing for the Leviathan company. Therefore, Jiang Fei would probably receive some benefits or even be placed in an important position. Although Jiang Fei had confirmed that the subtop floor was where the development team was located, it was not an easy task to sneak in. The security of the subtop floor was too tight. Even if Jiang Fei used his spiritual power skills, using those time skills, he could control the few people around him. The security guards and military police in the distance would definitely notice him. When that time came, this ambush would become a one-time deal for Jiang Fei. If he could destroy the passage between the Gamma space and the 3-dimensional world, everyone would be happy. What if he did not find it? If that happened, even if Jiang Fei could escape with his identity exposed, it would be impossible for him to sneak in again. Therefore, the best way for Jiang Fei now was to stay in the Leviathan company. He would try his best to make some contributions and get promoted. He would also be transferred to the subtop level to work. When that happened, he would naturally have the opportunity to get in touch with the secrets. Once he had confirmed the connection between the Gamma space and the 3-dimensional world, it would be easier for Jiang Fei to make his move. After making his decision, Jiang Fei decorated the battlefield a little. Then, he ran back to his seat and pressed the emergency call button. 54,111. What's the matter? A female voice came from the communicator. 54111 was Jiang Fei's security number in the Leviathan company. Thieves have been spotted on the top floor. I had a fight with them, and there were casualties. Jiang Fei said. Casualties? Stay where you are and be careful. Backup will be here soon, the female voice said. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. In just 5 minutes, the elevator came up. As the elevator doors opened, 5 or 6 security guards rushed up. It was obvious that these security guards had been specially trained. They were all big and strong. What happened? Where are the intruders? The leader of the strongmen asked. 2 intruders have been killed, Jiang Fei said. Age? The leader of the strongmen was stunned. Then, he asked, where are they? Follow me. Jiang Fei led the people into the room. Good God! The strongman led the people to take a simple look at the situation in the room. The room was very messy. It seemed that there had been a very intense fight. However, Jiang Fei had arranged all of this himself. When he had just made his move, it had not taken much effort. However, if he could easily subdue the 2 thieves, there was no reason for Jiang Fei to kill them. Therefore, the scene had to be messy. It was as if Jiang Fei had gone through a life and death struggle. Moreover, he had killed the 2 thieves in a critical moment. What happened? The brawny man took the lead to check for a while, before Nicole rushed over in a hurry. Nicole was the head of the security department. Although she had already gone home from work, It was impossible for her not to come back after such a big incident. It's Eddie. This kid colluded with a thief to steal from the inside. A few security guards must have found out about his evil deeds. So they were silenced. Jiang Fei said, "Where did you get the gun?" The brawny man asked. "I gave it to him," Nicole said before Jiang Fei could answer. "Oh." When the brawny man heard that it was Nicole who gave it to him, he stopped talking. "Instructor, the crisis on my side has been resolved. It's better to return this thing to you," Jiang Fei said as he returned the gun to Nicole. "Okay." Nicole nodded. Without saying anything, she took the gun. "Boss, what should we do?" The brawny man looked at Nicole and asked. Although Nicole was a young girl, she was the one who had the final say in the security department. "Report it," Nicole said after thinking for a moment. Although 2 people had died, these 2 guys were both pariahs from the slums. Moreover, they had brought this upon themselves. Therefore, their deaths were not worth regretting. Moreover, Eddie's death could be considered as an explanation for the deaths of the previous few security guards. A mystery was finally solved. "Tell me the details of the incident," said Nicole to Jiang Fei as she gestured for the burly man to record the incident. "This is what happened." Jiang Fei nodded and explained the entire incident. Other than the process of the battle and the interrogation after the incident, Jiang Fei had told the rest of the story as well. The whole story was true and false. Nicole did not find any flaws after listening to it. "Alright. That's it for now. You continue on duty," Nicole said to Jiang Fei. "Alright." Jiang Fei nodded and Nicole left with her people. "I don't know what will happen in the end. I hope I'm not looking for trouble," Jiang Fei muttered and then continued on duty. Since Eddie had already died, there was naturally no more trouble on the top floor. Jiang Fei waited until around 9 in the morning when an unfamiliar security guard came to take his place. "Brother, he'll take your place. You can leave now," said the new security guard. "You've worked hard." Jiang Fei smiled. "It's not hard at all. Moreover, I have to thank you, brother. If it weren't for you, no one would dare to come to the top floor. Moreover, those few brothers died in vain," said the security guard. "Sigh. I had no choice. If I didn't kill them, I would have been the one to die." Jiang Fei shrugged and said, "Fortunately, Instructor Nicole gave me a pistol to protect myself. Otherwise, I would have really died here. Yes, if they had a gun before, perhaps they would not have died." The security guard nodded. Chapter 2806, Chapter 2795. Reassignment. Forget it. If they had guns, Eddie would definitely be qualified. By then, they would die even faster. Jiang Fei shrugged. "That's true." The security guard said, "Alright, I'm going down." Jiang Fei greeted the security guard and went downstairs. After going downstairs, Jiang Fei went to eat as usual. Then, he went back to his room to catch up on his sleep. "I wonder how long it will take for the people from the Leviathan company to talk to me," Jiang Fei muttered to himself before he went to sleep. After sleeping for a while, Jiang Fei woke up. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After tidying himself up, he was ready to go to the top floor to take over his shift. After all, before anyone from the Leviathan company came to look for him, he still had to go to work. Jiang Fei had just opened the door. Before he could leave, he saw Nicole walking over from afar. "Come with me for a moment," Nicole said to Jiang Fei. "Okay." Jiang Fei nodded and followed Nicole to her office. "Instructor, it's almost 5 o'clock. Don't I have to take over?" Jiang Fei asked. "You don't have to worry about that. I've already arranged for someone else to go," Nicole said. F***CKU. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. Previously, he had wanted to transfer his position, but Nicole had refused no matter what. Now, Eddie had been killed, and the mystery at the top level had been solved. Now, Nicole had helped Jiang Fei transfer his position. "Are you secretly cursing me in your heart?" said Nicole without turning her head. F***CK. Jiang Fei was shocked. Could it be that this girl could read minds? "Don't scold me. I saw that you were so good at fighting, so I purposely let you go to the top floor. I had always suspected that there was something wrong with Eddie. However, he hid it too well. I could not find any evidence. Coincidentally, you came at this time. You were so strong that even the furry bear was no match for you. In addition to the gun that I gave you, I thought that you should be able to catch Eddie. I did not expect that you would kill both of them," said Nicole. Jiang Fei was speechless. He never thought that this young girl in front of him would be so smart. From the beginning to the end, Everything was under her control. As they walked forward, Nicole continued to say, Lord Donner is here. He wants to see you in a while. You should restrain yourself a little. Don't talk nonsense. Do you understand? Then what should I say, and what shouldn't I say? Jiang Fei asked. Just tell the truth. But don't play dumb. Nicole turned around and rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. Oh. Jiang Fei nodded. At this time, he had already followed Nicole to the door of the office. Come in with me. Nicole did not knock on the door. She just pushed the door open and went in. I've brought you the person, Nicole said to Donna, who was in the room. Can't you be more polite to me? Donna sighed. I don't have anything to be polite with you. Settle your matters and leave this place quickly. I don't welcome you here, Nicole said calmly. Jiang Fei looked at Nicole and Donna. The relationship between the two of them was clearly not ordinary. You are Ralph. Right. Although Jiang Fei was recruited by Donna himself, he was an insignificant person. He was not taken seriously at all. Therefore, Donna did not remember him at all. Yes, Mr. Donna. Jiang Fei nodded and said, You have done well this time. You have saved the company a lot of losses. Donna first praised Jiang Fei. Thank you for your praise, sir. Jiang Fei smiled and said, However, your methods are a little too cruel. You have to be more careful in the future. Donna said, What Sir criticized is that I will definitely change my mind. Jiang Fei did not bother to explain, because Donna did not intend to punish him at all. It seemed that the matter of him killing 2 people had been settled. Since the matter of killing people would not be pursued, Jiang Fei naturally would not continue to argue that if he did not kill people, he would be killed. I am here to represent the Leviathan Corporation to reward you. This is your reward, Donna said as he took out a stack of money from his pocket. In the Leviathan Corporation, only employees from the slums would be rewarded with money. This was because the employees from the wealthy districts used their credit cards. Only those who came from the slums would be obsessed with cash. Thank you, sir. Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony and directly took the stack of money. Other than that, I have one more thing, said Mr. Donner. If it was just to give Jiang Fei a little bonus, he would not have to come personally. Dot! Jiang Fei did not speak. He listened quietly. It's like this. The other departments of the Leviathan Company are short of manpower. They want to transfer some people over. Coincidentally, Nicole told me that you want to be transferred. So I plan to bring you over, said Mr. Donner. Age? You're also in the life building? Jiang Fei was stunned. No. Your place of work is elsewhere, said Mr. Donner. Jiang Fei was embarrassed. Although he wanted to be transferred, his goal was to be transferred to the subtop floor of the life building. If he was transferred out of the life building, wouldn't the development team be even further away from him? Don't you want to leave this place? Donna saw that Jiang Fei was hesitating. No. At this time, Jiang Fei could not answer. He said he did not want to. Then, what was his purpose for staying in the life building? After all, Jiang Fei's current identity was a security guard who came from the slums. The life building did not have any special meaning to him. There was no reason for him to stay here. If others were to suspect him, it would be difficult. That's good. You should pack up. Well, leave now. I'll send you to your new workplace, Donna said. Oh. Jiang Fei came out of Nicole's office and returned to his own room. I hope this transfer is temporary. At this moment, Jiang Fei could only pray. He simply packed up his things. There was nothing much. It was just some ID cards and chess cards. After that, there were some personal clothes. When he returned to Nicole's office, Donna was already prepared to leave. However, Jiang Fei saw that his relationship with Nicole seemed to be very awkward. However, Jiang Fei was not in the mood to gossip about the relationship between Mr. Donna and Nicole. He was taken away by Donna from the 7th floor and arrived on the ground. For the next 2 weeks, you will have to work at the Life Extension Center. There are more rules there. You have to be more careful, Donna reminded Jiang Fei as they walked. Life Extension Center? Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. If they were going to this place, it would be a great opportunity for him. Chapter 2807, Take a Day Off. Today to accompany his daughter-in-law to do a postnatal checkup. The whole process also had to hold the child. His really tired dog. Take a day off. Chapter 2808, Chapter 2796 Entering the Life Extension Center. Initially, Jiang Fei was very resistant to this transfer because he was already very close to the subtop development team. However, when Donna told him that the department he was about to enter was the Life Extension Center, Jiang Fei's thoughts changed. Although at this moment, Jiang Fei was very close to the subtop development team. It was not easy to sneak in. If he was not working at the subtop level, it would be difficult to enter in such a tight security environment. The only way was to force his way in. Forcing his way in was a one-time deal. Whether he succeeded or not, it was a gamble. If he failed, although Jiang Fei was confident that he could escape unscathed, it would be extremely difficult for him to sneak into the life building again. Even if Jiang Fei was transferred to the subtop level to work, he was just an ordinary security guard. There were very few areas where he could move about. He relied more on watching and listening to gather information there. Moreover, he could not act too brazenly. Currently, Jiang Fei's understanding of the development team was close to zero. It was too risky to act rashly. Moreover, the benefits were very low. Therefore, it was not wise. It was time to understand the secrets of the Gamma space. Understanding the mysterious Life Extension Center was not necessarily a bad thing for Jiang Fei. Moreover, the transfer was temporary. It would only take 2 weeks. This was completely acceptable to Jiang Fei. If he obtained valuable information from the Life Extension Center, then the 2 weeks would definitely be worth it. Master Dona, shall we go and report now? Jiang Fei asked Dona. Yes, I will bring you there now. The manpower there is a little tight. You are very skilled. You should be able to get an important position there, Dona said to Jiang Fei. He had a good impression of Jiang Fei. Although this guy was a little ferocious, he had the ability and ability. This kind of talent was exactly what they needed at the moment. Master Dona, is there anything that I need to pay attention to? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, I was about to tell you about this. After you arrive at the Life Extension Center, you must listen to the command. Do more things and speak less. Moreover, everything that you see and hear there must be kept in your heart. Even if I ask you about it, you don't have to say anything. You just haven't seen or heard anything, Dona said to Jiang Fei. Even you? Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that something was about to happen after the Life Extension Center had lent them some manpower. I can't ask you. Anyway, just don't tell anyone. Just keep it in your heart for the rest of your life. Otherwise, not only will you create trouble for yourself, you will also bring trouble to those who hear about it, Mr. Donner warned. Mr. Donner, I understand. Jiang Fei nodded. That's good. Donner was very satisfied with Jiang Fei. The two of them chatted as they arrived at the entrance of the Life Extension Center. As the Life Extension Center was right behind the life building, the two of them did not walk for too long. Once they reached the entrance, Jiang Fei realized that the security here was 100 times stricter than the life building. Just at the entrance, there were 2 teams of armed military police standing guard. Who are you? As soon as Jiang Fei and Dona approached, a military police officer came over with a gun. I am Dona from Leviathan Company. Mr. Dona came in front of the military police officer and showed his identification card. You can enter. Where is his identification card? The military police officer pointed at Jiang Fei and asked. He is an employee of our company. This time, he has accepted a secondment to work in the Life Extension Center. Here are the documents of the secondment and his identification card. Dona took out a document. At the same time, he took out an identification card from Jiang Fei. Okay. After the military police had verified all the documents and identification, he said to the two, do not wander around after entering. Follow the directions. I understand the rules, Dona said with a smile. Go in. The military police passed all the information to Dona and let him in. As Jiang Fei's identity was very clear, although Ralph had some criminal records, there was not much of a problem. He was now an employee of Leviathan Company, so there was no problem with his identity. Let's go! Dona called out to Jiang Fei and then walked toward the Life Extension Center. Okay. Jiang Fei followed behind Dona. As he walked, he kept an eye on him. Although his spiritual power was greatly suppressed, it could at least give him some information. At the very least, Jiang Fei could rely on his spiritual power to stay near the entrance. He found 2 groups of hidden sentries. There were also many hidden sentries lying in ambush near the walls on both sides. Very soon, Jiang Fei followed Dona and entered the main building of the Life Extension Center. Don't wander around and don't look around. Follow closely, Dona reminded him, and then walked forward. All right, Jiang Fei replied. He stopped looking around and used his spiritual power to scan the short distance to memorize and draw the map of the building. After about 10 minutes, Dona brought Jiang Fei to the door of an office. Knock, knock, knock. Donna knocked on the door. Come in. A male voice came from inside. Pa. Donna opened the door and led Jiang Fei in. Yo, Donna, you're here. The man who was writing on the table looked up and said. It seemed that he was very familiar with Donna. This is the person you want to borrow. Donna pointed at Jiang Fei and said. Just one. The man did not seem to be very satisfied. Also, this is a little special. That's why I personally brought it to you. Donna smiled and said. Special? The man raised his eyebrows. He's a little more capable than the average security guard. He has a brain and strength. He's just a little rebellious. Donna did not hide anything. Hee hee. People who are capable are usually a little temperamental. This is nothing. The man smiled and walked out from behind the desk. What is your name? The man came up to Jiang Fei and asked. My name is Ralph. Jiang Fei replied. Hello. My name is Nelson. The man reached out his hand. It seemed like he wanted to shake Jiang Fei's hand. Hello, Mr. Nelson. Jiang Fei also reached out his hand humbly and shook Nelson's hand. Get down. What Jiang Fei did not expect was that, after Nelson held Jiang Fei's hand, he suddenly exerted force and wanted to push Jiang Fei to the ground. No. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. The physical fitness of the carrier was very good, although Nelson was also very strong. Jiang Fei's ability to use physical strength was clearly better. Therefore, when the strength of the two was almost the same, he was more at ease. Nelson missed his attack, but he did not hold on. Instead, he increased his strength again. At this time, the veins on his forehead were popping up. It was obvious that he had used all his strength. Chapter 2809, Chapter 2797. A large number of weapons. Nelson used his strength 3 times in a row, but Jiang Fei did not budge. In the beginning, Jiang Fei had also considered pushing Nelson to the ground. However, he gave up. After all, he had to be seconded to the Life Extension Center for 2 weeks. If he offended his immediate superior now, he would have a hard time in these 2 weeks. Moreover, it was not a big deal. If there were always people watching him in the dark and preparing to deal with him, how would Jiang Fei be able to gather information secretly? How would he be able to do his own thing? For the sake of the big picture, Jiang Fei did not embarrass Nelson. Instead, he smiled and watched Nelson perform alone. Fortunately, after Nelson exerted his strength 3 times, he completely understood that Jiang Fei was stronger than him. Therefore, he stopped. Very good. You are indeed very good, Nelson said to Jiang Fei. You are still better. It's just that you don't want me to make a fool of myself in front of my boss, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Ha ha. You know how to talk. Nelson laughed happily. Although he knew that Jiang Fei was complimenting him, Nelson knew Donna too well. This old man's eyesight was very sharp. How could this matter be hidden from him? Even so, Nelson was very satisfied with Jiang Fei's attitude. All right. I will send the remaining security guards to you this afternoon. If there's nothing else, I will leave first. Donna saw that Jiang Fei was so good at making trouble, so he was relieved. Then, I won't send you off, Nelson said. Okay. Donna nodded and walked out. How is it? Did daughter tell you what you want to do here? Said Nelson as he smiled at Jiang Fei. Based on Jiang Fei's performance just now, he had a good impression of Jiang Fei. Mr. Donner told me to follow your orders. Do more things and speak less. Everything that happens here must be kept in my heart. Am not allowed to say anything to the outside world, said Jiang Fei honestly. Yes, that's it. Nelson nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Nelson. Am a very tight-lipped person. I won't say anything, Jiang Fei said. Yes, this is good for you and good for me. Nelson nodded. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, come on, give me your ID card first. I'll add a temporary pass for you. Yes. Jiang Fei handed his ID card to Nelson. Then, Nelson inserted Jiang Fei's ID card into a device beside him. Then, he began to operate it. After more than 10 minutes, Nelson returned Jiang Fei's ID card to him. Later, it'll take you to familiarize yourself with your work environment. Your dormitory is in the work area. With the ID card, you can move freely there. But remember, you cannot leave your work area. Otherwise, you will be treated as an intruder by the guards in other areas, Nelson said to Jiang Fei. Don't worry. I know the rules. Jiang Fei nodded. All right. Follow me. Nelson led Jiang Fei out of his office and walked into the depths of the building. Soon, Jiang Fei was brought to the 3rd basement of the building by Nelson. He stopped at the northeast corner of the building. This area is your patrol area. In the afternoon, there will be 6 security guards to assist you. You are their supervisor. In this area, you are in charge, Nelson said to Jiang Fei. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Nelson, Jiang Fei said humbly. However, as the supervisor, you have to bear the corresponding responsibility. Anyone who enters this area without permission must be captured. If you think that capturing them is too difficult, then kill them, Nelson said. Kill? Jiang Fei was stunned. That's right. No matter who it is, as long as they do not have the authorization to enter your defense area, you can kill them. When your people arrive in the afternoon, someone will give you weapons, said Nelson. I understand. Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he was even more convinced that this life extension center must be hiding some shocking secret. All right. This is your dormitory. The single room is yours. The 6-person room belongs to the other 4 security guards. Donna led Jiang Fei to look at their dormitory. In fact, the conditions of this dormitory were already very good. Even the 6-person room was fully equipped. It was just that the 6 of them were living together. After everything was settled, Nelson left. After arriving at his own single room, Jiang Fei ate his lunch. As they could only move around in their own defense area, it was impossible for them to eat in the cafeteria. In Jiang Fei's dormitory, there was a food delivery counter. They could order food on the touch screen next to them. Then, food would be sent in through the food delivery counter. After eating, Jiang Fei lay on his bed and rested for a while. Then, he walked around his defense zone. This zone included 2 laboratories, and there were many researchers in there. However, these people were all authorized to enter the defense zone, so they could enter and leave freely. When Jiang Fei walked around, they ignored him. What are these guys studying? Jiang Fei had a question mark in his heart. However, he had been here for 2 weeks, so he was not in a hurry to explore the secrets of these 2 laboratories. In the afternoon, 6 security guards were sent to Jiang Fei's side. After a brief introduction, Jiang Fei did not ask their names. He only remembered their numbers from 54,035 to 54041. Jiang Fei's own number was 54111. From the number, it could be seen that Jiang Fei joined the Leviathan company later than these people. However, he was now the supervisor of these people. The few of you will be divided into 3 groups. From now on, we will work in 3 shifts. Usually, 2 people will patrol in a group. If you encounter any suspicious people or other suspicious incidents, immediately send out an alert. Then, everyone will move out together, Jiang Fei said to the security guards under him. Understood, boss. One of the security guards nodded. It seemed that they were not very convinced of Jiang Fei. After all, these people had much more experience than Jiang Fei in the Leviathan company. Moreover, Jiang Fei was not from the wealthy district. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to convince the crowd. If you understand, I will start with the 2 of you. Jiang Fei randomly picked 2 people. Oh! The 2 of them reluctantly went to patrol. After another 2 hours, a group of people delivered Jiang Fei and the others weapons. Good God! Do you have to be so exaggerated? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. The weapons were too exaggerated. Not only did they have long and short guns, they even had heavy firepower. What are they doing? Jiang Fei frowned. These weapons did not look like they were meant for the daily security guards. Instead, they looked like they were meant for the military outposts. Chapter 2810, Chapter 2798. Invasion. After the person who delivered the weapons to Jiang Fei and the rest, they also gave them a simple training. As these weapons were all individual equipment, it was not difficult to use them. Jiang Fei and the rest quickly learned how to use and maintain them. Is this a war? One of Jiang Fei's security guards asked. Why are you asking so much? I'm giving it to you. Just take it. What? Do you think you have too many weapons in your hands? The person who delivered the weapons rolled his eyes at the security guard. No. No. The more the merrier, the security guard said with a smile. Isn't that all? Quickly familiarize yourself with the use of these weapons. You'll need them in the future. After saying that, the person who delivered the weapons left. Boss, do you think something bad will happen if they're so armed with us? A security guard asked Jiang Fei. How would I know? Jiang Fei shrugged. However, he had some thoughts in his mind. The gamma space was only so big. There was only one regime. There was no war between countries. Therefore, The ruler's armed security guards probably had only one purpose. They were going to attack the security officer. Could it be that the sheriff's men are going to attack the Life Extension Center? Jiang Fei thought. But what is their purpose in attacking this place? This question puzzled Jiang Fei. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's take it one step at a time. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and began to familiarize himself with these weapons. If a battle really broke out in a few days, these weapons would be his tools for self-defense. In the next few days, everything went as usual. Nothing happened. Jiang Fei played with the weapons in his hands every day in his defense zone. The 6 security guards under him were divided into 3 shifts. They took turns to be on duty in the defense zone. It does feel good to be the leader. Jiang Fei smiled softly as he wiped the guns in his hands. In the defense zone, although there were no entertainment facilities, the few security guards were able to entertain themselves. After all, they were all from the bottom level. They were all people from the slums. Moreover, they were able to work as security guards. They must be people from the slums. Otherwise, normal people would not be able to do so. Therefore, these people naturally had the habit of gambling. When they were not on duty, they would gather together to gamble. However, Jiang Fei never participated in it. Time flew by. Another 3 days passed. One day, Jiang Fei was playing with a gun in his hand. The 4 security guards in the room next to him were also playing with money. At this time, the entire building suddenly flashed with a red alarm light. At the same time, the broadcast in the building also rang. All security personnel, please pay attention. All security personnel, please pay attention. Intruders have been discovered in the main building. Please immediately bring your weapons and set up defenses in your own defense area. The ear-piercing alarm made Jiang Fei stand up in an instant. Everyone, gather! Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Damn it! I knew that nothing good would come out of handing out so many weapons. I originally wanted to do a job to earn a living. But in the end, I had to risk my life. A few security guards ran out while cursing. At the same time, they also brought their weapons. 2 security guards, who were on duty, quickly ran back and joined Jiang Fei and the others. At this time, the broadcast in the building began to attract the scientific researchers to hide in the bunkers. Because these scientific researchers had received training and drills, everyone was in a panic. However, nothing went wrong. Soon, the researchers hid in the bunkers. Only Jiang Fei and his 6 security guards were left in the defense zone. Brothers, it's time to get serious. Be careful later. Don't lose your heads, Jiang Fei said to the security guards. Boss, do you think these intruders are powerful? One of the security guards asked. They come with ill intentions, but the good ones do not come, Jiang Fei said in a low voice. Then, he brought the 6 security guards to the entrance of the defense zone. As Jiang Fei's defense zone was located at the northeast corner of the 3rd underground floor, they could be said to be the last defense zone of the entire 3rd underground floor. After passing through their defense zone, they could enter the 4th underground floor. Therefore, if the enemy wanted to come, they could only enter through the entrance. They could only enter through the entrance. As there was only one entrance, it was convenient for Jiang Fei and the others to defend. They hid behind the cover and added heavy weapons. Following that, Jiang Fei took out a small communicator from his body. This was the equipment that every security captain was equipped with. Apart from being able to communicate, it could also accept the unified command of the higher-ups. At that moment, Jiang Fei's communicator first displayed the position of the intruder. The large red dot had already broken through the first level of the ground and entered the lower level. Moreover, the intruder was still moving forward at a very fast speed. I wonder how many people the intruder has, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. As time passed, the red dot broke through the first level of the ground and entered the second level of the ground. Then, it broke through the second level of the ground and entered the third level of the ground. About 2 hours. Jiang Fei estimated the time briefly. From the moment the red dot broke through the door of the Life Extension Center to the 3rd underground floor, it took about 2 hours. Based on the speed of their progress, it would not take long for them to arrive in front of Jiang Fei and the others. Everyone, get ready for battle, Jiang Fei said in a low voice. Understood, boss, the few security guards replied. However, Jiang Fei could see that the security guards were sweating. It was obvious that these guys were also nervous. Sigh, Jiang Fei sighed. Based on the quality of these security guards, it was impossible for them to survive the next battle. Boom, 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 boom. At this time, The faint sound of gunfire could be heard from afar. Jiang Fei tightened his grip on the rifle in his hand. He lowered his body and prepared himself for the upcoming battle. Boom! 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 As the sound of gunfire approached, the figure of the enemy finally appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the others. The first to rush over were a few warriors holding rifles. These people were all wearing helmets. It was hard to tell what they looked like. However, their tactical movements were very standard. If nothing went wrong, these people should be the clone army under the sheriff's command. Although Jiang Fei did not provide the sheriff with 100,000 souls as promised, he had still bewitched a portion of the people. Although there were not as many as 100,000 souls, there were still hundreds or even thousands of people. These well-trained soldiers advanced very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the range of Jiang Fei and the others. Attack! As Jiang Fei gave the order, he and his 6 security guards opened fire. As Jiang Fei and the others opened fire, the few clone warriors at the front fell to the ground. However, the positions of Jiang Fei and the others were also exposed. Chapter 2811, Chapter 2799, Wielding Swords. As soon as Jiang Fei and the rest were exposed, they were immediately fired at. As the number of intruders was more than 10 times that of Jiang Fei and the rest, the enemy's firepower was clearly much stronger than theirs. For a moment, Jiang Fei and the rest were trapped in the bunker and could not raise their heads. No! If this goes on, they will wrap us up like dumplings. None of us will survive, Jiang Fei said. Boss, what should we do? One of the security guards asked. Although he was holding his rifle tightly, his eyes were filled with fear. These security guards had never experienced such a battle before. Let's give them a taste of our power. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. From the beginning, he did not count on his 6 security guards. These guys had never been on the battlefield. The moment the gunshots were fired, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not expect them to be of much use. At most, these people were just trying to attract the enemy's attention and help Jiang Fei share the firepower. He picked up a single energy cannon beside him. Jiang Fei rolled on the ground and flashed out of the cover. Boom! As he rolled, Jiang Fei completed the process of aiming and shooting. A white beam of light hit the position of the few clone warriors. In the violent explosion, the few clones were blown to pieces on the spot. Thud! Jiang Fei did not dare to continue fighting. He rolled on the ground and hid in the opposite bunker. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The position where Jiang Fei had just shot was immediately covered by the clone's firepower. Following that, the clone's firepower focused on the bunker where Jiang Fei was hiding. The souls of these clone warriors came from the 3-dimensional world. However, their memories had been completely erased. After that, they had been brainwashed and instilled with a large amount of military knowledge. Therefore, these people were like professional soldiers who were not afraid of death. Their reaction speed was much faster than the security guards under Jiang Fei. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, Jiang Fei heard a strange sound. He found an opportunity to lean forward and take a look. He saw that behind the clone warriors, there was a heavy mech. This mech was roughly humanoid in shape. It also had legs and feet. However, it did not have a protruding head. The cockpit was just at the chest area. There was a huge glass window. From the outside, one could see the pilot inside. The mech was equipped with heavy firepower. Its left hand held a heavy energy cannon, while its right hand held a 6-barreled energy cannon. At the same time, there was a missile launcher behind it. It could be said to be a walking arsenal. Damn it! We must not wait for it to fire first. Jiang Fei made a prompt decision. This thing must be destroyed immediately. If it was allowed to fire, the bunkers in front of Jiang Fei and the others would not be able to withstand the attacks of these heavy weapons. These covers could block the energy guns. But the weapons on the mech, whether it was the heavy energy cannons or the 6-barreled energy machine guns, were not something these covers could withstand. Even if Jiang Fei and the others were behind the cover, they would still be blasted into pieces by the enemy. Therefore, at this time, Jiang Fei could only make the first move. As usual, he flashed out of the cover and immediately aimed and fired. Jiang Fei raised his hand and fired an energy cannon at the distant mech. Boom! An energy beam shot out, but it was blocked by an energy shield on the surface of the mech. I'm done! Jiang Fei shouted in his heart. Then, he threw the energy cannon away and ran away. Woo! The 6-barrel energy cannon in the mech's right hand began to spin. Boom! 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 The machine gun began to fire at Jiang Fei's general position. F***CK! Jiang Fei ran as fast as he could. He did not want to experience the taste of this energy machine gun. At that moment, Jiang Fei felt the back of his neck go numb. An extremely dangerous feeling enveloped his body. Boom! 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 Wherever the machine gun fired, be it buildings or other bunkers, they were all shattered into pieces on the spot. A few unlucky security guards had yet to react to what had happened. They were all killed by the machine gun. When Jiang Fei saw that his 6 underlings were all dead, he immediately began to run as fast as he could. He moved in a zigzag pattern as he continued to run. Meanwhile, the mecha behind him chased after him while firing wildly. Boom! Boom! Although the mecha's heavy footsteps were not fast, each of its steps was 3 to 4 meters away. Therefore, although Jiang Fei ran very fast, it was difficult for him to shake it off. A minute. Do I have to risk my life now? Jiang Fei was also calculating in his heart. With the time skill that he had used to activate his mind power, he should be able to destroy the mech. However, the problem was that the camera in the underground building was still there. Jiang Fei did not want to expose his trump card. Therefore, he had been holding back the entire time. After a few twists and turns, Jiang Fei hid in a laboratory. Boom! 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 The mech 6-barreled cannon shot at Jiang Fei. However, the laboratory was clearly very strong. Even the mech's cannon could not destroy it. Jiang Fei hid behind a test bed. As he listened to the rumbling sound of the explosion, he was also thinking of ways to counter the enemy. Boom! Suddenly, Jiang Fei felt the entire laboratory tremble. The mech had used the heavy energy cannon in its left hand. In one hit, more than half of the entire laboratory was destroyed. Fortunately, the experimental platform in front of Jiang Fei was really sturdy. This super alloy experimental platform seemed to be used for some kind of high-intensity experiment. Therefore, even under the bombardment of the heavy energy cannon, it was still standing in front of Jiang Fei. Clang! At this moment, Jiang Fei accidentally found a small thing under the experimental platform. It was a 1-foot-long metal rod. The vibration caused by the heavy energy cannon's bombardment just now. It fell out of a drawer in the test stand. When it landed on the ground, a switch on the thing was activated. Buzz! A light blade shot out from the metal rod. Light sword? Jiang Fei recognized this thing at a glance. This thing also existed in the 3-dimensional world. Moreover, many technological and civilized marines use this kind of weapon. However, for practitioners, light swords were clearly not as good as flying swords. However, now that the Chungying sword was not around, the lightsabers had clearly become Jiang Fei's most handy weapon. Jiang Fei pounced forward and grabbed the lightsabers in his hand. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "Looks like I have to play with my sword today." Boom! 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 As the heavy energy cannon had not been able to destroy the experimental platform, the pilot did not waste any more energy bombarding it. Instead, he piloted his mech and circled around in an attempt to find Jiang Fei and kill him. However, at this time, Jiang Fei was already holding the beam saber in his hand. He was ready for battle. Chapter 2812, Chapter 2800 was full of danger. Woo! Following a sound that sounded like a whistle, the mech went around to the back of the test bed. The pilot inside the test bed looked over, but he did not find Jiang Fei. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei leaped up from the top of the test bed. At the same time, the beam saber in his hand stabbed straight at the cockpit of the mech. Buzz! The mech's shield automatically activated when it was attacked. The energy shield collided with the beam saber in Jiang Fei's hand. Jiang Fei's sword did not have any effect. Damn it! There's even an energy shield! Jiang Fei took a step back and swung the beam saber in his hand at the mech again. Buzz! The shield flashed once again and cancelled out Jiang Fei's attack. Whoo! A thick mechanical arm came crashing toward Jiang Fei with the sound of the wind. Clearly, the mech's counterattack had hit. Jiang Fei tilted his body slightly to dodge the mech's attack. At the same time, he slid to the back of the mech. Swish! Another sword slashed down and hit the shield on the back of the mech. Boom! Boom! Following the sound of heavy footsteps, the heavy mech turned around. However, Jiang Fei had already circled to the back of the mech. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Fei's beam saber danced non-stop. He slashed at the mech's shield one sword after another. Although it was not effective, Jiang Fei knew in his heart that his attacks were effective. This was because every attack would deplete the energy of the mech's shield. As long as the energy was depleted, he would be able to harm the mech itself. At this moment, Jiang Fei actually did not have much of a choice. When he was engaged in close combat with the mech's energy weapons were all useless. After all, at such a close distance, regardless of whether it was the energy cannon, neither the energy cannon nor the energy cannon would be effective. However, if he were to pull away from the mech would be able to unleash its full power. At that time, Jiang Fei would be chased like a stray dog. Toot toot toot. Jiang Fei, who was attacking from the outside, could not feel the shield depletion of the mech. However, the pilot inside was different. At that moment, his ears were filled with alarms. At that moment, the shield strength of the mech was only left with 30%. The beam saber in Jiang Fei's hand was not an ordinary item. This was the latest high-energy beam saber that had been developed. Its power was very terrifying. Even the heavy-duty shield generator on the mech would not be able to withstand it for long. Damn it! What is that thing in its hand? Why is it so powerful? The mech pilot complained as he tried to control the mech to stomp Jiang Fei to death. However, Jiang Fei was just too agile. At that moment, although Jiang Fei's body was only a carrier of the strength of a special forces soldier, he had too much combat experience. With his exquisite footwork, he only needed to move a very small distance to dodge the mech's attack. Under such conditions, he was able to move around the mech continuously. Moreover, he seemed to be able to do it with ease. Swish swish. On the other side, Jiang Fei slashed down a few more times, causing the mech's shield to be lowered to a critical point. No! If this continues, I will definitely die in his hands. The mech's pilot made a prompt decision. He immediately opened the hidden button on the handle and took out the red button. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Following the 4 flames, the 4 missiles on the back of the mech were fired. Then, they turned around in midair and went straight for the mech itself. F***CK! Jiang Fei did not expect the pilot of the mech to be so ruthless. He actually used the missiles to hit himself. At this moment, if Jiang Fei wanted to run again, it was already too late. He was only a special forces soldier. No matter how fast his reaction speed was, he could not keep up. Even if he ran with all his might, he would not be able to escape the shockwave of the missile explosion. Oh no! Jiang Fei thought to himself. The missile had already landed. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion spread out. At the critical moment, Jiang Fei immediately activated the time barrier. Buzz! A light blue barrier opened up, freezing everything in the surroundings. At that moment, Jiang Fei quickly ran into the distance. Jiang Fei did not activate time reversal to adjust his position. The main reason was that he had been circling around the mech for 8 seconds. No matter what time he returned to, he was still within the range of the missile's explosion. Therefore, Jiang Fei immediately activated the time barrier, freezing everything around him. After quickly running to a bunker, Jiang Fei cancelled the time barrier. Although it was only for a short 2 to 3 seconds, the time barrier consumed a lot of his mental strength. At that moment, Jiang Fei felt that his mental strength was almost half empty. It seems that I should not use this skill if I have nothing to do in the future, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Boom boom boom! After removing the time barrier, the explosion continued. As the mech's shield had already been depleted, the violent explosion instantly destroyed its shield completely. Moreover, the mech itself had also suffered some damage from the explosion. The energy cannon on its left arm had already been disabled. Sparks were flashing on it. Although the energy cannon on its right arm was still fine, the movement of its arm was not very flexible. Phew! The pilot heaved a sigh of relief. Although the mech had suffered heavy damage, at least he had killed his enemy. What? Just as the pilot heaved a sigh of relief, he suddenly revealed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. It turned out that when the dust from the explosion began to dissipate, Jiang Fei was actually dragging his beam saber step by step towards him. How is this possible? The pilot could not understand what had just happened. How could someone survive that kind of explosion without any protection? However, at this moment, not only was Jiang Fei not dead, he seemed to be unharmed. Moreover, the beam saber in his hand was shining with a chilling light. Crack! Jiang Fei slashed down with his sword. The mecha that had lost its shield immediately became vulnerable. The outer SHL of the cockpit was cut off by Jiang Fei's sword. The pilot inside the cockpit was completely exposed in front of Jiang Fei. Goodbye! Jiang Fei revealed a charming smile. However, in the eyes of the pilot, this smile of his was like the smile of a demon. PFFT! With a swing of his sword, the pilot's head fell to the ground. Due to the blazing light of the beam saber, the pilot's neck was charred. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. Swish! 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 Jiang Fei went forward and slashed a few more times. He tore the mecha into a pile of parts. Originally, Jiang Fei had also wanted to play with this mecha. However, when he got closer, he saw that it was actually a keyboard and a joystick control mode. Jiang Fei, who had not been trained, could not play with this thing at all. Therefore, he gave up very easily. Okay. Chapter 2813, Chapter 2801 went all the way down. After destroying the mech, Jiang Fei quickly returned to his own defense area. At that time, the security guards under him had all died. Moreover, when Jiang Fei was being chased just now, other than the mech, the intruders had already entered the 4th underground floor. Why did these guys break into the Life Extension Center? Jiang Fei wondered. The intruders had all rushed down. There was no one guarding the entrance at all. This meant that the intruders had no intention of retreating. Suddenly, Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Since the intruders had already entered the 4th underground level, why did he not follow them down? Perhaps he could even discover the secret of the Life Extension Center. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei temporarily turned off the beam saber in his hand. Then, he leaped and entered the 4th underground level. Da-da-da-da. Boom boom! The sound of gunfire and explosions could be heard from afar. One could even vaguely hear the roar of mecha movements. Clearly, these intruders carried more than one mecha. Jiang Fei carefully went over. Fortunately, the intruders did not leave anyone behind to cover the rear. Although he did not know what their goal was, this at least provided Jiang Fei with a convenient way to approach, because these intruders were in the front, exchanging fire with the security personnel. Jiang Fei's approach was not noticed by anyone. He carefully hid in a corner. He quietly watched the two waves of people in front kill each other. Fight! Fight! Fight to the death! Jiang Fei thought to himself. Anyway, these people were fighting each other. To him, it was a dog-eat-dog battle. Whoever won or lost, Jiang Fei did not want to get involved. Through his observation, Jiang Fei found out the true scale of these intruders. When they reached the 4th underground floor, they still had more than 100 clone warriors and 2 silver-white mechs. Under the powerful suppression of the mechs, the intruders quickly broke through 2 more defensive lines and approached the entrance of the 5th underground floor. How many floors are there in the underground building of the Life Extension Center? Can these intruders fight to the end? Jiang Fei thought to himself. Boom! 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 The 2 mechs continued to push forward. Although the security guards also had heavy firepower like energy cannons, 1 or 2 shots could not threaten the 2 mechs. They could not even weaken their shields. Looks like the beam saber in my hand is pretty strong, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Based on the battle in front of him, one of the mechs had already taken more than 20 shots of energy cannons, but its shield was still strong. In the battle just now, Jiang Fei had only used the beam saber for a short while before the shield of the mech was almost broken. It had forced the pilots of the few families to engage in suicide attacks. From this, it could be seen that the beam saber in Jiang Fei's hand was definitely powerful. Boom! 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 Following the bombardment of the mech's energy cannons, soon, the last defense line of the 4th floor was destroyed. The security personnel were all blown to pieces. Quick! 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 The leading clone warrior shouted loudly. More than 100 clone warriors passed through the tunnel one after another. They entered the 5th underground floor from the 4th underground floor. Da-da-da-da. As soon as these clone warriors went down, they were ambushed. 7 to 8 people were killed on the spot. However, these clone warriors were after all super soldiers who had been instilled with combat skills. Therefore, they quickly steadied themselves. After the mech went down to the 5th underground floor, the intruders' counterattack began. With the powerful firepower of the mecha, the security personnel and military police, who were blocking the intruders at the entrance, were quickly eliminated. The intruders began to push forward while Jiang Fei quietly descended to the 5th underground level. From the body of a dead clone warrior, Jiang Fei saw a rifle and picked up a few grenades to carry with him. Although the beam saber was a sharp weapon, long-range weapons were also necessary. Quietly following behind the intruders, Jiang Fei continued to push forward with them. Soon, the intruders had penetrated through the 5th underground floor and entered the 6th underground floor. From the 6th underground floor onwards, there were no more guards from Leviathan Company in the Life Extension Center. Instead, there were only military police. It seems that they are very close to the core of the Life Extension Center, Jiang Fei thought to himself, as they were all professionally trained military police officers, and their weapons were more sophisticated than the security guards. The resistance of these people became even more complete. Quick! Quick! There are still 55 minutes left! The leading clone warrior shouted loudly. 55 minutes? What does this time mean? Jiang Fei was confused. 50 minutes was definitely the final time for the intruders to reach the core area of the Life Extension Center. However, what did it mean? Was something going to happen at this time? Or would the Archon's reinforcements arrive? Jiang Fei was very confused. If the reinforcements arrived after 55 minutes, it would be easier to understand. However, if something important was going to happen, it would be difficult to guess. Forget it. Let's just follow them. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and continued to follow behind the intruders. He followed them forward steadily. Boom! 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 The gunfire in front of them became even more intense. Soon, one of the mecha was destroyed on the spot. When Jiang Fei passed by, he could see the thick smoke rolling inside the mecha. The pilot had already been burned into a pile of charcoal. Like the other clone warriors who had died in battle, these dead intruders were not bothered at all. The remaining intruders were still moving forward rapidly. After sacrificing the lives of one mech and over 20 clone warriors, these intruders finally broke through the defense of the 6th underground floor and arrived at the entrance to the 7th underground floor. Go! Following the order, the clone warriors opened the way again. At this moment, the only mech had already become the treasure of the invaders. It could not be easily damaged. Da-da-da-boom boom! As expected, the moment the clone warriors went down, they suffered a violent blow. At the entrance to the 7th floor, they had indeed set up an ambush. Charge! 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 The clone warriors charged forward without fear of death. Under their powerful attacks, they quickly seized the entrance of the 7th floor, even though they had paid the price of nearly 50 people. At that moment, there were still more than 30 intruders left, as well as a slightly injured mech. What on earth are they trying to do? Jiang Fei was very confused. With just these people, even if they had made it here, they would not be able to get out alive. They had risked their lives to make it here. It was definitely not for sightseeing. Chapter 2814, Chapter 2802. The Terrifying Life Extension Center. With all sorts of doubts in his heart, Jiang Fei did not show himself. Instead, he continued to observe in the dark. After these intruders had reached the 7th level underground, they did not stop. Instead, they continued to advance forward. The 7th level underground was already the lowest level of the Life Extension Center. Jiang Fei looked around. There were no more scattered laboratories in the 7th level underground. This place was close to the entrance. There were all kinds of defensive fortifications. It was obvious that the defense of the 7th underground floor was much stronger than the upper floors. Da-da-da-boom boom! The sound of gunfire rang again. The intruders had launched their final attack. Listening to the deafening sound of gunfire, Jiang Fei could clearly tell that the battle on the 7th underground floor was more difficult than before. However, now, the intruders were only left with more than 30 people and a mech. Could they really break in? Should I help them? Jiang Fei asked hesitantly. However, at that moment, a loud sound suddenly rang in Jiang Fei's ears. Boom! Following that, a violent shockwave came. If Jiang Fei had not hidden behind the solid cover, he would have been sent flying. Damn it! These intruders actually have a trick up their sleeves. Jiang Fei cursed to himself. The shockwave from the violent explosion earlier had caused him to feel a little sluggish. Just now, these intruders had finally used their ultimate move. They had detonated a super bomb. The power of this bomb was too strong. It had directly destroyed the defense of the military police on the opposite side. More than half of the military police inside had also been killed by the explosion. As for the intruders, although they had done it on purpose, the power of the bomb was too strong. More than 10 clone warriors who had taken cover in advance came out, as well as the mech. The remaining 20 or so clone warriors were also killed on the spot. Boom! 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 Just as the shockwave from the explosion had passed, the mech began to fire wildly. The soldiers and policemen who had lost their cover were already heavily injured. At this time, they had no strength to resist at all. In the blink of an eye, they were all annihilated. Wang! WENG! The mech let out a series of explosions, and then took large strides forward. The clone warriors behind the cover also came out. They followed behind the mech and moved forward as well. After waiting for a while, Jiang Fei also came out from his hiding place. He quietly followed behind these people and walked forward. Soon, these intruders arrived in front of a large door. It was obvious that this door was of the indestructible type. The door was made of super alloy and was very thick. The violent explosion just now had not been able to hurt it at all. It was almost impossible to blast it open with an energy cannon. However, these intruders seemed to have been prepared. The mecha quickly arrived in front of the door. A pair of probes extended out from one of its mechanical arms. These two probes quickly pierced into the password table of the door. Very soon, the numbers on the password table began to move rapidly. After about 10 minutes, the numbers were finally locked. She-ka! Following a burst of hydraulic pressure, the door slowly opened to both sides. Ka-ka! Just as the door opened, Jiang Fei saw the few clone warriors pick up their guns. Surprisingly, there was no ambush behind the door. The two clone warriors walked in carefully. They covered each other and carefully checked the situation inside the door. As Jiang Fei was far away, he could not see the situation inside the door at all. About 10 minutes later, the two clone warriors, who were scouting the way, confirmed that it was safe inside. Then, all the intruders, including the mech, entered the door and continued to walk forward. Once the intruders had entered, Jiang Fei did not hide anymore. He jumped out of his hiding place and quickly came to the front of the door. Looking through the door, it was a deep tunnel. However, the sides of the tunnel were pitch black. Jiang Fei could not see anything. Go in! Jiang Fei took a deep breath and walked into the door. After entering the door, Jiang Fei took 12 steps to cross the door. From this, one could see how wide the door was. After entering the door, Jiang Fei found that there was an overpass in front of him. This overpass was about 5 to 6 meters wide. There was no protection on either side. Looking down from the side, it was pitch black below. Nothing could be seen. Looking forward, he did not know how long the overpass was. He could not see the end of it. At that moment, the intruders had already gone far away. Due to the problem of the light, Jiang Fei could no longer see them. However, he could vaguely hear the roar of the mech. Let's go! Since he was already here, Jiang Fei naturally would not turn around and go back. He walked towards the other end of the bridge. After Jiang Fei walked for about 10 steps, there was a loud sound behind him. The door had closed. Damn it! I can't turn back now, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Then, he continued to walk forward. The long bridge seemed to have no end. Jiang Fei looked at the time. He had been walking for half an hour, but he still could not see the end. Crack, crack. At that moment, with a few soft sounds, Jiang Fei noticed that his two sides suddenly lit up. Ka 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 ka. As the sounds continued, more and more lights were lit up. Not only were the two sides lit up, but even Jiang Fei's feet were also lit up. Looking down from the side of the overpass, Jiang Fei was instantly stunned. F***CK. Jiang Fei's eyes were wide open, because there was a huge space under the overpass. It was densely packed with cultivation cabins. And these cultivation cabins were all filled with small babies. There were men and women in these babies. Their eyes were closed. It was obvious that they were in a dormant state. What is going on? Could it be that the so-called Life Extension Center is a clone center? Jiang Fei thought to himself. Through his previous understanding, Jiang Fei knew that cloning humans in the gamma space was a serious offense. Anyone who selfishly carried out cloning experiments would be sentenced to death. Meanwhile, in order to overthrow the ruling of the magistrate had secretly cloned a large number of warriors. However, the souls that did not respond matched them. Could this be the legendary saying that only the magistrate is allowed to start a fire, and not the commoners are allowed to light the lights? Jiang Fei thought to himself as he looked at the countless cultivation pods under the overpass. As all the lights had been lit up, Jiang Fei's field of vision suddenly widened. He could see the intruders in the distance, and the gigantic mech at a glance. Since he could see the intruders could definitely see him. Therefore, Jiang Fei quickly lay down. The security uniform on his body was similar in color to the floor of the overpass. Therefore, he should be able to reduce the possibility of being discovered after he lay down. Moreover, the intruders did not think that there would be someone behind them. Therefore, they did not pay attention to look behind them. This allowed Jiang Fei to continue hiding in the dark proudly. Chapter 2815, Chapter 2803. Plot. Let's begin the execution, the leading clone warrior said. Okay. The other clone warrior nodded and took out an item. Jiang Fei lay on the overpass and carefully observed the movement in front of him. Although he was quite far away, he could vaguely see that it was something that looked like a metal box. After a moment of busyness, the metal box was quickly deployed on the ground. Buzz! Following that, a virtual image appeared above the box. So it's a holographic projection. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Have you reached the core of the Life Extension Center? The shadow in the projection asked. It was a middle-aged man. However, because of the distance, Jiang Fei could not see his face clearly. In fact, it was useless even if he saw it clearly. That was because he did not know this person. Yes, Lord Sheriff, the leading clone warrior replied. So, he is Lina's father. Jiang Fei thought to himself. You have about 15 minutes. Start now, the sheriff said. Yes. The leading clone warrior nodded and began to retrieve the equipment from the remaining mech. Boom! 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 At that moment, Jiang Fei vaguely heard the sound of gunfire. However, the sound did not come from behind Jiang Fei. Instead, it came from in front of him. Clearly, the sound of gunfire was not because the Archon's reinforcements had arrived. If the reinforcements arrived from behind Jiang Fei, there would be no enemies in front of him. There would be no need to fire at all. Moreover, the sound was coming from the direction of the intruders. If one listened carefully, it should be coming from the holographic projection. It seems that the war between the Archon and the Magistrate has begun. Jiang Fei nodded. From the sound of gunfire, he could tell that the Magistrate was not in a good condition at the moment because he could hear the sound of gunfire around him. This meant that the Magistrate's troops were not far away from him. At this point, he still sent a group of people to the Life Extension Center. What is his purpose? Jiang Fei frowned. At this time, the Magistrate had already fallen out with the Magistrate. The troops under the two people had already begun to fight head-on. Logically speaking, the Magistrate should have concentrated his forces and fought the Magistrate to the death. However, at this critical moment, he actually sent out hundreds of clone warriors, as well as 3 precious mechs to the Life Extension Center. It seemed that he had other motives. While Jiang Fei was guessing, the clone warriors at the front had already begun to work. They had assembled the equipment that had been removed from the mechs and connected it to the Life Extension heavy-duty equipment. Clack! Clack! Following a series of strange sounds, Jiang Fei looked around vigilantly. However, everything was as usual. Unintentionally, Jiang Fei glanced at the bottom of the overpass. However, it was this one glance that caused his jaw to drop to the ground. It turned out that in just a short while, the babies in the incubator below had already grown to be more than 10 years old. Although they were still children, their speed was too shocking. Vital signs are normal. Decay period is normal. A few clone warriors kept checking the data on the instrument. Could this be the purpose of their visit? Jiang Fei wondered. In such a short period of time, the clones below had grown to 16 or 17 years old. Stop the injection of the catalyst, the leading clone ordered. Yes. A clone responsible for injecting the catalyst closed a valve. Prepare for the second stage, the leading clone warrior said. Yes. Another clone warrior nodded and began to control the instrument in front of him. The memory simulation program is ready. A minute later, the clone warrior who controlled the instrument said, Start the implantation, the leading clone warrior said. Yes. The clone warrior who controlled the device began to operate again. The data transmission is stable. All the data of the receptor is normal. There is an anomaly in receptor number 4. Suddenly, the clone warrior who controlled the device reported. Erase, the leading clone said. Yes. The target has been erased. There's something wrong with receptor number 119. Erase. There's something wrong with receptor number 1210. Erase. As time went on, these clones continued to operate. All the receptors have completed the memory infusion. About 10 minutes later, the clone who was controlling the device reported. Begin infusion immediately. The clone that was the leader said. Yes. The clone immediately accepted the order. Following that, Jiang Fei heard the sound of water gurgling. He looked down the bridge where the sound came from. In the middle of the densely packed cultivation pods, dark green cultivation liquid began to bubble. Of course, not all of the cultivation pods reacted. However, almost all of the cultivation pods that were close to the intruders began to bubble. D*M. Could they be? Jiang Fei had an idea. It seemed that the clone that the Magistrate had secretly created had been destroyed by the Magistrate. Other than these clone warriors, who had successfully given life to the clones, the other clone carriers must have been destroyed. Moreover, the Magistrate did not have enough souls. Therefore, he could not command so many clone warriors. Therefore, he had turned his attention to the Life Extension Center. The Life Extension Center obviously had a lot of souls from the three-dimensional space. However, the Magistrate had his own considerations. He did not want the gamma space to suddenly explode in population. Moreover, the clones on his side were not like the ones on the magistrate's side. They were created to become professional soldiers. However, the magistrate's side was different. The Life Extension Center under his command was just like its name. Its purpose was to ensure the population of the Gamma space to multiply. Only when there was a negative population growth, he would take some souls from the three-dimensional space and inject them into the bodies of these babies. Moreover, the Life Extension Center would only erase the memories of these souls, and would not inject them with virtual memories. Therefore, after these people's souls entered the bodies of the babies, they would be like normal newborn babies. When they grew up, they would become ordinary Gamma space people. Unlike the sheriff, who had created some killing machines that were born with military skills and were absolutely loyal to him. But now, when the sheriff found out that he was doomed, he turned his attention to this. He used the catalyst to quickly catalyze the babies and make them grow up quickly. Then he took the empty souls stored in the Life Extension Center and implanted them with memories. Thus, the Life Extension Center became another clone production base for the sheriff. Chapter 2816, Chapter 2804. The Killer Move. If the sheriff's plan was carried out smoothly, and the Life Extension Center became his new clone production base, then he might really have a chance to turn the tables. One had to know that there were tens of thousands of clones in the Life Extension Center. Moreover, the Life Extension Center had accumulated a large number of blank souls. As long as these intruders were given enough time, they could easily create a large wave of soldiers here. After these clones were created, they were basically in a 0.1 naked state. Not only did they not have weapons, they did not even have clothes. However, do not forget what the sheriff did. Jiang Fei had 10,000 reasons to believe that the sheriff had secretly accumulated a large number of weapons. As long as these new clones rushed out of the Life Extension Center and arrived at the warehouse where the weapons were stored, the clones that had been injected with military knowledge would immediately become fully armed warriors. Jiang Fei watched as the intruders continued to activate the clones under the overpass. However, Jiang Fei had no intention of stopping them. This was actually not a bad thing for him. The messier the Gamma space was, the more chances he had. If everything was peaceful here, would he not be dreaming if he wanted to do something by himself? Therefore, Jiang Fei did not stop the intruders from catalyzing the clone babies and implanting their memories into them. He only observed quietly from the side. As time passed, Jiang Fei could vaguely hear the noise outside the gate. After another minute or so, the gate leading to the core area of the Life Extension Center opened. The heavy gate slowly opened with the sound of hydraulic pressure. At the same time, Jiang Fei turned around and rolled down the overpass. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to fall, he clasped his hands and grabbed some of the bumps at the bottom of the bridge. Then, he suspended himself in the air under the bridge. Following that, Jiang Fei exerted strength in his waist and eyes. He swung his legs up and used both of his legs to hook the two bumps. In this way, Jiang Fei would be able to stabilize himself under the bridge. Let's fight. You guys fight first. I'll take a look at the situation first. Jiang Fei thought to himself. He did not want to be sandwiched between these two groups of people. If that happened, even if he had great abilities, he would still be the first to suffer. On the other side, Jiang Fei had just reached the bottom of the overpass when the huge gate was completely opened. Destroy them! With a roar, a group of armed police officers rushed in. Boom! 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 But it was indeed a barrage of machine guns that greeted these military police. Long before the door opened, the remaining mecha had already been prepared to attack. Its energy machine guns had already started spinning. The door opened, and the military police had just charged in when they were met with a barrage of machine guns. The dozens of military police did not even have time to react before they were blown to pieces by the machine guns. There was nothing they could do. Although these soldiers and police officers were also well trained, the overpass was so narrow. Where could they hide? When the machine guns were fired at them, these people were instantly killed on the spot. Damn it! Why do they still have mechas? The officer outside the gate roared. Just now, he had lost more than 1/3 of his men. Quick! Call for reinforcements! There are mechas here! The officer immediately shouted. On such a narrow bridge, if a mecha blocked the way, it would definitely be a one-man blockade. It would be impossible to break through with just human strength, as they were unable to break through the blockade of the mechas. Both sides were in a stalemate. The military police under the Archon sealed the main doors. In any case, there was only one exit to the core building of the Life Extension Center. As long as they blocked this place, then the intruders would not be able to escape. Very quickly, 20 minutes passed. During this period of time, the intruders had once again catalyzed a large number of clone warriors. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the roar of mechas could be heard from outside the main entrance. It was very obvious that the Archon's troops had also mobilized mechas. How many have been activated? The leading clone warrior asked. Around 11,000. Another clone replied. That's enough. The leading clone nodded, then said, Activate the final plan. Yes. The other clone warriors immediately began to fiddle with another instrument. At the same time, the clone warrior piloting the mech began to control the mech to walk towards the direction of the main gate. Boom! 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 The machine gun began to fire. However, this time, the mech did not want to fire at the main gate to suppress the soldiers who were about to attack. This time, its target was the overpass near the main gate. Crack! Crack! Jiang Fei could vaguely hear the sound of breaking. Although the overpass was very strong, one must not forget how exaggerated its span was. With such a long span, the bridge itself had to bear a huge amount of power. Therefore, under the constant bombardment of the energy machine guns, the bridge was soon damaged and cracks began to appear on the bridge. *MN. What are these guys doing? Jiang Fei was also dumbfounded. Could it be that these guys wanted to play the game of mutual destruction? Jiang Fei did not want to die with them. Just as Jiang Fei was about to move, the military police outside the door began to attack. The one at the front was also a mech. This mech was brand new. Not only was its shield intact, but both of its arms were also fully equipped. Unlike the clone's mech, which had already lost an arm, the heavy energy cannon was no longer able to fire. Boom, boom, boom! The clone's mech began to shoot forward in an attempt to suppress the opponent's attack. However, the military police's mech did not care about this at all. It withstood the opponent's attack and took large strides forward. The energy cannon in its hand also began to fire back. Boom! 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 The two mecha began to shoot at each other. However, it was clear that the clone's mech was already injured. In such a head-on clash, it was clearly at a disadvantage. Even so, the clone warrior who was piloting the mech did not budge an inch. He stood there firmly and continued to attack the opponent's mech. Buzz! At that moment, Jiang Fei noticed that a burst of violent light erupted from the side of the clones. Following that, his mind power detected a violent spatial fluctuation. At that moment, Jiang Fei's mind power was greatly suppressed. Even so, he could clearly feel the spatial fluctuation. A teleportation portal? With a slight sense, Jiang Fei discovered that the clones were fiddling with something. *MN. No wonder they kept charging in. It turns out that the escape route of these people was not the same as the original way back. But teleportation! Jiang Fei suddenly realized. He had not thought of this before because after entering the gamma space, Jiang Fei had not heard of any spatial technology here. The higher the dimension, the more stable the space was. It was even more difficult to achieve spatial uniqueness. Chapter 2817, Chapter 2805. Human cloning. Actually, Jiang Fei did not know about it. Even the people in the gamma space did not expect to have this kind of technology. This portal could be said to be the sheriff's trump card. This was the final product of his scientific research team. Even the magistrate did not know about it. Regarding the technology of the portal, the magistrate had done a very good job of keeping it a secret. Even though he was surrounded by the magistrate's spies, he did not let the magistrate have any information about the portal. This was because other than the technical personnel who developed the portal, the others who came into contact with this technology were all clones under the security officer's command. And those scientific personnel were also completely isolated. That was why the Archon did not know about the matter of the portal. After the portal was opened, the clone warrior in the lead began to organize these newly activated clones to pass through the portal. Boom! 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 At this moment, the outcome of the battle between the mecha in front had been decided. After all, the mecha on the clone side had been heavily injured previously. Hence, after the exchange of shots, it was unable to survive the opponent and was directly destroyed. The pilot in the mecha was also unable to escape. He was directly killed within the mecha. Although the military police's mecha had won, its fate was not much better. Before the joy of victory could be enjoyed for 3 seconds, the trestle under its feet suddenly broke. Long before the military police's mecha attacked, the clone's mecha had already destroyed the trestle near the door. It had just experienced another round of intense artillery fire. Under the huge impact, the trestle that was already weakened could no longer bear the weight of the mecha. Boom! The trestle began to collapse. And the military and police mecha on top were the first to be unlucky. One had to know that the trestle was dozens of meters high from the ground. And this type of mecha did not have the ability to fly, falling from such a high distance. In addition to the fact that the mecha itself was extremely heavy, the outcome could be imagined. With a loud bang, the military police mech was smashed into a discus. The pilot inside attempted to eject, but was smashed down by the debris of the trestle falling from above. At such a high distance, the chances of survival were not very high. Crack, 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 crack. Boom, boom, boom. The long trestle did not have a bridge pier in the middle, nor did it have a steel cable pulling it. When it was in good condition, it would be fine. However, once it started to break, there would be a chain reaction. As the trestle continued to collapse and was about to reach him, Jiang Fei had the urge to curse. Who did I offend? I'm just watching the show. Do you want to drag me down with you? Jiang Fei cursed angrily. Then, before the trestle broke in front of him, he took the initiative to let go of his hands and feet and let himself fall. In midair, Jiang Fei used all his strength to turn himself over and face the ground. At a height of tens of meters. Although Jiang Fei's body had the strength of a special forces soldier, if he fell like this, no matter what kind of shock absorption and shock absorption skills he used, he would definitely die from the fall. Fortunately, other than experience points, Jiang Fei had also been able to cheat after coming to the gamma space. Although his mental strength was greatly restricted, he still had at least 4 skills to use. Time reversal! When Jiang Fei was about to fall to the ground, he activated this skill and teleported himself back to half a second ago. As such, Jiang Fei's height from the ground was reset to about 3 meters. Moreover, after the reset, his downward speed was not preserved. Therefore, he fell from a height of 3 meters in an instant. A height of 3 meters was not a problem for Jiang Fei, who had the body strength of a special forces soldier and extremely high experience in martial arts. He squatted down slightly and rolled on the ground. Jiang Fei had removed his strength. Although he had landed safely, the bridge was still collapsing. If he continued to stand there, Jiang Fei would be smashed to death even if he did not fall to his death. What should I do? Jiang Fei was slightly hesitant. He had 2 options now. The first was to run in the direction of the main entrance. With his agility and the ability to predict the future, he would definitely be able to reach the base of the wall smoothly. It should be safe there. Once the military and police forces had completely taken control of the place, he would only need to reveal his identity as a security guard. Then, he would be considered safe. The other way was to follow the clones and sneak into the portal. Whatever happened after that would be up to him. As time was running out, Jiang Fei did not have time to think about it carefully. He could only rely on his intuition. Wealth comes with risk. I'll risk it. Jiang Fei immediately decided to sneak into the portal with the clones. However, if he wanted to enter the portal, he would have to pay a price. F***CK! I can't believe this is the first time I'm naked! Jiang Fei cursed and quickly took off his clothes. There was nothing he could do. The clones that had just been activated were all naked. If Jiang Fei was wearing his clothes, he would not be able to fool them. After taking off his clothes, Jiang Fei covered his arms and blended into the crowd of clones. After all, there were more than 10,000 clones that needed to go through the portal. It was impossible to check with just a dozen clone warriors. In addition to the limited time, they only needed to maintain order. Jiang Fei was able to blend in easily. When he passed through the portal, Jiang Fei felt as if the world was spinning. As the portal technology had just been developed, its stability was not very good. When the portal ended, Jiang Fei found that he was surrounded by clones that were vomiting. As the Life Extension Center only produced clones to maintain the population of the Gamma space, the clones produced here would eventually be released into society. Therefore, their physiques were all random. They were not like the clones produced by the sheriff. Each of them was a strong warrior. Therefore, after passing through the portal, the clones could not stand still like Jiang Fei. Each of them looked very weak. Alright, when you're done puking, go over there. Take a shower and put on your clothes. A few clone warriors stood on the containers around them to maintain order. Jiang Fei looked around. This was a small open-air square. There was a pool next to it. The water in the pool was about waist deep. Some of the clone warriors were driving the clones, who had just passed through the portal into the pool, regardless of whether they were men or women. They were all washing up together. Then, they rushed to the other end of the pool. There was a large number of battle uniforms there. It was obvious that they had been prepared beforehand. Jiang Fei followed the crowd into the pool. After a simple cleaning, He came to the opposite bank and put on his clothes. Chapter 2818, Chapter 2806 Armed Combat. Those who are in combat gear, gather at the West Square immediately. The clone warrior beside him urged the newly activated clones. Jiang Fei followed the crowd to the small square on the west side. There were already thousands of newly activated clones gathered there. As Jiang Fei had already put on his combat gear, his arm was completely covered. Therefore, he did not have to worry about his identity being exposed. Jiang Fei mingled among the crowd. Like the other clones, he was expressionless. He stood there without looking away. Then, the clone warriors came to distribute the weapons. As it was the last troop, the sheriff had invested a lot this time. He took out all the weapons that he had hidden all these years to arm the newly activated clones. However, these clones' physical attributes were relatively average. If he could use the clone warriors that he had created back then, the effect would definitely be better. Unfortunately, the sheriff's clone factory had already been destroyed by the military police. Moreover, because he lacked a soul back then, he had a large number of clone bodies, but he was unable to activate them. Very quickly, Jiang Fei obtained his own weapon. It included a pistol, a rifle, 2 grenades, and several energy magazines. It was obvious that Jiang Fei and the newly activated clones were all used as cannon fodder. As for the original clone warriors, they would pilot mechs or become commanders to lead these ordinary clones in battle. As the batch of clones that had been clean put on their battle uniforms and walked into the square, they all received their weapons and lined up in formation, as they had been instilled with military knowledge when they were activated. Although these clones had just been activated, they all looked well trained. However, in terms of physical strength, these newly activated clones were still quite different from the real clone warriors. Has the last batch of warriors been fully armed? The leading clone commander asked. 11,435 new warriors have been fully armed, a clone warrior reported. The clone commander nodded. These clones were all the results of their raid on the Life Extension Center. Although they had paid the price of nearly 200 warriors and lost 3 mechas, it was all worth it. More than 10,000 warriors. This was a very powerful army. It was enough for the sheriff to have the power to fight against the magistrate. Gather the troops and set off immediately, the clone commander ordered. Yes. The clone warriors below had already become basic officers. They immediately divided the 10,000 clones into several combat teams. Then, under the leadership of more than 500 clone warriors, these newly activated clones could quickly form a fighting force. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Fei set off with this clone army. He was divided into the 432nd Commando Team. There were a total of 22 members in the team. Then, he was led by a clone warrior. Other than these 500 commandos, there were more than 30 mechs and more than 100 combat vehicles in the entire clone army. Such a large-scale army started from a place far away from the city and headed straight for the city. At this moment, the magistrate was in a precarious situation, although his official residence was heavily guarded, under the siege of a large number of military police. It was also in a precarious situation. If this clone army could not arrive in time, then the magistrate would be in trouble. This time, the consul's retracting action was too sudden. The magistrate who had been under surveillance did not receive any news at all. He was directly blocked by a large number of military police in his official residence. At the same time, he also received the news that his secret factory had been raided. If it was not for such a trump card, then the magistrate could have basically declared defeat. After all, the consul had been watching him for too long. He had only started retracting the net when he was fully prepared. However, it was precisely because the teleportation portal technology was kept very secret that the magistrate did not expect the magistrate to play this trick. Hence, he let down his vigilance towards the Life Extension Center, allowing the magistrate to make a comeback at the critical moment. Another sentence. The magistrate, who once again had a huge army in his hands, now undoubtedly had the qualifications to fight back. However, there was another problem he was facing now, and that was to persevere until his own army arrived. Boom, boom, boom! The rumbling sounds of explosions were simply deafening. Moreover, the magistrate's residence was in the central city area. The sudden explosion of gunfire here made the rich people all feel apprehensive. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the surprise attack, the magistrate had done a very good job of keeping it a secret. None of the neighbors of the magistrate had received any early warning, so they had no idea what had happened. After the sound of gunfire, these people fled in a panic. Many people were hit by stray bullets. Some were injured, and some unlucky people died immediately. although these top-tier rich people held a very high position in the Gamma space. However, in order to maintain his rule, the Archon could completely accept this little collateral damage. At this moment, the wealthy district in the Central City District was already in a mess. The wealthy people who were further away from the magistrate's residence could close their doors and shut their doors. But the wealthy people who were very close to the magistrate's home were unlucky. They had to brave the rain of bullets and run out, because their home had already become a battlefield. A large number of military police with war chariots and mechas surrounded the magistrate's residence. The surrounding buildings were all temporarily occupied. At this moment, it had become a battlefield. After all, the magistrate's subordinates were not without weapons. His home even had 2 mechas, so the energy cannons were constantly retaliating. The surrounding buildings were soon destroyed beyond recognition. The battle at the magistrate's house was very intense. At this moment, Nina was hiding in the basement with her father. "Father, do you think we can hold on until the reinforcements arrive?" Nina asked worriedly. "We have to hold on until the reinforcements arrive," the magistrate said as he looked at the ceiling. At this moment, he had no other choice. Once he fell into the hands of the magistrate, he would die without a doubt, no matter which world or which dynasty. Treason was a capital crime. Subverting the regime was an extremely risky move. If you succeeded, you would be the new king. If you failed, the original ruler had 10,000 reasonable reasons. There were 10,000 laws that could tear you into pieces. Since ancient times, treason had been a heinous crime. The rest, including murder and arson, were negotiable. However, if you wanted to overthrow me and kill me to become the ruler, there was no room for negotiation. Chapter 2819, Chapter 2807. The consul's worries. "Lord Magistrate, the gate has fallen." A clone warrior ran into the room in the basement and reported. "Retreat to the building and defend." The magistrate nodded. He had expected the gate to be broken through. After all, there were many soldiers and police outside. They were attacking from all directions. The clone warriors under him could not resist at all. After receiving the order from the security officer, the clone warriors did not fight to the death anymore. Instead, they retreated into the building and used the building as a cover to continue fighting with the soldiers and police. However, the huge mecha could not enter the building. Therefore, after resisting tenaciously for a few minutes, the few mecha in the security officer's house were all destroyed. Even the clone warriors inside died in battle. However, before dying, these clone warriors piloting mechs had also killed many military police officers, and even destroyed a mecha and an armored vehicle belonging to the military police. It had to be said that these clone warriors, who had been infused with a large amount of military knowledge, were still much stronger in terms of combat ability than those military police officers who had been negligent in battle. "Suppress the enemy's firepower. Suppress forward. Enter the courtyard. And attack the building." After breaking through the gate, the military police continued to attack. And very quickly, they were forced to the front of the building. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of explosions rose and fell in the sheriff's home. The residents who could run around had long run away, and those who could not run were hiding in the corners, shivering. As for those unlucky ones, they would definitely have died under the stray bullets. Time passed by minute, although the clone warriors under the sheriff fought with all their might. Due to the difference in numbers and equipment, they were forced to retreat one after another. After an hour, they were completely forced into the underground building. The sheriff's rebellion plan had not been going on for a day or two, so he built a huge building under his mansion. This building had a total of 4 floors, and it was actually not easy to break through to the lowest floor. Furthermore, because the Gamma space was small and there was only one government, there was no large-scale war. Because of this, the Gamma space did not have any demand. So naturally there was no need to develop super heavy weapons. The energy cannon was already the heaviest weapon to them, because they did not need it. The Gamma space did not even have the earth-penetrating missiles, because they did not have large-scale war. The police equipment was enough to rule the entire world. Therefore, this kind of war equipment did not exist in the Gamma space. Fortunately, this kind of war equipment did not exist in the Gamma space. That was why the sheriff was able to persevere until now. If this was in the three-dimensional universe, not to mention those space civilizations, even Earth, one Earth-drilling missile was enough to send him to his death. Just as the sheriff and his dozens of clone warriors were struggling to hold on, Jiang Fei's clone army was also rushing toward the sheriff's official residence. At the beginning, the clone army lacked motorized vehicles, other than a few mecha and war chariots. Most of the clone warriors had to walk on their feet. As a result, Their marching speed was very limited, although Gamma space was not very large. It would take more than 10 hours to reach the city center from the wilderness with just 2 legs. Fortunately, there were civilian vehicles when they were close to the city. At this time, there was no need to talk about morality. It was called temporary requisition, and you would be compensated in the future. If it wasn't nice, it would be daylight robbery. As for compensation, even if there was, it would have to be based on the fact that I won in the end. At the beginning, there were some private vehicles. The carrying capacity of these vehicles was limited, although the roof was filled with people. For an army of more than 10,000 people, it was just a drop in the bucket. However, it was good that they came at the right time. The appearance of buses and various cargo vehicles made it convenient for the clone army. These cars had a strong carrying capacity, and the clones could endure hardship. Therefore, each car could carry a lot of people. When they got close to the city area, the entire clone army had changed. Although they still looked like amateurs and their equipment was messy, they had at least changed from purely walking to a mechanized army. With vehicles, the movement speed of the army had increased by a lot. In front of them were a few war chariots and more than 30 mecha opening the way. Occasionally, they would encounter military police checkpoints and break through forcefully, because the consul had never expected that the magistrate would have such an army under him. The military police on duty on the streets were actually used to maintain law and order, to prevent people from taking advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. These military police were used to prevent the poor people in the slums from robbing them, so their equipment could be imagined. If they were asked to face a clone legion of up to 10,000 people, who were also equipped with war chariots and mechas, the result was needless to say. After breaking through one checkpoint after another, the clone legion headed straight for the magistrate's official residence. What? A huge army? The magistrate was also dumbfounded after receiving the news. Didn't we take down their clone factory? Where did they get so many warriors? The magistrate shouted at his staff member beside him. Sir Magistrate, the news from the Life Extension Center shows that the magistrate may have mastered the technology of the portal. These clone warriors may have been nurtured from the Life Extension Center, the staff member said. Damn it! More than 10,000 elite warriors. The consul frowned. He had less than 10,000 soldiers and policemen under him. Facing such a large number of clone warriors, he was really worried. Sir, it's a good thing that we have the advantage in equipment. The opponent only has more than 30 mechs and a few chariots. On our side, we have dozens of chariots and more than 50 mechs. It's enough for us to have an advantage in the battle, said the aide. That's true, but the difference in strength between the two sides isn't too big. Even if we win this battle, the damage to the Gamma space will be incalculable, said the consul with a frown. The revolutionaries had to consider overthrowing the current regime, and the ruler had to consider not only defeating the opponent, but also maintaining the stability of the current society. Thus, the consul had to consider more things, especially things that the magistrates did not know at all. That idiot! Does he think that the position of the consul has only supreme power? He doesn't know the responsibility at all. The consul slammed the table and said. It was too late to say anything now. A war between the two sides was inevitable. In the end, no matter who won, the Gamma space would suffer a huge loss. This was what the consul felt the most heartache about. Chapter 2820, Chapter 28. Sir Consul, what should we do? Asked the aide. Well, the consul hesitated. Sir, they are about to arrive at the residence of the magistrate. Once they rescue the magistrate, we will have to face a long war, said the aide. What do you think we should do? Asked the magistrate. I think we should mobilize our forces and intercept and destroy this force along the way, the aide said. No, the consul flatly refused. They are about to enter the central city district. If we engage them there, even if we win, the entire central city district will be crippled. But if we don't stop them, then the magistrate may very well be rescued by them, the aide said. That's something we can't do anything about. I absolutely can't allow the battle to erupt in the central city area, the consul said. But the aide wanted to persuade him again, but was stopped by the consul. All right, you don't have to say any more. There are some things I can't tell you, but the central city area must not be involved in the flames of war, the consul said. All right, the aide nodded and said. If we can't intercept and destroy this army along the way, then we can take the next step. Tell me, said the consul. According to their current marching speed, they will arrive at the magistrate's mansion in about 50 minutes, which means that we have 50 minutes left. If we can break through the underground fortress of the magistrate's house and capture or kill the magistrate in this period of time, then everything will be simple. If it doesn't work, we have to temporarily withdraw the military police near the magistrate's mansion. Then, we have to pressure them from 3 directions to take the initiative to break out of the siege and withdraw from the central city area. Then, we will find an opportunity to start a war of annihilation, said the aide. From the looks of it, this is indeed a good idea. But what if they are unwilling to withdraw from the city? The consul asked. Sir, don't forget, even I don't know that the central city cannot be involved in the flames of war. So the magistrate definitely doesn't know either. As long as you pull your stance enough, there's no need to worry that he won't submit, the aide said. Yes. All right. Well, do as you say. The magistrate nodded. Then, he began to mobilize the troops in the entire Gamma space. At the same time, he gave a death order to the troops that attacked the magistrate's mansion, telling them to break through the underground fortress of the magistrate's mansion within 50 minutes. After receiving the death order from the magistrate, the forehead of the officer in charge of commanding the battle at the front line also began to sweat. At this moment, the military and police had already broken through the defense of the first underground layer and began to enter the second underground layer. However, who knew how many layers there were in the underground fortress of the consul's house? Furthermore, the clone warriors under the consul were all fearless and had rich combat experience. They defended layer by layer, step by step, causing the military police to pay a heavy price for every step they took. The worst part was that the space of the fortress under the consul's house was relatively small, and Mecha could not enter at all. This resulted in the military police having to rely on manpower to push forward. Under the concentrated firepower of the enemy, there was no suitable cover. Relying on the explosion-proof shield alone was unable to protect their own safety. Thus, in the process of pushing forward, the casualties of the military police were actually very heavy. Colonel Lamov, the magistrate has only given you 45 minutes. Please end the battle as soon as possible, the secretary of the magistrate said to the officer in charge of commanding the battle. I understand. You can retreat to the back first. This place is not safe. Lamov wiped the sweat off his forehead, then asked a staff officer beside him. How is the underground battle now? Reporting, Colonel. We have advanced to the middle section of the second floor, but the casualties of the troops are a little serious. The warriors at the front request to send more energy cannons over to suppress the enemy's firepower, the staff officer reported. Yes. Lamov nodded and then ordered. Send the third echelon into the underground building. At the same time, send 5 individual energy cannons over. Make sure to break through the defense of the second floor within 10 minutes. Yes. The staff officer nodded and went to give the order. Soon, a pair of military police officers brought their equipment into the official residence of the security officer and entered the underground building. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sound of cannon fire in the underground building was deafening. The military police were fighting fiercely, charging wave after wave. Relying on the suppression of the energy cannons, they created no less than 10 chances to charge. But the clone warriors of the other side were also fighting tenaciously. They braved the bombardment of the energy cannons and continued to fire, pushing the soldiers and police's charge back again and again, in order to break through the central defense of the second floor of the basement. The soldiers and police had already lost nearly 50 people, although only a small part of them had died in battle. The remaining people were mostly seriously injured. These people were carried to the rear. They were either buried or sent to the hospital. And then more reserves were sent up. Dad, how long do you think it will take for our reinforcements to arrive? Lena's expression was a little flustered, although she was hiding in the sturdy underground fortress. The sound of cannon fire was getting closer and closer to her ears. Maybe the next second. Or maybe it will never come. The sheriff looked calm at this moment. But if one observed carefully, his fingernails had already turned white from pressing. In fact, the sheriff was also very nervous. After all, if he fell into the hands of the consul, he would definitely not have a good ending. But the sheriff knew that he could not show his nervousness because he was the backbone of everyone present. If he panicked, then everyone would panic. Once the morale was damaged, then his clone warriors would lose a lot of combat power. And then, they would not be able to hold on. Boom! 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 Accompanied by the sounds of explosions, the reinforcements sent by Ramov arrived. After these new soldiers joined the battle, the morale of the military and police attacking at the front line was greatly boosted. Most importantly, these new reinforcements brought 10 individual energy cannons. The power of these cannons was extremely terrifying, and they were especially suitable for fighting in such a narrow space. With the addition of these energy cannons, the firepower of the military and police became even more intense. Even though the clone warriors had been through hundreds of battles, they were all suppressed behind the cover, not daring to show their heads. The clone warriors were suppressed behind the cover, which gave the military and police the best conditions to charge. Charge! Following the command of the frontline officer, a large number of military and police rushed out from behind the cover, and then they held their rifles and charged towards the front line of defense. Chapter 2821, Chapter 2809, Risk Your Life. The battle in the underground building was in full swing. Under the cover of the fierce artillery fire, the military police finally rushed to the front of the cover where the clones were hiding. Once they got close, it was useless to say anything else. What awaited both sides next was the cruelest hand-to-hand combat. Because the enemies and allies in front had already mixed together, it would be difficult for the artillery support at the back to bombard. Because if that happened, the military police's own people would also be unlucky. Kill! The two sides didn't have anything to say and directly engaged in a battle. Whoosh whoosh. Puff puff. Ah! The battle was abnormally fierce. At this time, the main characters on the battlefield had already switched from rifles and energy cannons to pistols and daggers. Because the two sides had already engaged in a battle, the slightly longer rifles weren't very nimble. The pistols and daggers displayed their astonishing lethality at this moment. Although the military and police had a slight advantage in numbers, the clone warriors were obviously stronger. They were stronger and had more combat techniques. The most fatal thing was that these people were even more fearless. They had the courage to fight. When they faced each other with real weapons, it was truly a battle of who was afraid of who would die first, and who was ruthless would be able to survive. The clone warriors had lost some of their fear, and they had also been given powerful combat skills and experience. Therefore, in this kind of battle, they were better at fighting than the military police. However, fighting alone was not enough. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. A good man cannot fight against many people. When a military police faced a clone warrior, they would definitely be crushed. However, what about 2 against 1? What about 3 against 1? Or even 4 against 1? Facing an enemy that was several times their own. Although the clone warriors fought very tenaciously and caused great damage to the military police, the problem was that they were too few in number. As the clone warriors were killed one by one, their disadvantage became more and more obvious. From the start, a clone warrior would have to kill 4 or 5 military police before he would be knocked down and then killed. Later on, when each clone warrior was surrounded by 7 or 8 military police, then they would not be able to kill a single person. After the last clone warrior was killed, the middle section of the second floor was cleared. The military police cleared the battlefield and transported their own corpses and wounded back to the ground. Then, they once again advanced towards the end of the second floor. Soon, the sound of gunfire rang out again. Time passed by minute, while the military police paid a huge price. They also continued to advance. Soon, half an hour had passed. The military police had already broken through the defense of the third sing and entered the 4th floor. On the 4th underground floor, which was the last floor of the underground building of the magistrate's residence, the magistrate, his daughter, and some of his important subordinates were hiding in a secret room here. The consul's troops have broken through to the 4th floor, and they are advancing toward us. I believe that in another 10 minutes, they will be at the door. A clone warrior reported to the magistrate through the video. The sheriff nodded lightly. It seemed that the tide had really turned. Although he had planned for so long, he did not expect that all his efforts would come to naught in the end. Father, are we considered to have failed? Lena asked. Perhaps. However, we have tried hard before, haven't we? The sheriff asked with a smile. Sigh. Lena sighed with self-blame. Then, she said to herself, if I could have gotten that Jiang Fei earlier, we might have succeeded now. Hee hee. The sheriff laughed. There were no ifs in this world. Things had already come to this. There was no point in talking about it anymore. Everyone, thank you for supporting me. Today, we might have to call it a day. I cannot repay you for your support. Please accept my bow, the sheriff said. At the same time, he bowed to the important members in front of him. Lord Magistrate, you don't have to do this. We are all people with the same dream. Although our dreams have been destroyed, it's just like you said. At least we have tried hard. The important members squeezed out a smile and said they had conspired with the magistrate. If they were caught, their fate would be the same. Therefore, if these people in the secret room were caught by the military police under the magistrate, none of them would survive. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, The entire secret chamber shook with the explosion. Needless to say, the military police had already broken through the door. At this moment, the 20 clone warriors outside were still resisting, even if they were facing hundreds of military police, and they had sufficient weapons and ammunition. However, the energy magazines in their hands were about to be emptied. Attack! Destroy those bunkers for me! And destroy those rebels! The frontline officer shouted. Boom, boom, boom! The energy cannons began to suppress them, as the orders from above did not require them to capture them alive. They did not have much scruples when they attacked. Whoosh! At this moment, a ray of light shot over from afar. The frontline commander from earlier was immediately shot. There was a deep red mark left on his forehead, but he was already dead. There's a sniper! The energy cannons are suppressing him! Blast him out! Another officer took over the position of the frontline commander. Boom! 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 The concentrated energy bombs bombarded over. The clone sniper only had time to fire another shot before he was drowned by the energy cannon's firepower. Although he had killed one of the gunners, the sniper's final fate could be imagined. A single soldier without any protection, facing the concentrated artillery fire. He had no chance of survival at all. His special soldier-like body could not allow him to withstand the energy cannon's bombardment. So after only firing 2 shots, the clone sniper was killed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. The clone warriors kept exchanging fire with the military police. Under the tenacious resistance of the clone warriors, the military police were dragged at the gate for about 5 minutes until all the clone warriors were eliminated. Only then did they destroy the cover near the gate and prepare to attack the gate of the secret chamber. Let's not stay idle. There are weapons nearby. Let's join the battle. The sheriff picked up a rifle beside him. He had not participated in training for a long time due to his high position. But when he held the rifle in his hand, the feeling of familiarity was just like those years ago. Come on! Let's fight it out with them! That's right. Killing 1 is worth it. Killing 2 is worth it. At this moment, the sheriff and his men were risking their lives. So each and every one of them was full of fighting spirit. At this moment, they no longer pursued survival, but a dignified way to die. Chapter 2822, Chapter 2810 arrived in time. The security officer and his clone warriors, who were risking their lives, burst out with powerful combat strength. They relied on the geographical advantage and the secret chamber as a cover, tenaciously resisting the attack of the military police. Boom! 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 Although the military police lacked heavy weapons, the power of individual energy cannons could not be underestimated. Under the continuous bombardment of the energy cannons, the door of the secret chamber was destroyed. Even the walls on both sides were damaged to varying degrees. After the door and walls were destroyed, the security officer and the others' advantage in hiding was not as great as before. Facing the charge of the military and police, the security officer's side began to suffer casualties. One by one, the clone warriors fell. Although each of them had killed several times more enemies than themselves, the number of clone warriors was still too small. Sigh! Seeing that there were only 3 clone warriors left, the sheriff sighed. He knew that he was doomed. However, at this moment, the sheriff noticed that the attack of the military police on the opposite side suddenly stopped. Although the pause was very short, the enemy immediately resumed the suppression of their firepower. However, the sheriff could feel that the enemy's mood had become anxious. Boom 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 boom! The military police's attacks became even more ferocious, and their firepower became even more frenzied. Hold on! Our reinforcements are coming! Facing the military police's even more frenzied attacks, the security officer instead revealed a smile. The other party's eagerness showed that their reinforcements were already close at hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom! The rifles and energy cannons of both sides continued to shoot at each other. Although the magistrate's side was completely suppressed, they still took the time to counterattack, repelling the police officers' attacks again and again. Pooh! Following a soft sound, a clone warrior beside the magistrate was hit between the eyebrows. He did not even make a sound before he directly fell to the side. Pooh Tong! The clone warrior's corpse was suddenly pulled to the side. Then, a thin and weak body came over. Lena picked up the clone warrior's rifle. So south! Looking at his daughter who was shooting, the sheriff did not say anything. He knew that at this time, every fighting strength was precious. Although he felt sorry for his daughter and did not want her to take the risk. But now, if they couldn't block the enemy's craziest attack, then none of them would survive. Boom! 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 The military police's energy cannons kept firing, as if to express their anxiety and unwillingness to lose the victory that was within their grasp. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the sheriff heard the sound of gunshots coming from afar. This was definitely not from the military police, because they had already pressed forward. Following a scream, the military police were attacked from behind. Kill! Following a furious roar, the military police no longer attacked the security officer and the others. Instead, they turned around and charged towards the enemy behind them. Whoosh! 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 Boom! 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 The sound of gunfire became more intense once again. However, this time, the security officer and the others were safe. The two sides engaged in battle became the military police and clone reinforcements. Very quickly, the dozens of military police were all eliminated. After all, faced with hundreds of clone reinforcements, not only were their numbers small, but their condition was also not very good. Therefore, failure was inevitable. As early as 10 minutes ago, the military police on the ground had already evacuated. The military police on the ground had also received the order to evacuate. However, they were unwilling. At this moment, they had already forced the sheriff and the rest into a corner. They were about to be annihilated? If they were to evacuate now, wouldn't that be the same as giving up a duck in their mouth? Thus, the military police ignored the order to evacuate. They felt that they could eliminate the sheriff before the other party's reinforcements arrived. Unfortunately, things backfired. The sheriff and his clone warriors were too tenacious. They persisted until the reinforcements arrived. Previously, the troops on the ground had received the order, so they had already retreated. The military police that remained underground did not carry out the order to retreat. So when they faced the clone warriors that were many times more powerful than them, their outcome could be imagined. After eliminating the military police, a clone warrior brought his recruits to the front of the secret room. Sir, we are here to pick you up. The clone warrior saluted the magistrate. In! You came just in time. The magistrate smiled and nodded. Although most of the people around him had died, including the military and government officials under him, at least he and his daughter were still alive. This made him very satisfied. Sir, let's go to the surface, the clone warrior said. At this time, the underground structure had already been beaten to a pulp. In! Let's go up! The magistrate nodded. At this time, there was no way to stay underground. Moreover, his reinforcements had arrived. Whether it was a decisive battle with the magistrate or moving to another place, he could no longer stay in the basement. Very soon, the magistrate brought his men and returned to the surface from underground. At that moment, Jiang Fei saw the magistrate and Lina's real faces for the first time. Although he had dealt with Lina a few times before. In the three-dimensional world, Lina used Yuanqia's body as a carrier. In this place, she appeared with her real face. To be honest, from Jiang Fei's perspective, Lina's true appearance could not be considered ugly. She could not be considered beautiful. However, she appeared to be very intelligent and capable. Although the sheriff was in a sorry state, Jiang Fei could tell from his eyes that he was a very ambitious person. Long live the sheriff! Long live the sheriff! As soon as the sheriff appeared, the clones cheered. They thought that before the sheriff was activated, they had been indoctrinated with their thoughts and memories. At that time, they had already been brainwashed. Therefore, except for Jiang Fei, all the clones present worshipped the sheriff from the bottom of their hearts. Long live the sheriff! Long live the sheriff! In order not to expose himself, Jiang Fei had no choice but to shout along with the crowd, even though he was very disdainful of it. Very good! Everyone has worked hard. The sheriff smiled and nodded. Then, he began his speech. Jiang Fei did not pay much attention to the sheriff's speech. In fact, what the sheriff said was purely self-congratulatory. The people in front of him were not ordinary soldiers. They were a group of brainwashed people. They were clones that were absolutely loyal to him. Even if he did not boost their morale, these people would still be on steroids. While the magistrate was enjoying his speech, Jiang Fei began to observe quietly. Soon, Jiang Fei frowned because he realized that the magistrate's residence was not far from Natasha's home. Chapter 28:23, Chapter 28:11, Enemy Attack. Damn it! Why is this place so close to Natasha's home? Is that girl alright? Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. Natasha's brother seems to have a very high status in the development team. Moreover, the development team has an unclear relationship with the magistrate. His family must be able to receive proper protection. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. At this time, the speech of the magistrate had reached the high 0.1 stage. because the clones had been implanted with the memory of worshipping the magistrate. They naturally cooperated and cheered. Alright. Our initial goal now is to occupy the nearby streets. Everyone. Let's move. Once we completely seize the city, this world will be ours to rule. The magistrate ended his speech. Occupy the nearby streets? No way. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. If the sheriff had ordered to occupy the nearby streets, Natasha's home would definitely not be spared. He did not know if the girl had left yet. Soon, the clone warriors were called to the front. They had a meeting with the sheriff. After confirming the specific plan of action, the clone warriors returned to their own teams. They would bring their own clone recruits to carry out their own missions. Follow me. When Jiang Fei's team leader returned, he waved his hand and led them out of the block that they had just stopped at. Hopefully, we can be assigned to the vicinity of Natasha's house. That way, I can still take care of her. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Then, he followed his own team and rushed out. Jiang Fei's luck was not at its peak, but it was not too bad. The street that they were going to occupy was right next to Natasha's house. It could be said that it was close to her house. This made Jiang Fei slightly relieved. At the same time, he also focused his attention on this side. What are you looking at? Hurry up! The leading clone warrior scolded Jiang Fei. Yes, sir! Jiang Fei replied and followed after her. However, his attention was still on Natasha's house. Soon, another team of clone warriors arrived at the neighborhood where Natasha's house was located. They did not enter Natasha's house. Instead, they chose another house to defend because the house was built with a wider view. It was more suitable to be used as a sniper point, as Jiang Fei had been paying attention to the direction of Natasha's house. After making sure that he did not hear Natasha scream, Jiang Fei was slightly relieved. Then, he followed his own team and moved into another house. At that moment, the residents in these streets had already evacuated. Previously, when they were besieging the public security mansion, the magistrate had arranged for the residents to be evacuated. When the military and police had evacuated, almost all the residents had been evacuated. You are in charge of this direction. After entering the house, Jiang Fei and the others went straight to the third floor. Then, Jiang Fei was assigned to the front of a window. He was responsible for monitoring the intersection in front of the window. Yes! Jiang Fei nodded and set up his rifle. Very soon, the other members of the team were also assigned to battle positions. Then, they all set up their weapons. Although these clones were slightly different in terms of physical strength, they were all indoctrinated with professional military skills. Therefore, in terms of movement, these people were very professional. In just an hour, the clone soldiers under the sheriff were scattered in the surrounding few blocks. They were stationed in the buildings of these rich areas. Of course, not all the troops were sent out. The sheriff left behind a core unit. This unit had about 2,000 people, only accounting for about 1/6 of the clone soldiers under him. However, this place had all the tanks and mechs. Hence, in terms of combat strength, this unit's combat strength was not weaker than the remaining 10,000 people. These clone soldiers were left behind as the main force of the battle. The magistrate's goal was not to occupy these streets. What he needed to do was to occupy the entire city. Right now, he needed to make some adjustments. That was why he temporarily let the soldiers defend. After the rest was done, his troops would regroup. After all, although there were many good things in the wealthy district, they were not of practical use in war. What the sheriff wanted to take back the most was the various military facilities that belonged to him, especially the armory. However, the clone warriors needed to rest because they had traveled a long distance. Therefore, he asked his men to defend first. 2 hours passed very quickly. The magistrate's troops did not rush over to attack immediately. You go and rest. I'll do it. A clone recruit walked over behind Jiang Fei. He took over Jiang Fei's position. When Jiang Fei was on guard duty, he was resting. It was not just Jiang Fei. The other defense positions were the same. There were 2 people taking turns. One was resting. The other was on guard. Okay. Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony. He went straight to the sofa next to him and collapsed on it. He closed his eyes and began to sleep. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult for ordinary people to fall asleep. Only soldiers who had been in the battlefield for a long time could make use of this scattered time to rest quickly and restore themselves to their best condition. After an unknown period of time, Jiang Fei suddenly heard a loud noise. Enemy attack! Everyone! Be on alert. Jiang Fei opened his eyes immediately. At that moment, the sky had already begun to darken. The warning sound of an enemy attack did not come from Jiang Fei's defense zone. Instead, it came from the next defense zone. The enemy has begun to attack. Immediately enter the battle position. The leading clone warrior shouted loudly. The clone recruits, who had been resting, immediately stood up. They held their weapons and quickly entered the battle position. Jiang Fei was no exception. Jiang Fei placed the rifle by the window. He used the aiming device to observe the movements outside. Soon, the sound of gunfire could be heard from afar. Buzz. Buzz. The roar of the mech was heard as well. 1, 2, 3. Jiang Fei silently counted according to the roar of the mech. Soon, he was sure that the enemy had at least 12 mechs. 3 directions? Jiang Fei frowned. Other than determining the number of mechs in his direction, he was also trying to determine the direction of the enemy's attack through the sound. Based on the sound, the enemy had attacked from 3 directions. There was only one gap left in the north, and this gap pointed to the nearest direction of the city. Are they trying to drive us out of the city? Jiang Fei thought to himself. If the enemy wanted to destroy them, they would have surrounded them from all sides. Now that they had only surrounded them on 3 sides, it was clear that they were trying to drive them out. Chapter 28:24, Chapter 28:12 was almost wiped out. Just as Jiang Fei was puzzled, the enemy had already begun to attack. The military and police forces under the Archon began to launch a fierce attack from 3 directions. Boom, boom, boom. The mech's energy cannons continued to bombard the buildings, turning them into ruins in an instant. As the residents of this residential area had already been evacuated long before the battle began, the Archon did not need to consider the casualties of the civilians. As for the damage to the buildings, these were not within the scope of military operations to suppress the rebellion. It was not within the scope of consideration. Attack. Very soon, military police and mechs entered Jiang Fei's defense area. Under the command of the clone warrior, Jiang Fei and the others began to attack. Boom, 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 boom. As the leader of the team, the clone warrior held a single-unit energy cannon in his arms. He directly locked onto a mecha that had entered the block and fired. Under the continuous firing of the single-unit energy cannon, the clone warrior fired 5 shots in a row. Out of these 5 shots, 3 of them accurately hit the mecha that had entered the street. In just 2 shots, the mecha shield was shattered. Following that, another energy cannon hit the mecha. The mecha did not even have time to react before it was destroyed. Everyone, move immediately. After the successful attack, the clone warrior roared and was the first to run towards the stairs. I'll go. Jiang Fei was about to rush towards the stairs as well. However, he immediately felt his neck go numb and all the hair on his body stood on end. This feeling of danger made Jiang Fei immediately give up on taking the stairs. He jumped out of the window. Although it was the 3rd floor, Jiang Fei was very agile. He grabbed the edge of the windowsill from the left and right, and then his body swayed. He jumped onto the rain pipe next to him. Then, he slid down and landed on the ground. Immediately after, Jiang Fei saw 3 energy bombs hit the 3rd floor where he was just now. Damn it! Jiang Fei did not have time to think about anything else. He rolled on the ground and ran desperately to the back of a rockery in the corner of the small courtyard. Then, he jumped behind the rockery. Boom, boom, boom. The small building was directly destroyed by the explosion. Broken stones flew everywhere, and shattered tiles flew everywhere. Crackle, crackle. A lot of broken tiles and bricks fell beside Jiang Fei. At the same time, there was a foot wearing combat boots. Sigh. I wonder who this unlucky guy is. Jiang Fei sighed. He had no time to investigate who this foot belonged to. Whoosh! At this moment, Jiang Fei's team leader rushed out from the dilapidated building. It seemed that other than him, Jiang Fei's team was almost completely wiped out. Your reaction is pretty fast. The clone warrior was stunned when he saw Jiang Fei. He did not expect his subordinates to be able to escape. In fact, when he was shooting, the clone warrior had already regretted it. That was because when he was shooting, he realized that there were not 1 but 2 mecha that had entered this block. After all, there was only 1 mech entering the other blocks. Therefore, after killing it, he could easily clear out the military police. However, he did not expect that there were actually 2 mechas in this block. In this way, although the clone warrior destroyed 1 mech, it also revealed their own position. The other mech immediately retaliated. After a 3-shot energy cannon and a shuttle of energy cannon, the small building was immediately reduced to ruins. Let's go! The clone warrior called out to Jiang Fei and quickly rushed out of the small courtyard. This place would soon be occupied by the military police and the mech. They had to move. Okay. Of course. Jiang Fei did not want to risk his life here. He followed the clone warrior and ran out of the small courtyard. In less than 3 minutes, there were 7 to 8 military police in the small courtyard. These fully armed military police had thoroughly searched the small courtyard. More than a dozen bodies have been found. All the snipers should have been killed. A military police officer reported. Yes. Continue to push forward. The leader of the team nodded. Then, he led the team members behind him to continue to push forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Jiang Fei's ears were filled with the sound of gunshots. Street battles were undoubtedly the most difficult of all battles. The dense gunshots and the roar of the energy cannons had become the main melody at this moment. Follow me! Jiang Fei's captain was not bad. He even called out to Jiang Fei, the new recruit, in case he fell behind. Soon, the clone warrior brought Jiang Fei to a new house. This time, they did not enter the building. Instead, they stood against the wall at the entrance. Where's your gun? At this time, the clone warrior realized that Jiang Fei's hand was empty. In order to escape, Jiang Fei threw his gun away and jumped out of the window. Humph! Where's your cannon? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at the clone warrior. This guy only had a rifle in his hand. He had also thrown away his energy cannon. Dot! The clone warrior glared at Jiang Fei. However, he could not say anything. This was a battlefield. He wanted to punish Jiang Fei, but it was not very realistic. Come on! Don't bother about it. Let's just go as far as we can. Jiang Fei pulled out his pistol from his waist. Previously, when they had distributed the weapons, everyone had received quite a complete set of equipment. Humph! I hope you can survive. The clone warrior snorted coldly. In his opinion, a trash soldier like Jiang Fei would not survive for more than 5 minutes. These inferior clones are really not presentable, the clone warrior thought to himself. As excellent clone soldiers, they were actually quite proud. Therefore, in their hearts, these veteran clone warriors looked down on the new clones that were cloned from the Life Extension Center, who had poor physiques and incomplete military memories. Ta ta ta. At that moment, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the street. The clone warriors and Jiang Fei held their breaths and waited quietly for the military police to approach. There are no mechs. Well, fight when we're closer, the clone warrior whispered. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Soon, the military police arrived outside the courtyard where Jiang Fei and the others were hiding. At that moment, the clone warrior suddenly poked his head out from the tip of the gun. Then, he raised his gun and started shooting at the military police. The clone warrior's attack caught the soldiers and police off guard. Before they could react, they were all shot and fell to the ground. Of course, some of these people had died under Jiang Fei's gun. However, these people were only a minority because Jiang Fei only had a pistol in his hand to defend himself. Let's go! After taking care of the soldiers and police, the clone warrior called Jiang Fei to move. After all, without heavy weapons, they would not be able to fight against mechs. Chapter 28:25, Chapter 28:13, Natasha in danger. When he rushed out of the small courtyard, Jiang Fei bent down and picked up a rifle from a military policeman. As everyone was in a civil war, their weapons were all common. After picking up the weapon, Jiang Fei ran along with the clone warrior. They had just crossed a junction when they heard an explosion behind them. Clearly, the mech had arrived. Ah! As they were running forward, Jiang Fei suddenly heard a scream. Jiang Fei stopped in his tracks. Ah! Brother! Help! Another scream. Natasha! Jiang Fei's eyes turned red. He originally thought that the civilians in this residential area had already evacuated. He did not expect Natasha to still be here. Moreover, she seemed to be in danger. Follow me! What are you waiting for? The clone warrior roared. Dot! Jiang Fei ignored the clone warrior. He immediately ran toward Natasha's home. Stop! Where are you going? The clone warrior blocked Jiang Fei's way. Get lost! Jiang Fei did not have time to waste with this guy. How dare you! The clone warrior was immediately angry. The recruit in front of him actually did not listen to the command. This was not good. However, before the clone warrior could teach Jiang Fei a lesson, Jiang Fei's gun rang. Whoosh! An energy beam hit the clone warrior between the eyebrows and killed him. Until his death, the clone warrior's eyes were filled with confusion, because all the clones had been implanted with the memory of being loyal to the sheriff. They were essentially one family. Even if the clone warriors looked down on these new clones, they only wanted to make things difficult for them. They only wanted to teach them a lesson. But they had never thought of killing them. And even if the clone recruits were abused, they would never want to kill anyone. Because deep in their memories, they had been implanted with the deep memory of being loyal to the sheriff. And killing the sheriff's underlings was clearly against this subconscious. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the clones under the sheriff to have internal strife. However, the bad thing was that Jiang Fei had snuck in. Although he had used the clone's body as a carrier, he had not been brainwashed. He had not been implanted with a program of loyalty to the sheriff. So he was not affected at all. Now that Jiang Fei was in a hurry to save Natasha, the clone warrior insisted on stopping him. Jiang Fei, who had no time to waste, could only use a simple and crude method to solve the problem. Therefore, the unlucky clone warrior was directly killed on the spot. Until his death, he did not understand why. After dealing with the troublesome clone warrior, Jiang Fei immediately ran away like Natasha's home. Along the way, Jiang Fei could hear Natasha's screams. He was anxious, but also glad. He was anxious because Natasha was in danger. He was glad because Natasha was still screaming. That meant that her life was not in danger yet. Because the block where Jiang Fei and the others were stationed was next to Natasha's house. In just a few seconds, Jiang Fei arrived near Natasha's house. Because of the urgency of the situation, Jiang Fei did not have time to walk through the door. He held a rifle in his mouth and leaped up. Then, he followed the drainage pipe and quickly climbed to the second floor. Crash! After breaking the glass, Jiang Fei entered a room on the second floor. Ah! There was another scream. Based on the figure, Jiang Fei guessed that Natasha was hiding in a room. Bang bang bang. Jiang Fei heard the sound of a collision. After holding the gun in his hand and turning on the safety, Jiang Fei leaned out of the room. After going around the corridor, Jiang Fei came to the door of Natasha's room. Then, he saw 2 clones banging on the door. There were only 5 clones left. 2 upstairs were pounding on the door, while 3 downstairs were on guard. They were the same as Jiang Fei's team. They had exchanged fire with the military police. Although they had killed their opponents, they had suffered heavy losses. Now, there were only 5 of them left. Then, the clones moved from the original building to Natasha's house. They actually did not intend to kill Natasha. However, the little girl's room was in a good position. She could observe the street next door from a window. Therefore, the clones wanted to occupy Natasha's room. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Jiang Fei did not say anything. He directly shot the 2 clones from behind and killed them. Then, he went down to the next floor and killed the 3 unlucky people. After that, Jiang Fei turned around and returned to Natasha's room upstairs. Natasha! Open the door! I'm coming to save you! Jiang Fei shouted at Natasha. Go away! You bad people! Natasha screamed. Natasha! Don't be afraid! It's me! Jiang Fei shouted again. Handsome? Natasha stopped crying. It's me! Jiang Fei replied. W. Handsome! You really came to save me! Natasha cried out loud. Natasha! Open the door quickly! I'm coming to pick you up! Jiang Fei said. Sob! Handsome! I can't open the door! Natasha said. What happened? Jiang Fei asked. Sob! Natasha cried as she told Jiang Fei what had happened. It turned out that in the morning, Natasha's brother had called back and asked Natasha to look for him at the life building. He could not leave because he had something to do. However, Natasha didn't know that it was her brother's warning to her to leave this place. It was because Natasha's brother couldn't say too much on the phone. If the sheriff heard it, he couldn't bear the responsibility. So he just asked Natasha to go to the life building to have dinner with him. However, Natasha was just a child. How could she understand so much? Therefore, she didn't take it to heart. She planned to leave when it was almost time for dinner. In the end, when she was watching TV at home, Natasha was so engrossed that she lost track of time and missed the best opportunity to evacuate. When the military and police besieged the magistrate's mansion, the sound of gunfire was heard. Natasha was scared out of her wits. As a young girl in her teens, she was so scared that she hid at home and didn't dare to go out. As Natasha's brother was a key figure in the development team, he would be strictly protected at this time. The so-called protection would naturally lose his personal freedom, and he would not even be able to communicate with the outside world. Therefore, Natasha was trapped at home. Later, before the clone army rushed back, the nearby residents evacuated again. But at that time, Natasha was tired from crying, so she fell asleep. Therefore, she missed her last chance to escape. When she was woken up by the sound of gunfire again, it was already dark. At this time, the military and police started a second attack. Chapter 28-26, Chapter 28-14, Military Police Surround. Listening to the dense gunfire outside the house, even an adult man would be terrified, let alone a little girl like Natasha. Natasha instinctively hid back in her room and blocked the door with a cabinet and small bed in the room. However, as the battle progressed, the clone warriors who did not choose to garrison Natasha's house at the beginning were beaten out of the original garrison building. When they chose again, they valued Natasha's house, because Natasha's house is on the corner of the block. And especially Natasha's room has windows on both sides to monitor all directions at the intersection. So that, of course, the clones wouldn't miss such a strategic location. At once, they forced their way through Natasha's door and rushed into the house. These clones came straight for Natasha's room. Therefore, they went straight to Natasha's room. Fortunately, Natasha had blocked the door with all the heavy objects in the room. This prevented the clones from breaking through the door, because these clones also lost heavy weapons such as energy cannons. They could only rely on their strength to break open the door. Although these clones were proficient in military knowledge, their body strength was only at the level of ordinary people. This caused them to waste half a day's effort. In the end, when Jiang Fei arrived, they were unable to enter Natasha's room. Although these people were unable to enter, the little girl inside was also frightened. It was not until she heard Jiang Fei's voice that the little girl finally calmed down a little. However, the problem now came again. Previously, Natasha had tried her best to stack all the heavy objects at the door. Now, these heavy objects were stuck together under the impact of external forces. Even if Natasha wanted to move away, she could not move anymore. "Handsome! I can't open the cabinet!" Natasha cried. Natasha, don't be afraid. Now! Stay away from the door. Don't face the door directly. Jiang Fei shouted into the room. Okay. Natasha agreed and then hid in a corner. Pa! Jiang Fei put the weapon in his hand aside and took a few steps back. Ta-ta-ta. After a few steps, Jiang Fei slammed into Natasha's door. Boom! There was a loud sound from the door. The cabinet and bed inside shook violently. But Jiang Fei still did not manage to open the door. Again! Jiang Fei took a few steps back again. Boom, boom, boom! Jiang Fei hit the door 7 or 8 times in a row. Finally, the door was loosened. At the same time, the cabinet and bed inside were also knocked back by him for a short distance. Hiss! Jiang Fei rubbed his shoulder. This kind of brute force that did not have any tools would also hurt his shoulder. Open up! Jiang Fei suddenly took 2 steps back and then rushed forward. When he reached the door, he suddenly raised his right foot and kicked the door. Crack! Following a loud sound, the hinge of the door was torn apart by Jiang Fei's kick. Jiang Fei had knocked for a long time just now because there was a cabinet and a bed in front of him. The power had been absorbed by these sundries. Now, the cabinet and the bed had been knocked away by Jiang Fei, although it was only about 10 centimeters away from the door. This gave the door space to bear the force. Therefore, when Jiang Fei suddenly exerted force, the door lost the cabinet and the bed that helped it absorb the power. The hinge could not withstand the explosive force and immediately broke. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Fei grabbed both sides of the door and shook it hard twice. Then, he removed the door from the door frame. Without the door's obstruction, the cabinets and sofas were no longer there. Jiang Fei casually pushed the obstacles aside. Handsome! Upon seeing Jiang Fei, Natasha immediately rushed over and jumped into Jiang Fei's arms. Little girl, don't cry! Little girl, don't cry! Jiang Fei kept comforting Natasha. Sob, sob, sob. Handsome! I'm so scared. Natasha cried loudly in Jiang Fei's arms, as if she wanted to vent all the fear and grievance in her heart. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Jiang Fei patted Natasha's little head and comforted her. Sob. 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 Although Jiang Fei was constantly in danger, Natasha was still a little girl who was only about 10 years old. After experiencing all this, how could she not be afraid? How could she recover in a short time? As she cried and cried, Natasha was tired. Then, the little girl fell asleep in Jiang Fei's arms. Sigh. It's really hard on this little girl. Jiang Fei sighed. How old was Natasha? How could she experience such a thing? Jiang Fei found a place to sit down. Then, He hugged Natasha and let her sleep comfortably in his arms. Time passed by slowly. There was the roar of a mech outside Natasha's house. However, the mech did not attack Natasha's house because the purpose of the military and police force was to drive away the police force. They did not want to destroy the city. Therefore, they would not attack a house unless they were attacked. The mech passed by quickly. However, a small team of military police followed behind them and entered Natasha's house. The infrared shows that there are 2 people here. They are upstairs. Their identities are unknown. Everyone, be careful. The conversation between the military police and Jiang Fei entered his ears. Jiang Fei frowned. However, he did not pick up the weapon at the door. We have found bodies. The bodies are combat personnel. The bodies have been identified. They belong to the clone army of the sheriff. Soon, the bodies were discovered. Moreover, the identities of the bodies were also very easy to identify. After all, these clones did not have an identity code. As long as they lifted the clothes on their arms, they could be seen at a glance. People inside, listen up. You have been surrounded. At this time, 5 military police officers came to Natasha's door. Shoo. Jiang Fei shushed outside and said in a low voice, "My sister is asleep. Be gentle. I don't have any weapons. The 2 of us will go in. You 2 cover." After the military police officers heard Jiang Fei's words, 2 people came in. Although Jiang Fei claimed that he did not have any weapons, they would not believe him easily. When the 2 military police officers came in with their weapons, they found Jiang Fei holding Natasha. "Lift up the clothes on your left arm," the leading military officer said as he pointed his gun at Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei's movements were very slow. He slowly lifted up the combat uniform on his left arm, revealing the identity code inside. "Go. Confirm your identity." The military officer waved at the military police officers beside him. Chapter 28-27, Chapter 28-15 Suicide Mission. Another military police officer nodded. Then, he put away his weapon and took out a device. This was the identity verification device that every military police unit was equipped with. This device could effectively distinguish between civilians and criminals. Identity confirmed. Ralph, an employee of Leviathan Company. The military police officer said. An employee of Leviathan Company? The military officer was stunned. Shoo. Keep your voice down. I'll tell you slowly. Jiang Fei said to the few military officers in a low voice. Yes. The leading military officer nodded. Then, he signaled his other companions to be on guard. He squatted down and asked, "Were you the one who killed those people at the door?" "Yes. I shot them at the door of my room." Jiang Fei did not hide anything and continued to say, "I am an employee of Leviathan Company. My job is to be a security guard. A few days ago, I was seconded to the Life Extension Center to provide security assistance." Life Extension Center? The officer was clearly stunned, because the Life Extension Center had been broken through by the clone warriors under the security officer. All the security guards, be it the employees who were seconded from Leviathan, or the military police, were all killed in battle. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said, "Today, the Life Extension Center was attacked. My men and I were on duty on the 3rd underground floor. However, the enemy's firepower was too strong. My men were quickly killed one after another. I was lucky enough to escape. At that time, a mech was chasing me. The remaining intruders entered the 4th underground floor." Then, Jiang Fei told him everything that he had experienced. As he did not know if the Life Extension Center surveillance system had been destroyed, he did not lie. Everything was the truth. Other than the fact that he had used a time barrier and did not mention it. Everything else was the truth. Later, I followed them into the Life Extension Center. I wanted to see what they were doing. Then, Jiang Fei told them how he fell off the bridge and how he had cleverly taken off his clothes. He told them about how he had mixed in with the clones and mixed in with the sheriff's men. D***M. Brother, you're too ruthless. The few military police officers were dumbfounded. How is this a security guard? This was clearly a F***King secret agent. TSK! Did I have a choice at that time? I was just trying to survive. Jiang Fei shrugged. Then, he continued, after that, I mixed in with the clones and followed them here. I was assigned a garrison duty. Are you with these people? The officer asked. No. I'm in the next block. I heard a little girl crying. So I rushed over. Jiang Fei said. What about your teammates? the officer asked. A part of them were killed by a mech. And a part of them were killed by me, Jiang Fei said. You're really good. You're really like an agent. I have to take credit for this, the officer said with a smile. They did not suspect Jiang Fei's identity, because the identity code on Jiang Fei's body could not be fake. Soon, the officer reported the situation to the higher-ups. After all, there was a little civilian girl here. Although Jiang Fei was a fighter hired by Leviathan Company, he was not among the military police. Now, the battle had been completely handed over to the military police. Therefore, his current identity was actually a civilian. Therefore, Jiang Fei and Natasha were going to be transferred to the rear. Someone will come to pick you up very soon. However, I have a feeling that you will be asked by the higher-ups to assist in the investigation. After all, you know something about the clone army, the officer said to Jiang Fei. Yes, I know. Jiang Fei nodded. Not long after, a car arrived at the door of Natasha's house. A few military police escorts Jiang Fei and Natasha got into the car. Then, the car drove away from the battlefield to the rear. Soon, Jiang Fei and Natasha were moved away from the battlefield. Even though it was so torturous, Natasha did not wake up. From this, it could be seen that the little girl was really tired. More than 20 minutes later, the car stopped. Then, a few military police and a few medical staff came up to them. They picked up Natasha and Jiang Fei and began to do a simple checkup on the two. Both of them are fine. The little girl might have been scared, said the doctor. Sir, the little girl's identity is a little special. She is the relative of a special person, said a military police officer in a low voice after confirming Natasha's identity number. Okay, I got it. Send her to a safe place and take good care of her, said the senior military officer. Yes. A few military police officers came over and took Natasha away. Ralph, is it? A low-ranking officer came up to Jiang Fei. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Follow me, the officer said to Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and followed the officer's footsteps. Soon, Jiang Fei followed the officer into a building and arrived at the door of a conference room. Report, the low-ranking officer shouted. Come in! A voice came from the conference room. Yes! The low-ranking officer pushed the door open and walked in. About 2 minutes later, the low-ranking officer came out and said to Jiang Fei, Follow me! Okay! Jiang Fei nodded and followed the officer into the conference room. The conference room was not very big, but there were many people in it. Jiang Fei roughly counted. There were 7 or 8 of them. I am Colonel Kono, the commander of this battle. A senior officer, who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, said to Jiang Fei. Hello, Colonel. My name is Ralph. I am an employee of Leviathan Company, Jiang Fei said. Yes. Can you tell me more about your previous experience? Colonel Kono said. Of course. Jiang Fei nodded and then described what happened again. According to you, the sheriff has tens of thousands of soldiers? Kono asked. Yes. And they are well equipped. Jiang Fei nodded. What else do you know? Colonel Kono asked. That's all I know, Jiang Fei said. Then go to the door and wait for a moment, Colonel Kono said. Yes. Jiang Fei walked to the door and closed it. After about half an hour, the low-ranking officer came out and said to Jiang Fei, Come in. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and entered the meeting room. Ralph, we have an important task for you. This task is very dangerous. If you can complete it, you can name the conditions, Colonel Kono said. Colonel, may I ask what the mission is? Jiang Fei asked. Of course. We hope that you can return to the sheriff's army and serve as a spy to provide us with the necessary information. We may even need you to carry out the beheading operation at a critical moment, Colonel Kono said. Chapter 2828, Chapter 2816 Spies. Colonel, this quest is suicide, Jiang Fei said. Yes. Colonel Kono did not deny it. Then, he continued, that's why we let you make any conditions. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. At the same time, he thought to himself, am I already dead? What's the point of making any conditions? We're not discussing this with you. You have to accept this quest. If you refuse, then we can only resort to wartime military law, Colonel Kono said to Jiang Fei. Am not a soldier. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes again. Now you are? Colonel Kono's lips curled into a sly smile. Then, he stood up and announced, Poor Ralph. I hereby recruit you as the 1st Regiment Commander of the Advance Army. Your rank is Major. F***CK. How can you do this? Jiang Fei scolded loudly. This was 2F** King Shameless. Hee hee. Congratulations, Major Ralph. Kono came in front of Jiang Fei and put a major epaulette on his arm. You guys. Jiang Fei was completely speechless. In life, there are times when there are no choices. However, in order for you to better carry out the mission without any worries, we have asked you to offer any conditions. As long as you can do it, we will definitely help you, Colonel Kono said. Jiang Fei really did not know what to say. These people were obviously forcing him to go back as a spy. However, they were afraid that Jiang Fei would completely rely on the sheriff when he went back. Therefore, they offered some benefits and wanted to rope him in. However, Jiang Fei was now under a low roof. He could not lower his head. Otherwise, he would immediately be declared a deserter. According to wartime military law, he would be killed on the spot. Even if Jiang Fei had some skills to protect himself. Even if he managed to escape from the encirclement of the army. With the crime of deserter, he would have no place in the Gamma dimension anymore. As for getting close to the life building, getting close to the development team, that was even more impossible. Therefore, this was the only option that Jiang Fei had in front of him. Of course, Jiang Fei would not take such a risk for nothing. Since the other party had asked him to make a condition, he naturally had to ask for more. Otherwise, not only would the other party not think that Jiang Fei was patriotic and humble, they would even think that he had other plans. They were even more worried about him. I need a house on Crystal Street, Jiang Fei said. No problem. Colonel Kono nodded. I also need all the welfare benefits in the rich areas, Jiang Fei continued. Okay. Kono nodded. Jiang Fei's conditions were not excessive. After all, he was going to do a very risky business. Other than that, I also need a sum of money and a promotion in Leviathan Company, Jiang Fei said again. Money is not a problem. What kind of job do you want? Kono asked. I want to be the head of the security department of the Leviathan Company in the life building, Jiang Fei said. PFFT. The few military officers beside him could not help but laugh. In their hearts, they all cursed Jiang Fei for being a country bumpkin. At this point in time, he still did not know that he was asking for a lot of money. They actually only asked for the position of the head of security. No problem. Colonel Kono nodded. Although Leviathan Company was a private company, this company had a lot of cooperation with the military and police. Therefore, if the military and police made a request, it was only a small position of the head of security. Leviathan Company would not give them face. All right. If you can agree to this, I will go. Jiang Fei nodded. All right. Kono nodded and asked someone to bring over a gun-like item. What are you doing? Jiang Fei saw that Kono was going to shoot him in the neck with the gun. He immediately gave up. This is a GPS and a sound acquisition device. We can keep track of your location at any time and contact you at any time, Kono explained. Don't. I can't bring this thing. Jiang Fei refused flatly. Why? Kono asked. If I keep this thing in my pocket, I can throw it away if the sheriff and the others have something to check. If they hit me in the neck, what should I do? Dig with a knife? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Do you think they will check? Kono asked. Nonsense. I came here with you because I did not intend to go back. If I had known that I would go back, I would not have come here with you to waste time. It has been almost an hour and a half. I have been missing for so long. Would they not check it? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said, That's true. Kono thought for a moment and gave up on planting such a device in Jiang Fei. You? Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He did not want anyone to monitor him at all times. Moreover, he still had no way of getting rid of it. Take this with you. Kono handed Jiang Fei an item that was about the size of a lighter. What does this thing do? Jiang Fei asked. This thing does not usually send signals. When you have important information, you can press this button. It will send your current coordinates to us. At the same time, it can also communicate with us, Kono said. Are you sure that it does not send signals normally? I am working for you. Don't hurt me, Jiang Fei confirmed. Okay. Kono nodded. This thing really did not send signals automatically. All right. Jiang Fei took the thing with him. All right. We will send someone to send you back now, said Colonel Kono. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and followed the young officer out of the meeting room. Soon, a car stopped at the door. Then, Jiang Fei took the car and returned to the vicinity of Crystal Street. At this time, the battle was still ongoing. The military and police officers were using their advantage in firepower to continuously reduce the range of activity of the clones. They were trying to drive the security officers out of the city through the gap. "Alright. That's it. I'll go by myself," Jiang Fei said to the driver. "Be careful on the road," the driver said to Jiang Fei. "Okay." Jiang Fei smiled at the driver and got out of the car. After getting out of the car, Jiang Fei jogged and entered one of the streets. Then, he quickly ran in the direction of the clones. "Hey! Which party are you from?" Very soon, Jiang Fei encountered a group of clones. Because he was dressed like these clones, the other party did not immediately shoot him. "I'm from Born's party," Jiang Fei said. Born was the name of the clone warrior of the party he belonged to. "Born's party? Where is he?" the clone warrior leading the group asked. "Dead," Jiang Fei said. "Dead?" The leading clone warrior was stunned. "Yes, he was killed by the mech explosion," Jiang Fei said. "Sigh." The leading clone warrior sighed. Too many clones had been killed by the mech explosion. Chapter 28-29, Chapter 28-17 Evacuation of the City. "Alright then. You can join my team for now." The clone warrior nodded and accepted Jiang Fei into his team. Jiang Fei observed briefly. The new team he had just joined was not full. Including him, there were only 7 people in total. It was obvious that they had suffered heavy losses in the battle just now. "Captain, what's your name?" Jiang Fei asked. "My name is Neo," said the clone warrior in the lead. "Oh." Jiang Fei did not say his name because he was currently playing the role of the newly activated new clones. They did not have a name. "What was your previous number?" Neo asked. 341, Jiang Fei replied. This was the code that he had obtained when he took a shower and changed into his combat uniform. 341. During this time, Neo was also quietly verifying Jiang Fei's identity. Although these new clones did not have the time to register their identities, they were all given a code when they were collecting their clothes. Moreover, they had been photographed at that time. Therefore, based on the code that Jiang Fei had provided, Neo quickly pulled out the photo and compared it with Jiang Fei. After confirming that it was a person, there was no problem. "Okay." After verifying the photo, Neo nodded. Although Jiang Fei was indeed fake, he had blended into the clones when he was in the Life Extension Center. Therefore, when he was wearing his clothes and taking a photo, it was him. Naturally, such verification would not prove anything wrong. After confirming Jiang Fei's identity, Neo was relieved. 341. "Do you have enough ammunition?" Neo asked. "I still have 1 energy magazine," Jiang Fei said. "Give him 2 magazines," Neo said to one of his subordinates. "Okay." The clone immediately threw 2 energy magazines to Jiang Fei. Speaking of which, after confirming Jiang Fei's identity, Neo still liked Jiang Fei. The reason was very simple. Jiang Fei's body was very strong. This was not common among the new clones. From the looks of it, Jiang Fei was almost as strong as the clone warriors. In fact, Jiang Fei's body was originally from the same batch as the clone warriors. Therefore, his physical fitness was naturally as good. After obtaining the new energy magazine, Jiang Fei followed behind Neo and began to fight with the military police. Although Jiang Fei was a spy, he was not a member of the military police. Therefore, when he killed the military police, he was not lenient at all. This way, he would be even more seamless as a spy. Actually, for spies, their biggest difficulty was not to play their own role. Instead, it was to kill their former comrades in battle without mercy. This was the hardest thing to do. However, for Jiang Fei, he had no such worries. As a person from the 3-dimensional world, Jiang Fei could kill anyone in the entire gamma space without mercy except for Natasha, who was his friend. "Retreat!" After completing one of the assassination missions, Neo said to his clones. At this time, 2 more of his clones had died, including Jiang Fei. There were only 5 left. "Dot!" The other clones, including Jiang Fei, did not say anything. They followed behind Neo and began to retreat. This time, Neo did not change his position. Instead, he retreated all the way back. "Captain, are we not going to stop the enemy?" One of the clones asked. "I have received orders from the sheriff. The enemy's attack is too fierce. We need to avoid the enemy's attack. Therefore, the sheriff has ordered us to retreat from the city for the time being," said Neo. "Retreat." Jiang Fei nodded in his heart. Then, He followed Neo and quickly retreated to the back. Soon, Jiang Fei and the rest met up with a large number of clone squads. As more and more people gathered, Jiang Fei saw the magistrate and Lena again. When he was in front of the magistrate and the rest, Jiang Fei roughly counted the number of clones. There were about 9,000 of them. It seemed that the military and police were really fierce in their attacks. It caused the clone warriors under the magistrate to suffer thousands of casualties. Of course, the magistrate was not the only one who suffered losses. The military police also suffered heavy losses. They also suffered thousands of casualties. At the same time, many of their mechs were destroyed. The magistrate was much better, because the magistrate did not send any mechs to defend. His mecha troops did not suffer any losses. Let's retreat! This time, the security officer did not give a long speech. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. Since they were about to escape, what else was there to say? Very quickly, the clone army began to retreat out of the city in an orderly manner. When the military and police saw that the clone army was preparing to retreat out of the city, they also began to slow down their attack speed. In fact, in the battle just now, the military and police had suffered heavy losses. Although with the assistance of mechas, the number of deaths of the military and police was slightly less than the clone army. There were still quite a number of injuries. After all, the clone army had the geographical advantage. During the process of searching, the military and police were almost always caught in the ambush of the enemy. The military and police, who had also suffered heavy losses, were also unable to continue fighting. Now that they saw the clone army beginning to retreat, they naturally would not pursue an attack. As such, the military police troops followed behind the clone army from afar. They only maintained pressure on the clone army, but there were already very few substantive attacks. On this side, the clone army withdrew from the city area in an orderly manner. After the clone army left the city area, the military police did not pursue anymore. They also needed to lick their wounds. Barker Farm is right in front. Let's set up camp there first, a clone officer said to the security officer. Okay. The security officer nodded. The geographical location was very good. It was very suitable for defense. Soon, the clone army that Jiang Fei was in charged into the farm. There was a family of 7 living in the farm. These unlucky farmers were all killed mercilessly. To the security officer, other than the clones under him, no one else could be trusted. Only by killing them could safety be guaranteed. As for the magistrate, he wanted to protect the city. As for the farmhouse outside the city, he had long given up. When he gave the order to drive the magistrate out of the city from this direction, the magistrate had already expected the fate of the farmers in the farmhouse. However, he did not inform these people to evacuate. These farmers were clearly abandoned by the magistrate. That was because they were nothing in the consul's eyes. Soon, the clone army took over the manor. Then, the consul father and daughter were escorted to the manor to rest. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei and the others began to set up defenses outside the manor. Chapter 2830, Chapter 2818, Hardship. Jiang Fei and the others were stationed in a good position. They were not at the outermost part of the farm, but in the middle. There were also a few big trees, a small stream, and a sheep pen. Captain Neo, can we eat something? I'm a little hungry, a clone recruit asked Neo. Since the beginning of the clone's activation, they had not had any food. Neo hesitated for a moment, and eventually shook his head and refused. Everyone, drink some water first. The food should be distributed on the top, Neo said to the few recruits under him. Alright. The few clone recruits were a little disappointed. They went to the stream to get some water to drink, but there was nothing they could do about the food. After about half an hour, a few clone warriors came to Jiang Fei's defense area and chased away the sheep. Not a single one was left behind. It was obvious. These sheep were meant for the sheriff and the higher level clone warriors to enjoy. Not to mention the recruits like Jiang Fei and the others. Even Neo did not have a share. Soon, smoke rose from the distant manor. After a while, the smell of roasted meat drifted out. Jiang Fei could clearly hear the few clone recruits beside him swallowing their saliva. When the sheriff and his closest subordinates were eating the roasted meat, they did not forget about the thousands of clone warriors outside. Soon, someone from Jiang Fei's side came to deliver the food. Presumably, the clones stationed in other places had also received the food. However, compared to the sheriff's roasted meat, Jiang Fei's food was much worse. This was a porridge made from some unknown grain. Although this farm was not small, however, the amount of grain stored here was only enough for a few thousand people. Therefore, There was no other way. The porridge had to be made a little thinner. Only then would everyone be full. There was not enough food. Not to mention cutlery. No farm would prepare thousands of bowls unless the farm was a porcelain kiln. And the place where Jiang Fei and the rest were at was obviously not a porcelain kiln. Therefore, cutlery did not exist. The few clone recruits took off their helmets one by one. Then, the clone who delivered the food took out a horse spoon and gave each of them half a helmet. Neo, the clone warrior, was treated slightly better than Jiang Fei and the others. Other than the porridge with half a helmet, he was also given a steamed bun. However, this steamed bun was dark and looked very hard. The conditions are difficult. Everyone, make do with it, Neo said to his soldiers. At this time, the clones that delivered the food had already left. They had to go to the next defense area to deliver the porridge. It's good enough that there's food. The other clones actually had smiles on their faces. Because when all the clones were activated, they were injected with the consciousness of absolute loyalty to the sheriff. Therefore, no matter how bad the food was or how difficult the conditions were, these clones were willing to do it. This subconscious ideology was already like a kind of faith. It made them worship the sheriff, as if the sheriff was their god. Under such circumstances, the sheriff naturally didn't need to put on a show of eating and sleeping together. They lived in clean rooms, eating barbecued meat and drinking fine wine, while the clone warriors outside, they could only drink the gruel that was difficult to swallow. After that, no one on the open grassland had a piece of cloth to block the cold wind. On the other side, Jiang Fei put the helmet in front of his nose. A pungent smell immediately rushed up, causing Jiang Fei to immediately keep the helmet away from his head. At that moment, Jiang Fei was almost certain that the grains in the gruel were the feed for the livestock. There might be some potions or other things mixed in it to prevent livestock from living. Unlike the other clones, Jiang Fei's mind was very flexible. When he was stationed in the city, the other clones were carefully watching the streets. Jiang Fei quietly walked to the kitchen. Then, he filled his stomach. Therefore, the new clone recruits were already very hungry. Naturally, they could not care less. In addition, they had a blind admiration for the sheriff. Therefore, even if they were to eat slops, they would still find it sweet. However, Jiang Fei was different. Firstly, he was not brainwashed. Secondly, he was not that hungry. Therefore, he really could not swallow the helmet porridge. "Why aren't you eating?" asked Neo. "I'm not very hungry. When I was stationed in the city, I saw that there was food in the kitchens of those houses. So, I ate it." Jiang Fei did not lie. Initially, everyone felt good eating the disgusting porridge. However, when Jiang Fei said that, everyone suddenly felt that they were at a disadvantage. Jiang Fei's actions were not against any rules in the eyes of the clones. However, everyone's thinking was not as flexible as his. Therefore, no one thought that it would be impossible to go back and look for food now. Therefore, everyone was filled with regret. 341. "Since you are not hungry, can you give me some of your gruel?" a female clone asked. To be honest, even though this gruel was disgusting, it was not enough. Therefore, it was really not enough to fill their stomachs. "You guys can share it." Jiang Fei handed the helmet over. He really could not finish it. The porridge was terrible. But he had been wearing the helmet for a whole day. It was filled with the smell of sweat. Then, he mixed the porridge with animal feed that was filled with antibiotics and hormones. This thing was really not something that an ordinary person could swallow. Whoosh! Although it was difficult for Jiang Fei to swallow the porridge, when he handed the helmet over, his companions immediately snatched it over. Then, in the blink of an eye, they divided it up completely. Even the inside of the helmet had been licked. There was nothing that could be done. These clones had been fighting for a whole day. Although they were clones, they were not robots after all. The intense consumption of the day had made everyone hungry to death. The half-helmet gruel did not care at all. After the gruel was finished, the clone warriors could be considered to have finished their dinner. Although everyone had not eaten their fill, that was all they could do. Sigh! Jiang Fei sighed. Based on the current situation, if the sheriff could not quickly take back the city or find a stable supply channel, they would not be able to win the coup. Even if they wanted to survive, it would be difficult. The night passed very quickly. That night, Jiang Fei and the other clones in the team took turns to be on duty. When they arrived at the farm, it was already midnight. Therefore, they did not sleep for long before the sun rose. When the sun rose, Jiang Fei and the others opened their eyes. Almost all of them were greeted by the sound of their stomachs growling. Chapter 2831, Chapter 2819. Attacking Area D. After a night of half sleeping and half squinting, Jiang Fei was hungry. Even so, he did not regret giving up on the half-helmet porridge from last night. Everyone, cheer up! We might have to counterattack today. Neo cheered up. Long live the sheriff! Jiang Fei's teammates immediately shouted. However, when they took the lead, the entire manor was filled with cheers of long live the sheriff. These brainwashed clones had become obsessed with the worship of the magistrate. What is wrong with these damn clones? However, the magistrate did not seem to be happy at the moment. He was originally sleeping soundly, but he was awakened by the waves of cheers. Magistrate, they are expressing their respect for you. A trusted aide of the magistrate came over and said. He was also a clone warrior named Lacharu. However, he was activated earlier. It was even earlier than Jiang Fei's carrier. Therefore, the sheriff trusted him deeply. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with him. The sheriff waved his hand. He only had these clone troops in his hands now. Therefore, he could not punish them at all. Lord Sheriff, what should we do next? Asked Lacharu. HMM. The sheriff thought for a moment and said to Lacharu. After breakfast today, we will head east. We will go around the edge of the city and arrive at District D5. Sir, do you want to occupy the Industrial District D5? Lacharu asked. Yes. After occupying the Industrial District, we can occupy the arsenal there. At that time, we will have an endless supply of weapons. The sheriff said. In fact, what his clone soldiers lacked the most was not weapons, but food. However, the sheriff clearly did not consider this point. As the saying goes, the butt determines the brain. The identity of the sheriff determined that he valued military power more. Even if his subordinates were hungry, his first consideration was to replenish their weapons. Of course, there was another reason. The sheriff had never lacked food. He ate well, so naturally, he would not understand the hunger of the clones. Yes, my lord. LaCroix did not refute the sheriff's decision. He had been instilled with the idea that he was absolutely loyal to the sheriff and would not question any of the sheriff's orders. Soon, Jiang Fei and the others received their breakfast. It was still half-helmet porridge. However, the porridge this time was slightly stronger than last night. At least, there was no pungent smell. Perhaps because it was dark last night. The clones who were cooking the porridge took the wrong ingredients and poured the livestock's feed into the porridge. Of course, perhaps Jiang Fei and the rest were lucky this morning and were given the normal porridge. The other unlucky clones drank the porridge made from the feed. However, all of this was no longer important. Jiang Fei held the half-helmet porridge in his hand. Although it smelled a little sweaty, it was impossible for him to not have food in his stomach. Therefore, he pinched his nose and drank the porridge. The other clones were initially staring at Jiang Fei, thinking that he would give up on the porridge. However, they did not expect Jiang Fei to raise his neck and drink it. Therefore, everyone could not help but feel a little disappointed. After drinking the porridge, the clone army set off. They had to go around the edge of the city to the D5 industrial area. As they had to go around the outer edge of the city, the journey was not close. Although the clone army had some vehicles, they were gradually abandoned due to the exhaustion of fuel. In the end, most of the clones could only move on their feet. Jiang Fei was no exception. Damn it. What's my purpose in sneaking in? I can't get close to the sheriff. I can't get any information. Jiang Fei was also worried. He had to think of a way to attract the sheriff's attention in order to get close to him. Otherwise, he would not be able to complete the mission given to him by Colonel Kono if he was just a small soldier. Moreover, he also wanted to learn some secrets about the Gamma space from the magistrate. Although the magistrate did not know as much as the magistrate, he was still the core of the upper echelons of the Gamma space. Therefore, he would more or less know some secrets. Jiang Fei had traveled for about 6 to 7 hours in the clone army. At this time, the orders from the higher-ups finally came. They could finally rest. Phew. Jiang Fei let out a sigh of relief. Although his physique was strong, he could not bear to walk for half a day, especially when there was only a little gruel in his stomach. If a strong person like Jiang Fei was already so tired, the other clones would be even more tired. Each and every one of them was extremely tired. However, because of the endless worship of the sheriff in their hearts, they persevered. Some of the weaker ones even died halfway through the journey. Phew. I'm so tired. But for the great cause of the sheriff, everything is worth it. That's right. Long live the sheriff. Long live the sheriff. Once the head was raised, there was no end to it. Everywhere was filled with cheers. It was as if shouting "Long live the sheriff" could relieve the fatigue of these clones and restore their strength, even if they did not have any food in their stomachs. Looking at the few fellow clones around him as if they were on steroids, Jiang Fei could not help but feel a sense of pity for them. These guys did not really believe in the sheriff. Instead, they had been indoctrinated with their memories. That was why they were like this. They are all pitiful people, Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, even if he was feeling disdain in his heart, Jiang Fei had to shout along with these guys. Otherwise, he would appear especially out of place among the crazy crowd alone. After about 20 minutes, the cheers finally stopped. During this period of time, the clones who were responsible for cooking had already set up the big pot. When they left the farm, the sheriff had ordered the remaining food in the farm to be loaded onto the truck. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others could still have 1 or 2 more servings of porridge during the march. As the old saying went, when one was hungry, eating bran was as sweet as honey. Jiang Fei was like that at the moment. The semi-helmeted porridge was already a very precious delicacy to him. When the porridge entered his stomach, he knew very well that he could feel the grains decomposing in his stomach and continuously releasing energy to supply his entire body. Although he knew that this was not really true and was just an illusion that he had made up in his mind, Jiang Fei still enjoyed the feeling when he was extremely hungry. After eating the porridge, the clone warriors took a simple rest. Then, they set off on their journey again. This time, they would march for 7 to 8 hours, and then attack the D5 industrial area. Chapter 2832, the final battle of Chapter 2820 was about to begin. Ever since the last time they ate porridge, Jiang Fei and the rest had traveled for another 6 to 7 hours. The D5 industrial zone was already in sight. However, most of the clone warriors were already at their limits. Lord Sheriff, let the warriors rest for a while. If they continue on like this, they will not have much combat power left, said LaCroix to the sheriff. How much food do we have left? The sheriff asked. Not enough for one meal, LaCroix reported. Walk further ahead. There is a small river ahead. We will bury the pot by the river to make rice. Add more water to let everyone eat until they are full, the sheriff said after thinking for a moment. Because after entering the D5 industrial area, the clone corps under the sheriff would have to fight with the military and police forces. If they fought on an empty stomach, their combat power would definitely be damaged. Therefore, even if they did not have enough food, they would have to fill their stomachs first. Yes, Lord Sheriff, I have already sent people to get the roots and bark. When the time comes, we will put these things in the porridge. Although there is not much nutrition, it will at least increase the feeling of fullness, said LaCroix. Your idea is not bad. Let's do it. The sheriff nodded. Yes, my lord. Lacheroux nodded. After walking for about half an hour, Jiang Fei felt that his legs were numb. If a person with his physical fitness was like this, there was no need to mention the other clones. Throughout the entire journey, more than 100 people had already died on the road. The remaining clones also showed signs of exhaustion. Most of them had relied on their faith in the magistrate to survive until this point. If they did not have this faith, they might have died along the way just like the hundreds of people. Finally, the team arrived at the small river. Then, Lacheroux ordered the team to stop. Plop! Plop! Almost all of the clone warriors sat down on the ground, including Jiang Fei. Come! 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 You guys, come with me! Jiang Fei and a few of the stronger clones were called together by the warriors. The few of you, go to the river and get some grass, the leading clone warrior ordered. Yes! The few clones immediately jumped into the river and began to fish for grass. Jiang Fei saw that his companions had all jumped in. Of course, he was no exception. Therefore, he jumped in as well. Soon, one after another, the grass was carried to the river bank. Then, someone carried the grass to the back. While they were fishing for grass, Jiang Fei observed briefly. There were more than 100 clones in the river. Everyone carried the grass up again and again. From this, it could be seen that the food in the magistrate's hands was extremely short. After almost everyone had fished up more than a dozen of the grass, Jiang Fei and the rest were allowed to go ashore. After another half an hour, the clone warriors who delivered the food came over with large buckets. This time, Jiang Fei and the rest were given a full head of helmet porridge. Moreover, the ingredients used in this porridge were very abundant. However, most of the porridge was made of grass and tree bark. When he put the helmet to his mouth, A fishy smell assaulted his nostrils. Of course, this was different from the freshness of the fish soup. This was just the fishy smell of grass. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. He was so hungry that his chest was pressed against his back. Therefore, he did not say anything. No matter how bad it was, he had to eat it. The other clone warriors were the same. This grass porridge was definitely not delicious. It could even be said that it was difficult to swallow. However, one could not resist the word hungry. So everyone began to gulp down the porridge. With a helmet of porridge, the clone warriors became a little more energetic. Although the porridge could only provide limited nutrition, at least there was food in their stomachs. Everyone was not anxious anymore. If you want to drink, there's more. This time, it'll fill you up. The clone warriors, who were carrying the porridge barrels, came back. I want it! I want it too! Everyone, including Jiang Fei, asked for another helmet, even though the grass porridge smelled fishy and tasted terrible. After resting for an hour, everyone drank a mouthful of warm porridge. The clone warriors had recovered a little. Although everyone was still very tired, they were no longer the same as before. They looked like they were half dead. After resting for about half an hour, the clone army set off again under the command of Lacharu. After moving forward for more than an hour, Jiang Fei and the others finally arrived at the outer perimeter of the D5 industrial area. At that moment, the outer perimeter of the D5 industrial area had already been set up with various defensive fortifications. The clone army was so large. As long as the military and police were not blind, how could they not be able to grasp the position of the clones? Therefore, the consul had long known that the sheriff was going to attack the D5 industrial area. They had already set up a defense here in advance. Previously, the consul was unwilling to fight the sheriff because he was afraid that the war would destroy the city and destroy important facilities. Now that the sheriff's army had been forced out of the city, they wanted to attack the city again. Of course, the consul could not agree. At this moment, almost all the military and police forces were gathered at the D5 industrial area. They were obviously prepared to fight the clone army under the consul. Lord Consul, shall we attack now? Lacroix asked. There's no rush. Get the troops to attack, the consul said. Yes. Lacroix immediately passed down the order. And then the clone army immediately took up a charging formation. Lena, do you think our plan can succeed? The sheriff turned around and asked. Father, we must succeed. And we will succeed, Lena said to the sheriff. Go and pick the people you need. The sheriff nodded. Okay. Lena got out of the car and went to the clone army. You? Lena continued to choose among the clones. Moreover, she chose very strong clones. You? Soon, Lena came to Jiang Fei's party. She would not let a clone with Jiang Fei's body size go. Therefore, Jiang Fei was also selected. The clones that were selected by Lena were quickly gathered together. Jiang Fei counted them briefly. There were about 100 of them in total. Your next mission is to escort me to a place. You must ensure my safety and the safety of my belongings, even if it means sacrificing your own lives, Lena said to Jiang Fei and the others. For the glory of the sheriff. The clones roared loudly. These brainwashed fellows were beyond redemption. Chapter 28:33, Chapter 28:21. Deep into the jungle. Very soon, Jiang Fei and his party quietly left the main group and escorted Lena into the jungle next to them. The party traveled through the jungle. Lena was carried on the back of a strong clone warrior. Her things were carried by another clone warrior. In Jiang Fei's party, there were a total of 8 clone warriors. The remaining 100 or so people were clone recruits like them. Jiang Fei was among the clones. He did not know where he was going. He just followed the group. After Jiang Fei and the others left the group for half an hour, there was the faint sound of gunfire behind them. It was very obvious that the clone army under the sheriff had begun to attack. Jiang Fei followed behind those people. He kept moving through the jungle. Because he had food in his stomach, his stamina was still able to keep up. However, Jiang Fei knew that the food he ate was just to occupy his stomach. It did not provide much energy at all. Therefore, as he passed through the jungle, he was also looking for something to eat. What are you doing? A clone beside Jiang Fei asked curiously. Looking for food, Jiang Fei said. Food? The clone was stunned. The knowledge that they had been taught did not include survival in the wild. Jiang Fei nodded as he continued to search. However, very soon, Jiang Fei frowned because he suddenly realized that the wild creatures in the gamma space were not quite the same as the creatures that he was familiar with. although he had found some fruits of food and some small beasts. However, Jiang Fei did not know if these things were poisonous. "What is your number?" the clone beside Jiang Fei asked. 341, Jiang Fei replied. "I am 625, the clone said with a smile. "Yes," Jiang Fei nodded. "Can these things really be eaten?" 625 asked as he looked at the fruits that Jiang Fei had collected. "Maybe." Jiang Fei was not sure. "Let me try." 625's genes seemed to come from some foodie. Therefore, he took a fruit from Jiang Fei's hand and bit into it. "*M*. You'd better lick it first, and wait for a while to see if there's any reaction." Before Jiang Fei could finish his sentence, 625 had already finished eating the fruit. "It's quite sweet." 625 smiled. "You really don't want to live." Jiang Fei sighed. However, 625 had already eaten it. He could only wait quietly. After walking for a while, 625 did not seem to notice anything unusual. He pointed at the fruit in Jiang Fei's hand and said, "Give me another one." All right." Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment and gave another one to 625. He finished it in 2 or 3 bites. Very soon, Jiang Fei found another fruit tree in front of him. It was the same kind of fruit as before. However, this time, Jiang Fei made a new discovery. He found a few wormholes on one of the fruits. After opening the fruit, he found a few plump flesh worms inside. "Looks like this fruit can be eaten." Jiang Fei nodded. It had been more than an hour since 625 had eaten the first fruit. He did not show any signs of abnormality. Moreover, there were worms in the fruit. That further proved that the fruit was not poisonous. "I told you it was edible." 625 laughed happily. Then, he picked a few more fruits from the tree. "What are you two doing?" The clone warrior in front of them turned around and roared. At this time, Jiang Fei and 625 were already at the back of the team. "Nothing," 625 and Jiang Fei said almost at the same time. "Hurry up and follow me," the clone warrior roared. "Coming!" Jiang Fei and 625 took a few steps forward and followed the team in front. After that, during the march, Jiang Fei and 625 had collected many of these fruits. Although these fruits were ugly, they tasted very good and were very sweet. And sweet meant sugar, which meant energy. Therefore, these fruits were undoubtedly the best source of food. Jiang Fei and 625 ate quite a lot of them. Jiang Fei did not tell anyone about the fruits because he was not brainwashed. He had his own selfish motives. However, 625 did not know why. But he instinctively kept the secret. Although the clones around him saw them, no one paid any attention to them. The clones maintained a non-participating but non-snitching attitude. This surprised Jiang Fei a little. In fact, these clones were all normal people with self-awareness. Although they were clones, they also had their own thoughts. Although they were loyal to the sheriff, they did not go against this premise. They did not have the right to betray their own companions to their superiors. Therefore, these clones were basically holding on to the attitude of not participating or reporting anything. They watched as Jiang Fei and 625 ate their fill. However, this situation did not last for long. The amount of porridge that the clones ate was really not enough. Moreover, marching in the jungle consumed a lot of stamina. Therefore, these clones quickly began to be hungry and thirsty. At this time, Jiang Fei and 625 selflessly contributed the information that they had obtained and told the other clones which kind of fruit could be eaten. Therefore, the clones began to pick the fruits and eat them. If everyone picked the fruits and ate them, this matter would not be able to be hidden. Not to mention the clone warriors who had discovered this. Even Lena had seen it. "Are you sure that this fruit is edible?" Lena called Jiang Fei and 625 over. "I have been eating it for almost 3 hours. There are no adverse reactions," 625 said. "I saw that there are bugs in this fruit. I thought that since the bugs are fine after eating it, we should be fine after eating it," Jiang Fei said. If that's the case, let's eat some in batches." Lena nodded. She knew that these clones had not eaten much since yesterday. Moreover, they had gone through a long journey and a jungle march. If they were not allowed to replenish their food, they would definitely not be able to walk out of the jungle. In fact, not to mention these clones, even the clone warriors, who had been able to eat their fill, and Lena, who had eaten well, were a little hungry. After all, it had been almost 5 hours since they entered the jungle. "It's been, 5 hours. Bring me 2 of them." "2," said Lena. "Miss, I have some here," Jiang Fei immediately went forward and handed over the fruits he had picked before. These 2 fruits were picked by Jiang Fei. They were really big and round. Yes. Lina nodded with satisfaction. And then took the fruit. The main reason why Jiang Fei was working so hard was to attract Lina's attention. He was not interested in this chick. If he really had that intention. When this chick used Yuanqiu as a carrier, Jiang Fei would not have given her to Han Tianyu. Chapter 2834, Chapter 28. The main reason why Jiang Fei wanted to get close to Lina was to gather more information. He needed to gather more valuable information. Both professionally and personally. Professionally, Jiang Fei was now a spy for the Archon. Moreover, the Archon had directly given him the rank of Major. Although the main purpose of this military rank was to force Jiang Fei to carry out this mission. No matter what. Since he had accepted the mission, Jiang Fei had to do something. Jiang Fei also wanted to know some secrets about the Gamma space. After all, the more he knew, the easier it would be for him to act. Of course, Jiang Fei did not necessarily have to help the magistrate. If the magistrate and Lina really had a chance of winning, Jiang Fei did not mind helping them. When the time came, he would become a founding father or something. Perhaps, he would have a better chance of getting close to the development team and completing his mission. However, based on the current situation, the magistrate's side looked like they were in a desperate struggle. Now, it seemed that they were betting on Lina's secret operation. For the magistrate's side, it was almost impossible to force their way into the city. It was almost impossible to break into the city. Jiang Fei, who had been to the back of the Archon's army, knew very well that the sheriff's side might have a slight advantage in terms of numbers. However, in terms of heavy weapons, the clone army of the sheriff's side could not be compared to the military police's side. The other side had more than 100 mechs. But the sheriff only had around 30 of them. The difference in heavy weapons was definitely not something that a few thousand people could make up for. That was why Jiang Fei was not optimistic that the sheriff's side would win the final victory. The magistrate clearly understood his own weakness. That was why he gathered his troops. While the clone soldiers on his side were still maintaining a high level of combat power. He wanted to take down the 5 industrial district in one fell swoop. He wanted to gain the support of the Arso. However, the magistrate was not stupid. The other party had also gathered their heavy troops here. After 2 rounds of hard fighting, the magistrate could not gain any advantage at all. This fruit tastes really good. Lina was really hungry. She ate 2 fruits in one go. Then, she said to Jiang Fei with satisfaction. What's your name? I don't have a name. I only have a number, 341. Jiang Fei replied. 341. Huh? Alright. Just stay by my side. Lina nodded and said. Thank you, miss, said Jiang Fei immediately. Was he not trying to get close to the people who had the real information? If he were to stay with the ordinary clones, he would not be able to hear any news. After the 100 people ate some fruits, everyone's condition improved a lot. The fruits were very sweet and full of water. In an instant, everyone's needs for food and water were solved. After everyone gathered some fruits for backup, they set off on their journey again. Lina used the compass-like thing in her hand to constantly adjust the direction. Then, she guided the 100 people through the jungle. When Jiang Fei and the others were tired, they would rest in the jungle for a while. When they were thirsty and hungry, they would eat the fruits to satisfy their hunger. Just like that, they walked for half a day. The sky gradually darkened. We will rest here for a night. Tomorrow morning, we will be able to reach our destination, Lina said to the few trusted aides beside her. Other than the few clone warriors, these trusted aides were Jiang Fei. Okay. The other clone warriors nodded. Although Jiang Fei was curious about the destination, the others did not ask. He did not dare to speak rashly. By following Lina, Jiang Fei enjoyed a special privilege. He did not need to take turns keeping watch. These tasks were for the new clone warriors. However, even if he did not have to keep watch, Jiang Fei would sleep well tonight. After all, it was in the humid jungle. It was not easy to find a dry place. If he wanted to sleep well, he could forget about it. Only Lina could enjoy a temporary bed. However, in order to find dry grass to pave the way for her, the more than 100 clones worked for more than half an hour. The next morning, everyone got up one after another. After eating a few fruits for breakfast, the group continued their journey. After walking for another hour or so, Jiang Fei and the rest finally walked out of the jungle. Jiang Fei looked into the distance. At that moment, they were already a little far from the city. From afar, they could only see the faint outline of the city. Can we reach the city before noon? Asked Lena. It's tough, said a clone warrior. Yes. As the saying goes, a horse dies when it sees the mountain. Although we can see the outline of the city from here. The distance in a straight line is about tens of kilometers. If we only use our 2 legs, it will be very difficult for us to reach the city before noon. Jiang Fei began to interrupt. The purpose of his actions was to make himself appear in front of Lena. He needed to blend in with the core circle. Only then would he be able to obtain more information. If that's the case, then we have to speed up. Even if we can't arrive before noon, we have to hurry. Lena said. Then let's run forward. A clone warrior said. Okay. No problem. The other clone warriors followed. Miss, may I ask something? Jiang Fei asked. What? Lena looked at Jiang Fei. It's like this. When we arrive at the city, do we need to engage in a high-intensity battle? Jiang Fei asked. If it's normal, it shouldn't be necessary. However, if there's an accident, we might really have to fight. Lena said after thinking for a moment. Miss, if we do not need to engage in a high-intensity battle at all, it would not be a problem for us to march at full speed. However, if there is a risk of battle, I suggest that we try our best to preserve the stamina of the warriors to prevent them from not being able to display their combat strength during the battle, said Jiang Fei. But time is of the essence, said Lena. Time is of the essence. We can find another way to solve this problem, Jiang Fei said. As he pointed into the distance, he said, Miss, look, there's a farm over there. Although it's not on our route, I think we can take a detour. Didn't you say that we have to conserve our energy? If we take another detour, wouldn't that be even further? A clone warrior said unhappily. This guy with the code name 341 was just a newbie. He actually dared to steal the limelight of veterans like them. This was something that even his uncle and aunt could not tolerate. Although that place is not on our route, we might need to expend some extra energy to go there. However, that farm looks like it is inhabited, and there is a high possibility that there is a truck in the farm. If we can get a truck, not only will our marching speed be greatly increased, we will be able to reach the city before noon. Moreover, we can also maximize the energy of the soldiers. Jiang Fei said. Chapter 2835, Chapter 2823. Handicraft. Your suggestion is very good. Let's do it. After listening to Jiang Fei's reason, Lena immediately made the decision. Miss, what if there are no trucks there? A clone warrior questioned. Usually, there will be trucks in the farm. Even if there are no trucks, we can get some other means of transportation. Jiang Fei took the initiative to say. Other means of transportation? What kind of transportation can carry so many people? Said the clone warrior unwillingly. Miss, it's best if we hurry. He'll explain the specific reason to you on the way, said Jiang Fei as he turned around and spoke to Lena. Okay. Lena nodded. Then, she said to her trusted aide beside her. Pass down the order to set off immediately. Yes. The clone warrior nodded and passed down the order. Soon, the 100 or so people set off towards the farm in the distance. Although this farm was much closer than the city, it was actually quite far from the jungle. Jiang Fei and the others walked for nearly 2 hours before they finally reached the entrance of the farm. Charge in. As the leading clone warrior gave the order, the clone recruits charged into the farm. At first, the owner of the farm wanted to fight back with guns. However, when he saw that there were more than 100 intruders and that they were all equipped with weapons, the owner of the farm gave up resisting. However, he soon regretted his decision. We can't let the news get out. Kill them all. Lena waved her hand. Then, there was a burst of gunshots. There were a total of 13 people, young and old, in the farm. All of them died in a pool of blood. Miss, we found 2 small trucks. Each truck can hold about 20 people. There are also 2 cars. Each car can hold 4 to 5 people. The leading clone warrior ran over and reported the results of the search. I told you it was not enough. There are not enough vehicles now. Aren't you wasting your time? The clone warrior who had doubted Jiang Fei previously said. The other clone warriors also looked at Jiang Fei. Didn't you say that there was a solution? Lena also looked at Jiang Fei. Miss, don't worry. Give me half an hour. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he called out about 10 people from the clone recruits. After that, Jiang Fei brought them to the garage of the farm. There were 2 small cars parked in the garage. Jiang Fei had people drive the cars out. Then, under Jiang Fei's orders, the clone recruits tore down the garage. The walls of the garage were made of a simple board. Therefore, after they were taken down, the boards were still intact. Then, Jiang Fei took out the welding tools from the garage. Then, using the materials found in the garage and the farm, he roughly welded a square frame. Then, Jiang Fei dismantled a farm machine that looked like a harvester and welded its territory under the frame. Spread the boards. Following Jiang Fei's order, the clone recruits threw the boards that had just been dismantled into the frame. A suggested small bucket was ready. Hang this at the back of a truck. Jiang Fei instructed a clone recruit to bring a truck over. Then, he hung the cart at the back of the truck. It shouldn't be a problem for 20 people to sit in this, Jiang Fei said with satisfaction. Okay. Lena looked at the cart and nodded in satisfaction. She had already understood Jiang Fei's intention. The two trucks could carry about 20 people. If they squeezed together, 30 people would be enough. This way, the two trucks could carry 60 people. For the remaining 40 people, 2 trucks would be enough. Although the trucks did not have any damping measures, it would be very bumpy to sit on them. However, it was enough to transport soldiers temporarily. Make another one just like this, Lena said. Miss, there is only one farming machine in our farm. There is no other territory, a clone warrior reported. Aren't there 2 small cars? Tear one down, Lena said. Yes. Following Lena's order, the outer SHL of the small car was quickly removed. Then, Jiang Fei brought some people and welded a car bucket onto it. 341. Follow me in a car. When the new car bucket was ready, Lena called out to Jiang Fei and sat in one of the cars. Okay. Jiang Fei was very happy. It was not that he felt comfortable in a small car, but he knew that he had finally won Lena's approval. Let's go! Following Lena's command, the more than 100 people set off. The convoy set off from the farm. Although the road was bumpy, the sturdiness of the 2 simple car compartments was still sufficient. Although the clone warriors in the car compartments had suffered a little, their marching speed had indeed increased significantly. After about 2 hours, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived at the edge of the city. The cars also drove onto the wide and flat road. This made the clones sitting in the buckets feel a lot more comfortable. Let's go here. Lena gave a new coordinate. Yes. The leading clone warrior nodded. He was now Lena's driver. At the same time, he was also the guide of the entire convoy. The 3 cars sped along the road and soon entered the city. However, Lena did not let the convoy approach the city center. They only stayed close to the outer edge of the city. They continued forward until they reached an abandoned factory. This place seemed to be an abandoned sugar factory before, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. This place was indeed a sugar factory before. However, this sugar factory only operated for a few weeks. Then, it was abandoned. Until today, it has been abandoned for almost 100 years, said Lena. Abandoned for 100 years? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. Yes. Lena gestured for the car to stop. Then, she walked down. When they saw Lena getting out of the car, Jiang Fei and the rest quickly followed her out. The 2 trucks behind them, and the clone soldiers in the back bucket jumped out one after another. At that moment, the 40 or so people in the back bucket could not even walk anymore. Although they had only walked for more than 2 hours. They were exhausted. At that moment, if someone told these clone warriors to take a bus, they would definitely prefer to walk on 2 legs. Creak! The door of the sugar factory warehouse was opened. During the opening process, many rusts fell from the door. At the same time, a musty smell came from the warehouse. It was obvious that this warehouse hadn't been used for a long time. Go in! Lena waved her hand, and the 2 clone warriors led their recruits into the warehouse. Soon, the warehouse was checked and a safe message came out. Chapter 2836, Chapter 2824. The Secret Passage. Following Lena's orders, teams of clones entered the warehouse. Jiang Fei was no exception. After entering the warehouse, Jiang Fei carefully observed his surroundings. This warehouse had clearly been abandoned for a long time. The machinery around had long been rusted. All sorts of miscellaneous items had been covered in dust. It seems that this place has been abandoned for a long time. It has been a long time since anyone has come here, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Then, Jiang Fei followed the others into the depths of the warehouse. Jiang Fei's position was neither near the front nor behind, as he had become Lena's trusted aide. He followed Lena's side, and was also protected in the middle of the team. 341. Go to the front and see if there's a large press there, Lena said to Jiang Fei at that moment. Yes. Miss! Jiang Fei replied and walked forward. After walking for about 5 minutes, Jiang Fei arrived at the front of the team. How is it? Did you find anything? Jiang Fei asked. Nothing special, the leading clone warrior replied. Although Jiang Fei was only a clone recruit, he did not know that this recruit with the codename 341 was Miss Lena's trusted aide. Nothing? Jiang Fei frowned and went forward to investigate. This was the end of the warehouse. There was nothing suspicious around. However, Jiang Fei quickly noticed a bunch of things in the corner. However, these things were covered by a tarpaulin. The tarpaulin was already covered with dust. What is this thing? Jiang Fei asked. A bunch of abandoned machinery. Its purpose is unknown, the leading clone warrior replied. Open it and let me take a look, Jiang Fei said. Okay. The leading clone warrior did not waste any time. He directly brought 2 people and came to the front of the machinery. 1, 2, 3. As the clone warrior shouted, the few clones exerted their strength and pulled the tarpaulin off. After the tarpaulin was pulled off, the machinery inside was revealed. Jiang Fei took a closer look. It was indeed a punching machine. Watch this thing carefully, Jiang Fei said to the clones. Yes. As the clone warrior gave the order, the clones surrounded the large punching machine. On the other side, Jiang Fei turned around and returned to Lena's side. Miss, I have found the punching machine, Jiang Fei said. Okay. Lena nodded and walked forward. Jiang Fei followed behind Lena and returned to the position of the punching machine. Along with him were a few of Lena's trusted aides and personal bodyguards. Move aside! Lena's voice was not very loud, but the clone warriors and their subordinates immediately spread out to the sides, giving up the position near the punching machine. 341. Go and look for it. See if there are any plum blossom-shaped marks on the press, Lena said to Jiang Fei. Yes, my lady. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he began to look around the press carefully. The press was very big. It was about 3 meters tall, 5 meters long and 5 meters wide. Moreover, it needed to be searched carefully. Therefore, after 10 minutes, Jiang Fei still did not find anything. You guys go and help too, Lena said to the few trusted aides beside her. Yes, miss. The few clone warriors also came to the side of the machine and began to search carefully. As time passed, Jiang Fei and the others were dizzy. However, they still could not find the symbol of the plum blossom. After another 10 minutes or so, Jiang Fei suddenly found a plum blossom mark that was only the size of a fingernail in a corner. Miss, I found it! Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Where is it? Lena walked to Jiang Fei's side in 2 steps. Here! Jiang Fei pointed the plum blossom imprint to Lena. That's it! Lena's lips curled into a smile. Then, Lena waved her hand. One of her trusted aides immediately stepped forward and handed the small box that Lena carried with her to her young man. After receiving the box, Lena immediately placed the box on the ground and opened it. Jiang Fei took the opportunity to look into the box. It was filled with all kinds of delicate instruments. After opening the box, Lena very quickly took out something that looked like a triangular plate. Then, she took this thing to the plum blossom imprint on the punching machine and began to measure and calculate. Soon, Lena got the data she wanted and began to look for it on the stamping machine. About 5 minutes later, Lena found what she wanted. Creak! Creak! Lena found a valve based on the data and began to rotate. Lena rotated the valve at a very strange rhythm, and the number of circles also had a specific pattern. Very soon, the sound of gears turning could be heard from under the press. Get out of the way! Lena shouted and took the initiative to retreat. When Jiang Fei saw this, he did not dare to be careless. He followed Lena and quickly left the press. Kala! Kala! Following a series of mechanical sounds, the ground gradually cracked open, revealing a tunnel that led underground for a day. Let's go in! Lena nodded and took the lead to enter the tunnel. Jiang Fei followed closely behind and followed. After that, the clone warriors also led their subordinates into the tunnel. After entering the tunnel, it was not as dark as Jiang Fei had imagined. On the contrary, this place was much brighter than the dim warehouse outside. On the walls on both sides of the tunnel, there was a light fixture that lit up the place. Jiang Fei followed Lena and soon arrived at the gate. Tools! Lena said. Yes, my lady! A clone warrior once again handed the small box to Lena. Then, Lena quickly picked out the things that she needed and went to the gate. After some operation, the gate opened. Let's go in. Lena was the first to enter. There are no defense mechanisms. Moreover, Lena knows this place like the back of her hand. Could this be a secret base of the sheriff? Jiang Fei guessed. After seeing Lena go through the gate, Jiang Fei hurriedly followed her in. After entering the gate, Jiang Fei found that they had arrived at a huge underground hall. It was like a huge laboratory. There were many half-finished products hanging around. However, there was no one here. It was like a dead city. It gave people a creepy feeling. You guys pick out the suitable equipment. The specific instructions are next to the equipment, said Lena as she quickly operated the control panel. As Lena operated, the two walls of the laboratory flipped. A large amount of weapons and equipment were revealed. Chapter 2837, Chapter 2825. Assassination. Everyone, pick whatever weapon you can get your hands on. Take as many as you can, Lena said to the clones. Yes. The clones agreed and went to pick their weapons. The strong clone warriors were more inclined towards heavy weapons, such as individual energy cannons. The weaker clone recruits were more inclined towards rifles and submachine guns. Moreover, they had a lot of energy magazines. Jiang Fei browsed through these weapons. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he chose the weapon that was most suitable for him. Very quickly, Jiang Fei found something that made his eyes light up. It was a silver-white cylinder. It was not very thick. One of it was just right for him to hold. Jiang Fei had previously found a lightsaber in the Life Extension Center's laboratory. He had used it to defeat a mech. However, that lightsaber was later discarded by Jiang Fei. Otherwise, he would not have been able to blend in with the clones with the lightsaber. Although he could not continue to possess the lightsaber, Jiang Fei still remembered the power of the lightsaber very clearly. Therefore, when he saw the lightsaber, he immediately fell in love with this weapon. After he picked up the lightsaber, Jiang Fei took 2 steps back and activated the lightsaber. Buzz! With a soft sound, the lightsaber's blade appeared. Its stability was even better than the one that Jiang Fei had used previously. It's you? Jiang Fei put away the lightsaber in satisfaction. After putting away the lightsaber, Jiang Fei was not satisfied. Lena had already said that he could take as much as he wanted. What was there to be polite about? After that, Jiang Fei picked out an energy sniper rifle and a single-unit energy cannon from the weapon rack. With his good physique, Jiang Fei even packed a bag of energy magazines on him. After taking everything, Jiang Fei looked around. The clones were also carrying a lot of weapons. Everyone knew that there was going to be a tough battle ahead. Weapons were the soldiers' only means of survival. They were both offensive weapons and the best defensive equipment. On the battlefield, only weapons could protect themselves. Therefore, the clones who had been instilled with military theories carried as many weapons as possible. After everyone had almost picked their weapons, Lena said, Since you have already picked your weapons, gather in the middle of the laboratory. Yes. The clones replied and gathered in the middle of the laboratory. Jiang Fei was no exception. Following that, Lena began to operate again. Following that, the sound of gears grinding could be heard again. Then, Jiang Fei and the others moved towards the wall that they were facing. The wall that had just flipped over was on both sides of the laboratory. There were all kinds of weapons inside. This time, when the wall that was facing Jiang Fei and the others flipped over, a huge shadow was revealed. More than 10 spotlights were lit up at the same time. The shadow was instantly illuminated. A mech? Jiang Fei was stunned. This mech was clearly larger than the other mechs that Jiang Fei had seen before. Although they were all silver-white in color, the shape of this mech was completely different from the previous ones. This is a shrimp-powered mech. The latest research results. Lena took the initiative to introduce it. Miss, who are you planning to let pilot this mech? One of Lena's trusted aides asked. Just as this question was asked, all of Lena's trusted aides turned their gazes to her. Because these guys all wanted to become the pilots of the shrimp-powered mech. I'll pilot the mech myself. Lena's words surprised everyone. Miss, think again. Many clone warriors advised. Although the shrimp-powered mech used the latest technology, it was not invincible after all. Once it was on the battlefield, it would definitely become the target of the enemy's concentrated fire or even sneak attacks. Under the enemy's focused attacks, even if the shrimp-powered mech's combat strength was strong, it would be heavily injured by the enemy's concentrated fire or even destroyed. If that happened, Lena would be putting herself in danger. You don't have to say any more. This war is not just about you. Once we fail, we will also suffer a fate worse than death. So it's not a big deal to fight alongside you, Lena said. Long live the Lord Sheriff. Long live Miss Lena! The cheers immediately rose. These brainwashed clones were easy to fool. Alright, let's say the cheers for when we win. We have to start moving now, Lena said to the crowd. At this moment, the sheriff was leading the clone army in a battle with the military and police, because they had obtained information in advance. They had long been prepared for battle. It was not that easy for the sheriff's clone army to conquer the D5 industrial zone. Therefore, the importance of Lena as a surprise soldier was shown. Lena was going to lead this small team to assassinate the magistrate and end the war from another angle. Assassinating the magistrate was no joke. The difficulty was no less than the magistrate leading the team to conquer the D5 industrial zone. Miss, what should we do? A clone warrior asked. These clones had been implanted with memories, so loyalty was definitely not a problem. Look! As Lena spoke, the last wall of the laboratory moved. In the end, the wall only rotated 45 degrees. Everyone, take your weapons. Let's go in. Lena waved her hand and took the lead to walk into the wall. Jiang Fei and the others followed closely behind. When they entered the back of the wall, Jiang Fei realized that this was actually a subway station. However, this place looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. An old train was parked on the track. The body of the train was already covered in rust. Everyone, get on the train! Lena ordered. Yes! All the clones were on stimulants. They quickly got on the train. Jiang Fei was no exception. After getting on the train, Lena installed a small thing at the front of the train. Immediately, the train started moving. Everyone, get ready. We still have 15 minutes to reach the core of the city. We will arrive at the magistrate's mansion in 17 minutes, Lena said loudly. Yes! The clones were excited. If they knew that they were going to carry out a crucial mission, they would be able to help the magistrate realize his dream. Although this mission was very difficult, and they would die if they were not careful, the clones did not care at all. The brainwashed clones were not afraid of death at all. They only wanted to do something for their idol. Who should I support? Jiang Fei was also hesitating. History had placed the heavy responsibility in the hands of a small soldier like him. Now, Jiang Fei could choose to help Lena to assassinate the consul. If they could successfully reach the consul's mansion, the success rate would be quite high. Chapter 2838, Chapter 2826. Double insurance. Let's wait and see. Jiang Fei did not rush to make a decision. In Jiang Fei's opinion, whether it was the consul or the sheriff, there was no fundamental difference between the two. He himself did not have any preferences. Therefore, in Jiang Fei's opinion, it was fine for either of the two to win. In order to decide who to help, it would have to depend on which side had the higher profits. Currently, it was obvious that helping the magistrate and Lena to assassinate the magistrate had the higher profits. If he could successfully assassinate the magistrate, then after the magistrate was promoted, Jiang Fei would undoubtedly have the merit of being a dragon. Moreover, Jiang Fei had become Lena's trusted aide. Therefore, once the magistrate succeeded, Jiang Fei's status would naturally rise. When that time came, he might be able to take over a certain department. After all, the magistrate trusted his clones the most. After the battle in the D5 industrial zone, Jiang Fei believed that there would be very few clones left under the magistrate. When that time came, the chances of him being able to climb to a high position would be very high. If he had the power, then Jiang Fei would be very easy to get close to the development team. He could even complete his own mission under the guise of official business. In terms of profit, choosing the sheriff and Lena's side was undoubtedly beneficial to Jiang Fei. However, the problem was that the risk of this choice was too high. Once Jiang Fei gambled on it, he might even lose all his underpants. Therefore, in order to prevent all his previous efforts from going to waste, Jiang Fei did not choose to take a side too early. He chose to continue observing. If he saw that there was a chance of success on Lena's side, he would definitely choose to stand on Lena's side and kill the sheriff. Assist the magistrate to rise to the throne. If possible, Jiang Fei even wanted to assist Lena in launching a coup after the magistrate rose to the throne. He wanted to kill her father and help her rise to the throne. Then, Jiang Fei would be able to become the second in command. When the time came, it would be much easier for him to control the development team. However, that was just a thought. Based on the current situation, even if Lena and the others managed to touch the magistrate's residence, it would be as difficult as climbing the heavens to assassinate the heavily protected magistrate. Time passed by slowly. The train was moving at a high speed in the underground tunnel. As it was moving in a completely sealed underground tunnel, Jiang Fei could not tell how far the train had gone, or where it had gone. Ka! Chi! As the train slowed down, it finally stopped at a platform. Boom boom boom! Lena controlled her mech and walked down from the train. Follow me! Lena called out to the clone warriors behind her. Yes! The clone warriors, including Jiang Fei, followed behind Lena and got off the train. The subway station seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Jiang Fei and the others moved forward and soon arrived in front of a large elevator. Crack! 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 Lena managed to activate the elevator through some pretense. It seems that the father and daughter have been planning to assassinate the Archon for a long time. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Lena was too familiar with her movements. This was the result of countless practice sessions. All of you, go up, Lena said to the clones. Yes. All the clones went up the elevator. Then, Lena controlled her mech to go up as well. We will reach the ground in 2 minutes. The exit here is the governor's mansion's spare garage. Generally speaking, we will not be discovered immediately after we leave. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of an accident. Before Lena opened the elevator, she first told everyone about the situation that they were about to face. Miss, are we just going to attack directly? A clone warrior asked. Yes. Lena nodded. Looks like this is the most uncertain part of the mission. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although Lena and her father had planned everything, they still did not understand the situation in the magistrate's mansion. Anyone who could become the magistrate was not a fool. It was impossible to reveal all of their details to others. Therefore, the magistrate and Lena had no idea about the situation in the magistrate's mansion. Including Lena, she did not know if she could break into the residence and kill the magistrate before the arrival of the magistrate's reinforcements. If she could not, the scene inside the magistrate's residence would repeat itself. However, this time, the ones to be eliminated would be Lena and her clone warriors. We'll be counting on you this time. I hope that everyone can fight bravely against the enemy, Lena said to the crowd. For the glory of the magistrate. The clones were as if they were on steroids. Looks like I should buy a double insurance. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and quietly took out the communicator. Let's go! At this time, Lena opened the elevator. At the same time, Jiang Fei began to send a message to Colonel Kono. He said that they had arrived at the magistrate's mansion and were ready to assassinate him. What? Assassinate the Archon? And all of them have arrived at his mansion? That's impossible. There are no troops under the sheriff in the city. Could it be a secret agent? Could it be that a traitor has appeared beside the Archon? That's impossible. In an instant, the battle staff around Colonel Kono were in an uproar. The second message is here. At this moment, the adjutant beside him shouted. What? There's a secret tunnel underground? After seeing the second message, everyone understood. Quick! Give the consul a warning. Send someone back immediately. Colonel Kono kept giving orders, but at this moment, the military and police had been sent to the front line of the D5 industrial zone. It would take at least 30 minutes to retreat. During this period of time, they could only rely on the security personnel in the consul's residence to protect the consul's safety. Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the spare garage was blasted open. Kill! More than 100 clones rushed out with guns in their hands. They fired at the front, but did not knock down any security personnel. What's the situation? No one. The few clone warriors were stunned. Don't worry about it. Attack the building directly, Lena ordered. In fact, the consul had already received the warning a minute ago, because the number of security personnel in the official residence was seriously insufficient. The consul did not arrange for them to ambush in the courtyard. Instead, he withdrew them all into the buildings, hoping to rely on the buildings to defend. The consul's idea was very simple. He did not expect to be able to wipe out the invading land, as long as he could buy time. When the reinforcements arrived, this lone assassin team would be quickly eliminated. Chapter 2839, Chapter 2827 was exposed. Kill! Amidst the shouting, the clones launched an attack on the consul's residence. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The energy rifles fired at the windows and doors of the residence in an attempt to suppress the possible resistance. Boom boom boom! A few individual energy cannons fired, shattering the doors on both sides of the building and opening the entrance to the building. Charge! Charge! For the glory of the magistrate! Kill! The clones began to charge. They quickly passed through the middle area and ran towards the entrance of the building. Whoosh! Whoosh! Finally, the magistrate's bodyguards began to counterattack. Their gunshots were scattered, but their accuracy was very high. Just one round of counterattack had caused 5 or 6 clones to fall. Continue to charge. The clone warriors behind continued to give orders. For the glory of the consul. Those clone recruits had been brainwashed. They were not afraid of death at all. And one by one, they began to charge. So south. The consul's bodyguards hid within the buildings, firing their cold guns. One by one, the clone recruits fell. Fire suppression! With a furious roar, the clone warriors behind finally began to fight back. Each of them held a single-unit energy cannon and fired at the position where the enemy fired at. Boom! 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 As soon as the energy cannon fired, it immediately suppressed the enemy's firepower. Although these consul's bodyguards were experienced in hundreds of battles, the problem was that they lacked heavy firepower. Even if these guys had the shooting skills of a 100-step Yang piercing shot, when faced with the enemy's dense firepower, they were suppressed so much that they could not raise their heads. Naturally, they were unable to retaliate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, many clone recruits charged through the middle zone and entered the buildings. Well charged too. Lena piloted her mech forward. Boom! 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 On the right arm of the shrimp mech was a medium-sized energy cannon. Its power far surpassed that of an ordinary single-unit energy cannon. Even the heavy-sized energy cannon of an ordinary mech could not contend against it. With the addition of the mech, the casualties on Lena's side were greatly reduced. This was because the firepower of the mech was too strong. The bodyguards on the opposite side could not raise their heads at all. Even if they kept hiding, there were also quite a few people who were injured by the mech's heavy cannons. They were even smashed to death by the falling ceiling. Charge! The clone warriors kept urging the recruits under them to charge in front of Lena's mech. Although the mech had always acted as a meat shield in previous battles, this time, it was the daughter of the security officer who was piloting the mech. The clones worshipped the security officer immensely. Of course, they could not let the daughter of the security officer be in danger. Hence, they all charged in front, using their flesh and blood to draw fire for Lena's mech. These clone strategy was undoubtedly successful. Lena's mech was rarely hit, and occasionally it would be hit by an energy rifle. However, in front of the mech's sturdy shield, an attack of this level was nothing. Boom boom boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The sounds of gunfire became more and more concentrated. Lena and her subordinates clones gained an absolute advantage in terms of firepower, and they drove all of the magistrate's bodyguards into the basement. Miss! We've found the entrance to the basement! Soon, a clone ran over and reported. At this time, all the living forces in the building had been killed. Other than Lena and her clones, there was no one else in the building. The consul and his people had already retreated underground. Back then, even the consul knew to build a fortress for himself underground. How could the consul not know? Thus, at this moment, Lena was stuck in the same difficult situation as the military police from before. Moreover, the situation that Lena was facing was even worse. This was because the military police had the absolute advantage back then. They had trapped the magistrate at home. As for Lena, she had brought people to launch a sneak attack. The reinforcements of the magistrate could arrive at any time. On the other hand, Lena only had over 100 people and a mech. If they could not break through all the underground buildings within 30 minutes, if they killed or captured the Archon, the only thing that awaited Lena and the others was death. Charge! Lena gritted her teeth. At this time, she had no other choice. Now that her father, the Archon, was openly fighting with them, there was no room for them to fail. Once they failed, it was the same as death. Yes! The bravery of the clones was beyond Jiang Fei's imagination. Each and every one of them fought bravely. It was as if what awaited them in front of them was not a dangerous muzzle, but a sweet pastry. Kill! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. The sound of gunfire and shouts of killing could be heard from the first underground level. It was getting further and further away. Clearly, these clones still had an overwhelming advantage underground. They were forcing the bodyguards to retreat continuously. Let's charge too! Lena drove her mech down to the first level of the underground. Jiang Fei hid behind the mech sneakily. In the name of protecting Lena, he was actually using Lena's mech to block the stray bullets for him. Unlike the brainwashed clones, Jiang Fei was not crazy enough to sacrifice his own life just to use a mech to block the bullets. He hid behind the mech and continued to move forward. However, the safety factor was extremely high. 341. What do you think of this battle? Lena asked Jiang Fei, who was beside her. It's hard to say, Jiang Fei said. Do you think we can win? Lena was not confident at the moment, so she urgently needed psychological comfort. Miss, if we were to look at it from the bottom of our hearts, we would definitely succeed in this mission. However, if we were to look at it logically, our chances of winning do not exceed 20%, Jiang Fei said. 20%. Lena lowered her head. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, Then, are you willing to fight with me for this 20%? Of course. For the glory of the sheriff. Jiang Fei immediately said, Forget it. Although I do not know what happened to you. You are definitely not an ordinary clone. Perhaps you are not brainwashed like them. Perhaps you are not a clone at all. Lena looked straight at Jiang Fei and said, Age? Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect himself to be exposed. Am I right? Said Lena. You are very observant. Jiang Fei smiled. At this point, there was no need for him to continue pretending. Protect the lady! A few of Lena's trusted aides immediately pointed their guns at Jiang Fei. Put down your guns! Lena stopped the clone warriors. Hee hee. Why didn't you give the order to kill me? Jiang Fei laughed. Because I want to fight for you. I think you can help me turn the tables. Lena looked into Jiang Fei's eyes and said, Chapter 2840, Chapter 28. Are you so sure that I can help you turn the tables? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Initially, I was not very sure. However, seeing how calm you are, I am now very sure. As Lena spoke, she actually walked out of her mech. Protect the lady! The few clone warriors next to her immediately surrounded her. They were all looking at Jiang Fei vigilantly. Everyone, don't be too nervous. If he really wants to kill me, I don't think you can stop him. Lena smiled slightly. Then, she continued to say to Jiang Fei, I did not order them to kill you just now because I thought that they might not be able to kill you. Once I gave such an order, it would mean that I have broken with you. Therefore, I do not want to take this risk. You are really straightforward, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Perhaps, Lena said with a smile. I will ask you one last question. Jiang Fei suddenly said. Ask away, Lena said as she walked up to Jiang Fei. Even if your guess is true, I have the ability to help you turn the tables. Then, why should I help you? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. How dare you? How dare you speak to the lady? The other clone warriors scolded angrily. Alright, you have no right to speak here. Even if you want to show your loyalty. There's no need to keep barking, Jiang Fei said impatiently. You? The few clone warriors were furious. Until now, they had always thought that Jiang Fei was just a clone recruit. Therefore, when they saw Jiang Fei being so arrogant, they were very unhappy. Alright, stop arguing. Lena stopped the clone warriors. Then, she went straight to Jiang Fei. The two of them were so close to each other that Lena stopped in her tracks. Then, Lena stood on her tiptoes and tried her best to look at Jiang Fei at the same level as she did. What do you think? About me? Lena said slowly. As she spoke, a fragrance that was like the scent of orchids and musk wafted onto Jiang Fei's face. If it was anyone else, they would probably fall for Lena's trap. Lena was very beautiful, coupled with her unique temperament and background. There were not many people who could resist her seduction. Unfortunately, there were not many people who could resist Lena's seduction. However, Jiang Fei was one of them. Back in the three-dimensional space, Jiang Fei had been tempted even more. Although he could not resist too much of the seduction, he had still taken in a lot of girls. However, he had rejected even more of them. Therefore, when faced with Lena's seduction, Jiang Fei was actually quite calm. The most important thing was that Jiang Fei was a man of principle. As the saying went, a friend's wife could not be bullied. Although Lena and Han Tianyu were only lovers, and at that time, she had used Yuanqiu as a carrier. In Jiang Fei's heart, Lena's body had always been covered by Han Tianyu's finger. Therefore, how could he be tempted by this woman? Miss Lena, I think we should talk openly. You're wasting your time, Jiang Fei said calmly. You? Lena did not expect this guy to not fall for her tricks. This made her suddenly feel a sense of shame. Speaking of which, just now, Lena had really considered committing herself to this guy in front of her. Although his current public identity was the clone number 341. Lena was almost certain that this guy was not that simple. But now, Lena's seduction had no effect at all. This made Lena suddenly feel a sense of defeat. Then what do you want? But she was still the daughter of the sheriff, and had been in the circle since she was young. Lena quickly adjusted her emotions. Since this 341 was willing to talk to her, it meant that he had something to ask for. That was easy. As the saying went, a man without desire is a man without strength. The scariest thing was a man without desire. He did not want anything. So naturally, he had no flaws. Once a man had desire, he would have a weakness. As long as he found the right direction. Lena did not believe that she could not conquer the man in front of her. I want a lot, said Jiang Fei with a smile. Tell me, Lena said calmly, as if the sound of gunfire had nothing to do with her. At that moment, the clone recruits had already conquered the second floor of the underground building. Although they had paid the price, they had also suffered close to 30 casualties. First of all, I need the position of the magistrate, Jiang Fei said, causing Lena to frown. The position of magistrate was too sensitive. If Lena and the others succeeded in their assassination, Lena's father would be able to rise from the position of magistrate to the position of magistrate. However, the problem was that even if he became a magistrate, he would not easily give up the position of magistrate. The reason was very simple. Lena's father knew very well how he rose to the position of magistrate. If he gave the position of magistrate to someone else, wouldn't he be waiting for someone else to usurp his position? I am not qualified to agree to that. However, I will tell my father. Lena's words were very tactful. She did not directly reject Jiang Fei, but she did not agree either. As for discussing with the magistrate, it was definitely too late now. This 341 could not wait until Lena's father confirmed this matter before making a move. By then, the magistrate's reinforcements would have already arrived. Therefore, if 341 wanted to become a magistrate, he had to make his move now. If he could really get rid of the magistrate, then when Lena's father became the magistrate would say no. 341 did not have any temper at all. After all, the magistrate did not agree to it. Lena only said that she would discuss it with her father. Therefore, it was understandable that she was rejected. Other than that, I also want to know what is going on with the Life Extension Center. I want to know how I got here, Jiang Fei said. Actually, the sheriff was just an excuse for him. This was his main purpose. He needed more information. This is suspicious. I can tell you everything I know. Lena nodded. Let's talk about this first. We can talk about the sheriff later, Jiang Fei said. All right. Lena thought for a moment and nodded. When Jiang Fei was negotiating earlier, he had used a small trick. He had first made a rather difficult request, causing Lena to have no choice but to reject or give a perfunctory reply. Then, he made a slightly difficult request. This made Lena hesitate between rejecting and agreeing. Since Lena had just rejected Jiang Fei, if she continued to reject or brush him off, she would be worried about whether the negotiation would continue smoothly. Would the other party end the negotiation because they were angry? Under the influence of this kind of thinking, Lena naturally had a very high probability of agreeing to this kind of request. Chapter 2841, Chapter 2829. The Big Secret. Let's talk as we walk. Jiang Fei immediately confirmed this matter. All right. Lena nodded. Then, she led a clone warrior pilot the mech to help the clone recruits who were charging ahead. Then, she walked side by side with Jiang Fei as they walked. She began to explain the Life Extension Center to Jiang Fei as well. This Life Extension Center is actually a large-scale clone experimental base, Lena said slowly. What she said was basically the same as what Jiang Fei had seen before. According to Lena, this Life Extension Center was just like its name. The main purpose of its existence was to ensure the population of the Gamma Space. It was to prevent the death of the Gamma Space people due to the lack of population. Through the research of the Gamma Space people, the higher the dimension of life, the weaker their reproduction ability was. This led to the beginning of the four-dimensional Gamma Space. The number of intelligent creatures here was actually decreasing gradually, although the decrease was relatively small. As their technological level continued to improve and their cognitive level continued to increase, the ability to reproduce also continued to decline. It was just like the old saying in Jiang Fei's hometown, the heavens are always fair. Although the high-dimensional space had an overwhelming advantage over the low-dimensional space. Even if there was a spatial compensation mechanism, it would not be able to make up for the difference in strength between the two sides. After all, after finding a way, people in the high-dimensional space could almost do whatever they wanted in the low-dimensional space. However, as a price, the higher the dimension of the intelligent life form, the weaker their ability to reproduce. The Gamma Space was only the fourth dimension, so their ability to reproduce was still passable. With the discovery of technology, until now, their population had only shown a slight negative growth. If they wanted to die out naturally, it would take thousands of years. However, the rulers of the Gamma Space had clearly realized this problem. If they couldn't balance this, They would either give up on the exploration of technology, or they would have to watch their race die out. Hence, the Life Extension Center appeared. The Gamma Space people used human cloning technology to try to make up for the negative growth in the population. However, the problem they faced was just as severe. That was starting from the fourth dimension. Souls would not be automatically generated. This was something that Jiang Fei did not know before. Back on Earth, Jiang Fei had used human cloning technology. Many girls, including Bella, were brought out of the game world by Jiang Fei through human cloning technology. At that time, Jiang Fei had to be careful when the clone matured, because if it was too early, the clone would automatically generate consciousness. In other words, it would generate a soul out of thin air. In the gamma space, this was something that absolutely did not exist. In this gamma space, a clone was a clone. It would never come alive by itself. Just like when Jiang Fei asked for inspection previously, Lina's subordinates pushed a clone across the market. The clone did not say that it would become self-aware and have its own soul. The purpose of the Life Extension Center was to balance the negative growth of the population. In that case, it was clearly impossible for them to just clone human bodies. They had to let the clones come back to life so that they could integrate into society. Thus, they could make up for the negative growth of the population. However, the souls in the gamma space would not appear out of thin air. Therefore, the scientists in the gamma space developed a very complicated device. It could extract powerful souls from the low-latitude space. It would let them enter the gamma space. After these souls entered the gamma space, their original memories would be washed away, and they would be thrown into the bodies of the clones. Because the Life Extension Center was an official operation, it existed only to make up for the negative growth of the population. So when it cloned people, it did its best to maintain the laws of nature. In this way, there was only one difference between the clones in the Life Extension Center and normal gamma space people. Apart from having no parents, they were the same as others, growing up from infancy, all the way until they went to school, graduated, and integrated into society. Therefore, after these clones entered society, no one knew that they were clones. They had their own identity codes, their own careers, and their own families. They lived a life that was no different from an ordinary person. They were not like the soldiers that were cloned by the public security officers. They were born to serve someone. I see. Jiang Fei nodded. Actually, we are not the only ones who have to face such a problem. Intelligent creatures from higher dimensions than us will have to face a more serious problem. According to the calculations of scientists, the fertility of humans in the fifth dimension is even lower. Moreover, they are unable to obtain souls from the lower dimension. Therefore, they are either still in the primitive stage or have become extinct due to the rapid development of technology. Lina said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not expect that in the higher dimensions, the creatures that should have enjoyed more privileges would actually have to face such a choice. They could either live like primitive people, or learn to think and become extinct. This is too much, Jiang Fei asked with his eyes wide open. Actually, this is just a guess. After all, we have never come into contact with the fifth dimension. This is just a guess made by scientists based on our situation, Lina said to Jiang Fei. Oh, Jiang Fei nodded. What else do you want to know? Lina asked. Then, which souls did you use to clone these warriors? Jiang Fei asked. Of course, they came from the three-dimensional world, Lina said matter-of-factly. They also came from the three-dimensional world. Jiang Fei was stunned. That's right. In the beginning, including the Life Extension Center, we used bewitchment to obtain souls, Lina explained. Because of the limited technology in the past, even if we wanted to obtain souls from the three-dimensional world, it would have to be those souls that were strong enough. Therefore, we made up a lie called a Sentianto to deceive those top experts to abandon their physical bodies and enter the four-dimensional space as souls. Jiang Fei was completely speechless. He had never expected that the legendary ascension would turn out to be a huge scam. However, with the advancement of technology, we can now extract weaker souls from the three-dimensional world. However, the conditions are still the same. We need the souls from the three-dimensional world to actively cooperate with us. It is impossible to forcefully extract souls from the three-dimensional world, said Lina. Are the people from the three-dimensional world that cooperative? Jiang Fei asked. Chapter 2842, Chapter 2830 passage. Of course, I don't want to. Even if I ascend, there are still many people who have yet to reach the mortal realm. Lina shrugged. Then, she continued. However, our technology is getting more and more advanced. The situation of negative population growth is also becoming more and more serious. It is obvious that we can no longer obtain enough souls just by relying on our previous tricks. Then, what should we do? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Therefore, the consul found someone to develop a game that allows people from the gamma space to enter the three-dimensional world and take risks. In this way, the consul would not only earn money, but also achieve his goal, Lena said. Goal? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes, you have never played the game before. Therefore, you do not know that when you are in a new world and have obtained great power, many people cannot suppress the bestial nature in their bodies. They kill the people in the three-dimensional world crazily, making many people's lives worse than death and even causing them to have a mental breakdown. These people have become the targets of bewitchment. There was already no hope of survival. At this time, someone is bewitching you to ascend. What would you choose? Said Lena with a smile. F***CK. Jiang Fei cursed subconsciously. So, this was the reason why this game existed. However, after understanding this, Jiang Fei was certain that the development team would never destroy the three-dimensional world. If the three-dimensional world was destroyed, the gamma space would lose its additional source of souls. They would also face the same choice as the five-dimensional space. They would either give up their current technology and knowledge, or they would gradually die. A minute. I've been fooled by them for so long. I actually worked for them for nothing. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. What did you just say? Lena asked curiously. She did not know why Jiang Fei had suddenly cursed. Nothing. Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. After obtaining this information, he had a clear idea of what was going on. However, even if he knew that the gamma space people would never destroy the three-dimensional world, Jiang Fei could not return empty-handed. Although the three-dimensional world would not be completely destroyed. However, Jiang Fei could not tolerate the interference of the gamma space people in the three-dimensional world. Therefore, he had to cut off the connection between the gamma space and the three-dimensional world. Alright. Although Lena had heard what Jiang Fei had just said, it was clearly not the time to pursue the matter. Right now, Lena had a feeling that with the clones under her command, it was impossible for them to kill the Archon. Only 341 in front of her gave her a special feeling. It was as if as long as this guy nodded, killing the Archon would not be difficult. According to what you said, this Life Extension Center also has a channel to communicate with the three-dimensional world. Jiang Fei changed the topic. Yes, that's right. A device in the Life Extension Center can communicate with the three-dimensional world. However, this channel was not built by us. Instead, it was discovered by a group of scientists a few generations ago. Lena explained. What do you mean? Jiang Fei asked. How should I put it? Actually, there is a connection between the individual dimensions. Although due to the difference in dimensions, material cannot be exchanged in this tunnel. Souls and spiritual power can be exchanged through this tunnel, Lena explained. So, after those scientists discovered this tunnel, they used that tunnel as the core to build the Life Extension Center? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, that's right. Lena nodded. Although the process was relatively complicated, that was the end result. What happens after they establish the Life Extension Center? Jiang Fei asked. Then, they began to shoot out spiritual waves to the other end of the passage. They induced the souls of the three-dimensional world to sacrifice themselves and let them take the initiative to ascend to our world, Lena explained. Then, when you attack the Life Extension Center during the coup, aren't you afraid of destroying the tunnel? Jiang Fei asked. His real purpose was to explore the truth. If possible, Jiang Fei wanted to destroy the tunnel and completely cut off all connections between the three-dimensional world and the gamma space. As for whether the people in the gamma space would be wiped out because of this, that was not something that Jiang Fei had to consider. That passage cannot be destroyed unless someone can completely destroy the gamma space. Therefore, the most we can do is to destroy the Life Extension Center. If we can succeed in the coup d'etat, we can rebuild it. It won't take too long, said Lena as she shrugged. I see. Jiang Fei nodded. The only pity is that there are too many restrictions in that passage. Through that passage, we can only emit some spiritual waves that are not very strong. We cannot control people's minds at all. At most, we can only bewitch them. Therefore, the effect is not very obvious. Each year, we can only obtain less than 500 souls, said Lena. 500 souls might sound like a lot, but in the entire three-dimensional universe, it was almost negligible. That was because only the strong could choose to Ascend. The strong were generally determined. Only those who were close to their lifespans, or those who were disheartened, would choose the so-called ascension. I see. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. If that was the case, then this tunnel would not have much of an impact on the three-dimensional world. After all, according to Lena, this tunnel had been built for hundreds and thousands of years. However, the real problem with the three-dimensional space was only after the developers had intervened in the game. Therefore, if the tunnel could not be destroyed, Jiang Fei could accept this level of connection. Moreover, if there was a tunnel that could communicate with the gamma space, it would actually be beneficial to Jiang Fei. This was because once the development team's game was destroyed, and their ability to re-establish the game was completely destroyed, Jiang Fei would become the only person who could travel between the three-dimensional world and the gamma space. When that time came, he would have a lot of things to do. Thinking of this, Jiang Fei's focus shifted to the development team's game. After all, this was the main culprit that caused the major damage to the three-dimensional world. You just said that you wanted to create a game. What's with this game? Jiang Fei asked Lena. Lena hesitated for a moment. She really knew a lot about the developers and the game. After all, before the security officer started the coup d'etat, he was the second in command of the gamma space. He had access to almost all of the top secrets of the gamma space. As the only daughter of the security officer, Lena naturally heard a lot of news, including the development team and the game that connected to the three-dimensional world. However, this secret was too crucial. Before Lena answered, she was very hesitant because the identity of 341 had not been confirmed yet. She even suspected that 341 was a clone. However, his soul had not been erased. In that case, Lena was not sure whether telling him this secret would be good or bad. Chapter 2843, Chapter 2831 Snow Beast. Just as Lena was weighing the pros and cons, the situation in front of them had changed. Miss, we have encountered a strong resistance. There are many casualties on the front line. A clone warrior ran back with a dusty face. How are our casualties? Lena asked. The tunnel in front is too narrow, and the enemy's firepower is very strong. We have already lost more than 20 brothers, but we are still unable to break through, the clone warrior said. What about the mecha? Have they entered the battle yet? Lena asked. We tried just now, but the effect wasn't good. The enemy's cover was very sturdy. Even the shrimp mecha wouldn't be able to destroy it quickly. And if the shrimp mecha were to be exposed to the enemy's artillery fire, it wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful attack, the clone warrior reported. Lena had never expected that they would be blocked by the enemy before they could even break through the third floor. If this continued, the enemy's reinforcements would probably arrive. They would not be able to break through either. After a short moment of thinking, Lena looked at Jiang Fei. I guess you did not lose your memory due to some special reason. Right. Lena looked into Jiang Fei's eyes and said, Hee. Jiang Fei smiled noncommittally. Look, you have already entered the gamma space. Although we have done a lot of things in the three-dimensional world that you do not want to see. That is the reality. Moreover, you have also come here and cannot go back. You have to blend in with us. Don't you? Lena said to Jiang Fei. So? Jiang Fei asked calmly. So, I hope that you can really join us. If you can help me kill the magistrate, I promise to give you everything that you want, including me. Lena proposed this condition to Jiang Fei again. However, this time, she did not seduce Jiang Fei. Instead, she very naturally included this condition in the negotiation. Oh! Jiang Fei was still calm. He knew that Lena was the one who was most anxious right now. You may already know my identity. My father is the sheriff. I am his only daughter. In other words, if my father's coup succeeds, he will become the king of the Gamma Dimension. I will be the princess. If you give me, you will be the prince consort of the Gamma Dimension. When my father dies, you will be the new king. Lena threw out what she thought was the strongest bait. Lena's bait was very tempting. If it was anyone else, he would not be able to resist the temptation. If Jiang Fei's soul had accidentally entered the gamma space without his memory being erased, he would have considered Lena's suggestion even if he had no hope of returning to his own world. However, it was not impossible for Jiang Fei to return now. He had the inheritance space and had the ability to travel between the three-dimensional world and the gamma space. He could return home. Therefore, the power of Lena's temptation was naturally weakened. Moreover, the royal power that was extremely tempting to ordinary people was actually not that tempting to Jiang Fei. Previously, Jiang Fei had even abandoned the Emperor of the Universe Empire to support Jupiter. Would he care about the Gamma space? Therefore, although Lina's bait was tempting, it was not what Jiang Fei wanted. Alright. Deal. Although Jiang Fei was not very interested in Lina's bait, he still agreed to Lina's proposal because he had other plans. Really? Lina's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Then, shouldn't you show your sincerity now? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Sincerity? You? Lina hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and faced Jiang Fei with her pretty face. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her lips were slightly trembling. It was obvious that she was ready to be kissed. I think you have misunderstood. Of course, Jiang Fei would not kiss her. That was not what he wanted. Then what do you want? Lina once again felt a sense of defeat. She did not know what had happened to her today. Her charm had completely lost its effect on the man in front of her. Could it be that when 341 was in the three-dimensional world, he was gay? The more she thought about it, the more Lina felt that her guess was right. The way she looked at Jiang Fei became strange. Tell me about the game. I want to know more, Jiang Fei said. We don't have time. After we kill the consul, can I tell you in detail? Lina said. I'm afraid not. I need to know first, Jiang Fei said. You? Lina clenched her fists. At that moment, she really wanted to kill Jiang Fei. However, she still needed Jiang Fei's help. Moreover, her intuition told him that it was not so easy to kill the man in front of her. Time passed 1 minute 1 second. Jiang Fei can afford to delay, but Lina cannot afford to delay, because of his double identity as a spy. Even if the assassination attempt on Lina's side failed, because Jiang Fei had sent information before, he would still be listed as a meritorious person. Although the meritorious service could not be compared to the dragon's merit that chose Lina's side. But it's a good way out. However, Lina's side was different. She and her father were already in a state where they would either succeed or die. Therefore, she had no other choice. Alright, I'll tell you, Lina finally sighed. At the same time that she compromised, she secretly swore in her heart, if she could kill the magistrate this time, then when the magistrate rose to power in the future, Lina must think of a way to get rid of this 341. I'm all ears. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. Regarding the development team, these people are actually scientists recruited by the magistrate. How did they build this game? I don't know. This is the magistrate's biggest secret. However, I know one thing very well. The channel that they built was actually a living giant beast, Lina said. A living giant beast? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes. Lina nodded. Since she had made her choice, there was nothing for her to hesitate about. Previously, the tunnel in the Life Extension Center was very stable. Therefore, we could only send out some very low-frequency spiritual waves to bewitch those experts who were not strong enough. However, the tunnel in this game was actually built through a giant beast called Snow, said Lina. Snow? Jiang Fei was stunned. He had been in the Gamma dimension for some time, but he had never heard anything about the Snow Beast. This is a very unique giant beast. It has extremely strong spiritual power. It can pass through different dimensions. The passage in the game was built through it, said Lina. Extremely strong spiritual power? A thought flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. Logically speaking, in any dimension, there would be an entrance to the legacy space. Their common characteristic was that they had extremely strong spiritual power. The three-dimensional space was Jiang Fei. Previously, there were people like this in several places that Jiang Fei had gone to. Only the Gamma Dimension's entrance did not have a master. Could it be that the master of this entrance was the Snow Beast that Lina mentioned? Chapter 2844, Chapter 2832 reached an agreement. Yes. In fact, the Life Extension Center sent out spiritual waves to bewitch the people in the three-dimensional world to ascend through the Snow Beast, said Lina as she nodded. In that case, as long as I kill the Snow Beast, even if the people in the Gamma Dimension develop other games, they would not be able to interfere with the operation of the three-dimensional world anymore. Moreover, because the Snow Beast is dead, even if the stable passage is still there, there is no Snow Beast that sent out spiritual waves to bewitch the experts in the three-dimensional world, based on the legend of ascension spread by word of mouth. I think not many people will fall for it again. Jiang Fei guessed in his heart. At this point, Jiang Fei had a general idea of where the Snow Beast was. However, the location of the Snow Beast was probably a top secret. It would not be easy to find it. Have you seen the Snow Beast before? Jiang Fei asked tentatively. See? How is that possible? That is something that only the previous Archons would know. Only after the previous Archon abdicated, the next Archon would be able to learn the secret of the snow beast from the Senate. Lena shrugged. As expected. Jiang Fei nodded. Miss, we don't have much time. At this time, a clone warrior urged. Now that I have told you everything, can you fulfill your promise? Lena looked at Jiang Fei and asked. Of course. I wish us a happy cooperation. Jiang Fei smiled and walked toward the front line of the battle. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived at the front line. The clones were exchanging fire with the guards protecting the Archon. The enemy had used their cover and powerful firepower to completely suppress the attack of the clones. Just now, the clones had launched a few charges, but they were unable to break through the blockade of the enemy. Moreover, there were many corpses left behind. Therefore, the clones were now suppressed here. They could not advance any further. Is this mech still useful? Jiang Fei turned around and asked. With his own words, there was only one way for him to break through. That was to activate his time ability. However, Jiang Fei did not want to reveal his trump card so early. Therefore, he could only rely on external forces first. What do you want to do? Lena had also followed in front. Although it was more dangerous here, if they could not kill the Archon and complete the coup, she and her father would also die. Use it to attract the enemy's firepower, as long as it can last half of the way. Leave the rest to me, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Can you really do it? A clone warrior beside him asked in a doubtful tone. What do you choose? Jiang Fei ignored the clone warrior and looked at Lena. I choose to believe you. Lena nodded and said to a trusted aide beside her. Do as he says? Yes. The clone warrior did not say anything else. He directly entered the cockpit and started the mech. You only have one chance. I bet you can win, Lena said to Jiang Fei. You will be glad that you bet correctly. Jiang Fei smiled. At that moment, Lena nodded at the clone warrior who was piloting the mech. Then, the clone warrior flew out from the corner of the mech. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. As soon as the shrimp mech appeared, the Archon's bodyguards opened fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. The shrimp mech on this side was also continuously firing back. It kept firing all sorts of missiles to suppress the opponent's firepower. At the same time, the heavy-duty energy cannons in its hands were also continuously firing. Under the intense bombardment of the shrimp mech, the opponent's firepower was slowed down. At the same time, their cover was also continuously shattered. Boom! 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 Although the shrimp mecha suppressed one of the opponent's firing points, the opponent clearly had more than one firing point. The other firing points began to retaliate. Under the bombardment of the single-unit energy cannon, the shrimp mecha's shield continued to flicker. Although the strength of this mecha was much better than the average standard mecha, it was still unable to withstand the opponent's indiscriminate bombardment. Soon the prawn mech's shield had turned a light red, indicating that it was reaching its limit. Whoosh! At that moment, Jiang Fei rushed out. The rifle in his hand was on his back. This little bit of firepower was not enough to pose a threat to the bodyguards. Jiang Fei's current priority was, it is to cross the distance and engage the enemy in close combat before the krill mech is destroyed, so that the enemy's cover and firepower advantage can be eliminated. The enemy is coming! The moment Jiang Fei rushed out of the corner, the enemy had already noticed him. Ignore him for now. Take care of that mech first. The bodyguard leader made a choice. Speaking of this decision, the bodyguard leader's choice was not considered a mistake. After all, based on normal circumstances, the threat of a mech was clearly much greater than a person. Even if a clone ran into the bodyguard's formation, he would also have to face opponents that were several times or even tens of times stronger than him. It would be even more difficult to make any waves. However, that mech was different. Its shield was charging very quickly. It had been injured just now, but in such a short time, its shield was fully charged. Then, it rushed out again to show off its might. If it was allowed to do this a few more times, perhaps the bodyguard's bunkers would be destroyed. Once they lost the protection of the bunkers, then it would be impossible for the bodyguards to maintain the current situation. Therefore, it was understandable for the head bodyguard to make this decision. They wanted to take care of this mecha first, especially this time when the shrimp mecha was overconfident. Its shield had been hit red, yet it did not retreat. To the bodyguards, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they did not take this opportunity to destroy it, it would be difficult to find another opportunity when it ran back to the corner. Boom! 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 Whoosh! 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 The bodyguards focused their firepower on the shrimp mech, hoping to destroy it before it ran back. Jiang Fei took this opportunity to run as fast as he could. He quickly passed through the middle area and approached the bodyguard's position. "Be careful. That guy is charging over," one of the bodyguards shouted loudly. He had been paying attention to Jiang Fei's movements. Bang! At this moment, the shrimp mech's shield broke. "Ignore that guy. Attack the mech first and destroy it," the head bodyguard shouted. "Kill!" All the bodyguards concentrated their firepower and instantly, a dazzling light engulfed the shrimp mech. Although it was made of superalloy, after losing the protection of the shield, the shrimp mech was unable to maintain its integrity under such dense firepower. In just 2 seconds, the shrimp mech disintegrated, together with the clone warriors inside. It was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Chapter 2845. The victory of Chapter 2833 was right in front of him. However, it was in these 2 seconds that Jiang Fei managed to charge into the position of the bodyguards. Buzz! The lightsaber in Jiang Fei's hand lit up. Jiang Fei charged into the midst of the bodyguards, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The bodyguards were not even able to withstand a single blow from him. Although everyone's physiques were similar, these bodyguards also had strong bodies. However, compared to Jiang Fei, their reaction speed and close combat skills were not just a little different. Jiang Fei, who was holding a lightsaber in his hand, was like chopping melons and vegetables among the bodyguards. In just a few dozen seconds, the more than 50 bodyguards were all knocked to the ground by him. Not a single one of them was left breathing. "It's safe!" Jiang Fei sent a signal to Lina and the others. "Dot!" Lina and the rest looked at each other. They had seen how Jiang Fei had charged into the enemy's formation. His figure was so strong that even though Lina had seen the best of the best Special Forces soldiers, she could not compare to 341. As for what Jiang Fei looked like after he had charged into the enemy's formation, as there was cover, Lina and the rest had no way of knowing. They could only hear the continuous screams of pain and terror from afar. Occasionally, they could see flashes of light. This was the effect of Jiang Fei waving his lightsaber. Although they could not see the exact scene, Lina and the rest could estimate that the number of bodyguards was at least 30 to 50. Otherwise, they would not have been able to suppress the attack of the clones. Moreover, as the bodyguards of the Archon, these soldiers were carefully selected from the military and police. Their combat strength was definitely not inferior to the clone soldiers of the sheriff's side. However, even so, they were actually completely defeated in a 50:1 battle. From this, it could be seen how terrifying 341's combat power was. "This guy is simply inhuman," Lina muttered to herself. At the same time, she also made up her mind. After successfully assassinating the Archon, if she could not make this 341 bow down to her, then she would have to kill him. Soon, Lina and the others followed from behind. When they saw the corpses on the ground, everyone looked at Jiang Fei differently. Although the clones were artificial, they had their own consciousness after all. Therefore, they could not help but feel a sense of admiration for Jiang Fei. "It seems that I have made the right bet," Lina said to Jiang Fei. "Don't worry. You won't be disappointed." Jiang Fei smiled. "I hope so." Lina smiled and nodded at Jiang Fei. Then, she said to the clones, "Let's continue moving forward." "Yes." The clones agreed and continued moving forward. Perhaps the Archon side did not expect the more than 50 bodyguards to be defeated in an instant. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the others proceeded very smoothly for the rest of the journey. After they entered the next level, they finally encountered another attack. Boom! 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 The sound of cannon fire came from the front again. Clearly, the clones had engaged the enemy again. "Looks like I'll have to trouble you again," Lina said to Jiang Fei with a smile. "We're working together. I won't turn down my work." Jiang Fei nodded and then went to the front line again. This time, the clones and the bodyguards on the opposite side were in close combat. Both sides were hiding around the corner and shooting at each other. The straight corridor in the middle was less than 10 meters. It was very close. However, because the firepower of both sides was very dense, therefore, no one could poke their heads out. Almost all of them were shooting randomly, trying to suppress the other party. "This is too intense." Jiang Fei frowned. Now, he did not have the shrimp mech to help block the bullets. Although he could cross the distance of 10 meters in 2 to 3 seconds. In this level of rain of bullets, 1 second would be enough to turn him into a sieve. "I need a human shield." Jiang Fei turned around and said to Lina. "A human shield?" Lina asked. "Yes." Jiang Fei nodded. Although the mech was gone, he still needed something to shield him, now that he did not have any tools to use. These clones were the best choice. No problem. Lena did not hesitate at all. In her father's eyes, these clones were just some consumables. Send 9 people. 3 people in a group. Charge forward at 1-second intervals, Jiang Fei said. Do it. Lena only said 2 words. 9 of the clones that had been instilled with absolute loyalty stepped out. Then, they lined up and began to wait for orders. Charge! Following Jiang Fei's command, the first group of clones charged out. Following closely behind was the second group. The third group. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The gunshots on the other side were very dense. The first group of clones had only taken 2 steps when they were turned into sieves. Their corpses continued to charge forward by relying on inertia for 2 more steps before they reached the bottom. After the first group of clones fell, the second group continued to charge forward. They knew that they would definitely die. However, the admiration in their hearts for the sheriff and their loyalty made them die generously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the bodyguard shot, the second group of clones also arrived. At this time, they had already charged through half of the corridor. The third group of clones stepped over the second group of clones' corpses. However, they were immediately shot. With inertia, the last group of clones took another 2 steps forward. They were almost at the end of the corridor. At that moment, Jiang Fei, who was following closely behind the third group of clones, suddenly rushed forward. He pushed the clone's corpse in front of him with all his might. The clone's corpse was like a cannonball as it rushed toward the bodyguards, who were shooting. The corpse smashed onto the bodyguards, causing them to fall over. At the same time, the gunshots from the other side stopped. At that moment, Jiang Fei finally took the final step and rushed to the front of the enemy. Once he got close, the military and police bodyguards were no longer able to withstand a single blow from Jiang Fei, who was wielding a lightsaber. They did not even have the time to raise their muzzles again before they were killed on the spot by Jiang Fei's lightsaber. After killing the group of bodyguards, Jiang Fei and the rest continued to press forward. Along the way, Jiang Fei kept using the clones as meat shields. He continued to break through the defense line of the bodyguards, even though he had to pay the price of a few or even more clones' lives each time. Very soon, the clones died. Then, the clone warriors took over. Although they had a stronger physique and more complete military knowledge, they were not much better than the ordinary clones in terms of using them as meat shields. They were not much better than the ordinary clones. Soon, Jiang Fei brought Lena to the final secret chamber. At that moment, the Archon was in the secret chamber. As long as Jiang Fei and the others broke through the last few bodyguards' blockade and entered the secret chamber, their mission would be completed. Chapter 2846, Chapter 2834. Death Charge. Although the final target was close at hand, at this moment, there were only 3 clone warriors besides Lena. It's up to you now, Lena said to Jiang Fei. Can you promise to keep your promise? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. At this time, of course, Lena would not make Jiang Fei unhappy. She was now willing to make any empty promises. As long as Jiang Fei killed the consul, it would be fine. Among my rewards, does that include you? Jiang Fei suddenly asked. I thought you were not interested in me, Lena asked in surprise. If I did not say that, how could I have aroused your interest? Jiang Fei asked with an evil smile. He had just thought about it along the way, and suddenly realized that his indifference towards Lena might cause him a lot of trouble. That was to make Lena feel that she could not control Jiang Fei. That way, nothing would happen before she killed the consul. After all, Lena had a favor to ask of Jiang Fei. What if she waited for the consul to die? After Lena and her father's coup was successful, if Jiang Fei remained in an uncontrollable state, she would not say whether she would kill him immediately. At the very least, she would not trust him. Jiang Fei would definitely be excluded from the core circle. At that time, Jiang Fei would have little hope of finding out the whereabouts of the snow beast. Therefore, Jiang Fei suddenly changed his attitude towards Lena. He wanted Lena to think that he was infatuated with her, so that he could gain Lena's trust. If the magistrate could replace the current magistrate and become the supreme ruler of the Gamma Dimension, then he would definitely be able to find out the whereabouts of the snow beast from the Senate. As the only daughter of the magistrate, Lena would most likely know this secret as well. Therefore, as long as Jiang Fei could gain Lena's trust, he would have a chance to find out the whereabouts of the snow beast. You? Lena stared at Jiang Fei with her eyes wide open. To be honest, at first, 341's attitude towards her had really hit her hard. For a period of time, Lena even began to doubt whether Jiang Fei was gay or not. However, when she heard Jiang Fei's words, Lena instinctively chose to believe him. This was because women, especially those who were outstanding in their looks, often had a blind confidence in themselves. It was as if it was a matter of course for others to be attracted to them. If others did not care about them, it was either because they had other plans or they had an abnormal orientation. Alright, your plan has succeeded. I am indeed curious about you, Lena admitted generously. She had to admit that the 341 in front of her was the second person who had moved her heart. The first person. Unfortunately, it was impossible for them to be together because that person could not bring his memory to the gamma space. If you can guarantee that after I assassinate the Archon, I will receive all the rewards you promised, including you, then I will set off now, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Of course, I will keep my promise. Lena walked up to Jiang Fei. Then, she tiptoed and kissed the corner of his lips gently. This time, Jiang Fei did not avoid her because if he did, it would be a waste of his words. Brother, I'm sorry. For the sake of justice, let's both suffer a little. However, I will definitely not put a hat on you, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although it was for the sake of acting, there might be some intimate actions between him and Lena. However, Jiang Fei swore at his heart that he must not have any substantial progress with Lena. Otherwise, he would be letting down his brother. I'm off. In order to prevent Lena from getting closer to him, Jiang Fei kissed her on the cheek. Then, he turned around and prepared to attack. If you succeed, it'll give you more rewards on the spot, Lena said to Jiang Fei with a red face. It's a deal. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the 3 clone warriors, Charge! Can I? Dot! The 3 clone warriors ignored Jiang Fei and looked at Lena. Okay. Lena nodded. Then, the 3 clone warriors took a deep breath and shouted, For the glory of the sheriff! Charge! Jiang Fei held the lightsaber in his hand tightly and said, Kill! The 3 clone warriors rushed out of the cover. Then, they fired while charging toward the secret room on the opposite side. Whoosh! 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 The bodyguards of the magistrate on the opposite side began to shoot one after another, hoping to stop the attack of the clone warriors. The 3 clone warriors kept changing their positions. They were sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Moreover, they were constantly adjusting their advance route. They were moving forward in an irregular zigzag pattern. This was the easiest way to avoid attacks. Even so, one of the clone warriors was shot and fell to the ground. The remaining 2 clone warriors continued to charge forward, although they already knew the fate that they were about to face. The 2 clone warriors had a resolute look on their faces. They were not afraid of death. For the sake of their faith, they were not afraid of any danger. Whoosh! At this moment, Jiang Fei moved as well. He was constantly adjusting his path forward. The 2 clone warriors in front of him had become his living bunkers. With the help of these 2 human shields, Jiang Fei quickly closed in on the enemy's position. PFFT! As a blood arrow flew out, another clone warrior fell to the ground. The last clone warrior merely glanced at his comrade, who had sacrificed himself out of the corner of his eyes. He did not show any signs of sadness because he knew that he would soon die with them. Kill! For the glory of the sheriff! With a furious roar, the clone warrior gave up on zigzagging and charged straight towards the enemy's position. Facing the clone warrior's deadly charge, the bodyguards on the opposite side were clearly stunned. Their firepower even paused for a second. However, closely following that, dense beams of light hit the clone warrior. Whoosh! At this moment, Jiang Fei rushed out from behind the clone warrior. What? There's another one! This time, the Archon's bodyguards were really shocked. Jiang Fei's escape was too strange. He had been hiding behind the clone warriors so much that the bodyguards on the opposite side did not even notice his existence. Therefore, when the last clone warrior was killed, the bodyguards heaved a sigh of relief. They had resolved the crisis. However, they did not expect Jiang Fei to suddenly appear at this time. When the bodyguards raised their guns again and were ready to fire at Jiang Fei was already in front of them. Buzz! The light blade of the lightsaber lit up. Chapter 2847, Chapter 2835. The Great Reversal. Screams of pain continued to ring out from the bodyguards' positions. Although there were occasional gunshots, these shots were not concentrated and could not threaten Jiang Fei at all. This was because he had an extremely powerful danger prediction ability. Coupled with the ability to predict the future, Jiang Fei could almost perfectly dodge the beams of light that were shooting at him. Although Jiang Fei could not keep up with the speed of light, his premonition skill allowed him to know in advance what would happen after 0.5 seconds. 0.5 seconds might sound short, but to an expert, this 0.5 seconds was the difference between life and death. With this 0.5 seconds of premonition skill, Jiang Fei could start dodging before the bodyguards pulled the trigger. Although the speed of light was fast, if Jiang Fei had already left the trajectory of the light beams before the bodyguards fired, then the energy guns would naturally not be able to hit him. After a moment, Jiang Fei had finished off all the bodyguards outside the secret room. However, at this time, only Lena, a non-combatant, was left behind. Dot! Jiang Fei did not say anything. He just turned around and smiled at Lena. Then, he raised his sword and swung it down, forcefully breaking open the door of the secret room. The moment the door opened, Jiang Fei dodged to the side. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A dense beam of light shot out from the door. Jiang Fei waited quietly at the door. After about 3 minutes, the beam of light stopped shooting. This was because the energy magazine had been emptied. Swish! Jiang Fei casually threw a corpse into the room. It was a bodyguard that he had just killed. Bang! There was a muffled sound. The bodyguard's corpse fell to the ground. There were no other strange sounds. Then, Jiang Fei leaped into the secret room. At that moment, a middle-aged man was clumsily changing the magazine of his energy rifle. Sir, I'm sorry to disturb you. Jiang Fei smiled as he walked to the man's side. Just now, he had already used his spiritual power to scan the secret room. Although the gamma space had a very severe suppression on spiritual power. However, the secret room was not big. It was only about 10 square meters. Jiang Fei's spiritual power could scan up to 100 meters in diameter in the gamma space. Therefore, he was completely sure that the middle-aged man was the only one in the secret room. You? The middle-aged man looked up at Jiang Fei, and then threw away the rifle that had not been reloaded. Lena, come in for a moment. Jiang Fei shouted outside the door. Okay. Lena jogged all the way to the secret room. Confirm it. Is it him? Jiang Fei asked. Hee hee. Consul. It's been a long time. Lena smiled and said to the middle-aged man. Hee hee. Lena, congratulations. You and your father have won. The consul laughed bitterly. Consul, please give the order for the military police to stop resisting. This meaningless battle should stop, said Lena as if she was the victor. Of course. The consul nodded. It seemed like he had already admitted defeat. Then give the order. What are you waiting for? Lena urged. She did not know how her father was doing. Previously, when he had left, the situation on the sheriff's side was not very optimistic. Otherwise, she would not have taken the risk to assassinate the magistrate. Can I speak to this gentleman? The magistrate looked at Jiang Fei and asked. What do you want to say? Lena asked. Mr. Ralph, I don't know what kind of conditions they offered for you to choose to join them. However, Colonel Kono has something to say to you, the magistrate said. He slowly opened a communication device in his hand. Ralph, I hope you can keep your promise. If you turn back now, we promise not to pursue your previous actions. If you continue to insist on doing things your way, we will no longer be able to guarantee the safety of the girl who was with you previously. Kono's voice came from the communication device. Kaboom! Jiang Fei crushed the chair guard beside him. What is your choice? Mr. Ralph? The consul looked at Jiang Fei. You have one. Major Ralph will follow your orders. Consul! Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and said to the consul. The consul had actually used Natasha to threaten him. Jiang Fei had not expected this. If there was one person in the Gamma dimension that Jiang Fei cared about, it would definitely be Natasha. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not watch Natasha die because of him. At this time, he could only compromise. Therefore, he turned to look at Lena. I'm sorry. Miss Lena, please raise your hands. You are under arrest for treason. You? At that moment, Lena was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't 341 a clone? Wasn't he lucky that his soul was not wiped out? How did he become Ralph? How did he become a major under the Archon? I'm sorry. Miss Lena, I'm not a clone. Jiang Fei rolled up the sleeves of his battle uniform and revealed the identity code inside. Damn it! How did you get in? Lena was completely dumbfounded. She had never considered that there would be spies among her clones. That was because clones were all united from production to organization. They all knew each other. No one could get in. I was originally a security guard at the Life Extension Center. I accidentally got in with the newly activated clones, Jiang Fei explained. Sigh. Lena closed her eyes. She had never thought that the problem would be here. Such a small probability of time should have been ignored. However, she did not expect that it would become the key point for her to lose everything. Could it be that the heavens are going to destroy us, father and daughter? Lena sighed. At this point, she also said, It's time. 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 Archon, what should we do with her? Jiang Fei asked. There's no rush. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. When the time comes, bring her out. I want her and her father to receive a fair trial, the Archon said. Archon, will you honor Colonel Kono's promise just now? Jiang Fei suddenly asked. Don't worry. Colonel Kono and I have promised to let bygones be bygones. You are not a soldier. We forced you to become a spy and allowed you to make mistakes. As long as you return to the right track in time, everything that happened in the middle will be forgotten. Not only will we not pursue your actions, but we will also honor the benefits that Colonel Kono promised you, said the consul with a smile. The hesitant Archon and Colonel Kono both believed in the system data, so they both thought that Jiang Fei was Ralph from the slums. Therefore, it was normal for them to think that he was bewitched. After all, he had not received professional spy training. Anyway, the results were good, so they did not have to look into it. Chapter 2848, Chapter 2836 Reason. Miss Lena, I'm sorry. Jiang Fei put away the lightsaber in his hand and picked up the rifle. I really did not expect you to be the Archon spy. Lena laughed bitterly. No wonder her previous seduction of Jiang Fei had no effect at all. After about half an hour, the Archon's reinforcements arrived. A large number of military police rushed into the underground building and took control of the situation. Major Ralph, please hand over your weapon to us. A lieutenant colonel came before Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei's current identity was not that of an enemy. However, the other party clearly could not allow him to keep his weapon as an unstable factor. All right. Jiang Fei handed over his rifle. However, the lightsaber was kept by him, so it was not discovered. Although the consul knew that Jiang Fei still had a lightsaber, he had already been escorted to a safe place by the military police. Moreover, a person like him would not be distracted by such a small matter. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for him to specifically instruct the military police to confiscate Jiang Fei's lightsaber. In this way, although Jiang Fei had been confiscated of all kinds of firearms, at least the lightsaber had been preserved. Major Ralph, your mission has been completed. Now, please go and rest with him. Colonel Kono will come and meet you in person later. The lieutenant colonel was rather polite to Jiang Fei. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he turned around and took a look. Lena had already been taken away by the military police. The consul had also been brought to a safe place. After that, Jiang Fei followed a second lieutenant and left the underground building. At this time, the entire area around the magistrate's mansion had been cordoned off. As for the battle on the side of the magistrate, Jiang Fei no longer cared about it. After Lena's assassination failed, the magistrate and his clones were left on their last legs. After all, they were hungry and thirsty. Moreover, they did not have enough ammunition. It was not an easy task to take down D5 industrial area. If they could not take down D5 industrial area, the sheriff and his clone army would not be able to get supplies. Without supplies, their condition would deteriorate. Therefore, Jiang Fei was basically certain that the sheriff's rebellion had failed. After more than half an hour, the second lieutenant drove Jiang Fei to a military camp. This was a very formal military camp. It was obviously not a temporary location. Jiang Fei was placed in a single barracks. Major Ralph, you can move freely in the military camp. However, it is best that you do not go to the meeting room to listen to the meeting. Many meetings involve military secrets, the second lieutenant said to Jiang Fei. Okay, I understand. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to the second lieutenant, Then can I leave the barracks? Theoretically, yes. Colonel Kono did not forbid you from leaving the barracks. However, I personally suggest that you wait for a while. Colonel Kono will come to see you after he has dealt with the urgent military affairs, said the second lieutenant. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. By the way, Major Ralph, if you need anything, you can tell me. Colonel Kono has instructed me to try my best to meet all your requirements, said the second lieutenant officer. That's good. By the way, what's your name? Jiang Fei asked. My name is Chinook. Major, said the second lieutenant officer. All right, Chinook, go do your thing. I want to rest for the meeting. Jiang Fei said to Chinook. Alright, Major. If you need anything from me, just press this button, Chinook said as he placed a small gadget that looked like a remote control on a table in the barracks. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, Chinook left. After Chinook left, Jiang Fei sat down on the bed. He began to think about everything that he had just experienced. At the final moment, Jiang Fei abandoned Lena and chose the Archon. Apart from the fact that Kono had used Natasha as a threat, he had also considered other things. The first thing was, after killing the Archon, would the sheriff be able to rise to the position? Lena was very confident about this. However, Jiang Fei did not think so. He was also used to power struggles in the three-dimensional world. The current situation seemed to be a battle between the magistrate and the magistrate for control of the gamma space. However, if the magistrate was assassinated, the clone army under the magistrate would be at the end of their rope. Then, what would Kono choose? Having read through history and experienced so many power struggles, Jiang Fei believed that Colonel Kono would definitely command his soldiers to continue attacking the magistrate. As long as the magistrate was killed, he would have a lot of soldiers in his hands. Moreover, his status was relatively high. He would immediately change from Colonel Kono to Consul Kono, when power was right in front of him and within reach. Jiang Fei did not believe that anyone could resist the temptation of power. If Kono really had the last laugh, what would happen to Jiang Fei? Although Kono would benefit the most in the end. As the assassin of the previous Archon, Jiang Fei would definitely be wanted. When that time came, he would be in the most disadvantageous situation. Although he had multiple time skills, Jiang Fei was confident that he could be thrown out of the building below. However, he was not in the Gamma Dimension to survive. He needed to raise his status and get to know the secrets of the Gamma Dimension as much as possible. He needed to find a chance to find out the whereabouts of the Snow Beast. Once he was wanted, Jiang Fei would have to hide everywhere. If that happened, not only would Natasha's safety not be guaranteed, Jiang Fei's mission in the Gamma Dimension would also be difficult. Therefore, after considering this, Jiang Fei finally chose to abandon Lena. As long as the Archon did not die, it would be almost impossible for Kono to take over. Although he had a lot of soldiers, if he rebelled openly, the military police might not listen to him. When the Archon raised his voice, Kono's rebellion would fall apart. Jiang Fei believed that Kono could also think of this point. As long as the Archon did not die, he would immediately become his colonel. As for the promise made by the Archon and Colonel Kono, Jiang Fei also believed that they would not go back on their words. The reason was simple. Under normal circumstances, he would not be able to threaten the Archon's rule. However, a person who had the ability, but could not threaten the ruler was the ruler's favorite. Through this assassination, Jiang Fei believed that after the Archon had dealt with the threat of the magistrate, he would also be able to understand the threat that Kono posed. He also needed to raise a powerful subordinate to balance Kono. The path of balance was a compulsory lesson for the higher-ups. The Archon could not just sit by and watch the magistrate be taken down. Colonel Kono would then grow stronger by himself. Chapter 2849, Chapter 28. I wonder what kind of attitude Kono will have when he sees me again. Jiang Fei shrugged. Then, he turned around and lay down on the bed. The past few days of arduous marching and desperate battles had indeed made him very tired. When Jiang Fei woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. He had slept for a long time. After all, his physical and mental fatigue had accumulated for a long time. Suddenly, he lay down on the soft and comfortable bed. Jiang Fei had indeed slept like a log. When Jiang Fei woke up, his mental state was very good. However, there was one thing that was very bad, and that was that he was very hungry. Ever since he had mixed in with the clones, Jiang Fei had never eaten anything seriously. Later, he even drank the disgusting porridge. The fruits that he ate during the jungle march were slightly more normal in taste. However, eating fruits to fill one's stomach might be okay for the girls. A man would not be able to endure it if he ate some fruits. Moreover, Jiang Fei would have to experience marching and fighting. Previously, because he was too tired, the feeling of an empty stomach was ignored by Jiang Fei. Now, when he woke up, Jiang Fei's stomach began to protest endlessly. Gulp! Gulp! As he heard the loud noise from his stomach, Jiang Fei immediately pressed the remote control that Chinook had left behind. Major! Are you looking for me? 5 minutes later, Chinook appeared in Jiang Fei's barracks. I'm a little hungry. Can you help me get some food? Jiang Fei said. No problem. Major, do you have any requests for food? Chinook asked. I haven't eaten for a long time. Let's have something affordable, Jiang Fei said. Logically speaking, when he had not eaten for a long time, he should first eat some light porridge to let his stomach get used to it. However, Jiang Fei really did not want to eat porridge at this moment. Previously, when he was marching, he had really been hurt by eating porridge. All right, Chinook nodded. Then, he asked, Major, do you have any other orders? No. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Then, I'll go and get it for you. Please wait a moment, Chinook said and left. In just 20 minutes, Chinook brought 2 soldiers to Jiang Fei's barracks. The 2 soldiers were holding large food boxes in their hands. The 2 food boxes were 5 stories tall. Put them here. Chinook waved his hand and asked the 2 soldiers to put the food boxes on the table. Then, he sent them out. Then, Chinook personally opened the food boxes and laid out the dishes one by one. After the food in the 2 food boxes were laid out, Jiang Fei roughly counted. There were a total of 7 plates and 8 big bowls. The dishes in these plates and bowls were mainly big fish and big meat. Just like what Jiang Fei had said before, they were all affordable dishes. Major, as we are in the military camp, we do not provide alcohol-type drinks here. Please make do with it, Chinook said as he took out 2 bottles of fruit juice. It's okay. I don't drink alcohol either. Jiang Fei nodded and walked to the dining table. Come, let's eat together. Jiang Fei pointed at the dining table and said politely, Okay. Chinook nodded. Then, he picked up a set of cutlery and took a bite of each dish. You don't have to do that. I didn't think too much about it. Let's just eat as usual. Jiang Fei could tell that Chinook had misunderstood. Clearly, Chinook thought that Jiang Fei thought that these dishes might be poisonous. That was why he tried them one by one. Major, please eat. I've eaten before. Moreover, it's not mealtime now. I'll be punished if I eat at this time, Chinook explained. There's such a rule? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yes. I'll just wait for you to eat. Chinook smiled as he stood aside. Then, I want stand on ceremony, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Please. Chinook nodded. Then, Jiang Fei flung his cheeks and started eating. To be honest, Jiang Fei's current eating style was not only elegant, but also fierce. The dishes were like the flowing water of the Yangtze River, but also like a tornado. In less than half an hour, Jiang Fei had eaten all of them. Jiang Fei had eaten them all. Major, do you need some more? Chinook asked. No need. This is enough, Jiang Fei said as he touched his stomach. It had been a long time since he had eaten so much. Major, is there anything else you need? Chinook asked. Not for the time being, Jiang Fei said. I'll take my leave then. You can call me if you have any orders, Chinook said as he packed the plates and left with the 2 food boxes. You? Jiang Fei sat on the chair and drank some tea. Since he was bored, he walked out of the barracks. Although Chinook told Jiang Fei that it was best not to leave the barracks, it was not a problem for him to walk around the barracks. Jiang Fei also looked around to relax. After all, he was always in the barracks. What was the difference between being in a prison? After coming out of his barracks, Jiang Fei looked around. This barracks was more like a training camp. There were a lot of equipment for physical training, but there were not many people. It seemed that they had all been transferred to the front line to attack the remnants of the sheriff. As this place was far from the D5 industrial zone, and there were no heavy weapons in the Gamma space, Jiang Fei could not hear any gunshots in the barracks. Quick! 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 You trash! You are the stupidest recruits I have ever seen! Are you pigs? Hurry up! Do you still want to eat dinner? When Jiang Fei turned around one of the barracks, he heard curses from afar. From the curses, he could tell that it was a drill instructor training his recruits. Let's go over and take a look. Jiang Fei was bored, so he walked over. Faster! Faster! A burly instructor was shouting loudly. There were not many new recruits under him. Only 12 or 13 of them. You guys are really stupid. Speed up! Speed up! Do you understand? Hee hee. Jiang Fei stopped not far away. He was bored, so watching others train was considered a pastime. F***CK. Who's watching? 5 minutes later, the instructor noticed Jiang Fei. He cursed angrily and walked straight towards Jiang Fei. As he walked, he muttered, I want to see who came to cause trouble here. Because the instructor's rank was higher. He was practically the person in charge in this training camp. Moreover, there was no high-ranking officer of Jiang Fei's age in the camp. He thought that Jiang Fei was a newly transferred soldier. Therefore, he wanted to show Jiang Fei his might in front of the students. He wanted to show off his might. Chapter 2850, Chapter 2838. Counterattack. Kid, where did you come from? The muscular instructor came up to Jiang Fei and roared angrily. Because Jiang Fei did not have a military uniform on him. He was still wearing the same combat uniform as before. Therefore, the captain instructor did not know Jiang Fei's military rank. At the same time, because the captain instructor came here to establish his authority, he was not polite to Jiang Fei at all. Oh no! This guy is going to be in trouble. Yeah. If he falls into the hands of our instructor. How can that be good? TSK, TSK, TSK. Hearing the discussions of the recruits behind him, the muscular instructor's face revealed a smug look. This was exactly what he wanted. I don't know where I belong to either. Jiang Fei shrugged. Previously, Colonel Kono had told him about some sort of formation. However, it sounded like it was made up on the spot. Although Jiang Fei held the position of a group leader, Jiang Fei believed that his group definitely did not have a single soldier. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not remember the specific organization at the time. Now that he was asked about it, he really did not know how to answer. You don't know where you belong? Then, what are you doing here? The muscular instructor asked. I don't know. They brought me here, Jiang Fei said. They brought you here. Are you a recruit? Where's your military uniform? Said the muscular instructor with a frown. Although it was not often that a recruit was added to the team, it was not unheard of. Therefore, the muscular instructor subconsciously treated Jiang Fei as a recruit. Military uniform. I don't have it, said Jiang Fei as he shrugged again. Because he used to be a spy, it was impossible for Jiang Fei to be in a military uniform. After rescuing the Archon, Jiang Fei was brought here. When Colonel Kono came over, they were talking about retirement. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not given any military uniform. No military uniform? At this time, the muscular instructor was even more convinced that Jiang Fei was a recruit who had entered the recruit camp. This was because only such people did not have military uniforms. You? Go over and join their training. The muscular instructor pointed at his own team. Why? Jiang Fei asked. Cut the crap. When you come to the recruit camp, you have to listen to me. The muscular instructor shouted at Jiang Fei. His saliva even splashed on Jiang Fei's face. You're AF * King Spitter. Jiang Fei took 2 steps back in disgust and quickly wiped his face. How dare you? How dare you talk back to me? The muscular instructor was instantly enraged. Talk back to you? You F * King spat on my face and am not allowed to say anything? Jiang Fei was so angry that he was amused. I spat on your face because I think highly of you. The muscular instructor was used to yelling at new recruits. He did not expect that there would be a new recruit who dared to fight back today. Thank you. I don't need you to think highly of me. Jiang Fei turned around and wanted to leave with a disgusted look on his face. He was not afraid of getting into trouble. As the saying went, good shoes don't step on smelly dog shit. He really did not want to lower himself to the level of this instructor. However, this instructor was not happy that Jiang Fei wanted to leave. Stop right there! The muscular instructor roared. However, Jiang Fei did not even bother with him and continued walking forward. Kid! I said stop right there! When the muscular instructor saw that Jiang Fei was ignoring him, his anger even hit the roof. As the person with the highest military rank in this recruit camp, even if the higher-ups came to inspect, they would never ignore him like this. Especially in front of a group of recruits. If Jiang Fei was allowed to leave like this, how would he maintain his prestige? Following the angry roar, the muscular instructor took 2 steps to Jiang Fei's side and grabbed Jiang Fei's shoulder. Almost at the moment when the muscular instructor grabbed Jiang Fei's shoulder, Jiang Fei twisted his body and grabbed the muscular instructor's palm with his left hand. At the same time, he twisted his body with his right hand and grabbed the muscular instructor's elbow joint. With a twist, the muscular instructor was thrown to the ground by Jiang Fei without any warning. Get lost! Jiang Fei kicked the muscular instructor's butt and made him eat sh*t. Ha ha ha! The recruits in the distance burst into laughter. Swoosh! The muscular instructor's face suddenly turned red. He could not bring himself to be embarrassed. He had lost so much face in front of a group of recruits. If he did not regain his face, he really did not have the face to stay in the new recruit camp any longer. Whoosh! After getting up, the burly instructor charged at Jiang Fei again. However, this time, he rushed over quickly and went back even faster. He did not even see how Jiang Fei did it. It was as if he felt a stun in his chest. It was as if he had been hit by a truck. Then, his entire body flew out. Only then did he see Jiang Fei slowly retracting his right leg. Bang! The muscular instructor was slammed to the ground. He wanted to stand up, but his chest felt stuffy. This caused him to fail several times. However, Jiang Fei did not even look at him as he continued walking into the distance. Kid, you're courting death. Under the humiliation and anger, the instructor had lost his mind. He actually reached out and took out a pistol from his body. Then, he directly opened the safety and aimed at Jiang Fei. Swish! Jiang Fei felt a numbness at the back of his neck. A sense of danger appeared in his heart. Buzz! Almost at the moment when his premonition was raised, Jiang Fei activated his psychic power to predict the future. Whoosh! A beam of light shot from behind and hit Jiang Fei's back. This was what Jiang Fei had seen through his premonition. He knew that the instructor was going to shoot in half a second. Swish! Almost at the same time that the muscular instructor pulled the trigger, Jiang Fei pounced to the left. The beam of light brushed past Jiang Fei's right shoulder and left a bloody mark on Jiang Fei's shoulder. The bloody mark was not very deep. It was just a scratch on the skin. Moreover, there was no blood. The hot beam of light had already burned the wound. You're courting death. Jiang Fei's eyes immediately turned cold. Although he did not want to cause trouble, it did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. After experiencing so much, Jiang Fei no longer had any mercy for those who wanted to kill him. Before the muscular instructor could fire a second shot, Jiang Fei had already held the lightsaber in his hand. Almost at the moment when the lightsaber was in his hand, Jiang Fei activated the lightsaber. There were two modes of the lightsaber. The first mode was the melee mode. The light beam would gather on the hilt of the sword, allowing the user to slash and stab. However, under the other mode, the lightsaber could actually be used as a beam gun. Moreover, it was even more powerful. The beam from the lightsaber could even penetrate a certain thickness of armor. This was something that ordinary energy pistols could not do. Stop! At that moment, Chinook's shout came from afar. However, everything was over. Jiang Fei had activated the long-range attack ability of the lightsaber. The instructor could not possibly have the ability to predict the future like Jiang Fei. Therefore, it was impossible for him to dodge in time. Moreover, even if the instructor could sense the danger when Jiang Fei fired his gun, he could not move at the moment. There was no way for him to dodge the beam weapon's attack.